Chapter 371. Jacques said, looking up at the great being standing on the back of the Empress. He could no longer see his face, and even if he recalled it in his mind, he could not remember what he looked like. He only knew that when he saw him, a voice echoed in his mind. This was a god who controlled the law of death. He was watching him and protecting him. He was the most satisfied god. God loved them. And they were always loyal to God. A group of people knelt down and offered their loyalty to God, and God responded. Wei Huan was surprised to feel that his strength seemed to have increased a little. Then, he felt the breath of death on Jacques and others. The god and his followers successfully established contact. The god gained the power of faith, and his followers also gained the power of death blessed by the god. The death force that originally made them uncomfortable, and even the death resistance totem could not completely resist, became like air at this moment, no longer exerting pressure on them, and even helped to improve their strength. At the same time, Jacques also saw the face of the god again. This is the gift of the god to his clan. Only the clan that he loves most can be allowed to stand beside him like this. Wei Huan, who was a god for the first time, did not understand. Jacques and others who saw the real god for the first time did not understand. Anyway, they did the right thing in a daze, and both sides quickly found each other's position, and the sense of distance disappeared instantly. In Jacques' eyes, their pioneering army marshal, their Blue Star Lord, was in front of him again, and he remembered his appearance again. Boss! Jacques and the others who could not feel the pressure of the breath of death stood up and looked at Wei Huan with joy. Everyone smiled with their teeth wide open. Oh my god, the boss who followed them actually became a god. When one person becomes enlightened, all the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. I am that chicken and dog, and I will ascend to heaven too. Come up. Although Wei Huan's expression was indifferent, as a family member, he could feel the breath of trust and intimacy towards them most clearly. It would be wrong not to accept the second invitation of the god. Jacques and the others nodded, stepped on the Empress, and came to Wei Huan. It was not until this moment that the sense of distance faded a lot. Compared to Jacques, who always maintains elegance and politeness, Bigfoot is very talented in being a flatterer. He took 2 steps behind Wei Huan and said in everyone's puzzled eyes, "Congratulations on becoming a god. Your aura is so majestic. You are stronger than Mafati and the Dark Beast ancient god, but you are very kind, making people want to get close to you." As Bigfoot said this, Wei Huan felt that his strength seemed to have increased a little bit. Wei Huan said, "Becoming a god is just a stage on the road of cultivation. It does not mean that my mentality will change in any way. What it was before is what it is now. I also want to thank you. I am very happy that you came here even though you knew it was dangerous." Bigfoot smiled. Boss Moo can see that he is very nervous, but he still arranged our tasks in an orderly manner. Now that you are safe now, why don't I go back and report that I am safe? Wei Huan frowned. How to go back? Bigfoot, They teleported here, but there was no boundary gate behind them like they did when they teleported to the new world before. Moreover, the gambler sequence 7 is the sky bug, and when it reaches sequence 8, it is the assassin who can easily walk in the subspace. The gamblers, who are more proficient in the space system, said that there is no way back. It seems that the situation in this level 9 world is more complicated than they imagined. Jacques said, "We have all teleported to the vicinity, which means that our Blue Star's teleportation point is here. Why not completely occupy this area first? At least when everyone comes, we can safely pick them up as soon as possible." Wei Huan nodded. For the time being, this is indeed the only way. As Wei Huan looked away, everyone followed his gaze, and looked at the city wall that was being attacked by the undead scourge several kilometers away. It's just that the guys who have become very huge, don't they look like humans? And they seem to be waving at this side while fighting? Huh? Is that the man flying from the sky, a man in ancient costume? He is stepping on a sword? Until he saw the person flying over clearly, Bigfoot pointed at the man in surprise and shouted, "Legend of Sword and Fairy." What? Jacques was confused. Why is he stepping on a sword to fly? Although Wei Huan didn't know what the Legend of Sword and Fairy was, Bigfoot was almost 20 years older than him, and should be a product of that era. But he knew that people who stepped on flying swords should be the sword immortals in the stories of Yen country. Schwa schwa. However, even though he had some guesses about the other party's identity, the god level 2-headed hidden demon Big Head still blocked the man in the first time, looked at him fiercely, and blew a puff of black smoke from his nostrils. There were sparks in his lips that could not be hidden, as if he would spit fire as long as he disagreed with him. The man stepped on the flying sword, wearing a moon-colored robe, with black hair tied high behind his head and a black scabbard on his back. He looked to be in his 30s, with a regular appearance, and most importantly, he had an extraordinary temperament, so he looked extremely handsome. He had a pair of black eyes that were very similar to those of the Yin people. He first fell on Wei Huan, but as if he was under great pressure, he had to look away and looked at Jacques, Bigfoot, and others behind Wei Huan, with surprise in his eyes. Then, he thought about it, the flying sword lowered, he landed on the ground, lifted the hem of his robe, and knelt on the ground with his knees, but his back was straight, and he said loudly, "Human alliance, Sanqiong continent civilization, Hao Ba, meet the god." It's so smooth to change from Western fantasy to fantasy. Wei Huan was silent for 2 seconds, then he said, "We are demons, we slaughter all races with blood, for the eternal life of our human race." Hao Ba was silent for a moment, then he said, "Hao Ba greets the demon god." Bigfoot and others hiding behind Wei Huan's divine light had already twitched at the corners of their mouths, and Jacques, who now knew Yinguo's jokes very well, couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's not because of demons or gods. From the beginning, they didn't intend to be gods who save the world. Besides, the boss's dead spirit system, and the third boss's demon system are not decent ways to fight. It's just because of the name. It's really domineering. However, Hao Ba came here to prove his identity, which means that there is a war going on, and there is no need to fight anymore. The undead scattered under Wei Huan's command, and Hao Ba looked back, and his tense back obviously relaxed. But the invasion of the undead did not end. The natural disaster just bypassed the human territory, but continued to spread far away. Although Wei Huan's summoning distance is still limited by his profession, the death transformation from the power of the gods has no boundaries. As long as a trace of his death is still there, the natural disaster will continue to spread, killing and resurrecting, continuing to kill and resurrecting, until there is a powerful existence that can wear away the power of the law in the death, otherwise the disaster of the undead will engulf the world. God is so terrible. He represents the law itself that he has achieved. He is immortal, and the law is immortal, and it will always exist in this world, just like the earth is soil, the sea is water, and death will be resurrected. In the world where the law of death exists, it is like a rule that cannot be changed. With the end of the war, another group of people came out of the city, landed on the ground from a long distance, and walked to Wei Huan. Like Hao Ba, they couldn't see Wei Huan's appearance, they couldn't even look at him directly, and they were suppressed by the breath of the gods and wanted to worship him. If it weren't for the appearance of the clan, the Titan King knelt on the ground and looked at the group of people standing behind the god. If they hadn't appeared and found that the new god was actually a human, they would not dare to approach rashly. There were gods in the history of the human race, but as the battle for the Emperor of Heaven became more and more intense, the gods of the human race fell one after another. With the departure of the last human god, the human race, which was once glorious, completely became a weak race that could be bullied by anyone on the battlefield of all races. Even if it was driven to the edge of the world, it was still hunted down, besieged, and almost exterminated. The human race needs gods, but this god is a disaster god that has never appeared in the human race. King Titan is the leader of the human race on the battlefield of all races. As an immortal human, he is also well informed. At least in his heritage, even if the human race has dark gods, they will not be such terrible gods of disaster. Resurrecting the dead, playing with corpses, spreading plagues, and natural disasters of the undead. This man has embarked on a road full of war and killing. He is destined to slaughter the gods, and is disliked by the public enemies of the gods. But the human race has no choice. A race that is about to be destroyed, talking about great light, high and upright. If you don't want to be the object of slaughter, then you might as well raise your butcher knife and join this crazy feast. Titan, Titan, meet the demon lord. As the largest Titan knelt on the ground, all the humanoids behind him knelt down. Moon Elf, Turnaz, meet the demon. Life Elf, Dodora, meet the demon. These are two elves from different tribes. Their features are different, but they are both very beautiful. Goblin, Golden Brain, meet the demon. The speaker is a green-skinned humanoid, shorter than humans. Except for his unpleasant skin color, his appearance is not ugly. After speaking, it opened the big box that had been floating beside it, revealing a sturdy middle-aged man with iron-gray skin inside. This is our weapon master, the Dwarf King Iron Hammer. The weapons and equipment worn by your family are made by him and his people. After a pause, Golden Brain rubbed his palms and smiled. Super Energy Saving Tank is my masterpiece. It is very difficult to create different energies out of nothing. As it finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed to his side. It was Bigfoot. Bigfoot took out a dagger that was now obsolete, but he still liked from his waist. Are you talking about this? Blessings from the stars. Golden Brain was so respectful to the god's followers that he almost bent his waist to the ground, and said with a smile, "Yes, that's right, we are the stars." When they said this, they clearly felt that the pressure from the god was reduced a lot. The god of disaster was no longer full of vigilance and hostility towards them. The leaders of the human race, who found the right way to open the door, spoke up to prove their friendliness. Turna said, "I am a great magician." Titan said, "Titan?" Duajwola said, "Dear fellows, although we come from different worlds and civilizations, the glory of the human race is everywhere. As a life spirit, I feel the breath of the world tree in you. I am very happy that our unintentional actions can gain this good result." Titan was surprised. Did they get the world tree? Duajwola nodded, yes, and more than one. Then she looked at Wei Huan, bowed devoutly, and her excited face flushed. 3 seeds of hope were thrown into the unknown by us. I felt the breath of 2 kinds of world trees in you and your family. As her voice fell, the pressure from the gods became weaker. They could already look directly at the glory of the gods. Although they could not see his face clearly, they could feel the kindness of the gods to them. 2,000 years ago, when the human race had not yet completely declined and human gods still existed, the human race on the battlefield of all races had a lot of good things in their hands, half of which were used to cultivate human civilization, which was still experiencing challenges in the world. No one knew whether such an action was good or bad at that time. After all, some tribes would only plunder and dominate the latecomers, so that they could quickly strengthen their own strength. But the inheritance of human civilization has always been full of warmth. Even if there are still internal fights within the human race, they always believe in the power of unity, and are willing to cultivate the younger generation. Titan and the 2 elf queens were the first tribes to come to the 9th level world. They used the power of Titan and the fruit of the elves to cultivate the goblin civilization and the dwarf civilization, so the human civilization in the challenge world had weapons and equipment. After that, many 9th level civilizations rose, and the one they were most optimistic about was Hao Ba from the Sky civilization. This is a tribe with a very high upper limit. If he is given time to grow, he may be able to break through and become a new god of mankind. Unfortunately, before Hao Ba grew up, the last god of the human race also fell. The human race ushered in the darkest moment. Even so, these leaders of the human race did not give up the cultivation of human civilization, and even sent more weapons, equipment, and special instruments to the challenge world. But it must be said that all the items added together over the years are not as valuable as the 3 seeds of the world tree that they handed over to the unknown 2,000 years ago. It has been so long that they almost forgot about it. Now that their memories have suddenly revived, under the cover of the power of the gods, the 3 leaders almost want to cry. Years of hard work have finally paid off, and humans finally have their own gods in times of crisis. Since they are the gods of disaster, let them put on the cloak of revenge, raise the blood-stained spears, and let all races regret and cry. My God, please save the human race. We are willing to be the spear in your hand. Wherever your will goes, our sword will point to. We will cut through the thorns for you, beat the rumbling drums of war, and flatten the 4 seas and all races for you, my God. Please have mercy on us. Please. The 2 elf queens sang hymns. As the original sacrifices under the seat of the gods, they naturally knew how to get along with the gods. Pray, praise, and beg until they get the attention of the gods. Wei Huan did feel the power that came after his faith was moved, but what moved him was not the content of these beautiful songs, but that he and the blue-starred human race had indeed been deeply benefited by these predecessors. Wei Huan is not a saint who spreads benefits everywhere, but he is a person who repays favors. As long as he is favored first, he will repay the other party. What's more, the favors these human predecessors have shown to him, or to the blue-star human race, are not just a little bit. Before the 5th level world, humans did not understand the rules of challenging the world, and just rushed forward blindly, resulting in insufficient development of the world and a very unstable foundation. This was also the key reason why humans lost to the dark beasts and lost the civilization war in the previous life. But this phenomenon ushered in a huge change in the 6th level world after they planted the world tree. The human race consolidated their cultivation on the world tree, settled down and practiced quietly, not only finally making up for the unstable foundation caused in the early years, but also laying a solid foundation. Even Wei Huan himself has been nourished by the natural breath of the world tree and has received great benefits. Although he is still wary of these unfamiliar humans, he can't hide his good feelings in his heart. Are they praying to become a clan? It's not impossible, but there are other things to do now. At Wei Huan's suggestion, Jacques came out and said, We are from Blue Star. He is the Lord of Blue Star, the god of death and resurrection, war and disaster. He will dominate the battlefield, drive away all races, and protect fellow human beings. Please be patient, and wait for the matter of becoming a clan. I have something to ask the human leaders now. Titan said, Lord God, please tell me. Jacques said, where is the boundary gate to return to the 8th level world? This. Titan sighed, the war destroyed our gathering place, so the boundary gate is gone. Then. But Lord God, don't worry, the boundary gate can be rebuilt. According to the rules of the 9th level world, as long as a civilization occupies a large enough territory and keeps the territory safe and peaceful for a period of time, a boundary gate will naturally appear in the territory. Titan explained, in theory, the demon lord and the gods should appear in front of the boundary gate, and this boundary gate can also allow you to return to the 8th level world where your civilization is located. But you can see the current situation. We are going through a difficult war. We have lost land and cities, and naturally there is no boundary gate. Titan was very sad when she talked about this. After losing the boundary gate, most of the people of their civilization did not have time to retreat and died in this war. Almost all of Kichue's beloved family members died, so he wanted to die. Fortunately, in times of crisis, their human race once again had their own gods, and the darkest moment was finally over. Under the glory of the demon god, rebuilding the gate is a very easy thing. It just takes a while to wait. Please come into the city and rest. Titan invited, with some trepidation in her eyes. Okay. Jacques passed the message to Wei Huan and accepted her invitation. Titan breathed a sigh of relief, and there was joy in her eyes. In the eyes of the short-lived humans, she was actually no different from a god, and in human history, the Titans had existed as the myth of the creator god. Just being a strong race does not mean that they can easily reach the top. On the contrary, they are not only limited by the small number of races, but also restricted by heaven, and it is extremely difficult to break through and obtain the godhood. It's like, the Titans are the natural leaders of humans, but they serve the gods of humans. For gods. Even if they are newly promoted gods, they don't ask where they come from, as long as they are human, they are the existence she believes in. When the dot beast flew up, everyone realized that the level of this mount was also the god level of Sequence 9, and it had also reached the level of Mahayana. Its combat ability would probably not lose to any of them. But thinking that this was the mount of the god, it seemed natural. The god was a real strongman who stood out from billions of human civilizations. He must have a special place, and the people around him, whether mounts or divine messengers, would also benefit from the god and become particularly powerful. It was a pity that this god of disaster was only a lower-level god, and the crisis of mankind had not yet been completely exposed. It was even possible that it would bring about a greater disaster. After all, the enemy of the god was only the god. No matter how powerful a lower-level god is, he cannot surpass the power of the law. Lord God's envoy, can I know what the blessing of challenging the world is for the gods? Golden Brain came forward to ask Bigfoot. He thought it was the terrifying summoned creature under the feet of the god. Is it a summoner challenge? I know a strongest summoner who even has the power to summon an ancient god. The reputation of that god spread throughout the battlefield of all races. Even though he has become a stronger god and is far away from the hustle and bustle, his legend is still sung among us. Golden Brain finished speaking and said flatteringly, of course, the demon god summoned beast is also very strong. It seems to be on the verge of reaching the top. Maybe it will soon become a god itself? Oh no. Bigfoot shook his head. This is the boss's summoned creature. I don't know if it can become a god, but its power is beyond your imagination. The blessing of the gods of our Blue Star civilization is a chariot. Chariot. Golden Brain's eyes lit up and said happily, it's actually the technology side? Just like the challenge of our goblin civilization, such a challenge is very rare. What Golden Brain didn't say is that the challenges on the technology side are often strong in the early stage and weak in the later stage. Almost most of them are defeated in the civilization war. Very few can enter the 9th level world, so it is rare. Bigfoot was more curious about the previous topic. What kind of god is that? The ancient god should be the main god, right? Then what level is he? Has he become the master? Golden Brain felt the eyes of the demon god fall on him, and he happily raised his voice. No, he is just a middle-level god. The ancient god was seriously injured and contracted by him. It is said that he cannot exert the full strength of the ancient god, but he is already invincible among the same level. But there has been no news of him for a long time. How did you get in touch with the gods? Are gods common in this world? Are all these news about gods true? And Bigfoot's questions continued, and the CPU of the engineering goblin was stuck. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. Let me answer for the demon god and the gods. Walking behind the point beast, Titan, who was over 100 meters tall, smiled and spoke. Chapter 372. I will answer these questions for Lord Demon and all the other gods' messengers. The speaker was Titan. Titan was a few steps behind, following closely behind Wei Huan. She was huge, with 100 meters in one step, and the earth shook when she walked. Flying on both sides of her shoulders were two elf queens, Hao Ba flying a sword, and Tai Chui, who was recovering in the treatment room. These were all the powerful people who had awakened the power of the law left in the human alliance after the war. Although many other level 9 challengers were already powerful in their respective civilizations, they were still not qualified to meet the gods. If the gods did not like them, they could not even survive under the pressure of the gods. These last powerful people of the human race consciously lagged behind Wei Huan, and they spoke slowly while following him. The existence of the challenge world is because a master set up the 9 slaughter realms in order to be promoted to the Emperor of Heaven. It has been 33,000 years to this day. Titan spoke slowly, and in a slightly low voice. This is just a hotbed for creating gods. Once you become a god, it means you have to face the real world. In the past, becoming a god was what every living being desired, but now it has been proved that the outside world is not as beautiful as imagined. The throne of the Emperor of Heaven is only set up 4 seats in the heavenly Tao, which requires great luck and great merits, and is granted by the heavenly Tao. There are more than 10 masters, namely life, death, light, darkness, elements, flesh and blood, abyss, destiny, space and time. The Emperor of Heaven is very strong, but not incapable. Well, so in order to achieve the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, the masters will launch a war of gods every 100 million years. This calamity is about to reach the extreme number of 333,333,333, and the battle for the Emperor of Heaven is about to come to an end. Speaking of this, Titan's eyes were filled with yearning and fear. She looked at the sky and sighed. The gods fell, order collapsed. This is the craziest era, and we were born in this era. From the day we were born, we could not choose our own future, our own camp. If the master wins, we will prosper forever. If the master loses, not only us, but all civilizations in the challenge world will be overturned in an instant. Bigfoot sat on the Golden Brain's 2-seater plane, which was a very cute red propeller plane, designed like a cartoon animation. The rounded angles made it look chubby and plump, just like a big toy that could carry friends. He patted the backrest of the Golden Brain seat, asked him to get close to Titan, and said, "Since we all belong to the same camp, why do we have to kill each other here?" Titan replied with good temper, "Lord God's messenger, the power of God is indescribable. He controls the universe, and we are just dust on that planet. So if we don't kill each other to prove our worth, there is no need to know what we are?" Titan smiled and didn't speak. As an old 9th level person, she feared God and had accepted her fate. Bigfoot had nothing but fear for other gods, and he didn't respect them at all. He only worshipped their eldest brother. It took less than 50 years to become a god. Doesn't this mean that his eldest brother is a genius among geniuses, a son of luck, and an absolute protagonist? So when Bigfoot spoke, he was not in awe. What's the name of that master? Titan was already patting his chest. The human race that advanced this time was really strange, just as strange as Hao Ba, as if they had no faith and no taboos. But it seems that they look the same. Is this the case for all the people in this race? Titan thought and explained, "The name of the great god cannot be mentioned. When you mention his name loudly, he will be watched. He is the great god of life, the god of creation of all things, the master of life in this world, and the most benevolent and kind god. The master of life." Wei Huan silently thought in his heart, and finally understood why these human beings were surprised after seeing him. It is indeed very strange that a being representing death appears in a life camp, and it is death, the god of disaster. But in this way, it can also explain why the racial diversity of the world is so complicated, and there are civilization wars between different ethnic groups. After all, if it is the existence that dominates life, it is not strange to create all things to raise goo. There is another thing that is very worth noting. The blue-starred human race has entered the challenge era for 50 years, and he is the only one in the Gravekeeper sequence. He is unprecedented and unparalleled. Even if he tries to replicate and cultivate, he can't do it. This makes him a little worried. Especially after knowing that he is in the world of the Lord of Life, he obviously begins to feel uneasy. He is a little worried about who the enemy of the Lord of Life is. Will it be the Lord of Death? "Ah, we are here, Lord Demon," This is the last city of our human alliance. Titan pointed to the city ahead and said this. Wei Huan had seen the situation in the city through the Lord of the Demon Eye. I can only say that it was okay. After all, it was a human city. As the same race, they might have different aesthetics, but they were still unified in living. At least, they had to build buildings and live in houses. Wei Huan saw many nests of beasts and insects. Such an environment was not suitable for human habitation. Wei Huan didn't know if he would no longer need to sleep and eat after becoming a god, but he knew very well that even if he became a god, he would still need a comfortable living environment. It didn't make sense. It would be more and more difficult to become a god. Sure enough, Titan said, we are the family of gods. In every city, we will build a temple. Please move over here, great demon god. Wei Huan's eyes fell on the gate that could accommodate Titan's calm entry, as well as the various human races lying on the ground inside and outside the city gate. At the most conspicuous place at the gate, there were 5 Titans who were taller than Titans. The rest were elves, goblins, and other races. There were also some who looked like beasts, but were obviously human races. They knelt on the ground devoutly, their faces stained by the smoke of war, and there were excited tears in their eyes. They wanted to see the gods, but dared not look up. Only the power of faith floated towards Wei Huan like snowflakes. Wei Huan was silent for a moment, and then the beasts flew high. The divine power suppressed the weapons in the city. He was like entering an empty space, and flew directly to the majestic hall in the city. There was no doubt that this was the temple. Alas, boss! Only Bigfoot was left alone outside the city gate. Who told him to sit on someone else's plane? As the gods left, the people who had not dared to look up just now looked up, and Titan also turned his head with light in his eyes. Lord God's envoy, please come this way. Compared to the conversation with the gods, it is obvious that the gods' envoys get along better. Wei Huan has entered the temple at this time. The war destroyed the settlements of the human alliance one after another, leaving this last city. Obviously, in the face of life and death, it is no longer able to maintain the operation of the temple. The interior of the temple that appeared in front of Wei Huan was magnificent and useless, and was covered with dust and debris everywhere. Jacques jumped off the beast's back shell at the first time and said, Boss, I will take people to clean up here. Yes. Everyone scattered and quickly cleaned up. Wei Huan stayed in front of the main hall and looked at the stone statue on the hall. What they worshipped was actually a big tree, which seemed to be a more majestic and special existence than the world tree. Behind the big tree, there was a figure that seemed to be there and not there, full of compassion, warmth, and the breath of life. This may be the appearance of the Master of Life. After all, it was the 9th level world. In this level closer to the gods, Wei Huan really felt the power of life from the stone statue. Life and death are opposites. Wei Huan thought that he would be suppressed, or at least feel some discomfort after feeling the power of life. But it didn't happen. It was just as strange as a life master giving birth to a death god. Wei Huan didn't understand, but now was obviously not the time to study these things. He still had many questions that were not answered. It was a pity that as a god, if he didn't want to accept a group of followers casually, he had to maintain his prestige. He didn't enter through the city gate because he thought no gate could accommodate the gods, and he didn't want to get close to these humans before he had figured out the situation. When he came to his senses, he felt someone coming in from outside the door. They were a group of elf priests, who had taken off their military uniforms and put on pure white priest clothes. There were a total of 100 people, handsome men and beautiful women, and each of them was a Jacques-level existence. But before they could step into the gate of the temple, Wei Huan's pressure reached them. They turned pale, and knelt on the ground one after another, not daring to get up for a long time. The gods rejected them. Boss. A gambler who came back from the door wanted to say something. Wei Huan said, just leave a few people to clean up. You lead the others to go out and collect as much intelligence as possible. Yes. Also, if Titan and the others come, let them wait outside. Yes. This gambler was the deputy captain. After leaving the temple with 25 gamblers, he disappeared into the space and scattered. Collecting intelligence is the specialty of scouts. The rest of the people stayed to continue cleaning up, and Jacques stayed to accompany Wei Huan, waiting for his orders at any time. It was probably this kind of differential treatment. Wei Huan clearly felt the excitement of one side, and the depression of the other side. But Wei Huan has always been a person who protects his shortcomings. Before deciding to take the other side under his wing, he has no sympathy. Even if the Blue Star human race has been taken care of by these ancestors, he will not act rashly before he thoroughly understands it. After he stopped caring about the things outside the palace, Wei Huan had time to carefully feel the godhead floating on the sea of soul after he became a god, as well as the changes he could feel at this moment. In fact, if I must say, the existence of this godhead is like an amplifier, releasing his own strength 100 times. Without the godhead, he is still the same strength as before, very strong, but not too exaggerated, just a little stronger than the strongest of other tribes. With the godhead, the means he uses increase the power of the gods, not only amplified 100 times, but also with divine power. Divine power is the power after completely mastering the law, the aura of the avenue blessing, unless the level of the law mastered is higher than him. Any other cultivator who has not mastered the law and is still on the road will be crushed by the power of the law with a graduation certificate. And divine power is not unfamiliar to Wei Huan. The Mafati staff he obtained has this kind of divine power, so it is called a divine weapon. Wei Huan examined his current abilities, and did not feel that he had any extraordinary difference after becoming a god. He would want to eat, and have requirements for the living environment. Of course, he still has desires. He already misses Mu Zhong, and hopes that Mu Zhong will not worry about him too much. The reason why gods are so high, and worshipped by the people, is that they have more divine power. If the divine power is restrained, and no pressure from the gods is felt around him, then he is a clan. A clan is a group that can get close to gods. If they don't get the favor of gods, they will be like Titan and others, and they can't even see his face clearly. Wei Huan checked the godhead. The gray godhead is what all practitioners dream of, but Wei Huan dislikes its ugliness. It's really that the law of the dirty land has reached a bottleneck. All methods have been exhausted, and there is only one method left, but that risky method requires him to achieve godhood first. So Wei Huan had no choice but to turn to studying the law of death. The law of death became a god much faster than he had imagined, and there were almost no twists and turns. He made progress every day, and then he reached the end of the law. Finally, he condensed this gray godhood. I don't know if it's because he didn't cherish it, because it was easily obtained. Wei Huan actually didn't think much of the law of death, and he didn't have the wild joy after finally becoming a god. This dull feeling, even he himself felt strange, as if he had gotten used to it. Wei Huan took another look at the stone statue of the Master of Life, and retracted his gaze, but his consciousness spread outward. The area where his death energy spread was where his consciousness could descend. At this moment, except for this human city, the outside world had been completely polluted by death energy. Wherever the death energy went, all challengers who were not strong enough died, and then resurrected in the death energy and continued to spread outward. In this short period of time, it has spread thousands of miles away, and the number of death energy undead has skyrocketed to tens of billions, and is still increasing rapidly. Then Wei Huan found an area with an area of about 34 miles. The dead air could not enter, and was forced to bypass it. In Wei Huan's eyes, this place was like light in the darkness, very eye-catching. Wei Huan's divine consciousness descended on this area and confirmed that it was the divine power that blocked the dead air. However, this divine power was not released by a living god, otherwise it would not be blocking, but purification, and it might even attack itself in turn. Perhaps this divine power came from some special items, such as a stone statue of a god, or a divine artifact. This is a gathering place for a group of beast men, but there are not many of them. It should be a small gathering point near the human area. All the beasts nearby have fled here. It is not difficult for Wei Huan to destroy this place. He only needs to order the dead spirits to attack. It is just a little power on the equipment. How can it resist the power of the real gods? But Wei Huan did not do it. He wanted to see what these beastmen were going to do. What other means do they have? Move your eyes away from the gathering place of the beastmen and continue to look at other places. Then, a team of hundreds of giant beasts walking in the dead air attracted Wei Huan's attention. These giant beasts are somewhat like a combination of elephants and rhinos. The appearance of the white rhino reminded Wei Huan of the white rhino that was robbed by the war tribe in the third-level world. That rhino appeared in the treasure ruins. It was a powerful survivor guarding the treasure. Wei Huan also met Su Qingqiang in that battle, and encountered Mo Fadi for the first time, and got the first artifact fragment. It was this white rhino, with a huge body and a sacred glow on its body. This glow became a halo with a faint divine power in the 9th level world. They walked at the outside of the team and blocked the death aura for the central beast. When Wei Huan's eyes fell here, a white giant elephant in the middle of the team shook its 6 ears and made a loud cry. Then the team of hundreds of beasts knelt down on their front knees. This white giant elephant could actually feel his presence. And as they bowed, Wei Huan felt a very special power coming. It was also the power of faith, But it made Wei Huan feel very comfortable, as pure as ice water in summer, and instantly made Wei Huan feel close to it. As if they felt the long gaze of the gods, the group of white beasts never stood up and just knelt down. Wei Huan thought about it, moved his consciousness away, and only scanned with his peripheral vision. Sure enough, not long after he moved his sight away, these white beasts stood up and continued to walk in the dead air with a white hazy light. This direction was actually heading straight to where Wei Huan was at the moment. When the consciousness spread outward, he saw the colorful glow in front of him. It was also some special ability that blocked the dead air from being eroded. When Wei Huan saw them from a distance, they fell from the sky to the ground. Until Wei Huan got closer and saw clearly, this was a group of more than 1,000 birdmen. They had human bodies, but their hands were bird wings. Colorful glow flowed from their colorful feathers. Especially the feathers on the tail were beautiful, long like a skirt, dragging far away. This colorful light and appearance made Wei Huan feel comfortable, as if the weight on his shoulders was lighter when he saw them. This time, Wei Huan had experience. After he looked away, the colorful birds rose from the ground and flew towards where Wei Huan was. After that, Wei Huan found more gathering places of alien races protected by divine power. The alien races inside were in a panic, full of fear and hostility. But there were also many special lives, gathering in small groups and heading towards where he was. Until he realized the end of the dead air, he saw the bloodiest and most tragic scene. Countless dead spirits chased the fleeing alien races. The chase was like a terrible meat grinder, leaving countless broken limbs and arms along the way, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. It's just that the transformation ability of the dead spirits is so terrible that even blood cannot be seen, so it is so clean when you go deep into the dead spirit. The dead spirit is still spreading outward. Wei Huan doesn't know how big this 9th level world is, so he doesn't know how long the dead spirit will spread. Such arrogance may attract revenge from other tribes? Even gods will take action. But there is nothing to be afraid of. If a fight really breaks out, he still has a backup. Retracting his gaze, Wei Huan summoned the demon I Lord, who has reached the god level, and let it fly over the city. In this way, his vision will also cover every corner of the city, and he can hear those whispers. Arranging gamblers to go out to investigate is an open action, and the real intelligence collection comes from the eye on the top of the head. Wei Huan doesn't trust these human beings enough. He needs to observe for a while before saying anything. After doing all this, Wei Huan opened his eyes again, and saw Jacques walked in from outside the door. Titan requests to see you. Jacques knelt on one knee in a very polite manner, and his attitude towards him was more respectful than that of the Yin people such as De Jiao, which was probably related to the national culture of Blue Star. Even if Wei Huan himself became a god, he didn't think there was anything to be respected about gods. They were just a little stronger and couldn't be defeated, but it was not enough for him to follow them like a cow or a horse. Wei Huan said, "You go to see her." "Yes." Then, Jacques thought of something and said, "What Titan wants to ask is, if the God-pleasers come, should they be allowed to enter the city?" God-pleasers. This made Wei Huan think of those white giant beasts and the colorful feathered birdmen. Jacques said, "It is said that their existence makes the gods feel happy, and can also sort out the power of the gods. They are born to be favored by the gods. They are rare and special. They do not participate in the war of all races. The races dare not touch them. Once a god descends, they will go and pray for the protection of the gods." Wei Huan lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, and said, "People in the entertainment industry?" Jacques suddenly got stuck, with a subtle feeling of falling from the clouds, and then he nodded. "Is that probably it? Let's put them all in." Wei Huan said again. Jacques nodded. "That's right. Otherwise how can we know which ones are better if we look at them all? But what exactly are the god pleasants?" A group of gypsies, or a circus has emerged in Jacques' mind. When it got dark, the god pleasants had not arrived yet, but the gamblers, who went out to search for intelligence, all came back, and brought a lot of news that Wei Huan needed. The first thing is the matter of the boundary gate. As Titan said, the boundary gate is generated by the challenge world. In this world, even gods cannot open the door to other worlds, and can only abide by the established rules. The good news is that the last city of mankind was successfully preserved, and during the resistance, a piece of land was also protected. It does not take half a year to generate the boundary gate again. Now it takes less than 10 days to return to the boundary gate inside the challenge world. Not only Wei Huan wants to go back, but all human races also want to return to their own world. Behind every human in the 9th level world here, there are tens of millions of compatriots who need their protection. The fact that humans finally have their own gods will become their reassurance, and they can't wait to tell their own people. Another thing is about gods. The ninth level world is a world that exists to create gods. After the gods appear, they can stay in this world for a short time for about 10 years, and then they will be driven by the will of the world and enter the realm of gods. After that, gods can no longer enter this world, but they can cultivate believers to continue the war for resources. After all, the strength of gods is also related to the degree of faith. But the gods themselves cannot come back. Even if they spend a lot of money to send down world projections to interfere in the war within the world, their strength will be weakened to 1/10,000th by the world's will. As for what the situation is in the gods' domain, ordinary challengers have their own answers, and there is no unified answer. In short, there are no gods in the ninth level world at present. 10 years is a very short time, not to mention for gods with long lifespans, even for some immortal species. Wei Huan is the strongest in this world at the moment. Chapter 373. However, in just 10 years, it would be difficult for him to do anything. Even if he could use the power of the gods to promote the situation of the battlefield of all races, he could only maintain the prosperity of the human race for a short period of time. However, with the continuous challenge winners joining, it is unknown when another god will be born. Feng Shui will change. Rational gods will not interfere too much in the battlefield of all races. If they leave, they will not be able to protect their own races, and they may be targeted by other gods in the divine realm. It is rare to see gods like Wei Huan who kill crazily and spread death as soon as they appear. That's why he is called the god of disaster. Wei Huan was very calm after knowing this. What if he did it? If the gods are not satisfied, why not let the Dark Beast Ancient God come to talk to them? That's right, Wei Huan's biggest trump card is the Dark Beast Ancient God. 3 full-strength attacks are comparable to the combat power of the dominant level. Even if the Dark Beast Ancient God is a little empty inside, it should be enough to scare the gods. Finally, of course, what Titan said about the cultivation of each human race is also true, and this is the tradition of the human race. Unlike many other ethnic groups, the human race seems to be naturally full of expectations for their offspring, instead of plundering the power of the ethnic group after finding that they can't do it. This kind of extremely selfish cultivation is often easier to create extremely powerful people. Unfortunately, the leader of the human race has always been compassionate, and has maintained this kindness for 10,000 years. It's not that there have been doubts. When the tribe was about to be exterminated, I even regretted it. But humanity itself is a word that exists for the yearning of warmth and light. Whether it is Titan, elves, or humans, even if there is darkness in their hearts, they will always make warm choices at critical moments. Wei Huan, perhaps the highest, largest, and most brilliant fruit on the tree after thousands of years of nurturing the entire challenger human race. Even the entire blue star human race seemed so outstanding. When the number of 15 Dao Enterers was announced, the human race here was stunned. When the number of the human race alliance was the largest, it did not reach 15 Dao Enterers. The news brought back by Bigfoot was the clearest. After all, he and Jean now were about to become sworn brothers, so they were less in awe of the gods, and would say some information that was difficult to find out. Including the 3 women, Duo Law, Turnas, and Titan, who always go in and out together on weekdays, too close, as if they have some secret relationship. And how Ba is very pretentious and arrogant. Every morning when he gets up, he combs his hair, and shaves his beard in front of the mirror and changes into clean clothes before going out. Of course, although Tietue's family died in this battle, he actually has many women and more than 100 children in his dwarf civilization in the 8th level world. The only ones who died were the woman he loved the most, and the children he had the most confidence in. As for Golden Brain himself, he didn't talk about his own gossip, but Bigfoot said that Golden Brain had many disgusting habits. He liked to pick his feet and nose, and feed them into his mouth. Wei Huan, knowing some strange news, it can't be said that it is completely useless, but I don't know where it can be used. However, the collection of intelligence is still very necessary. These 6 initiates will be the key figures in the unification of the human race. The information about them, no matter how big or small, is useful. In addition, Bigfoot took out a black toy plane from the space warehouse, which was very similar to the one that Golden Brain was riding. Bigfoot said, "This is a gift from Golden Brain." He said it was his most proud alchemical work. I hope you like it. Wei Huan actually liked it very much. Such a big toy was very cute, but it was hard for him to imagine what it would be like to sit on this big toy as a god. If I give it to Cece, would Cece think it was childish? But Bigfoot said, "Boss, Golden Brain said that this is a plane that can enter the subspace in 3 seconds, and it can also launch attacks comparable to the 9th level Sentry Tower." This is the conclusion he came to after seeing my chariot. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Compared with the point beast, these functions are probably already at the god level? A god level toy plane? TSK, can't it be made more impressive? Wei Huan silently raised his hand and received the plane in his warehouse, with Bigfoot's expression that said, if you don't want it, I take it myself. Bigfoot was laughing, and was about to say something, but suddenly a ga sound was heard above his head. Wei Huan's face changed. After listening for a few seconds, he showed joy. Someone is coming again. Our people? Bigfoot was not surprised. Boss Moo said he would send someone to pick us up. It's about time. Yeah. Wei Huan nodded. Go pick them up. The undead will clear the way for you. Go. Yes. Bigfoot smiled, not feeling any pressure to enter the battlefield of all races. Who told him that their boss was too strong? He stood at the top as soon as he appeared. It was good to be under the shade of the big tree. He even walked arrogantly. Wei Huan looked at Bigfoot walking arrogantly, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Then, his consciousness descended into the fog of death, and he soon found the person he was looking for. It was a convoy of 100 chariots. The leader car in the front was a bright yellow sports car. The roof of the sports car was covered, so the person in the cab could not be seen clearly, but Wei Huan knew whose car it was at a glance. Su Qingqiang is here. Unexpectedly, the second group of people who came over arranged Su Qingqiang to lead the team. Mu Zhong and the others were really worried that something would happen to him, right? But if he couldn't bear it, what was the point of Su Qingqiang coming? It would be useless to bring more people. But they still came. From the first batch of Jacques to the second batch of Su Qingqiang, they were all big figures, who supported the sky on Blue Star, but they entered this strange world without hesitation for him. Wei Huan's mind moved, and the dead spirits gathered under the chariot, forming a huge arrow. There was such an arrow every 100 miles. Until they came near Wei Huan, the undead leaders recruited by Wei Huan greeted them here. The Nether Phoenix's sister Crow, and the two-headed hidden demon Big Head are both already at the god level. Wei Huan has been in seclusion for nearly 30 years. In addition to practicing the laws, he also cultivates his summons. Unknowingly, his undead leaders have all reached the god level. Unfortunately, there is no more way to practice. The undead have no way to evolve due to their talents. It may also be that the heaven does not allow it. After all, the next step is to become a god. How can a summon of a god become a god? Wouldn't that be like a nesting doll? Two god-level undead leaders appeared in front of Su Qingqiang, and Su Qingqiang's last tense nerve also relaxed. Although he noticed that the deathly aura outside might be related to the boss, as soon as he came to this world, he became alert again after he tried to contact it, and found that it was completely harmless to him. It was the first time for them to become gods, and no one could have imagined that there was such a thing as a clan. The convoy followed Sister Ya and Datu and walked forward for a while. A familiar chariot drove towards them. The two sides got closer and connected the signal. The first group of people who came appeared on the screen. Where is Jacques? Su Qingqiang asked first. Daju said, he is with the boss. The boss asked me to pick you up. Hello, Brother Chang. Su Qingqiang nodded. As soon as possible, tell me the situation. Okay. Speaking of this, Daju was very excited. Although he did not catch up with the moment when the boss became a god, he was lucky to watch a divine performance in front of people up close, which was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Unknowingly, the team to pick people up arrived in front of the city. The dead air area spreads all over the area outside the city, and is still spreading outward, causing the world to be gray all the way here, as if returning to the 8th level world. Only in front of the city can you see some green. Under the trees that have survived and are protected by the divine ash, many people are standing, looking worriedly at the withered earth one step away. The leaders of the human alliance are full of vibrant green, because of the two elf queens, and there are lush forests everywhere outside the city. The titans and goblins are also very close to nature. But now, except for this limited area in the city that is protected, the color of the whole world has turned gray. This makes them, who are close to nature, a little sad. It's just that in the face of life and death, these emotions are not intolerable. When the person to be picked up arrived, several human leaders turned their attention away from the dry grass and looked at the newcomers. It was still a chariot. This kind of technology-side Goldfinger was actually not good in their eyes. After all, the chariot was an external object. The best Goldfinger in the challenge world was the bloodline side. Awakening a high-quality bloodline naturally gained the power of the bloodline. Some rare bloodlines even had bloodline inheritance abilities. In the past thousands of years, Almost all human civilizations that won and entered this world were bloodline-side civilizations. But now, whether it was the Protoss from the mysterious blue star or the tribe of Halba, they all had gold fingers that were biased towards external objects. Obviously, they were both very pessimistic about their abilities, but one of them showed a strong talent for becoming a god, and the other was a god as soon as he appeared. This challenge world was becoming more and more confusing. "Welcome, Lord God." Titan stood in the front, and the two elf queens also flew by her shoulders. Behind him were Jean now and Hao Ba. Only Tai Chui hadn't come yet. He was still recovering from his injuries. The chariot stopped in front of him. The chariot door opened. It turned out to be the same god clan as the god envoy. Both men and women were the most common short-lived human race in the past. But now Titan no longer dared to underestimate this most common human race. They actually had such great potential and burst out such great energy. At least it was seen here. Each of the 100 humans who appeared reached the level of level 9. Coupled with their advanced chariots, their combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. For the human alliance, which had just experienced the war and whose strength had declined to the point of being exterminated, they were a powerful force. In addition, there is the yellow chariot at the front of the team. The door of the cab is lifted up like a wing, and a man is sitting on the hood at some point, with one leg bent and the other leg hanging casually. Click! He lit the cigarette in his mouth, and swept his eyes over the people in front of him in the smoke, muttering something. Titan, elves, goblins, I heard there is also a dwarf. All of them are Western fantasy. Then he turned his eyes, and looked at Hao Ba, who was stepping on the flying sword. The only Eastern fantasy, sword immortal, is what I'd like. Do you have time to fight? Bigfoot stepped forward and announced, "This is General Su, one of the 3 generals of our Blue Star, and the right-hand man that Lord Demon God relies on the most." Su Qingqiang did not speak, but just smiled while smoking, and his eyes began to look back from Hao Ba's side, and looked at everyone again. The faces of these people have quietly changed since I don't know when. Abyss. The reason they changed their faces was not because the new god's messenger was relied on by God, but because another human who had cultivated a difficult law came. It turned out to be the law of the Abyss. This law is also not the law that humans should master and are good at. It is a law full of destructiveness and desire, and is also called a disaster. Moreover, this General Su has a faint aura of breaking through the path to become a god. It is deeper than the laws controlled by all of them here, and he may become a god at any time. 2 gods appeared in one civilization? How is it possible? This is the reason why everyone's face changed drastically. What's wrong with this Blue Star civilization? Why is it so strong? Of course, Lord God's messenger, whether it's Hao Ba or us, you can come to us at any time to accompany you to do anything. Titan was very humble. Since he was already protected by the god, he could only adjust his mentality and adapt to disasters. And this group full of killing and mania must not be offended. Yeah. Su Qingqiang was still interested in Hao Ba, and looked at Hao Ba straight. Hao Ba was eager to fight. General Su can come at any time, and Hao is also eager to have a hearty battle. Okay, let's go in. As Su Qingqiang said, the chariot began to fly forward, surpassing the people who greeted him and entered the city first. He continued to sit on the hood of the car and smoked. He looked indifferent, but in fact, his eyes were quickly scanning everywhere. Wow! The battlefield of all races in the 9th level world, facing these old-fashioned human races. I pretended to be a big shot when I came. Great! I didn't embarrass the boss. The temple is the most conspicuous place in the city. Although the temple was not taken care of during the war, in this world with gods and beliefs, the temple is always the most magnificent place in the city. Until the chariot drove to the door of the temple, Su Qingqiang jumped off the chariot, and saw a group of people still kneeling on the stairs. What are they doing? Su Qingqiang asked. Bigfoot said, I heard they are servants of the gods. Su Qingqiang saw their pointed ears. Elves? Yes, they are said to be the elves of the gods, and also the ones who please the gods. What are the ones who please the gods? The boss said, they are people in the entertainment industry. Su Qingqiang's eyebrows flew up. His eyes fell on the white clothes of these elves, and said, What kind of gods are you all wearing mourning clothes to please? Send the gods away? After Su Qingqiang finished speaking, the elves kneeling on the ground trembled, their shoulders pressed lower, and their posture became more humble. At the same time, the elf in the front raised her head, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face, and her rosy mouth, which seemed to be covered with dewdrops, opened slightly. Lord God's envoy, please teach us, please. Su Qingqiang looked at her face, raised his eyebrows, and said, Who of you, Find a few sets of cleaning work clothes, work hard, and clean up the hall first. Then he left without looking back. The temple that stopped others seemed nothing to Su Qingqiang and others, and they stepped into it directly. When they arrived at the temple, the breath of death began to become strong again, but Su Qingqiang and others, as the gods' favored ones, would not feel uncomfortable with these laws. In the past, Mu Zhong's totem was needed to block the death energy, but now the totem is no longer needed, and they can come and go freely in the more aggressive death energy law. Su Qingqiang saw Wei Huan in the side hall. Wei Huan and Jacques were drinking tea here. Jacques now has a very good kung fu tea. Wei Huan was drinking tea while waiting for them to come back. Seeing Su Qingqiang, Wei Huan smiled and waved to him. Come, sit with me for a while. How is Mu Zhong? Su Qingqiang sat down, staring at Wei Huan's face, with a confused look on his face. What's the situation now, boss? Why do you feel that you are you, but you are not you? Is this the sense of distance from becoming a god? Su Qingqiang said, took the tea handed by Wei Huan and drank it in one gulp. His brows relaxed. But I really drank this sip of tea. Wei Huan smiled. I don't think I'm any different. Su Qingqiang said, it seems that you are not the kind of Eastern god who doesn't care about worldly things. I see that there are many Western fantasy races outside. Are you a Western god? For example, the kind of god who will give birth to a bunch of children, and the children will come to chop their fathers? Wei Huan thought about it and nodded. I can't let go of this worldly atmosphere. But you don't need either? Indeed. So the Eastern god is very pretentious, and the Western god is too indulgent. Is that right? I guess so. Ha! If you don't stand here, you can't see anything. As the old saying goes, circles change perceptions. I understand it completely. Wei Huan smiled and handed Su Qingqiang another cup of tea. The three chatted all night. When the gods are full and sleepless, people who have embarked on the path of the law no longer have a necessary need for eating and sleeping, but habits are hard to change. When there is nothing to do, they will still arrange according to habits. But it is also very relaxing to talk all night like this. At dawn, Su Qingqiang was the first to discover and said, is this level 9 world an ordinary world? There is a process of sunrise and sunset? I haven't seen this feeling of slowly dawning for a long time. Wei Huan thought about it and nodded. It seems that challenging the world will not make you a god, so I have to come to the level 9 world. This may be a real world. From this position, you can see most of the city. The exotic city is in ruins, and the figure of the Titan King can be seen from a long distance. She was carrying construction materials and rebuilding the city early in the morning. Su Qingqiang looked over there and said, what should we do with these human beings? Wei Huan said, we must repay the favor. Our blue star can defy fate and achieve today's achievements because of the causes they planted back then. I have decided to protect them in my heart. No problem, boss. If you say you want to protect me, I will treat them as my own people. But we need to observe first. Su Qingqiang said, okay, I go get the information. Wei Huan shook his head. No, you have another mission, set off today. Su Qingqiang was surprised. What mission? Go outside the city? Wei Huan said, there is a city blocking my death domain. You go and see what the situation is. If you can't conquer it, just kill them all. Su Qingqiang smiled and saw sharp teeth like saw teeth, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Okay. Su Qingqiang left with 50 cars, and the remaining cars guarded the temple. When Wei Huan withdrew his consciousness from a distance, he saw a group of elves in gray cleaning clothes kneeling on the stairs in front of the temple. There was a moment of silence. Wei Huan just pretended not to see it. For the time being, before enough information has been collected, he doesn't want to get too close to these alien races. And at the moment, controlling the situation on the battlefield of all races is the key. After chatting all night, he had to see what the situation outside was like after a night. The divine sense continued to spread outward along the death fog, and found that these spirit pleasers were getting closer. The fastest group of white giant beasts should be able to reach the city before noon. The divine sense spread further, and came to the gathering place that could resist the erosion of his death energy. After a night, the light shield of the gathering place became smaller. It seems that the things that can stop the death energy have energy reserves. The beasts in the light shield are worried and extremely restless. Going further out, there are many similar gathering points, some of which are beasts, some are insects, and some are spirits. They all have some special methods to resist the erosion of death energy. Until it spread out thousands of miles, Wei Huan saw the first place where the death chi was truly blocked. It was a huge object similar to a city wall, but it was not a city wall, but a dirty wall mixed with mud, mucus, and bones. The wall exuded a more turbid and vicious smell than the death chi, blocking the death chi outside the city wall and preventing it from entering. Without the death chi, Wei Huan could not see what was inside the city wall. He could only surround it with his spiritual sense and found that the space inside was very large, half the size of Yan country. It seems that this should be the frontline city of a certain ethnic alliance. Changing to another direction, there was also a huge area that could block the death chi, but unlike the dirty wall, this side was a golden wall with sacred brilliance. The death chi was purified before it could get close and blocked 100 meters away. Wei Huan could see even less. In the following time, Wei Huan discovered the territories of different ethnic groups in 2 other directions. The death energy was surrounded. Even if it could leak out from the gap, it would gradually become thinner and easier to purify due to energy restrictions. Wei Huan could not descend his consciousness in such a thin law of death energy. This made him secretly alert. This is a world of gods. Each race has means to restrain gods, and there may be means to hurt gods. He must not be careless. At the same time, Wei Huan also found that the territory of the human race was surrounded. Was this a layout from the beginning? Or did it happen after the various races encircled the human race? Wei Huan called Jacques over to explain, and not long after, Jacques brought the answer. Jacques said, Titan said it was because of the encirclement. The area of the 9th level world is very large. The myriad races could have survived without disturbing each other, but the purpose of the challenge world to send us here in the end is war, so the world's pattern has been changing, and the territory of the human race has shrunk from before to less than 1% now. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows, which means that the human race may have had a territory far larger than that of Blue Star in the past. The human race, which has such a large area, is the weakest among all races, and was almost exterminated. What about the stronger races? Where are they? Chapter 374. Wei Huan thought of the Sky Demon clan again, which was the only level 9 clan he knew best. From the memories of the survivors of the level 5 world, we learned that there were a total of 9 Sky Demons. 5 of them died at his hands now. Where are the remaining 4? Are there any very powerful ones among them? Wei Huan wanted to send this loving family back together in order to avoid missing each other and being too sad. At noon, the sky was bright, and Sister Crow flew over again and called quack quack. Wei Huan stood up suddenly after hearing it. Jacques, take the people and let's go! Wei Huan's eyes were filled with joy, and he couldn't wait to fly out. A similar scene happened yesterday, and Jacques knew that someone from Blue Star must have come again. And Su Qingqiang also said that the reason why Mu Zhong didn't come was to stay in the rear to stabilize the situation, but he would send a group of people every half a day to let them work hard and hold on for half a day before reinforcements would arrive. Of course, they don't need reinforcements now, they just can't go back. Mu Zhong, who didn't know the specific situation, would naturally send people to come continuously. But if it was ordinary reinforcements, the boss would not send them out personally, but now it was clear who was coming. Is Boss Mu coming? After flying out, Jacques asked. Yes. Wei Huan nodded, feeling happy. Although they had only been separated for 1 day, this day of disconnection was really memorable. Now it's good, Mu Zhong is here. Even if everyone is temporarily trapped here and can't go back, they can feel relieved. Wei Huan set off at a very fast speed. Before he arrived, his undead had already picked up Mu Zhong. When Wei Huan arrived, Mu Zhong was already standing on the dog's back, flying over here. Behind him, there were more than 100,000 chariots following in a mighty procession, with no end in sight, and more chariots were being transported here. Captain Shui, Brother Chui, and Do Lin's chariots were at the front of the team, but they themselves had already stepped on the flying cave beasts and followed closely behind Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong brought so many people here, he was going to do something big. When the two sides met, Mu Zhong's eyes swept Wei Huan from head to toe, and then he exhaled a long breath, and was pulled by Wei Huan's hand and jumped to his side. I'm sorry to have worried you. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong deeply and pinched his fingers. Mu Zhong shook his head. As long as everything goes well, I feel relieved to see you are safe. Divine patterns appeared on Wei Huan's face, releasing his divine power. I am here to become a god. I should worry about the people in this world. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan's face. This makeup is so cool. Mu Zhong smiled and repeated again. As long as you are okay. After Mu Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, he leaned gently on Wei Huan. He was really exhausted. Not physically tired, but mentally exhausted. From Wei Huan's sudden departure yesterday to his rush here, he gathered all his strength in 1 day and was ready to fight to the death with all races in this world. But fortunately, when he came to this world and felt the strong breath of death, he guessed the answer. Wei Huan successfully became a god and occupied this area. Although he didn't know whether there would be other gods making things difficult for Wei Huan, it was obvious that gods were not easy cabbages. As long as Wei Huan successfully became a god, there would probably not be many in this world that could pose a threat to him. Now, his guess was correct. The calmness of Wei Huan and the people around him showed that they were very safe. That's good. With so many people coming, we can occupy a piece of territory by the way, so that we can gain a foothold in this world as soon as possible. Mu Zhong quickly began to think about the next step, and then asked Wei Huan curiously, what happened on this day? What happened on this day? This is also the thought of all the natives of the 9th level world. What happened? With the return of the divine power that had not been felt for hundreds of years, the 9th level world was suddenly shrouded in a gray smoke. All things withered, toxins invaded, and all the flesh and blood lives that were contaminated by the power of the law from the gods, those with weaker strength could not even hold on for a few breaths, and turned into blood and water, and then resurrected. But after resurrection, they became bloodthirsty and crazy, gathering in the tide of the dead, and continued to spread outward, leaving no grass behind wherever they passed. There is no doubt that a new god has appeared. At the last moment of this catastrophe, there is actually a new god, and he is a vicious god of disaster. Just the process of the expansion of his law domain requires the blood sacrifice of so many creatures, which is really too vicious. To the east of the defense line is the territory dominated by the beast men. In the years of oppression against the human race, their border line has been continuously pushed deeper, and now it is less than 10,000 miles away from the core of the human race. 10,000 miles, in the 9th level world, a powerful challenger can easily reach it in less than half a day. It takes more than a day for the army to travel back and forth, which is the best distance. It was here that the beastmen built a frontline camp, and after the undead disaster came, they used the props of the gods to set up a defense line that could intercept the thick fog. What should we do now? At this moment, the beasts are holding a meeting. The beast kings of each tribe are in their own royal cities. There are strong tribes and weak tribes. The beast tribe is the most united tribe after the human race in the battlefield of all races. After one day, 7 beast cities have fallen. Our great beast king has set up a defense line on the border of our tribe's territory to stop the undead disaster. However, there are still beasts in the fallen city struggling to resist. We plan to send a team to rescue them, and go to the human city to pay homage to the gods. Will the gods forgive us? If he insists on going to war, we can only ask the beast god to come. The human race has been weak in the divine domain for a long time. Since the fall of the last god, the human race should have been completely wiped out. But our beast god is always strong, and will let him know that becoming a god does not mean invincibility. I know, great beast king, I will arrange it now. The western defense line is the defense line with the dirty wall. Wei Huan could only see where the law of death was, but could not see behind the defense line, so he could not see the scene of lava everywhere, no grass growing, and bones everywhere. A group of burly, mostly tailed, horned, and thick armor-like skin gathered together, standing behind this dirty wall, speaking a language that only each other could understand. It is the power of God. Yes, the perfect law, endless and indelible. Is that the human race in that direction? It can't be the human race. The human race is gone. Those hateful races expelled us and didn't let us participate in the final crusade. They must have got the secret treasure of the human race and gave birth to a god. It must be the beast race. I like the beast race the most. Their meat is the most delicious. Yes, that direction is the territory of the beast men. The beast men have another god. If they win the battle of gods, we and our tribe will be destroyed in the challenge world. Hee hee hee. Why don't we kill the god while he has just advanced and his position is unstable? Eat the god, and we can become gods. Good idea. How can we miss our abyss tribe in this carnival? Gather and kill the god. Southern defense line. This is a free land. There are always some special races. There are only a few or dozens of the same race in the 3,000 worlds. They are born strong. Each of them is an absolute strongman in this battlefield of 10,000 races, but because of the number, they cannot completely dominate one side. Slowly, over time, these special races gathered together and formed an alliance gathering place in the south of the human race, occupying a territory of tens of thousands of square kilometers. The ones in power are the 5 strongest men of this loose alliance, also known as the 5 hegemons. They are the Sky Demon Tyrant of the Sky Demon Clan, the Spirit Tyrant of the Spirit Clan, the Attached Tyrant of the Parasite Clan, and the Fire Tyrant and the Gold Tyrant of the Element Clan. Of course, they all have their own names, but they obviously prefer this nickname. When conducting diplomatic activities, such as the siege of the human race, their external decisions will be announced in the name of the 5 tyrants. Under the leadership of the 5 tyrants, this loose alliance can be said to be the strongest force on the battlefield of all races. Not only is it strong enough, with more than 30 law controllers, but there are also 7 gods behind these 5 tyrants. If the internal relationship of the alliance was not also very complicated and could not be truly wholehearted, they would have pushed down the human race and wiped out 1 or 2 other ethnic groups. After using the divine props to successfully stop the undead disaster, the first thing the 5 hegemons did was not to discuss how to deal with the threat posed by the gods, but to blame each other for the previous war. The parasite surrogate tyrant is a half-step god armored bear, with a huge body, 100 times the size of the other 4 tyrants. When he looked down, he made a buzzing sound like thunder. My people have successfully possessed the bodies of the Zerg, and even parasitized the bodies of the higher Zerg. We are only 2 steps away from parasitizing the queen. This is clearly a good plan, but when you learned that the human race was about to be destroyed, you dispatched all the people to the front line to compete for credit, causing me to fail. The spirit tyrant laughed. You are naive. How could the queen be so easy to parasitize? You are so stupid that you showed your intentions at the beginning and reproduced wildly in the bodies of the Zerg. It was you who almost ruined our plan. It turns out that such an important task cannot be entrusted to a brainless plant like you. I also remember that the original plan was not to quietly parasitize the bodies of the Zerg when encircling and suppressing humans, waiting for the right time? The fire tyrant recalled. You are really stupid. Gene Boss said, and suddenly turned his head to look at one place. Sky Demon Boss. What do you think? Sky Demon Ba is also called Sky Demon Boss. It is only 1 step away from becoming a god, but it has been 1,000 years, but it has never taken that last step. Now it is the boss of this loose alliance, and it is also one of the strongest in the battlefield of all races. Even though its tribe is so rare that there are only 9 people, no one dares to underestimate the Sky Demon tribe. In the past, other tribes would avoid the Sky Demon, but no one expected that the human race killed 2 celestial demons. The celestial demons that escaped brought this earth-shaking news, and then there was an action to besiege the human race. Originally, all races were also encroaching on the territory of the human race. Who said that the human race was the weakest, and their gods fell one after another? On this battlefield of all races, the death of a race means 1 less enemy, so of course the weakest ones will be picked first. But this action was promoted by the leader of the celestial demons, just to help his fellow race to take revenge faster. What people didn't expect was that in this action, the god killed 3 more celestial demons. Now there are less than half of the fellow races of the big celestial demon left. Since it got the news yesterday, its face has been extremely ugly. It doesn't care about the disputes of its companions, or the birth of gods. There is only the flame of revenge in its eyes. Now, when the great sky demon was questioned by Gene Ba, his silver face was expressionless, and he only said, "The scene I least want to see has finally happened. The idea of attacking the human race can be suspended, but I must kill the new god. Get ready, I will ask the gods to come, and this disaster god must die. Deicide? Why?" Gene Ba was a little naive. Just wait for 10 years, and he will have to leave. By then, his people will be trapped. Isn't it better to continue this plan? The great sky demon closed his eyes, and said 2 words after a long time: revenge. To the east is the territory of the orcs, to the west is the abyss, to the south is a free alliance, which is also the most powerful alliance, and to the north is the territory of the Zerg. In addition, in the farther west, there are some races that do not like fighting, and some of them are races with gods left. It only took half a day for Mu Zhong to learn all the information he wanted to know. Unlike Wei Huan, who arranged people to go out and secretly inquire, Mu Zhong took over the management of the city as soon as he appeared. Not counting the god Wei Huan, Mu Zhong had 6 law practitioners and 100,000 pioneer soldiers in his hands. His strength was already firmly suppressed by the natives in the city. In addition, he had skills and arranged it deliberately. All the dangerous flames in the city were isolated to ensure that there would be no chaos. Mu Zhong called 5 law practitioners, including T Tan, and asked any questions directly. Under the suppression of absolute strength, especially the majesty from the gods, T Tan and others who had no bad intentions answered all questions, and Mu Zhong quickly and thoroughly grasped the current situation. Halfway through the conversation, Mu Zhong's attitude was already very gentle. This was a good face for his own talents. After all, the ancestors led by T Tan were indeed the ultimate beneficiaries, even if they were not targeted, And the Blue Star human race was indeed the ultimate beneficiary, which gave them the strength they have today. Mu Zhong said, "You have worked hard over the years, and it is your efforts that have given us the space to grow as a human race on Blue Star. We are all human beings, so we should help each other and fight off the strong enemy together. Now that we have finished our work, please come with me to pay respect to the gods and ask for the support of the clan." "Thank you, General Mu." Titan used magic to make herself the same size as the others. She looked like a very strong lady, with a muffled voice, and her words were like thunder rolling in my ears. Mu Zhong smiled and said, "You're welcome. We should be the ones to say thank you. I have another question. To what extent can our tribe break away from the challenge world? No longer be trapped by the rules of this world?" Titan shook his head. "I have never heard of a tribe that can break away from the challenge world. There are only rumors that it can be done by becoming a god clan. But there are many god clan in our world, and we still have to follow the rules of the world." Mu Zhong didn't expect that the ancestors, like Titan, didn't know. He originally wanted to verify with Ironheart's statement. It seems that he got the answer in advance. Or it is not that this answer is difficult to obtain, but that the requirements are too harsh. The Protoss is not a Protoss in the 9-level world. It is not that you can be called a Protoss just by cultivating to sequence 9. Instead, it requires 1 upper god, that is, the main god level, 3 middle gods and 10 lower gods, who are in the same race, to be called a Protoss. Can the Blue Star human race really become a Protoss in 1,000 years? Mu Zhong closed his eyes, and opened them again. His eyes became firm again. You always have to do it to succeed. If you feel it is difficult and don't try, how can you succeed? Mu Zhong stood up, walked in front of everyone, and smiled. "Let's go, follow me to pay homage to the gods." Good. This is exactly what everyone expected. From the Parliament Hall to the temple, they walked all the way, not very fast. Along the way, you can see the Blue Star people everywhere. They are wearing a uniform called camouflage uniforms. They have occupied all the key areas in the city in the shortest time. Looking up, you can see such figures next to various weapons and equipment, or in high places. When Titan saw this, she was shocked and felt that it was not strange for the power of the god of disaster to have such a domineering style of doing things. She had seen many ascended tribes, and they were all a little trembling after coming here, and they integrated into this place little by little in a very low-key manner, with a gesture of joining. There has never been such a race that took over the host, and was so righteous. But Titan was not disgusted. First of all, they were the family of the gods. The gods appeared at the critical moment, protected the last bloodline of their human alliance, and saved her life. She would have been loyal to the gods. Moreover, the stronger the gods and the stronger their families were, the better. She could become stronger by joining such a god's power. You know, not all gods are powerful, and some gods are not suitable for fighting. For example, General Mu in front of him, he cultivated the laws of the natural system. Even if he cultivated to the middle-level god, he would be extremely embarrassed when he met a lower-level god who could fight. Therefore, compared to the gods who practiced other laws, she was very glad that the god who appeared in the time of human crisis was this terrible god of disaster. The closer she got to the temple, not only could she feel the stronger divine power, but she could also feel that the situation was completely controlled by the other party. This city was a city she had managed for 2,000 years. It can be said that she knew every street, every eaves, and even where the back door of every house led to. Now here, she couldn't distinguish anything clearly. It was not just as simple as a blind person. If she dared to probe randomly, she believed that a knife from the darkness would remove a part of her body in the next second. In the past 2 days, several generals of the Blue Star humans came one after another, but it was obvious that General Mu was the most resourceful and powerful one. He took over all the power in the city while chatting and laughing. It was the first time she felt that she was so powerful. This is a powerful civilization. Although their civilization does not seem to have been passed down for a long time, and they have participated in the challenge world for less than 100 years, it is like an existence that has gathered all the essence and grown strongly, which makes her feel powerless and a little afraid. Not only does she fear the gods, but she also fears this civilization itself and General Mu. Perhaps, the human alliance is about to usher in an unprecedented major change. I will become a witness. Unconsciously, I finally arrived at the door of the temple. There is a guard every 5 steps, and a sentry every 10 steps. The Blue Star humans control this place so tightly that even mosquitoes cannot fly in. The Blue Star warriors standing guard on the stairs, and the gods who changed their clothes and knelt on the stairs, finally came to the deep gate, and Titan didn't know when he had held his breath. At this time, Mu Zhong suddenly said, I heard that the normal form of the Titan King is 50 meters tall, his hands can destroy the sun, moon and stars, and his feet can step on mountains and rivers. Titan didn't know what this was talking about. Just when she was about to answer yes, her scalp suddenly felt like being pricked by needles. The gaze from Duo Duo La pierced her directly. She was at a loss for a moment, until she saw the elf god's servant, who was still kneeling at her feet. She suddenly had an idea and bit her waist in a sweat. Just call me Titan. My Titan race is really tall, and I usually forget to hide it. When I first met the demon god, I was too shocked and forgot to shrink my body. I won't do it again next time. Mu Zhong smiled. Titan is the earliest human race. Each one is extremely powerful. I am very happy to see the legendary Titan here. After a pause, Mu Zhong looked at the others. There are also elves, goblins, and sword immortals. After this show of strength, Mu Zhong turned his eyes away and stared at the door. The divine power from the gods in the temple began to fade, and the terrifying feeling of being swallowed up completely dissipated. Mu Zhong smiled and said, The Lord Demon God has agreed to let you in. Follow me. When Titan straightened up and followed, her legs were weak. Although she didn't mean to do it, she did have the means to shrink her body, but she has always maintained a huge figure since she met the gods, which is disrespectful to the gods. Or, because she is the god of disaster, she has always been vigilant, fearing that disaster will also befall her. Even she didn't see through this, but it is obvious that the gods and his followers are very clear. This may also be the reason why the Lord Demon God has not met and approached them until now. I see. Walking into the depths of the hall, I saw the Lord Demon God sitting on the throne. On the throne entangled with bones, bone spurs were hideous, and the brilliance of sound and rhyme surrounded the throne. The Lord Demon seemed to exist in the endless space. Even if they tried their best to open their eyes wide, they still couldn't see his figure clearly. They only knew that the endless divine power was like a wave, trying to crush their flesh and blood. There was no warmth or mercy at all. The power of disaster made people so scared that their legs became weak. When Titan knelt down, her knees fell heavily on the ground, but she didn't care about the pain. She just lay there, hoping that the Lord Demon could forgive her previous offense. I am Death, the god who controls the death energy. I agree to the permission of my family, and allow you to walk in the death energy and serve me. The voice of the god came from all directions. The divine power made them unable to raise their heads, and they could only listen to the voice of the god. Chapter 375. The expected gift from the gods gave them the right to walk, but they were inevitably filled with a hint of regret in their joy. The gods obviously did not want to accept them as their followers. But it was normal to think about it. The followers were the most trusted tribe of the gods, the weapons of the gods, the shields of the gods, and the messengers walking in the world. If the tribe of the gods was not good, they would naturally need to collect more followers to serve them. But if the tribe of the gods was strong, the humans on Blue Star were undoubtedly a strong tribe. They possessed terrible power, just like they were born to stand on a high place, and they could easily form a ruling relationship with them. With such a tribe accompanying the gods, why would the gods need to collect more followers? It seemed that before they made more achievements, this was the closest distance they could get to this god. I will follow the will of the Demon Lord. Titan took the lead and swore his loyalty, then backed away from here. Before she was about to leave the temple, she finally looked up and saw General Mu standing next to the throne, close to the god. The god's halo even extended to him, wrapping him gently. How much trust does it take to have such a favor? In the heart of Titan, Mu Zhong's status has been raised to a very high level, and he knows that he will be the true spokesperson of the god. Even if the god leaves 10 years later, he will always be the one with the most say in the human territory. It's a pity that although the Titan god is very powerful, he has been asleep for a long time, and has not contacted the Titans for more than 100,000 years. If the divine fire on the altar of the god was not still burning, they might think that the Titan god has fallen. But where has Titan gone in these 100,000 years? Or is he just sleeping? When Titan left the hall, she felt very complicated. It seemed that she had to adapt to the days without power as soon as possible. When she came to her senses, Titan found that Gino and Halba had stopped. She looked at them in confusion. Gino said, Bigfoot asked me to go find him when I have time. I'm leaving first. Halba said, I remember that General Su wanted to spar with me. I wait for him to come back here. Titan smiled bitterly in her heart. It seemed that she was the only one who couldn't let go of the past. Everyone else quickly adjusted, and had completely adapted to their new identities. Turnus took Titan to a distance, and after Dodora set up the barrier, Turnus said, Titan, haven't you always wanted to know where Titan God went? Lord Demon God is the only real God we have come into contact with in the past few thousand years, and these 10 years are also our only chance to seek help. Whether it is your Titan God or our Mother of Life, they are the first ancient gods in the creation of the world, but they are not in the catastrophe, but their souls are immortal. Such immortal existences have disappeared, and we must find them. Titan's expression was bitter. To find the traces of the ancient gods, we must confront the gods of the main god level, and it may even be related to challenging the world. Lord Demon God's strength is not enough to reach this level. At least there is hope. Turna said, think about what we have to do. Even if it is the god of disaster, it doesn't matter, we must get his favor, otherwise we will miss our only chance. Okay. Titan sighed, trying to explain that it was not that he could not bow his head, but that disaster really made people not know how to approach it. This god has his own family, and they are not friendly at all, full of indifference and distance. It is the god who does not trust them, not that she does not want to serve the god. Oh, by the way, the god Pleasant has arrived outside the city gate. Lord Demon seems to want to take them all in. Let's take them in. All taken in, doesn't he know? God knows everything. We just need to follow God's orders. Okay, let's go together. These three people deliberately blocked the conversation, but they attracted Mu Zhong's attention. At this moment, in the temple, Wei Huan had already come down from the exaggerated throne, and at the same time restrained his divine power, just like an ordinary person, drinking tea with Mu Zhong near the window, while watching the picture sent back from the camera. After Mu Zhong came to the 9th level world, he only focused on two things. One is to take over the city completely, and the other is to throw away the satellite base station. Although Wei Huan has divine means, within the scope of his domain, he can see thousands of miles at a glance, but the Blue Star civilization has never been a civilization that oppresses from top to bottom. Mu Zhong's network can achieve their cross-communication and efficient administration. Not to mention directly looking for Mu Zhong, even contacting Wei Huan is possible. Of course, no one will find Wei Huan here unless there is something urgent. At this moment, the two of them are sitting at the tea table. This time, Mu Zhong serves tea, and Wei Huan sits beside him. Between the two of them, above the table, the images of the three leaders appear. Within Wei Huan's domain, even if these leaders have already embarked on the path of law, they are not as strong as him, so they cannot detect the existence of the camera. However, after they deliberately distorted the space, the content of their conversation is indeed unknown. Mu Zhong said, they actually have a secret. Wei Huan nodded, they have lived a long life, so they must have a secret. Mu Zhong shook his head, after knocking them, they are still not honest. It seems that we need to continue to observe them. Then, Mu Zhong asked in confusion, what is a God-pleasing person? Wei Huan smiled, you will know after seeing it. Mu Zhong's mind turned, and the virtual projection screen also turned to the city gate. Just in time to see the city gate open, a huge white elephant walked in slowly. The old humans at the city gate obviously welcomed the God-pleasing person. They walked out of their ruined homes with injuries, lined up on both sides of the street, and saluted the elephant with the etiquette of their own tribe. Ah! The elephant shook its trunk and waved its 3 pairs of big ears behind its head, which spread out like a fan on its neck, and the colorful halo was like a rainbow across the sky. As it walked into the city, more people who pleased the gods appeared, as if opening a wonderful performance curtain. Colorful birdmen flew and spread auspicious clouds in the sky. The elephant's nose sprayed white mist, and turned into sweet rain. The white rhino stepped on a strange rhythm, and shook its head, which seemed funny but inexplicably pleasing to the eye. The city had just experienced a siege, and was then isolated by the Blue Star Reclamation Army. The injuries of the ancestors, who were restricted in their freedom, were visibly healed, but the most amazing thing was the happy expressions on their faces, as if all the pain and anxiety had gone away. More and more people gathered in this lively place, and even the soldiers of Blue Star could not help but watch curiously. Mu Zhong was not at the scene, so he connected with Team Shui, who was at the scene, and asked about the situation. What do you feel? Team Shui said, pleasure and relaxation. I have confirmed that there is no power of law, but there seems to be a slight breath of God. Ask the people around you, what exactly is a God-pleasing person? I asked, and it is said that they have the blood of gods, are not restricted by the world of challenge, and can even walk in the world of gods, but at the same time, they have no combat power and cannot become gods. The meaning of their existence is to please gods and their families. The gods who have God-pleasing people will have a high sense of happiness. Mu Zhong thought about it, but still didn't quite understand. What are they looking for? Since they don't have to participate in the battlefield of all races, why not find a place to develop well? Wei Huan said, I can probably answer this. What is it? They are eating my divine power. What? Mu Zhong jumped up, as if he had cut his own flesh. Wei Huan comforted him. Very little, and they eat my divine power, which is transformed into pleasure and relaxation, and they only retain a very small amount of the transformation process. Mu Zhong quickly concluded, use your divine power, through them, to transform into the happiness of the clan. That's right. Wei Huan thought about it, and concluded, this can probably be regarded as a blessing from the gods. Captain Shui heard it, rubbed his beard on his chin, and said, it's inexplicable, singing and dancing to get a hammer of happiness, and only when you knock down the surrounding area and put all the land into your bag can you feel happy. Mu Zhong nodded after listening, and then affirmed, then we must keep this god pleasant. Ah? Why? Captain Shui didn't understand. Did you hear me wrong? I was talking about war and aggression. Only victory can bring true happiness. Mu Zhong shrugged at Wei Huan. Look, although I don't think this is a problem, we can't just leave it alone. Wei Huan nodded. Indeed. Boss, what are you talking about? Captain Shui was scratching his head. Think for yourself. Mu Zhong smiled, and stopped the video with Captain Shui. Only when he was alone with Wei Huan did he say, we stood up from adversity, and fought our way to the present. From top to bottom, we are full of hostility, and regard aggression as the only thing. I am not saying that this is bad. If someone chooses me, I will only be an aggressor. But everyone's nerves are too tense. From the time I came here to now, everyone has been looking at me with the same eyes, silently asking me, when will the war start? This is not good, not very good. I hope everyone can relax a little, at least when there is no war. Too hard is easy to break, moreover, invasion is not our ultimate goal. I hope they can understand that war is only a means. The real purpose of war is to plunder resources for self-cultivation and become stronger. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan deeply and finally said, so the next step is to determine which direction to fight in order to gain greater benefits. This is exactly what Wei Huan thought, or it can be said that their thoughts have always been highly unified. Even if they have different divisions of labor, and even if Wei Huan has become a god, their ultimate goal is to make the blue-starred human race become a god race, and completely break away from the control of the challenge world. Wei Huan said, I have sent Su Qingqiang out. He will find out the really useful information. Let's continue to watch the performance now. Mu Zhong was a little worried. Is it really okay to let them dance like this? Don't worry, there is no problem. Wei Huan's tacit approval made the god-pleasing people work harder. They patrolled the city and worshipped until dawn. They were exhausted, but the power from the gods was still so strong. From the inherited memory, it can be confirmed that this god is extremely powerful, and it is definitely not the power that an ordinary lower-level god can have. At dawn, Titan placed them in the square near the temple to rest. Tira, Duo and others looked at the gradually quiet square and the occasional smiling people walking on the street, but their expressions were full of solemnity. There are 12 teams of god-pleasers from different ethnic groups. Such a huge number will certainly have an immediate effect on improving happiness, but it will also consume a lot of the power of the gods. Golden Brain said. Duo said, yes, Lord Demon can support the parade of 12 teams, which is unprecedented. Hao Ba is a newcomer and doesn't understand. How many is normal? I mean a lower-level god. The most I have seen is 3 teams. Duo explained. Titan said, it seems that Lord Demon has shown us his strength again. Well, don't waste time. Go back and retreat quickly. 12 god-pleasers are enough to sort out our spiritual sea and make our strength go further. I hope everyone can seize this opportunity. If possible. Ahem. Turnus coughed, and the next words could not be said. This demon god did not look like the type who would expect the birth of a new god. He was full of the word Ducai from head to toe. Becoming a god at this time might not be a good thing. After the god pleasant calmed down, Teen Shui came to the temple and said, many of our people who reached the bottleneck have made a breakthrough, and Bigfoot seems to be about to comprehend the law. Mu Zhong also said, I also understand that although the god pleasant provides a sense of pleasure and relaxation, it is also calming the sea of spirit through this method, which is very helpful for cultivation. Wei Huan felt his own divine power and said, then let's continue tonight. The 7-day god festival, everyone relax. In addition, call Su Qingqiang and his people back. Wei Huan didn't understand what this 7-day celebration represented in the eyes of the natives. Not only Wei Huan, but also Mu Zhong and other newcomers did not understand. Even some humans who were slightly older than them, who had not experienced the birth of gods, would not understand what the celebration of supporting 12 groups of god-pleasers for 7 consecutive days represented. Wei Huan learned the truth on the second day after the announcement of the continuation of the celebration. Titan was guarding the door of the hall, and was summoned by Mu Zhong, and then he really understood what God-pleasers were. It was probably the same as what he thought. If we must compare it, God-pleasers are like Dr. Shrimps in the deep sea of Blue Star, seeking refuge from gods, and then providing some services to gods through their own abilities. It's just that the number of God-pleasers that normal gods can support is very limited, and the power of lower-level gods can barely be enough for 3 God-pleasers to perform miracles, and it is impossible for this to continue for 7 days. Titan was very worried that such a tour would consume the power of the gods. After all, such an act would simply consume the gods themselves. Helping everyone practice, clearing the hidden injuries in their bodies, and guiding them to go further would not benefit the gods at all. The gods in his memory neither had the ability to do so nor would they do so. 12 teams. A 7-day celebration is too long. This is a huge loss for the gods. Please be sure to inform the Demon Lord. Titan knelt on the ground and said sincerely. When Wei Huan heard this, hey, there is such a good thing. Let Su Qingqiang come back quickly. Why are you dragging your feet? Don't you want to become a god? Wei Huan asked someone to urge Su Qingqiang, and then said to Mu Zhong, the situation is critical now. It can be said that we are surrounded by enemies. I have been thinking about how to further improve the strength of the pioneering army. You arrange the people on duty, and the rest of the soldiers will all practice. Mu Zhong was a little worried. Is it really okay? No. Wei Huan answered affirmatively. And you, if you don't want to go out, arrange for the God-pleaser to perform at the door of the temple. That's not necessary, it disturbs your peace. You let Guzi take me around the city, just right to watch the performance and do work at the same time. You concentrate on practicing, I do these. Goodbye, you have become a god, it's better to be a little higher to be more deterrent. Seeing that Mu Zhong was about to leave after speaking, Wei Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dead air wrapped around Mu Zhong's ankles, and finally climbed up his neck, forcing him to stay in place. In a very strange, as if devoted, posture, with shoulders pulled back, chest thrust forward, chin raised, unable to move. Wei Huan. Mu Zhong was puzzled. The deathly aura was not tightly wrapped around him, but he could not move. He could only watch Wei Huan stand up, and slowly walk in front of him, with the corner of his eyes. Yeah. Wei Huan raised his hand, and gently stroked the hair on Mu Zhong's forehead, asking him, aren't you curious? Curious about what? Mu Zhong really didn't understand what he was asking. Wei Huan didn't say anything, but just walked behind Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong couldn't hear the movement behind him. Only a little bit of tightly wrapped deathly aura was slowly moving his body into an uncomfortable and blushing posture. Bang! The second button on his chest suddenly broke open, revealing a small chest in the middle of his uniform. At the same time, a hand touched his lower back and slid gently on it, up and down, left and right. Mu Zhong's ears turned red, and he suddenly understood what Wei Huan was asking him. He opened his lips, which were as red as his lips, and his ears were burning. He asked in a hoarse voice, so, is there anything else? Yes. The warm air was sprayed on his ears, and Mu Zhong's whole body tensed up, his hair stood up, and the blush on his face became darker. As the arms hugged him from behind, he was tightly imprisoned in his chest, and the overwhelming darkness also enveloped him. It was obviously full of death, cold and dark breath, but he seemed to be wandering in the comfort of hot water. He was intoxicated by the caress of darkness, intoxicated by the cold breath, deeply in love with the power of death, and completely surrendered himself. In fact, he understood why at this time, at this moment, they had to do such a thing. This was Wei Huan's answer, telling him that even if he became a god, he was still a human being, possessing the 7 emotions and 6 desires that a human being should have. He still had emotions, and was also pursuing desires, so apart from the powerful power brought by the godhood, he had never changed. Wei Huan was using this method to reassure him. Just like when he first met his lover who became a god, an invisible barrier appeared, even if he was close to him and firmly believed that he must be the person he loved and cared about the most. But is this love still the love he thought it was? Can the love of the gods really give him what he wants? He didn't know, and he didn't dare to confirm whether his guess was right or wrong. The world made the gods mythical, and there were too many true and false stories. He could only stay by his lover's side tremblingly, wanting to get close but not daring to cross the line, and cautiously testing the bottom line. And all of this was seen through by the man. Yes, the man was not a god, a man who loved him, and he loved deeply. When the intense pursuit appeared, when he saw himself in those dark eyes, he found that nothing had changed. That's right, he just became stronger, he was still himself, the one he loved the most. When the music of the tour sounded, the black fog in the temple faded slightly. A whisper came from the thick fog. The tour has started, and most of the day has passed. That's enough. How can you be enough? You said that I should become stronger so that I can satisfy your greed. How can I become stronger if you are pestering me like this? Yes, I want to go to the tour, I want to practice. Okay, as you wish. As the god murmured in that helpless and doting sigh, the thick death energy flowed out of the temple like a dark and sticky liquid, and then became light and flew into the sky, like an octopus with its claws and teeth bared, dancing with its tentacles, all over the sky of the city. The terrible power of the gods descended on this city. The human race favored by the gods would not be harmed by the power of death, but the power of the gods made people a little breathless. Looking up and looking at the dancing tentacles of death energy, all the citizens knelt down and prayed to the sky. The murmur flowed between heaven and earth, and also reached the ears of the man who was entangled in the death energy. His fair skin was stained with scarlet red, and he was so tense that he was about to cry, but the death energy only swept away the thin water in the corners of his eyes, and did not mean to let him go. The tentacles of death were dancing in the sky above the city, stretching for hundreds of miles, dark and shiny, one by one, like anemones, dancing with the waves. I don't know when the suspended tour started again. The 12 God-pleasing people sang and danced on the streets full of ruins, lighting up the rainbow in the sky, and scattering fragrant petals. In the ethereal and joyful music, the crowds gathered more and more. A tentacle of death from the gods landed and hovered above the God-pleasing people, as if the eyes of the gods were watching here. The God-pleasing people worked harder, and the surging divine power came as if it was free, and they made joyful cries. However, in the depths of the extremely dark, death tentacles, Mu Zhong was panting as if he was dying. A man's joking voice came from my ear. Hee, I continue mine, you continue yours, practice well, don't be distracted. Wei Huan, you're crazy, you let me go back. Mu Zhong, you like it too, I know, I can feel it, be good, relax, no one will know you are here, open your eyes, continue to watch the tour you want to watch, I be here with you. The huge black anemone danced slowly with the rhythm of the tour. It was like a black mandala growing on the edge of the underworld, swaying slowly by the river. It was beautiful. Chapter 376. The 12 teams of God-pleasing people performed for 7 consecutive days, which not only healed the injuries of the citizens, but also improved their mental outlook as a whole. In addition, Bigfoot successfully comprehended the law and became the 16th law practitioner of the Blue Star human race. Together, with the 6 law practitioners of the old humans, the human camp has more than 20 law practitioners for the first time. Even in its heyday, the human alliance was only SOSO. But as far as Titan and others know, the potential of the Blue Star human race is more than that. Many people have already stepped half a foot into the Tao of law comprehension. Maybe they only need a small miracle to enter the Tao in one step. This is crazy. I have never heard of any race that can have so many Tao practitioners. Even for a special race like the Sky Demon Clan, having 3 Tao practitioners is already very powerful. It is not as simple as practicing to sequence 9 to become a Tao practitioner. Even if practicing is also difficult, you can always reach your goal if you persist and slowly. But entering the Tao is not something that can be achieved by hard work. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it. There are countless people who have lived for 2,000 years and are still stuck at this step. Of course, if you consider the power of this god of disaster, it seems not incomprehensible that the 16th law practitioner just appeared under his nose. After all, this god of disaster is too strong and is not at the level of traditional gods. When Titan saw General Mu, who was loved by the gods, it was after the god ceremony was over. General Mu looked very good, and his aura was much stronger. He spoke slowly with a smile, and there was an indescribable feeling in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, like laziness and satisfaction. That's right, the god ceremony is a gift from the gods, and it is a great fortune for everyone. Even Titan himself felt that his cultivation, which had not changed for thousands of years, had made some progress under the impact of the god's great power, and his bottleneck was also slightly loosened. General Mu. Titan changed into her battle robe, knelt on one knee in the hall, and paid homage to the most powerful man in the world today under the gods. Mu Zhong's collar was buttoned up to the highest point, barely covering the marks left on his neck. Even so, if he tilted his head slightly, he would be seen, so he could only maintain the most correct posture and sit in the main seat looking at Titan. Mu Zhong said, "The boundary gate was formed in the city yesterday." Titan nodded and answered respectfully, "Yes, The boundary gate to return to the 8th level world will be fully formed the day after tomorrow at the latest, and the human armies from various worlds will return to the 9th level world. You have always been responsible for the resettlement of these human beings, and I will give it to you next. Yes. Titan suddenly got the task, and her whole body was glowing. She was not attached to power, but she was extremely empty and uneasy after spending these days doing nothing. Mu Zhong said, "In addition, you are also responsible for the reconstruction of the second city. The protection of the gods will give you the ability to walk in the dark. You must believe in darkness and death. The dead are the guidance of the gods, and they will protect you." Such a statement is too bizarre. Titan has lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time he has heard the belief in God sung like this. But she knows very well that this is the fact. Whether it is death or decay, it is the power of the gods they believe in. Only by firmly believing in the protection of the gods can they embrace this powerful power. Then Mu Zhong looked at Su Qingqiang and said, "Brother Chong, tell me what you know, right?" Su Qingqiang nodded. "To the east is the Beast God clan, to the west is the Abyss clan, to the south is the Free Alliance, and to the north is the Zerg clan. Except for the Zerg clan, other clans have sent reconnaissance teams to approach this side. I caught them and interrogated them. They all came to ask for peace with the boss. The power of the gods cannot be resisted, so they can only obey." Mu Zhong thought for a while. Don't believe these nonsense. The battlefield of all races is to raise Gu. It's a life and death relationship. Even if they surrender, the gods behind them will not agree. Instead, we must be prepared for war. The intensity of the war that breaks out again will only be higher. Titan rarely spoke, and said, "The battlefield of all races raises Gu. Although the gods go to the divine realm, they cannot completely transcend it. Whether they can't give up, whether it is to abandon the clan or cultivate forces, we must focus on the battlefield of all races. In addition, the 10 years that the newly promoted gods can stay in the battlefield of all races is also the process of the completion of the godhood. During this period, although the gods are invincible to us, in the eyes of the real gods, they are as fragile as babies in swaddling clothes. It is a good time to eradicate them." Mu Zhong has also heard similar information and is a little puzzled. The gods can no longer be abandoned casually, right? Will they allow such killings to go on? Titan thought about it and said, "Just like an unborn child, no matter how precious it is, if it dies before it can be born, it can only prove that his luck is forbidden here. The reason why the gods cannot return in their true bodies after going to the divine realm is that the main god has set a ban for this purpose. It is not because they are afraid that the gods will return to enslave the races, but because they are afraid that they will kill the new gods. But that's all we can do. If the gods want to come back, there's always a way." Mu Zhong listened attentively, then asked, "What will these gods lose if they are killed in the world when their consciousness descends?" This, Titan recalled, it has happened before, because it is the descent of the will of life. Once the will clone dies, not only will this part of the mental power be lost, but in serious cases, the godhood will be damaged. Mu Zhong asked again, "How can we kill the gods?" There has never been a precedent of a newborn god killing a god in the divine realm. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. How big can the gap be? To give a simple example, if a newborn god can support 3 groups of god-pleasing people for a 3-day tour, then a god, who has completed the cultivation of the godhood and ascended to the divine realm can support 12 groups of god-pleasing people for a 10-day tour, right? Oh. Mu Zhong thought about it, and finally asked, "Is this example the upper limit or the lower limit?" For lower-level gods, it is already the upper limit. When saying this, Titan's expression was quite complicated, but it was undoubtedly a proud expression. After all, although the god he believed in now was the god of disaster, he had almost reached the upper limit of the lower gods when he was born. Such strength has never been seen before. Such an example not only made Mu Zhong happy, but everyone in the entire Parliament Hall, including Jean now, Hao Ba and others, had a clear understanding of the current strength of their forces. They even couldn't help but look at each other. Are we so strong? Should be, right? The Lord Demon is now at the upper limit of the lower gods, so after a few days, won't he be able to reach the level of the middle gods? That's right, as long as the gods who attack the battlefield of all races are lower gods, we will not be afraid. Bigfoot winked at Golden Brain. How is it? This is the feeling of hugging a big thigh. I have never worried about being suppressed by hanging around with our boss. Golden Brain. It's great, I'm so envious, you are so happy, sob, I also want to hug the thigh well. The meeting continued in a happy and peaceful atmosphere. Su Qingqiang said, I have learned about the information of the 4 main races around me, since I came back these few days. Although the Abyss clan is more to my liking, from the overall situation, the Free Alliance is the first choice. Mu Zhong nodded, motioning him to continue. The Free Alliance has many races, which means the diversity of materials. We still need to improve our overall strength now, so the Free Alliance is the first choice. Okay, I think so too. Mu Zhong agreed, then prepare the army and go on the expedition the day after the boundary gate is completed. Yes. Titan was puzzled, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Mu Zhong. General Mu, do you mean we should take the initiative to go on the expedition? I'm sorry that I don't want to say more, but you may not understand the situation of the 10,000 races battlefield. The Free Alliance is the strongest force. They have more than 30 law practitioners, and their gods are still active. They should not be our first choice. No, I don't think we should take the initiative to go on the expedition now. The existence of the Demon Lord is enough to shock the four directions. These 10 years will be our golden period for building cities and restoring the human race. You build your city, what does it have to do with us? Just deal with internal affairs, and don't interfere in external affairs. Su Qingqiang's words were quite disrespectful, which made Ti Tan stunned for a long time. Then Ti Tan said uncertainly, You mean, we should also carry out urban construction while expanding outward? Su Qingqiang exhaled smoke and raised his eyebrows. Yes, there is no conflict. But Ti Tan wanted to say something, but this time it was Mu Zhong who interrupted her. Mu Zhong said, Ti Tan, please clarify a concept from today. Under the leadership of the great demon god, we are natural disasters, and natural disasters are us. Expansion and invasion will always be our main theme. Unless we are defeated, the war will never disappear. Even now, you may not know that the war is still going on. After saying this, Mu Zhong raised his hand and wiped it in the air, and a huge virtual projection screen appeared above the Parliament Hall. In the picture, the boundless army of the undead was attacking the holy wall built by various ethnic groups. Although the power from the divine props blocked the attack of the undead army, it did not stop the war. She remembered clearly how distorted and ugly the excited and ferocious faces of the warriors of various ethnic groups guarding the holy wall were when they besieged the human race. Now they were full of fear and exhaustion, but suddenly they looked pleasing to the eye. Mu Zhong looked at these ancient human law practitioners, who were shocked by the picture, and said slowly, word by word, The war has never stopped. This is a natural disaster. This is a disaster. Even if Wei Huan did nothing, he just existed in this world, and let his law domain spread outward, he would bring endless war and death to this world. Since we are already enemies, and the war is going on, why not expand the results quickly? Do we have to let the enemy grow in the tempering? It is better to throw a heavy punch and make the sea peaceful, and the rivers clear. Su Qingqiang used the nail of his little finger to shave the gap between his teeth and dug out a scarlet flesh thread, which was flicked away by him. Looking at Titan lazily, he said, Enemy, after fighting, they will all be our own people, and it is also for their good. Titan, This race is so terrifying. 2 days passed in a flash, and the boundary gate that temporarily dissipated in the royal city reappeared above the central square. The tall boundary gate floated in the air, and the blue water ripples flickered and turbulent. Titan led people to guard in front of the boundary gate, and soon the first figure appeared. He stepped out of the boundary gate, and the tall figure was almost as tall as the boundary gate. It was obviously a male Titan from the same place as Titan. After he appeared, he looked around, obviously looking for Titan, until he found a familiar breath coming from his feet. When he looked down and saw Titan, his expression was surprised. The huge body is the pride of the Titans. He looked at Titan puzzledly and said, Master Titan, are you injured? Titan said, Don't shrink and talk. But, Don't, this is an order. The huge Titan was obviously very resistant, but finally shrunk his body to the same size as Titan, with the same sturdy body, gray skin, and a metallic texture. His brows were already furrowed. Master Titan, this feeling is too bad. Please tell me the reason. Titan said, At the critical moment of human defeat, the gods from the blue planet descended. He is the great god of death, with terrible power and endless divine power. This is General Mu, the spokesperson of the demon god. Dong Tan saw the man standing next to Titan. He could tell at a glance that this was the most ordinary human, a human race with a short lifespan of only 100 years. But he did not dare to neglect him, because this man had the breath of law and the remnants of divine power. He felt suffocated if he stared at him for a little longer. Dong Tan was not an ungrateful Titan. As the race closest to the gods, they understood the power of the gods better. And what kind of spokespersons of the gods are deeply trusted by the gods? The rich power of the gods surged in the body of General Mu. Hello, General Mu. I am Dong Tan from the Titan tribe. When the last war broke out, Lord Titan arranged for me to return to my hometown to recruit warriors, but I lost the way back. Now that the war is settled, do my tribe still need to come? Mu Zhong said, bring all the Titan warriors here, the war will start soon. Is the enemy still outside the city? Are they not afraid of the power of the gods? Titan said, no, this time we took the initiative to attack. But Dong Tan hesitated. His first reaction was that the gods wanted to drive his tribe to fight, and even become cannon fodder. Titan said, believe me, Lord Demon is much more powerful than you expected, and the war is not what you think. It is our honor to fight for the gods. Dong Tan believed Titan. He bowed and left and said, I will bring my tribe here now. As Dong Tan left, the waterways of the gate were turbulent again, and 3 elves with long silver hair appeared outside the gate. 1 male and 2 females. They saw the moon elf Turnez at the first time, and bowed in front of Turnez, respectfully calling her the queen. Almost the same situation as that of Titan happened again. The returning tribesmen did not want to participate in the war again, let alone take the initiative to fight, but because of the deterrence of the gods, they had to nod their heads and agree. They promised to bring their own legions back, but everyone knew that the number must be greatly reduced. The human race was almost destroyed, and it was a critical moment to recuperate, but they took the initiative to provoke a war. Regardless of victory or defeat, the gods can only stay in this world for another 10 years. Once the gods leave, the human race will suffer crazy revenge. As for the gods' ability to beat other races into submission, no one would believe it. After all, there is the advent of the gods' will, which means that even gods cannot do whatever they want in this world. When Duajwola's tribe appeared, this kind of doubt reached its peak. The one who appeared in front of the boundary gate was a male elf with the power of law. He was extremely handsome and tall. Even if he wore brightly colored clothes and a flower on his head, he would not feel greasy. Life elves are close to all things in nature and live on plants. They are the race that hates war the most. When Duajwola called his father and hoped that his father would lead his tribe to join the war, even though the elf king had already felt the power from the gods, he still said coldly, nonsense, Duajwola. Since the battle is over, you should cultivate yourself. War will only destroy everything. My life elf tribe will never participate in a war of destruction. The elf king wanted to take Dodora away by force, but was stopped by Titan and Turnus. Dodora said, Father, this battle is of great significance. If you avoid it, you will be rejected by the gods. Is it okay? The elf king saw that he could not take Dodora away, so he said indifferently, we are on different paths. As long as I am here, the natural elves will always guard the 8th level world and never enter this world. Dodora, if you don't come with me, you will never come back. Dodora looked around at Titan and Turnus who were holding her hands, and her sad and confused face gradually became firm. She looked up at the man who was high above her and said, Father, please go. I will stay here to witness the great changes of the times, and the great revival of the human race. Don't worry, the day you are gone, I will lead our people and return here again. During this period, please allow your daughter to fight for the next fortune for our people. The elf king looked at Duajwola in silence for a long time. His expression was cold, and his tightly pursed mouth seemed to be able to freeze everything in the world, but his eyes were shaking slightly. Finally, he turned around and left alone, but left behind the 100 powerful natural elves he brought with him, each of whom was sequence 9, and one of them even set foot on the road of law. Looking at the resolute back, and the people who were left behind and flew towards her, Duajwola bit her lip and held back the tears that were about to burst out. The golden brain said, my people should not come here. They are all wooden brains. Unless there is an earthquake, they will never come down from their test benches. I need to go back. I will try my best to prepare all the equipment needed for this expedition, but it will take some time. Okay, my good brother Bigfoot, see you later. I hope you won't die on the battlefield. There is also no one here, and the people who need to go back are Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer is the dwarf king, living in the 9th level world with his favorite wives and children, as well as the best craftsmen. In this war, Iron Hammer's family and subordinates evacuated the slowest, and all died, so Iron Hammer was sad for a long time. His injuries have all healed, standing in front of the boundary gate and saying to Titan and others, and also to Mu Zhong, the situation of the dwarfs is very complicated. I may not be able to come back after I go back, but for the great plan of the demon god, I will lead the new team of divine craftsmen back at all costs. Even if I can't come back, I will let my most trusted brothers and sisters come back to continue to be loyal to the demon god. Looking at Tietue's resolute back, Titan explained to Mu Zhong, dwarf civilization is a war between brothers and sisters. Tietue has more than 600 brothers, and more than 1,000 sisters. Some of them are very good at smelting and forging, and some are good at digging and mining. Moreover, whether it is their civilization heritage or the golden finger given to them by the challenge world, they are all related to forging. Tietue's combat power is very weak. Except for his strong arm strength, he can be said to have no combat experience, but he is a dwarf master of this generation, and he can forge artifacts. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows. Artifacts? Real artifacts? As a pilot sequence, who can rub mechas by hand, and one of the highest managers of the Blue Star human race, Mu Zhong understands very well that the content of a real artifact is not proportional to the so-called pseudo-artifact. Titan nodded affirmatively. It is the kind of artifact you think of. Iron Hammer is the greatest divine workman. His name is also spread among the gods. He made a pair of divine bracelets for the god of space, and the god of space gave his people a space free from the challenge world. He made a hairpin for the god of life, and gained endless life. He also tried to make a weapon for the challenge world. Even the challenge world took away his tribute, and blessed his luck. One of the reasons for the siege of humans by various tribes this time was for Iron Hammer. In addition, it was also when Tietue was about to die, the Lord Demon God suddenly appeared. You mean? Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows. Did the Lord Demon God come because of Tietue's luck? You misunderstood me. Titan hurriedly explained. People with great luck will entangle with each other and gather greater luck. If the Lord Demon God is a tornado, we are a breeze. Because of the existence of the Lord Demon God, we have become stronger and have today. Mu Zhong felt that although this Titan looked silly, he was actually very good at talking, and what he said was also very right. Wave 1 swept everything away like a hurricane, and they were swept into it, and became extremely powerful, able to sweep the world. While chatting, as some scattered races appeared here in confusion and reunited with their surviving tribesmen, finally the person Mu Zhong cared about the most came. Hao Ba, who had been standing there silently and not saying much, suddenly flew up and greeted a group of old men and women who appeared in the air, some riding cranes, some riding fire sparrows, and auspicious dragons, wearing ancient Taoist robes in the legend of Yin State, and with Taoist spirits. But unlike what Mu Zhong imagined, when Hao Ba flew in front of this group of old men and women, they all saluted and shouted loudly, "Meet the ancestor." Mu Zhong, looking at the man who was only 30 years old standing on the flying sword, and then looking at this group of old men and women who were respectful in front of him, he suddenly felt a sense of time and space confusion. So is this the story of the ascended ancestor who went on an adventure in another world and finally calmed down the storm and found his disciples again? Sure enough, when the circle is big, all kinds of interesting things will happen. Chapter 377. Hao Ba, what kind of challenge is your civilization? Su Qingqiang asked curiously, looking at Hao Ba who was welcoming his disciples. Mu Zhong also pricked up his ears. There is also Wei Huan who has been in the temple, and has not come out, but has actually been watching this side. At the same time, he said in his heart, good question. Hao Ba asked his disciples to stay where they were with a profound and indifferent look on his face. When he turned around, he looked at Su Qingqiang with a smile and said, Brother Chang, our world is complicated. At first, we all thought that the spiritual energy was revived. After various relics were discovered from the mountains and rivers, we obtained a lot of cultivation secrets. Then we entered the era of universal cultivation. It's just that every time you advance, you have to go through thunder tribulations. Every time you upgrade, there will be thunder tribulations of different levels. Those who can't get through it will die. It wasn't until I reached a higher level that I learned that the world I was in was already part of the challenge world, and we were experiencing the test of challenge. Su Qingqiang thought, your opponent is thunder? How can that be? Thunder tribulation is just like the road test your civilization goes through. In fact, the main purpose is not to kill us, but to make us stronger after experiencing thunder tribulation. And during this tribulation, competing civilizations will appear to disrupt. Guess what it is? Su Qingqiang didn't want to think. What? Hao Ba said, inner demon. Inner demon, hey, this is new, your opponent is a spirit. Yes, a spirit, leaning towards the abyss, very vicious. At the beginning, we didn't realize that there was a competitor at all. It wasn't until a 3-year-old child died in the hands of the inner demon, when he advanced to the second level, that we realized something was wrong. Su Qingqiang said, how strange is this example? To seduce a 3-year-old child, you need the inner demon to take action? I deceived him with a lollipop and a mobile phone. Hao Ba was amused. Brother Chong is so humorous. Su Qingqiang asked again, what is the test on the inner demon side? Hao Ba said, Nightmare Challenge. They enter our spiritual world and destroy us when we advance. If they succeed in destroying, they will get energy upgrades, and if they fail, they will die in our spiritual sea. Su Qingqiang listened while looking at the sky, and finally said, what fun. Su Qingqiang also wanted to know the challenges and tests in other worlds. But as the boundary gate opened further, more and more tribes entered, and the square could no longer accommodate them. Titan arranged for Mu Zhong and others to go back first, saying that after the place was rectified, he would lead the important people among them to pay homage to the demon god. Mu Zhong really had no experience in this kind of thing, so he handed the scene to Titan and took people back to the temple. In the temple, Wei Huan was also watching the excitement in front of the portal. When Mu Zhong was not around, he mostly used the eyes of the demon Eye Lord to see more clearly. When Mu Zhong came in, his left eye was burning with green flames. The flickering green flames illuminated half of his face, making it look eerie and full of evil. Is it fun? Wei Huan saw Mu Zhong and asked him. Mu Zhong smiled. Is it good? Wei Huan nodded. I've learned a lot. Mu Zhong said, it's my first time being a god, so it's normal to have no experience. The two of them laughed and chatted for a while, and Wei Huan suddenly asked Mu Zhong, what do you think of these civilizations? Are you asking about all of them, or about the civilizations that have practitioners of the law? The latter. Each of them has their own plans, and they are all retreating. They have no trust in us. They said they were going back to bring people back, and they would definitely leave their real strength in the 8th level world. Wei Huan asked again, what are your plans? Mu Zhong said, it's no wonder they are afraid. The human race in the 9th level world was almost exterminated. It's not that heroes will definitely be born in desperate situations, but it's also possible that a group of bears will appear. It's our turn to show our strength and appease them. Wei Huan nodded. The army has gathered outside the city, and the dead spirits sent to the Free Alliance have intensified their offensive there. Remember to focus on one breakthrough when you go there. Okay, I will hold another combat meeting before departure, and you will be needed to take action when necessary. No, I will go with you. After becoming a god, I have not tried to see how powerful I am. Knowing yourself is more important than knowing the enemy. Mu Zhong's face showed a smirk that he rarely showed in front of others, and his eyes were cruel. We haven't worked together for a long time. Let's fight hard this time. The various tribes were still hesitating, and did not want to participate in this external crusade. When the time came to go, the people sent by the tribes were their civilization leaders. They covered their faces and felt embarrassed. It's not that they don't believe in gods, but gods can only stay in the 9th level world for 10 years. In just 10 years, they may not be able to finish a battle. By then, the gods will pat their butts and leave, leaving them to face the mess and the crazy revenge of the enemy. Instead of this, it is better to hide in the 8th level world and slowly manage and preserve the survival of civilization. The battle for the king's map is the territory of high-level players, and those who think they are not capable enough will not participate. Only 2 tribes showed their true strength. One was the Titan tribe of Titan. After the gate was repaired, Winter Tan, the first to return, showed resistance to the order, but he finally brought 108 Titans, which was also the last fighting force of the Titan tribe. The Titan tribe is an ancient god tribe, which has always been rare and difficult to reproduce. In its heyday, the Titan tribe had only 1,000 people. This time, the human race was besieged, and the Titan tribe suffered heavy casualties, with more than half of the tribe's combat power lost. Such losses would have collapsed some weak-willed races. But the Titans mobilized the last strength to persevere. If the gate had not disappeared, they would have vowed to coexist with the human race. Now these 108 Titans have arrived, restored their height of 100 meters, and stood behind the chariot team, looking like pillars supporting the sky. Each of them is solid and strong. The strength of Sequence 9 is even at the level of half-step domain. In addition, beside Titan, there were many warriors sent by other tribes, but they were scattered, with a maximum of 1,000 and a minimum of 100. In Wei Huan's eyes, even the remnants of the defeated army were not so few. So in comparison, the cultivators of the Sky Realm who sent 50,000 to attack the alien army in one breath seemed particularly sincere. The cultivators of the Sky Realm were the world of Hao Ba. Under the arrangement of the challenging world, they relied on the revival of spiritual energy and the appearance of relics to obtain the means of cultivation, flying in the sky, escaping in the ground, shuttling through space, controlling spirits and beasts, and each had their own magical powers. When they wore uniform black robes, or stepped on flying swords, or rode spirit beasts, or simply floated in the air, the scenes in the fairy tale TV series were perfectly reproduced. It is said that they did not have uniform clothing before, but after the army against aliens was established, Halba firmly demanded uniform clothing, and to be highly consistent with the style of the Demon Lord, all wearing black. The Sky Monks wearing black robes, the Titans who restored their 100-meter true bodies, and the chariots of the Blue Star Reclamation Army, with uniform camouflage off-road style, this endless army is really quite imposing. But presumably, the human race from other races, who were forcibly sent to the battlefield were very reluctant in their hearts. Even if they knew that there was divine power this time, and the war would be invincible, it was difficult to change their minds. So they used their own methods to avoid the consciousness of the gods and talk quietly. In order to destroy our human race, the myriad races even asked the gods to descend, and the battle still lasted for 20 years. Now we have to take the initiative to provoke the strongest free alliance, which may take another 20 years, or even 30 years. The short-lived civilization that advanced in the corners of the world has no idea of the cruelty of the myriad races' battlefield. It's just that they are lucky enough to become gods and want to show their strength. I don't think this battle will be successful. The Free Alliance relies on more than 5 gods and 2 middle-level gods. Now this new god thinks he is invincible. When he goes to the god's domain, it will be miserable. In the next war, we must not move forward, so as not to become cannon fodder. By the way, what god is this? I wanted to say it just now. After returning to this world, I have a strong sense of foreboding. Is it telling me not to go to the front line, or there will be a death crisis? Most of the gods of our human race are gods of the 5 elements. In addition, because of the elves, there are relatively more gods of the life system. I remember that the strongest god in human history was the great being who successfully advanced to the middle god and mastered the law of space, but he eventually fell. No matter what it is, new gods can only advance from lower gods. This has nothing to do with the laws of understanding, but is restricted by the rules of heaven. Since he is a lower god, his ability is very limited, but he wants to provoke the civilization with middle gods. This is to send our human race to death again. Titan is crazy. She actually called the remaining tribesmen over. If all of them died in the front line in this battle, not only would the Titans be completely defeated, but our human race would also lose the last support. You mean support? The support I'm talking about is not the Titans, but the Titan Ancient God. As far as we know, the Titan Ancient God is not. They haven't fallen, they just lost contact temporarily. If they ever restore contact, the Titan God will probably blame Titan if he knows that only the old, weak and sick are left in his tribe. Titan is the human leader I respect the most. My tribe has been blessed by her, and has always been committed to cultivating a new civilization. But after experiencing this setback, we have lost our sense of proportion and trusted too much in some gods. Oh, by the way, does no one know what kind of god this new god is? Seeing that their civilization uses many chariots, could it be the technological side? The technological side is the gold civilization, right? That group of people wearing black clothes, I came here 200 years ago and never saw them. What kind of civilization is that? I know this. It is also a short-lived civilization. The leader is called Halba. He is a real gold. The sword under his feet is the manifestation of his gold law. I heard that he has a special ability called the 10,000 Swords Array. Boom boom boom. As they were chatting happily, thunderous war drums were heard from the horizon. Although they belonged to different civilizations, they could understand the meaning of the war drums. Everyone had to shut up and look at the army that was slowly moving out. When they saw that there were only 1,000 chariots flying in front, rushing towards the wilderness in a very impressive manner, the people who were hiding behind to watch the excitement were all angry and laughed. Only 1,000 chariots. How much combat power do you have to dare to provoke the Free Alliance? I think the Titans will be the ones who will be at the forefront in the end. That's right, there is also the Sky Civilization, a fragile short-lived human race. They have power and longevity, but do not develop and cultivate their civilizational heritage. They come to participate in this level of battlefield. They are really ignorant. The army moved forward, and behind the chariots were the Titans. They took 100 meters in one step, and once they ran wildly, they could chase the stars and the moon. Following the Titans, the Sky Monks led by Halba were quite impressive because of their uniform clothing, with thousands of them standing on the backs of giant birds or on floating warships. In comparison, the Blue Star Legion, which really came from the hometown of the gods, was too stingy with only 1,000 small vehicles. Of course, there were also people who knew about it, and the new news spread among the humans in the rear. This chariot is the golden finger of the Blue Star civilization. Don't laugh at this seemingly small chariot, which has a space folding technique inside. That's right, and the Blue Star Legion will go on this expedition with far more people. It is said that they have more than 100,000 people, but they put everyone in these 1,000 vehicles just for the convenience of marching. The person who passed the message was kind-hearted. After all, since he could find out about the Blue Star civilization, he would naturally know where this god came from. The legendary god of disaster is not that simple. But for those who already hold prejudices, even if the information they hear is enough to prove that the Blue Star civilization is not the soft persimmon they imagine, those who don't believe it will still not believe it, and those who look down on it will never lower their noble heads. What's the matter with 100,000? It's just 100,000. This is the battlefield of all races. Which race and civilization does not have tens of billions? The total number of the Free Alliance exceeds hundreds of billions. 100,000 eggs hitting stones can't hit it this way. In short, some civilized humans who have reached the 9th level world, or the immortal humans, who have always claimed to be superior, continue to maintain their arrogance and prejudice, give up all rational thinking, and think they can see through everything. If the gossip along the way is amplified by their private whispers, it would be more lively than a vegetable market. However, as they left the city and walked farther, the sound of conversation subconsciously weakened. It is really weird outside the city. The sky and earth were filled with a faint gray fog, like a haze that would make people feel painful when breathing. The vision could not be seen too far, and even the temperature of the sunlight was mostly blocked, and the temperature could not be felt. The cold breath lingered around me, and the earth that seemed to be always green and lush in my memory turned gray. The dead trees and broken branches, the curled and dry black grass roots, were spread on the ground in great pain, as if they were tortured in life. The sand and stones on the ground even turned into a gray color that people did not want to touch. The sky and the earth looked extremely ominous. What happened? Why is it like this outside the city? There are always some people who have no connections or friends, and are self-righteous and don't ask around. They only guess based on their own knowledge, and never think that this is the power from the gods. Instead, they arbitrarily say, the myriad races are really abominable. It's fine that they besieged our human race, but they also destroyed our land. Although food doesn't need to be grown in the 9th level battlefield, this gray world is really unpleasant, and we don't want to live in it for a long time. That's right, this is their purpose, to lock us in the 8th level world, and make us never want to come back. However, there are also people who become silent after learning the truth about the gods. They are thinking, observing, and verifying this ominous land. Is it really the work of that god? So this is the god of disaster? But what exactly is the god of disaster? The most terrifying thing about the god of disaster is that his cultivation and growth can only be achieved through invasion. It is different from our 5 elements law that spends a lifetime exploring the deeper laws to find the essence of the laws, and it is also different from the life system that likes to create the beauty of the world. The existence of the god of disaster itself represents the arrival of disasters, or in other words, he is the disaster. If he wants to become stronger and grow, he must start a war and rely on devouring the nutrients of civilization to make himself stronger until he destroys the 3,000 worlds. Why does the god of disaster exist if he is so terrible? Can't we stop him? How can we stop him? Unless we kill him when he is weak and know his future. Once he is born, it will be difficult to stop him. What about challenging the world? The world will not be stopped. It's like an experiment. After the results are obtained, it will always stop and clean up all traces. The appearance of the god of disaster also means that this battle for the Emperor of Heaven should have come to an end. Then, if we are subordinate to the god of disaster, does that mean we are invincible? That's not the case. Once the existence of the god of disaster is exposed, it will cause a siege. The Lord Demon took the initiative to start a war this time because his way must be nourished by blood and war, and also because he had to take action, otherwise a more powerful alliance would appear to suppress him. And facing the god of disaster, only gods of the same level or even higher level will take action. You still remember what I said, if you want to kill the god of disaster, you must take action when he is weak. The actions of the middle level gods are cross-level crushing, and even the main gods will take action when necessary. Hiss. That's right, it's just as you think. In a war of this level, if we are not careful, we will be easily crushed into ashes in the war of gods. So I am different from others. I don't want to participate in this war. Fighting is not what those people think, that the gods are just being ambitious and afraid of being punished later. Their knowledge is too shallow, and they think that what they know can see everything. And I am self-aware, and I am not qualified to get involved in this war that even the gods, or even the main gods, will start. Wu, what should we do now? How about we go back? Since you know everything, why do you still want to get involved? I just want to witness this historical moment. I have been steady all my life, always reminding myself to stay alive, and I will be invincible if I am alive. But in fact, you see, following behind such a large army, actively showing my fists, launching wars without scruples, and taking invasion for granted, this experience from the perspective of an absolute strongman, don't you feel great? I finally have a day to take the initiative to swing my fist. What kind of life have you lived since you were a child? Is it difficult? Yes, it's difficult. Not everyone can live so recklessly. The news of the god of disaster finally spread among this group of people, but everyone has a different understanding of the god of disaster, so they choose differently. Some people hate killing and war from the bottom of their hearts, among which several elf civilizations such as Duajwola and Turnas are the most resistant. Even though their civilization leaders Duajwola and Turnas are firm followers of the demon god, the high-level elves of their civilization do not want to associate with death. This is related to the law of life they practice and worship, and because they have always claimed to be a noble race. Some wavered, or cunningly planned to observe first, and this part was mainly composed of inferior demon humans such as dwarves and goblins. The inferior demons don't have the long lifespan of the higher races like the elves and titans, but their lifespan is 2 or 3 times longer than that of the short-lived humans. Their cultivation talent and affinity with the laws are not high. If they are not trained to challenge the world, they are mostly craftsmen in the human race. Compared with cultivation and war, they are better at manufacturing, and they all have unique heritage. It is also because of the identity of craftsmen that even if they come to the 9th level world, even if they know that they are following a disaster god, they still maintain a non-radical and non-retreating attitude. Finally, there are some blue-blooded humans, winged humans, giants, etc., who are extremely weak in the human alliance and have no sense of existence. They are not as good as the elves in terms of bloodline and value as craftsmen. They have always been a race that only several major civilizations can see. Whether it is because they lack information and don't know that the disaster god may be besieged in the future, or they can't integrate into the elves who are in a group, they can only be more inclined to the titans, or they simply think that the disaster god is really cool, that is, the god they need. This small number of people, only about 200 in total, gradually quickened their pace to catch up with the army, until they came to the side of the sky monk, and they were completely in position. All of this was seen by Wei Huan and Mu Zhong. They didn't care about the choices of these people, because with or without them, this battle would be fought, and they would definitely win. Their coming would be the icing on the cake, and it didn't matter if they didn't come. Wei Huan didn't lack their little bit of fighting power. However, it must be admitted that the choice of these human civilizations at this time will indeed affect their favorability, and there will inevitably be different treatments in the future. After all, people get along with each other, and you respect me 1 foot and I respect you 10 feet. The favorability lost today may be compensated thousands of times in the future. Hao Ba. Mu Zhong read this somewhat difficult name, waiting for the other party's response. Hao Ba continued to maintain his domineering posture, stepping on the flying sword and moving forward at the forefront of the Sky Monk team. It was not until the old man who followed him closely, and was said to be his direct disciple, flew up to remind him that Hao Ba hurriedly opened the communicator he had just been given, looked at Mu Zhong's face on the virtual screen, and replied, "General Mu, please give me your orders." Mu Zhong said, "Arrange your people to collect all the people who followed, and these people will be under your management for the time being." Hao Ba looked back and said, "Okay, I will give the order now. In addition, any humans who come to surrender and join during the war will be under your management." Yes. This order was not carried out behind the backs of the other civilization leaders. Titan was calm, Dodora and Turnas were ashamed, and Jean Naitu and Tietue did not think of the twists and turns here. But there is no doubt that if the elves continue to maintain their arrogance, they will lose the favor of the gods. Chapter 378. The army was not moving fast, but this was a level 9 world after all. The civilizations that came here had the power to reach the sky and the earth. It was not difficult to explore the universe. The march of more than 10,000 kilometers only took half a day. However, when there was still 1/3 of the distance to the final destination, the border walls, a terrible thing happened. The land that had been empty and quiet all the way, with no grass growing, finally showed moving figures. But it was not a real living thing. When everyone's eyes were curiously focused there, and saw what it was, they all showed disgusting expressions on their faces. It was a figure of 8-legged spider bodies, carrying heads, crawling slowly on the ground. Each of them was the size of a tire, with strong and powerful spider legs and hair, and the heads in the middle were all kinds of strange, including the heads of demons, beasts, and cracked flower buds full of teeth. When they flew over the heads of these monsters, some of these monsters raised their eyes to look at them, which was really hideous and terrifying. "What is this?" The elder of the elves frowned, and covered his nose in disgust after seeing it. He didn't dare to complain to the gods, but he couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. The strong death power of these monsters came from the gods, and he couldn't see it, so as long as he thought that he was forced to believe in such a life, he felt like he was about to collapse. On the contrary, after seeing these monsters, the titans such as Dong Tan and others were amazed, although they did not conform to their beliefs. They said, "Is this the power of the gods? This existence that violates the rules of life cannot be created even by the god of life." Only the blue-starred humans in the chariot were puzzled. What's the point of the boss creating these spider heads? Yeah, they move slowly and have low combat power. This thing is just a patchwork thing that seems to have run out of ink while making. You are right, it is a disabled little waste. You left the 8th level world as soon as possible. You don't know that the death power left by the boss before ascending also created a similar death field in the 8th level world, and such things also appeared. Research has found that they come from creatures with severely disabled limbs. After resurrection, they simply press their heads on the spider's legs. They are quite cute. They can hug faces and bite people. That's really cute. You can feed them. Do you want to raise them? I think you can, but there's no way to discipline them. They only listen to the boss. It doesn't matter. When the war is over and I have time, I catch 2 and raise them. We are the boss's followers, and they won't really attack us. Maybe we can develop some interesting abilities for them. Now that you mention it, I'm interested too. And look at that spider with a flower head. It's pretty when it crawls, with its petals opening and closing. Oh! Opening and closing? No, don't even think about it. The aesthetics of all members of the Blue Star Reclamation Army are distorted because of Wei Huan. Things that are bloody, hideous, absurd and scary in the eyes of others become interesting, even cute and beautiful in their eyes. Even Mu Zhong likes a spider flower. Its petals open and close. The outside is black, the inside is extremely bright red, and the core has a pattern of pink and yellow lines interwoven. It should be very beautiful to put in a tea room. I don't know which tribe this thing originally belonged to. If we killed a tribe and make it specifically, can we create more similar spider flowers and arrange them in a piece to look good? The twisted aesthetics of the Blue Star Pioneers have not yet been known to other tribes. As they continue to move forward and fly over the sky above the group of spider heads, the scene in front of them is even more creepy. It's the undead. The undead resurrected by the dead air. With the advent of the god of disaster, just as existence in the world itself, the process of the dead air field expanding outward naturally brought terrible natural disasters to the battlefield of all races. The creatures that are infected with the dead air, those with slightly weaker strength, are directly infected and killed by the dead air. They are dissolved into corpse water and resurrected with the help of the power of the gods, becoming monsters that do not know pain, cannot be killed directly, and can only exist in accordance with the will of the gods. Even the powerful 9th level challengers may be killed by their compatriots, who have been resurrected from the dead, and then join this carnival of the undead. They had hideous faces, didn't recognize their relatives, crowded together, and moved slowly in one direction. 1 mile, 2 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles, all were densely packed with such undead monsters. There were a large number of beastmen, demons, and other strange tribes. Even the spiritual civilization was still not immune to the pollution of the gods' death energy, and turned into ghosts floating in the air, or lying on the shoulders of some zombies. They stuck together tightly, numbly followed the team, and walked slowly forward, as if they were sleeping. When the army flew over their heads, even though they knew it was the power of their own gods, many humans still subconsciously held their breath for fear of disturbing them. Janice! Janice! Suddenly, a moon elf fell from midair, pounced into the middle of the undead army, hugged a moon elf, who was also wandering among the undead, shook his shoulders, and shouted excitedly. However, the moon elf he caught did not give any response. Even the dead undead around him, who were disturbed by his voice, quickly regained their calm after a few seconds of chaos. As a member of the human race, although Wei Huan did not accept them as his followers, he did not have any hostility towards them. If possible, Wei Huan even hoped that the human race could unite and attack the gods together. It is too difficult for the humans of Blue Star to achieve the gods alone. Even if Mu Zhong is already working hard for this, Everyone knows that the possibility of realizing the dream is very low. The best way is to gather the abilities of the humans of the 3,000 worlds and attack the gods together, which is more likely. The actions of this moon elf did not cause the attack of the dead undead, but also did not get a response from his companion, who he called Janus. Looking at his bewildered companion, his excitement disappeared, his expression gradually became distorted, and suddenly he looked up at the sky angrily, accusing loudly, "God! Why did you kill him? Why? He sacrificed himself to protect the human race. Give him back to me, God of disaster." But before he could shout more, Turnus suddenly flashed to his side and slapped him away with a slap. Turnus said coldly, "Enough, stop saying these words that will bring disaster to our race. Janus has been dead for a long time, and the one in front of you is not Janus. He is. But the moon elf was so angry that she could not feel the queen's nervousness and complained, "I buried him with my own hands. He sacrificed his life for our human race. Why didn't you let him continue to sleep and wake him up? He is not our god. He is the god of disaster, and will only bring disaster to us." Turnus' eye was a step slower. Before she cast a spell to freeze the out-of-control tribesmen, the tribesmen had already shouted the most disrespectful words. Feeling the pressure from the sky and the undead, who suddenly looked over, a terrible silence suddenly fell, as if this space was locked. Turnus' forehead was sweating, her body could not move, and she tried her best to make a difficult sound, "My God." The gods did not answer him directly, but the moon elf in front of them suddenly closed their eyes, fell back stiffly, and did not move. The gods removed the power of death covering him, and corpse spots began to appear on his face after being dead for many days. Like other dead people, it will not take long for him to completely rot and completely dissipate between heaven and earth. The moon elf, who was crying and accusing just now, looked at his rotting companion on the ground with tears still hanging on his cheeks. From his eyes, one can see surprise and astonishment, as well as a kind of regret, and his expression gradually became complicated. Turnus looked at this tribe member, sighed, waved his hand to take the body back into the space, and said, "I will take him back to the 8th level world and bury him under the world tree. The kind demon lord did not blame you for being unreasonable. Let me tell you that all our human companions will return to the royal city in one day. You are responsible for bringing back a few people from each tribe and burying the companions again. Our companions don't need to be buried." At this time, a beautiful female winged human waved her white swan wings and came in front of the two. After saluting Turnus, she said, "My tribe is a winged human that never lands. Only when we die will our feet be stained with mud. We fly all our lives, and we long to never land like the wind. Thanks to the blessing of the demon lord, our tribe has gained eternal life in this way, and will serve the demon lord forever. Even if only the shells are left, we will turn into a hurricane on the battlefield and sweep away all enemies." Then, there was a crackling sound, a flash of lightning appeared, the void was torn apart, and a strong male blue-blooded human walked out of it. After saluting Turnus, he said to the moon elf, "The lord of the demon god controls death. He not only grants eternal life, but also retains the appearance of the previous life. Our tribe is willing to follow the lord of the demon god forever, and wait for the day when they are truly resurrected from death. Please don't meddle in other people's business." The last impolite sentence almost made the moon elf angry, and then he belatedly thought of a possibility. Although the tribe resurrected by the lord of the demon god is now just an empty shell, no one knows whether there is a possibility of resurrection in the future. But if even the god of death is unwilling to forgive, I am afraid it will really disappear in this world. What did I do? He looked at Turnus hesitantly, wanting to say something, but found himself unable to speak under the queen's cold gaze. Turnus sighed and said, "Go, follow the will of God. As long as you put aside your prejudice, you will find the real way out sooner or later." Mu Zhong saw the scene on the monitor and asked Wei Huan beside him, "What they mean is, can you really come back from the dead in the future?" "I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be a difficult thing. After all, you can do it and challenge the world." Wei Huan was referring to the professional training ground for dancers. The most amazing thing is the ability to resurrect. But the cost of resurrection is very high. The energy accumulated by more than 100,000 shamans from daily prayers can only bring back a small number of people each year. A mortal body can do it, and God should do it even more. I can't do it now, because my Tao is only the law of death. When I comprehend the law of the dirty land, maybe the day we are talking about will come. Speaking of the law of the dirty land, this is one of the 3 laws of the death system. Comprehending one of them can make you a middle-level god. Mu Zhong asked, "Now that you have achieved godhood, Can the law of the divine world break through the bottleneck? I can feel that the bottleneck is cracked. As long as you explore it calmly, you should be able to achieve something. Then? Not now. Wave 1 shook his head. If I want to retreat again, I'm afraid it will take no less time than this breakthrough. I have a lot of things to do now. It's not suitable for retreat, and I can't calm down. Mu Zhong thought about it and nodded. That's right, solve the things here as soon as possible, so you can practice. Then Mu Zhong looked outside the car, and Wave 1 also looked at the scene he had seen countless times. Unknowingly, they had arrived in front of the border wall. The tall white wall stood in front of them, like a natural moat, reaching the sky, and birds could not cross it. It was like a skeleton with bone texture and countless holes on it as ballistic openings, spewing flames out, firmly blocking the offensive of the undead army. The undead army was not afraid of death. They were so numerous that they climbed up the wall like stacked ants, but they could not climb over the wall and were scattered by the powerful fire. Wave 1's law of death gathered here, and the dead air turned into a thick liquid and gathered on the ground at an unknown depth. The broken limbs and arms that were broken into countless sections by the bombardment fell back into the sea of dead air, and were nourished by the law and resurrected again. Killing them completely, eliminating them and regenerating them, this endless fighting method, only to see it with your own eyes can you know how terrible it is. This scene was extremely shocking even to the Blue Star humans, who followed the boss all the way to the finals, not to mention other human races. The Titans stared at the scene on the white wall in front of them, and they felt their scalps tingling. Just a little bit of thinking about themselves as the defenders made them feel breathless. As expected, he is the most terrifying god of disaster. He has not even taken action personally, but his existence alone has caused these civilizations to suffer enough. The faces of the Sky Monks changed again and again when they saw this. The reason why the Sky Monks firmly supported the demon god is that they highly recognized the demon god's fighting style of using offense instead of defense. In addition, as short-lived human races, they knew very well that they and the Blue Star human race were the closest races. In this human alliance dominated by immortal humans and craftsmen, they should follow the demon god and the Blue Star human race and work together to fight the future. From a standpoint, the Sky Monks and the Blue Star humans are absolutely consistent. Of course, the stronger the demon god is, the better. Now seeing their former enemies being beaten behind the city wall and not daring to come out, all the Sky Monks looked very happy. With their uniform black battle robes, they are no longer the immortals of the first meeting. They are the real villains. This is just the passive ability of the demon god, and it has such power. I am looking forward to the day when the demon god leads us to unify the 9th level battlefield. Yes, I don't doubt that the demon god has this ability. Even if the gods of the divine realm descend, what about the will clone? Even if the main god appears, it can't do anything to a real god at this time, let alone such a powerful disaster god. No matter how sharp the knife is, it is useless as long as you run fast, and it can't cut it. As long as we can sweep the 9th level world in these 10 years, even if the demon god leaves, other races want to restore their strength. It will take a long time for our human race to revive and maintain its advantage. Yes, I think so too. Our leader is really foresight. He pointed out the key at the beginning and asked us to stand firmly behind the demon god. Follow the demon god closely. Maybe our leader can also receive his grace and achieve godhood, and our race will rise to the sky in one step. Look, is that the demon god taking action? As the conversation sounded, I don't know when, a kind of black bird was everywhere in the sky and the earth. Their figures flickered, shuttling between the virtual and the real, making a quack-quack sound. In the sky above them, it seemed that a huge black bird shadow from outside the universe was projected on the gray clouds. It was so big that its wings spread hundreds of miles, and the long feathers behind its tail dragged hundreds of miles, with an extremely terrifying momentum. When they came to their senses, they found that gray snow had fallen between heaven and earth. The snow seemed light and fluttering, but if they used their spiritual sense to sense it, it would be painfully withdrawn as if it was burned. Cold, hot, manic, twisted, and the breath of corrosion and death intertwined and drilled into the soul. If this power had not been hostile, it would have just wandered around in their sea of souls and then dissipated on its own. If they had met the enemy today, none of these fools who rashly released their spiritual senses to sense the power of the gods would have survived. But for those who practice other elemental laws, the gray snow particles are equivalent to poison. But for all those who are contaminated with the power of death, these gray snows are a great tonic. The dead spirits, who were attacking the city were already very ferocious, but after the gray snow fell, their overall mental outlook improved by more than 10 times. The pile of undead that was just 100 meters high on the city wall began to rush to a higher place quickly under the ferocious momentum of these dead undead, and they were about 200 meters, 300 meters, and 500 meters away from the top of the city wall. From the ballistic openings of the city wall, attacks of various colors were launched one after another. There were fire attacks trying to burn the undead, and there were thunder attacks that struck the undead. Occasionally, a huge force came, and the whole city wall shook, shaking off many undead who had finally climbed to a high place. Among them, the most effective ones were some holy attacks from the ballistic openings. The undead killed by the holy attacks were often directly purified and dissipated, and would not be resurrected again. It's just a pity that the method is effective, but in the face of the death power from the gods, if you don't release the holy power to the best of your ability, it will be ineffective. However, even if one undead could be purified, facing the endless undead like the sea, it would make one despair and impossible to purify them completely. It was all in vain. It was impossible to kill them all, and even if they were revived, there was only one final outcome, which was to be swallowed up by the undead scourge and become a part of it. Look outside the city, I see titans. Are those damned humans attacking? We can't win with the power of the gods. Think of a way quickly, or give up blocking and leave here. Can this wall really stop the human attack? Damn it, why did they have the gods at this time? Just a little bit, and they can destroy the human race. No. Isn't the real question why they came here? So many tribes participated in the encirclement. Is it because we are the weakest? We are the Free Alliance. Damn it. We are targeted by the gods. It's a disaster god. Why would the disaster god appear among the human race? Why? Or let's run away first. At least we can survive in the 8th level world. Once the city wall collapses and the gate is destroyed, we can't go back. Before Wave 1 did anything, there were already voices of retreat among the races behind the city wall. This is exactly why Wave 1 knew that the Free Alliance was the strongest. But why did he attack him first? If there is a group among them that is strong enough and can represent the will of all groups, it will not be called an alliance. Any alliance represents disunity and a pile of loose sand, and its will can be easily disintegrated from within. Wave 1 is very good at active attack. He grew up in war and nourished his godhood with blood. He did this to the Dark Beast tribe, to the Challenge World, and to the Blue Star. Just like the current Blue Star, there is no so-called Blue Star Alliance, only the Blue Star Legion. If everyone is strong, it means there will be no unity. Without an absolutely strong person, any form of alliance is doomed to dissolve. When Wei Huan used his fist to press against the white bone wall and exerted force little by little, the opponent was about to disperse before he could use all his strength. But this is not over yet. He just sent Sister Crow to strengthen the attack of the dead spirits. Wei Huan's strength was not even 1%. The next one was his real attack. The ghost crows all over the sky, quack quack like dark clouds, flew towards the wall. In the thick dark clouds, you can see dots of green light that are looming. Finally, the first ghost crow flew to the city wall. When the purifying light fell on it and completely purified it, a deafening sound also exploded. The Hellfire Bomb, which had been sealed for 30 years, appeared again. The power of the explosion shook the city wall, and the protective shield on the nearest trajectory was shattered, exposing the enemy hiding inside. It turned out to be a thing that looked like a fly, with a pair of huge compound eyes and wings on its back. It looked like an insect, but its strength was also at sequence 9. Such a level was simply a world-destroying demon god in the past Blue Star, and even mushroom bombs might not be able to do anything to it. However, here, on this battlefield, it was just a cannon fodder. The death energy seized the opportunity and rushed in, covering its mouth and nose, and pouring into its body from every hole in its body. Soon its wings began to shrivel, and the next second after its compound eyes lost their luster, black stinking water flowed out, followed by its wings, its long legs, and its body melting like a candle, and finally spread out on the ground into a ball of black water. But the next second, under the gathering of death energy, a large fly that looked exactly the same crawled out of the corpse water again. As the corpse water became less and less, its body gradually recovered completely. Then, in the horrified eyes of his companions, he rushed over and killed it. Bang! Bang bang bang. More hellfire bombs exploded in midair, easily tearing apart the front line held by the Free Alliance, and letting the stagnant death energy flow again. And Wei Huan was just clearing out part of the inventory. His strength was only 3%. Chapter 379. The power of the gods makes mortals despair. When everyone saw the indestructible city wall collapse in front of them, everyone's expression was strangely happy. Even the elves who were walking at the back could not hide the joy of seeing their former enemies being easily disintegrated. When the city wall was destroyed, Wei Huan clearly felt that the influx of faith power increased several times. These faith powers will bless the power of the gods. Some non-combat gods, after obtaining enough faith power, also have strong combat power. Of course, Wei Huan does not rely on the power of faith. As the god of disaster, his combat power is indeed the strongest among the gods. If it is not strong, how can he support him to make trouble everywhere and take the initiative to start a war? However, if there is the blessing of faith power, there is nothing wrong, and he is happy to accept it all. After Wei Huan arrived in person, the bone wall was destroyed without a single blow, and the death energy that had been blocked for several days began to spread out again. The gray fog wrapped endless dead spirits from the breach, and the black bird image was projected from outside the world. Wherever the body covered, gray snow fell non-stop. The dead spirits seemed to be injected with powerful power, and even ran many times faster. Among these dead spirits, there were more insects similar to the zerg, and some flowers and plants. Some were still struggling to resist the polluted spirits. After all, the law of death was more harmful to flesh and blood, and the spirits also escaped successfully. But the spirits could not resist the power of the gods after all. The slower ones eventually turned into ghosts, with blurred figures, and merged into the army of the dead. Woo woo woo. Roar roar roar. The rustling sound spread. It continued to spread. The newly built buildings behind the city wall were trampled flat by the iron hoofs of the undead army, leaving only ruins that could not be seen clearly. In the depths of the gray fog, the expeditionary revenge army passed through it at this time. The war had already ended. Walking in it, the titans who stepped on the ruins felt unpredictable. Is the war over? They have prepared to die as cannon fodder in order to pray to become the gods' followers again, and ensure that the weak tribesmen can grow up safely. But now, look at the benefits of following a powerful god. They just ran here, and the war was over. And what's next? They just need to keep running behind the undead army. This great god, he, is not short of cannon fodder at all. It feels really good to have your life cherished. The sky monk flew over the ruins, TSK non-stop, his face becoming more ferocious and fierce. That's right. No more pretending, what Taoist style, it's really more fun to rob and plunder, and push all the way. Ha ha, I followed the right boss, and the boss followed the right boss. This feeling is so cool. As for the artisan group, it has been following the sky monk closely since I don't know when, as if they are stuck together, and the distance between the races can no longer be seen. Artisans have never had an absolute position. As the property of the strong, they rarely have the right to choose, but even so, they are still willing to follow the real strong. Only the last elves are still waiting and watching, always maintaining their arrogance. Passing through the ruins and going forward, you can clearly see the process of death corroding the earth, making the flowers and plants that the elves love wither visibly, and the green mountains in the distance turn black one by one. The whole world has lost its brilliant color, and this depressing and monotonous color keeps adding wrinkles to the elves' foreheads. God of disaster. What will this world look like? Is it necessary to destroy the world to win? Although I know this is the only choice, I continue to suffer because it goes against my beliefs. The marching legion stopped, and the elders of the elves cast water mirror magic to see the battle situation ahead. A city of the Free Alliance was discovered, and some civilized groups that did not have time to evacuate were trapped in the fog. The protective shield protecting the city glowed faintly, far from the level that the previous wall could match. They can't resist in the fog for long. The faces of the trapped aliens can be seen in the protective shield, with expressions of extreme fear. There are not many challengers who can walk out of the protective shield and walk through the fog. They are destined to be trapped here. If the god of disaster takes the initiative, the protective shield may not even last for 10 seconds. How pitiful. The kind-hearted elves began to sympathize with the enemy. If they are left here, they will surely die. The elf elder turned his head to look at the fellow who spoke, with a twisted and complicated expression. At this time, a green light suddenly burst out in the water mirror, dazzling everyone so that they could not open their eyes. When they adjusted and looked over again, they saw the green fire with only the tail rime left, swaying in the gray fog. The airflow generated by the explosion shattered the protective shield, turning into scattered fragments bursting everywhere. The dead spirits surrounding the protective shield rushed forward ferociously, as if they had seen a delicious delicacy. Blood flew everywhere. The corners of the eyes of the elven elder twitched, and he continued to watch despite the discomfort. The elves behind him covered their mouths and retched. For the elves who had to drink the dewdrops of the petals of the morning sun, this scene was too cruel. After all, Those who could not escape and were trapped in this small town were all weak challengers. They might just follow the strong ones. Their strength was only at the level of level 5 or 6. Facing the attack from the gods, they could not even resist for a moment and turned directly into broken limbs. When the gods killed mortals, they mostly destroyed them instantly with endless power. When a city collapsed, everything inside it was also wiped out. It was not like this, both fierce and slow. The whole process of spreading forward was accompanied by a thick smell of blood, which also gave the enemy a chance to escape, but the problem was that they could not escape at all. It was death in the city, and it was also death to leave the city. In the pain and extreme fear, they turned into thick sewage all over the ground, and then crawled out of the sewage and joined the carnival of slaughter and rampage. Too cruel. The overly kind elves couldn't bear to watch it anymore. They had countless complaints about the god in their hearts, but they were finally cut off by reason and swallowed back. The god of doom was so cruel to his enemies, and he would be even more terrible to treat traitors, right? The expeditionary army moved forward again, still arrogantly flying over the ruins of the city. When the elves passed this ruin, it was the same as every ruin they had seen before, with no living creatures. Plants withered, buildings collapsed, and even the soil and gravel turned gray. It was too quiet, and there was an ominous feeling everywhere. They had never carefully watched how the god of doom launched a war before, but now that they saw it with their own eyes, the elves could no longer ignore these ruins. It was hard to imagine how many lives had been devoured by a ruin that looked like nothing. The elves' innate pride and purity made them walk further and further away from the legion, almost leaving the team. Turnus looked back several times, and finally shook off Duajwola's hand. Duajwola said, "Turnus, you should know that there is no way. This is our elf clan. You can't persuade them." Turnus shook his head and pushed Duajwola's hand away again, "But I am their queen. I must stand with them. Turnus, I will try my best, and I hope the gods can understand." Duajwola looked at Turnus, who left without looking back, and sighed. "Turnus is the queen of the moon elves. This is her responsibility, and I am just a weight in my father's double bet, and only a weight." Dodora looked at the hundreds of life elves around her again, and they also had the expression of disgust that could not be suppressed in their eyes. Maybe she would face the same choice as Turnus sooner or later. The undead disaster is still spreading forward. The second city, the third city, were also knocked down one after another. At night, the invasion still did not end. The undead did not know how to get tired, and the gods did not need to work hard to cast the domain. Instead, the titans who followed and ran on their feet looked a little changed. Who knows, titans? Their first expedition was not because they were tired from fighting, but because they were tired from running. Is this a war? This is just playing with the titans. Danten had a tired look on his face, but he still reminded his people, "Don't relax. If we go in this direction, we will encounter a major city of the Free Alliance in a few hours. The Free Alliance must be there, ready to fight us. Cheer up, my people. It's time to serve the gods. Titans! Titans!" The titans shook off their tiredness and roared in unison. The already messy footsteps became uniform again, making a dong-dong-dong sound. What are they suddenly excited about? Su Qingqiang, holding a cigarette in his mouth, leaned on the balcony railing, looking at the titans following closely behind the chariot. "You scared me. What are you doing so much in the middle of the night?" Mu Zhong laughed. "Compared to the active titans, it is the elves who seem to have fallen behind. A bunch of hypocritical hypocrites, good for nothing except their beauty. If they don't come, then don't come, as if we really need their fighting power. We don't need them, but you know, the boss's consistent philosophy is that we can't let these elves cause trouble. We have to find a way to subdue them. I heard there is a heavy city ahead. Let them see the strength of our Blue Star Legion, so that they don't always think that we are nothing without the boss, and look down on us self-righteously. Okay, then I wait and see. Don't worry, I keep my word." The undead plague continued to spread. At midnight, the first wisp of gray fog had licked the protective shield of the heavy city. This is a huge city that is so large that you can't see the edge at a glance. The city is surrounded by the same material as the border wall, which keeps the gray fog out. From the transparent protective cover, you can see that the city is a cyberpunk-style city. There are many people in the Free Alliance, and there are also many civilizations that rely on technology to reach the 9th level world. They use all kinds of strange aesthetics to create a series of bizarre cities. Dazzling neon lights are intertwined with huge nests of dead branches and rotten leaves. The latest model of mecha is parked on the round house built of mud. On the towering high-rise building, there is a blood-red eye that is turning around. Suddenly, a circular beam of light is emitted when it opens and closes. Swish! The ghost crows flying in the air outside the city either turned into ashes or split into two, and the number was instantly reduced by half. This blood-colored magic I can actually penetrate space and attack the ghost crows in the subdimensional dimension. Then, the bone wall suddenly emitted a dazzling holy light. The dead spirits illuminated by the light were obviously restrained by the divine power, and a thin layer of ash came out of their bodies. At this time, if there were any more attacks on these dead spirits, they would turn into ashes and dissipate at the moment of death, and they would never be resurrected again. After a period of preparation, it was obvious that the means against Wei Huan had been formed. Although this was an attack from the gods, it was impossible to kill him. Either the means at the bottom of the box, or the blessing prayed to their own gods, it was always possible to resist the passive ability of the gods. The dead air has been purified. The same sentence was said, and both Titan and Sky Monk were a little angry, but the elves could not hide their gloating in their tone. But whether it was worry or secret joy, this emotion was destined to be short-lived. What the other party did his best to purify was nothing more than Wei Huan's passive aura, and he hadn't taken the initiative yet. Such a city, even if it had superior combat power, could be wiped out in Wei Huan's eyes with just a little more effort. It was just because someone was eager to show his strength. Wei Huan decided to slow down first, and see how dazzling Su Qingqiang's sharp blade would be when it was unsheathed again after 30 years. Hee. Along with bursts of wild laughter, a huge blood mist that even the power of the gods could not dissipate appeared between heaven and earth. This blood mist was a bit shocking, like a heavy lead ball, carrying a heavy force, and hitting the bone wall at a very fast speed. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood mist hit the bone wall heavily, and a deep crack immediately appeared on the wall that could even block the power of the gods and the undead. At the same time, on the bone wall interwoven with the blood mist, the originally lustrous and shiny wall was turning gray at an extremely fast speed, and more cracks appeared at the edge, spreading outward quickly. Hee. The strange laughter became more and more arrogant, and along with the laughter, a blood mist ball also appeared, which was also growing larger. Is he absorbing the power of this bone wall? The elves looked at the picture in the water mirror. The strong breath of the abyss. This is another disaster. Hao Ba had fought with Su Qingqiang, and knew his strength very well. Touching his face, which seemed to be fine, but was actually still in phantom pain, he said to his disciples, "This is the power of the abyss, which can absorb everything for its own use, but the power of the gods cannot be absorbed by mortals, especially the power from hostile gods. Rashly absorbing it will only lead to death without a burial place." His eldest disciple said, "But General Su absorbed it." "Yes, this is where he is strong. He can even absorb the power of gods. If any of you fight him, it will only take a moment to be sucked dry. So strong." "Yes, he is very strong. General Su and I are half a step away from being gods, but he is stronger than me. We have the same progress in the laws, but there seems to be something hidden in his laws that I can't understand. I am far from his opponent. This dead wall is even more delicious in front of General Su. It can't stop him." As Hao Ba's voice fell, the confrontation between red and white on the front line of the battlefield also came to an end. The bone wall quickly lost energy, and the cracks on the wall gradually expanded until the limit came. With a loud boom, the bone wall fell down. Hee. The strange laughter continued all the way and rushed into the city. In the city, smoke rose, and countless tribes used their own skills to try to stop Su Qingqiang's attack. But the gap in strength was too big. Su Qingqiang, who absorbed the power of the gods on the bone wall, was invincible and rushed into the city as if there was no one. "That monster is attacked. What is that red blood mist? Isn't it the god of death? Isn't this the power of the god of death? Be careful, avoid this red mist, it will absorb energy. I have a strong vitality, and the law I practice is reproduction, so let me meet him. As long as it is not a god, I will never be afraid." A monster with 6 arms, like a spider, rushed towards the blood mist. Its compound eyes saw the black figure in the blood mist. As long as he is defeated, the red mist can be stopped. However, this 9th level challenger, who was also well known and powerful in the city, jumped into the blood mist and was terrified. At the critical moment, he jumped out of the red mist with difficulty and escaped. What kind of power is that? Why is it so terrible? Is his reproductive power useless? Fortunately, he hit early. But before he could feel lucky, he looked down and saw that 2 of his 6 arms were withered like dry wood, and they fell off with a slight movement. Ah! Seeing it broken into several pieces on the ground, he felt the pain at this time. What made him even more frightened was the destructive power that was still spreading from the broken hand to the depths. Although it had not touched the red mist, its energy was like a cramp, and it was uncontrollably drawn out. Without any resistance, he did not even struggle, and turned into a dried insect, fell to the ground and became a ball of ash. The red mist swept over its ashes, and the sound of Jijiji continued to come, like a bug run over by a wheel, rolling forward without stopping. This is the power of withering. Dong Tan distinguished the power of law contained in it. It is the power of withering evolved from the law of blood, and the power of withering is already a mid-level law. Dong Tan's eyes turned on the red ball with awe, and then looked at the chariots in front. The law of withering is a power from the abyss, and like the law of death, it is a very terrible power of doom. Why does this civilization master so much power of disaster? What a terrifying race. Finally, the blood-colored magic I built on the tower, after accumulating power for a long time, emitted a terrifying light. Su Qingqiang's blood mist was penetrated from the front, and his attack was paused. Then the second beam of light fell again, heading straight for Su Qingqiang's body. The blood mist was hit, and stopped again. Thump! 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 At this moment, the sky above the city suddenly opened a pair of identical, huge scarlet eyes. As the eyes opened and closed, red beams of light fell in an interlaced manner, attacking the place where Su Qingqiang was. Some kind of indescribable magnificent aura descended, making people breathless. Not good. Dong Tan was extremely nervous, and ran forward with big strides. It's a projection of the god. He, however, without waiting for Dong Tan to rescue, the strange laughter continued. At the same time, a not so loud but obscene voice that could not be ignored shouted, "Grandson, your grandfather is here." Then, a golden tortoiseshell suddenly rose from the ground, and actually ambushed the god, and the hand that was originally intended to kill with one blow was easily blocked. Dong Tan saw General Shui, who appeared in the tortoiseshell, and Su Qingqiang, who was unharmed but looked more ferocious beside him. Dong Tan breathed a sigh of relief, but for some reason his eyes were always fixed on General Shui, and his fists were inexplicably hard. This General Shui always seemed a bit annoying. But this was wrong. Such huge emotions of likes and dislikes should not appear on Titan, and on the god's family he decided to be loyal to. But before he could think about why he had such an idea, the next second, the strangeness in the sky attracted his attention again. A figure holding a huge axe stood on a tall building, struck the sky, and slashed at the giant eye in the sky. White light flickered, and the arc was sharp. The pair of giant eyes from the power of God were hid by the white light, and split into two, shedding blood and tears, fading away. Indistinctly, the roar of displeasure from God could still be heard. And at the same time, it was not only this low-key giant axe warrior who launched an attack on the 100 eyes that descended from God's will, but also the golden eagle eye that appeared in the air and issued a fatal blow, and the gambler who had already arrived in the air in a few flashes and jumps attacked. And those chariots that he had always been a little confused about, didn't know when they arrived at the city, and the high-rise artillery launched a covering attack on the giant eye in the sky and the city. Gun smoke filled the air. This is the war that normal people are familiar with. But it can clearly distinguish the strong and the weak. Dong Tan only took a few glances, and was very sure that this blue star civilization was really powerful. Even if the projection of God descended into the world, it would be reduced by the rules, and weakened in strength, but it was not something that a civilization could easily deal with. Even the Titans, facing such a projection of God, had to do their best and suffer some damage in order to win. However, often, the various ethnic groups and civilizations that have been influenced by the belief in God for a long time do not have the belief to fight to the death when facing the projection of God. More often, they will surrender directly under the suppression of God. Like this, a blow to the sky, a slash to break the god. Looking at the bleeding eyes and the torn sky, Dong Tan trembled in his heart, but couldn't hide his joy. This civilization is fearless, tough and fierce. On the way to the battle, it kills gods and demons. It is really strong and fierce, and it is so handsome. A sudden impulse finally broke out of the cocoon and dominated Dong Tan's brain. He swung the javelin in his hand, and threw it towards the sky. He took a big step, and landed on the earth. Titan! Bang! A divine eye shattered, and the wailing of the god came from outside the world. Huff, huff! Dong Tan panted violently. In the surprised eyes of his companions, he looked at his shaking hands. His heart was beating wildly. The blood that had been suppressed for many years finally boiled. He swung the knife at God. Chapter 380. Titan made his move. Without any orders, Dong Tan swung his first blow at the god. This was a blow that broke his faith, and also a blow that pledged his loyalty until death. What a relief! Dong Tan's honest face, the corners of his mouth split to the sides, and his teeth were showing. His expression gradually became excited, and he took another step forward. At the same time, a new spear gathered in his hand, and then he swung his arm violently. Titan! Buzz! The javelin hit the god's eyes again, and like a bursting watermelon, scarlet blood burst out. That's right, it's like this, the feeling of having a backer, that's it, fearless, just bravely move forward. Such freedom, such release that no longer needs to be suppressed, after so many years, finally came. What about gods? No matter how noble and powerful they are. I just need to worship the gods I believe in. Oh my god! The direction of your finger is the battlefield I'm rushing to, the target of the tip of the gun. When there is a real tall man in the sky above my head, the pleasure of killing gods is indescribable, and Dong Tan's Titan blood seems to be alive again, and the excitement is beyond description. But when he condensed the third spear and wanted to strike the sky again, all the red eyes disappeared. The god who descended with will withdrew his divine power in the pain of cursing, and the oppressive pressure that made people breathless was completely dissipated. Su Qingqiang stood on the tall building that once erected the scarlet eyes, and pointed his finger with a cigarette in the direction of Dong Tan. It can be seen from his expression that he was quite unhappy. This is our Blue Star Army's first show. Why are you, a Titan, getting involved? Biaozi, Dong Tan was pointed at, and patted his sturdy chest, making a dong-dong sound. Seeing that Su Qingqiang was still pointing at him, he thought about it, and actually imitated the others, saluted with a Blue Star military salute, and smiled with a simple face and a mouthful of white teeth. Su Qingqiang's fingers twitched, and the ashes flew away. He finally took his hand back. Boom! Boom! The projection of the gods was withdrawn, but the war in the city was not over yet. The chariots and the generals of the Blue Star Pioneer Army were still chasing the members of the Free Alliance in the city. Su Qingqiang identified a direction, and the magic pattern climbed up his cheek again. He a few times, and disappeared in the city. Someone behind him asked Haoba, "Are we going?" Haoba looked at the death force that did not flow into the city, and then looked at Dongtan who was eager to try, and shook his head. This is the Blue Star civilization showing off its muscles. They just need to watch quietly. As the absolute followers of the gods, they are destined to be superior to other races, and should have the ability to shock the four directions. One of the 5 major cities of the Free Alliance was destroyed in less than an hour. Except for the difficulty when the projection of the gods descended, no force could stop the Blue Star Legion's conquest. Perhaps this city once had law practitioners, but when the disaster came, these law practitioners ran faster than civilians, resulting in almost no resistance in this city. At this time, more people also understood why the Free Alliance, which seemed to be the strongest, was chosen for the first battle. This alliance is simply a mess, with each having its own selfish intentions. As long as they encounter this invincible power, these law practitioners, who usually clamor for strength, will never die for civilians, nor do they have the awareness to stay and live and die with the alliance. In comparison, the human race, led by the Titans, Elves, and several other civilization leaders, fought to the death against the siege of all races. Although defeated, they were still honorable, and their spirit was more valuable. It was their persistence that ushered in Wei Huan's godhood, and brought the final turning point for the human race. This Free Alliance was crucial. It was forced to the important city of the human race, and was baptized by the fire of war, and turned into ruins in the flames. It was not until this time that Wei Huan's death energy poured into the city, collected the bodies of the dead aliens, and turned them into dead spirits again, making up for the previous losses in a blink of an eye. The sky above the ruins was once again shrouded in gray fog, and this once extremely prosperous city was completely silent. Su Qingqiang returned to the chariot, sat in front of Wei Huan and smiled. "Did you perform well? Didn't I embarrass you?" Wei Huan nodded. "I haven't shown my sword for 30 years, and now I am different from the past." Su Qingqiang smiled. "That's right, you can't grow alone, we have all worked hard." Wei Huan felt and said, "Your law. What's wrong with blood? Why do you practice withering?" "I'm stuck." Speaking of this, Su Qingqiang couldn't laugh anymore. As I said at the beginning, it's easy to enter the lower law and practice it, but it's not so easy to achieve godhood. For more than 10 years, I have been stuck at the bottleneck and had to find another way out. During your retreat, I explored many ruins and fought against diamond-level monsters. Finally, at the moment of life and death, I realized the law of withering. Wei Huan nodded. The middle law of the abyss is also a law of absorbing energy. The power of withering is thousands of times that of blood, and withering also has the effect of growth and spread, and the energy of transformation is also very strong. This is indeed your way. That's right. After I comprehended the law of withering, I practiced very fast. It was a natural process. I thought I could become a god just like that. Maybe I could be even faster than you. Guess what? Su Qingqiang's expression began to twist. The bottleneck has come again. What is the bottleneck? Conversion rate and capacity. Although I can use the withering field, the energy converted by the withering field is too terrible. My body can't bear it at all. As a result, I can only open this withering field for a maximum of 1 minute. If I open it for more, my body will explode. Wei Huan smiled. I always thought your body was a bottomless pit. I thought so too, until I found that I couldn't eat anymore, so now I want to. To continue evolving this withering realm, I must achieve a breakthrough myself. Do you know the direction of the breakthrough? Yes, if I can break myself and reshape my body with withering, the evolution can continue. My body is made of withering energy, so there is naturally no upper limit. But if your body is broken, you will die. Yes, I will die. How can I reshape it after I die? This is completely contradictory. Su Qingqiang, I can do it. Su Qingqiang was stunned when he heard it. When he looked at Wei Huan again, he saw the rich divinity on this very familiar face. The power of the gods was filling this space all the time, but as a family member, he habitually ignored it. Pa! Su Qingqiang slapped his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I am such a fool. Then he raised his head again, the smile on his face had disappeared, his eyes shone red, he stood up, knelt on one knee on the ground solemnly, and looked at the god in front of him. Great God, my eternal follower, please grant me death. Wei Huan's eyes opened and closed, and with a cruel smile on his divine face, he raised his hand. Mu Zhong, Captain Shui and others standing by shook their bodies, and subconsciously wanted to speak out something. But in the end, they felt the complete trust between the god and his believers and remained silent. Wei Huan's sight followed Su Qingqiang's scarlet eyes, and saw the green flames burning quietly in the depths of his eyes. Perhaps there is a destiny in the dark. Many, many years ago, he was thinking about one thing. If Su Qingqiang, who had eaten so much of his death energy, died, where would he go? Would he come to his tomb? Now he already knew the answer. The palm that was stretched out gave off the charm of the law of death. At this moment, the power of the god was expanded to a point that the clan could not bear. It was as if a giant hand stretched down from outside the universe occupied Su Qingqiang's eyeballs and enveloped him. Su Qingqiang's heart was calm, and only the bottom of his eyes was an endless desire to become stronger. Facing the approaching divine finger, he calmly closed his eyes and went to die. Puff! The divine index finger just lightly touched, and the person, who was still fine a second ago, turned into a pile of rotten meat on the ground, and blood splattered in the room, splashing Mu Zhong and others all over their heads and faces. It can be seen that everyone was in a panic. Even Mu Zhong, who trusted Wei Huan the most, could not accept the fact that Su Qingqiang died in front of him. He tried his best to restrain himself from thinking in a bad direction, and his whole body was very tense. Wei Huan's expression was also very solemn at this moment. As a god who controls death, he already knew very well that Su Qingqiang would definitely come to his tomb after his death. As long as he wanted, he could let Su Qingqiang recover all his memories, come back again, and never grow old or die. However, this is not Su Qingqiang's way. With his power to survive in the tomb, Su Qingqiang is destined to take the path of death. Su Qingqiang is a natural demon, and the path of death will destroy him. He is destined not to become a god in this life. Therefore, what Wei Huan needs to do next is very important. Not only did he not give Su Qingqiang the power of death, but after he turned into meat paste, he was still carefully taking back the power of death that had been absorbed by Su Qingqiang. Green light flocks, like streamers, flew out from every grain of Su Qingqiang's flesh and flew upward into Wei Huan's hands. He took away the power of death in this body very carefully. As the power of death was stripped away, the most critical moment came. Can Su Qingqiang return with the power of the law of withering? Wei Huan's fingers hooked, and the last ray of green light was also extracted by him. He looked at the mud on the ground again and waited. The abnormality did not take too long before it appeared. As the power of death left, the power of the abyss began to emerge from these meat particles. The broken meat was like a piece of iron attracted by a magnet, turning from a small piece of meat into a large piece of meat. The blood flowed back, the pieces of meat gathered, and finally turned into a meatball. Mu Zhong lowered his head, and looked at the blood splashed on the back of his hand. This was Su Qingqiang's blood, which was emitting an abnormal energy at this moment, extremely active, as if every cell in this blood was alive, leaving his hand and gathering in the meatball. When the last drop of blood returned to the meatball, The meatball that was still trembling abnormally just now stopped moving. Captain Shui looked at the meatball steadily and said, "Is this going to give birth to a Neza?" Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Wei Huan. "Boss, what's next?" Wei Huan sensed the vigorous vitality in the meatball and said, "Move him away." "Yes." Brother Chui obeyed the order, lifted the big meatball with one hand, and left the cab. Seeing that the two bosses had something to say, and curious about Su Qingqiang's situation, the others also said goodbye and left. There were only two people left in the room, and Wei Huan said, "Don't worry, even if we fail, Su Qingqiang will not die." Mu Zhong nodded, "I know, but I'm just nervous. It seems that I haven't adapted to your identity as a god." Wei Huan stood up and wiped the faint bloodstains on the back of Mu Zhong's hand. "It doesn't matter if you don't adapt. God is just a level of power." "That's right." Mu Zhong nodded, "We discussed this a long time ago, I know." Mu Zhong said, holding Wei Huan's hand with his backhand, and said, "The Titans, the Sky Monks, and the Craftsmen have all firmly followed us. The original goal has been achieved for the most part, but those elves seem to be more resistant. I don't rely on faith, whether you accept it or not has nothing to do with me. You choose your own path, and you have to be responsible for your choice. You said you are not angry, you just said directly, 'Don't regret it if you don't choose me.'" Wei Huan was stunned for a second, and smiled helplessly. "Okay, it's a bit overbearing. It's right to be overbearing, so that you can be humane. Recently, you always look at things from a too high angle. Of course, I like you who have become a god, but now you are smiling, I can really embrace you." Speaking of this, Mu Zhong hugged Wei Huan tightly, buried his head in his neck, and whispered, "There are still 10 years, and we must train Brother Chang. He is the one closest to God among us. I will feel relieved even if you two accompany each other to the god's domain." Wei Huan stroked Mu Zhong's back and chuckled, "Don't underestimate the power of the god of disaster, and we have a trump card, don't worry." When the trump card was mentioned, Mu Zhong really relaxed. That's right, they still have a trump card, which was originally prepared for the battlefield of all races, but they didn't expect it to be used at all. The battlefield of all races is basically a preparation area for ridicule. Wei Huan's godhood is destined to offend almost most of the gods, and the divine domain is the real battlefield. So, in other words, Wei Huan didn't take this expedition that made all the natives nervous at all. The ambush and crazy counterattack of the natives? In front of the power of the gods, the fighting power of these natives is just a group of stronger ants. The will of the gods descended. Don't say that Wei Huan took action. We saw it in the previous battle. Even the Blue Star Legion could beat back the will of the gods. During these 10 years, Wei Huan was invincible in this world, and the human race will prosper. As for 10 years later, if Wei Huan can also stand firm in the divine domain, the human race will naturally rise and fall. While Wei Huan was talking in the car, the expeditionary army continued to advance, and the good news of the victory in the war had been sent back to the human city. 1. Yes, not only did we easily knock down the bone wall that the Free Alliance deployed on the border to block natural disasters, but we also knocked down a heavy city not long ago. Great. It turns out that we still need the support of the gods to have confidence. I know what you are thinking. Listen to me first. A flesh and blood god of the Free Alliance also descended on his will, but in this battle our gods didn't even take action, and their followers alone completed the killing of the gods. Do you know what this means? It means that the human race has the courage and strength to fight against the lower-level gods. After all, the gods will never come back after going to the divine realm. As long as we are not afraid of the projection of their will, we will be absolutely safe in this world. I know, of course I know, and I am very happy, but I am just a little worried. What about the middle-level gods or the main gods? Will they not take action? It's meaningless to think like this. We have come out of the crisis of being exterminated. Now we are already very good. Under the leadership of the gods, we will definitely be better. We must believe in his power. Yes, we won. The gods' followers are also very powerful. It was them who repelled the gods' will. God, this is the first time in many years that our human race has swung a sword against a god. This is a terrible thing, but I know that if we never take this step, we will be finished and eliminated from the battlefield of all races. It's good now. You mean Dongton hurt the gods? Titan, who stayed in the city to build, had a very complicated expression after receiving the news. After thousands of years of beliefs and habits, they have developed the habit of accepting the oppression of the gods, and they will resist the siege of all races even if they are crushed to pieces. But she has always been clear that if a god appeared at that time, they would give up resistance according to the will of the gods. In fact, this is not a kind of relief. Those civilizations that ascended later whether it is the Blue Star Civilization or the Sky Civilization, have never experienced the prosperous scene of the glory of the gods shining on the world, nor do they fear the gods. Therefore, in the minds of many immortals, swinging a sword at any god is a terrible and arrogant act that will lead to the destruction of the tribe. Dantan is not young anymore, only 200 years younger than Titan. He has been taught by his tribe since he was a child, and knows very well that swinging a sword at a god is something that he must not do. But he did it. He is the first person in the tribe that follows the god of disaster to swing a sword at a god, and even hurt the god, and got his blood on him. This is terrible, too arrogant, too brave and fearless. After hearing the news, Titan smiled and said to the anxious tribesmen around him, Dantan is very brave. He dares to break the shackles of rules, and pursue the true path in his heart. I have always said that Dantan is the most talented among all of us. His heart will not be constrained by rules and regulations. Our path has been rotten. There should have been such a person to take a new path. Tell them not to worry, just do what they think is right. The old Titan thought for a while, and finally agreed with Titan's words. Before leaving, he said, the elves have been resisting contact with the gods, which makes me a little worried. Titan thought about it, and didn't find it strange. Elves are such proud creatures, I'm not surprised that they are like this. Let Turnus and Dodora deal with it. Got it. Titan saw that the old tribesman was about to leave, but stayed and hesitated to say something, and smiled. Just say it all at once. The old tribesman sighed. Is this really okay? Titan immediately understood that the old tribesman had always been skeptical about the gods' proactive approach. After all, the Titans have always been kind, and a peace-loving civilization. Titan said, right or wrong is not important. What is important is that we have no choice. Uncle Mutant, since you have decided to go on, just be firmer. The old tribesman's face was dry and wrinkled, and his cloudy eyes opened and closed. Finally he sighed, you are right, I am really old. Titan walked to the window, and looked at the citizens who were gathering in the city to discuss the war. I haven't seen the bright smiles on their faces for a long time. The terrible dark clouds blocked the entire sky, but avoided the sky above the city. The warm sunshine fell on everyone, illuminating their shining eyes. That adult was actually very gentle. He gave them, and the elves, the opportunity to make their own choices. His spearhead and his disaster were only aimed at the enemy. So no matter what, it is enough not to become an enemy. Titan stretched in the sun, turned around and took steps with full energy. Okay, come with me if you've rested enough. Lord Demon has won a great victory. The soldiers on the front line are fighting hard. We should also cheer in our own way. You are right, Lord Titan. Don't call me Lord Titan. Just call me Titan before the new appointment comes. Got it, Lord Titan. The human main city is full of energy. With the protection of the gods, the reorganized humans, although from different races, are gradually generating new cohesion in the new cooperation centered on the gods, and the Blue Star Civilization where the gods are. In comparison, other races are quite depressed. Although the 9th level world is a battlefield of all races, it can be divided into 5 major races as a whole. Humans, beast gods, abyssal tribes, insect tribes and spirit tribes. However, compared with the previous 4 major races, the number of spirit tribes is much smaller. They are mostly spiritual creatures such as elemental creatures. Although they are powerful individually, they are not easy to be born. In the end, they formed a free alliance with some plant parasites and tribes such as the Sky Demon tribe. The new gods launched a war against the free alliance. Other tribes have always paid attention to this battle. After learning the results of the battle, they felt extremely heavy. After all, the disaster of the free alliance today is their disaster tomorrow. The invasion of the disaster gods is so strong that it will be their turn sooner or later. So fast? The Free Alliance's Chong Chung only lasted for an hour. No, strictly speaking, Chong Chung did not take action, but only his followers took action. Not only did they repel the projection of a god's consciousness, but it also took less than 20 minutes in total. The rest of the time was spent destroying the city. Do the followers have such strength? Yes, the followers of this god can establish a territory and fight against us. And they have no reverence for the gods. They are an atheist race. It's not surprising. The Book of Omniscience says that the race that can give birth to the god of disaster is either a fanatic or an atheist race. Only such a race can accept the birth of such a crazy god. After all, gods have traces to follow, and they can show their differences on the road of their growth. Yes, if such a god seed appears in our race, perhaps we will not be able to help but judge him before he grows up. But now the matter is done. Facing such a vicious god of disaster and his disrespectful followers, what should we do? No hurry, let's see what other tribes are planning first, especially the Free Alliance. They won't really sit and wait for death. That's right, the Free Alliance will never sit and wait for death. In the third important city that Wei Huan is about to arrive at, the 5 tyrants, led by the Sky Demon boss, are gathering here at this moment. They are either in spirit form, or have twisted and weird looks, and there is also a strong man with grass and flowers growing on his armored bear's head. At this moment, they are above the city, watching the members of the Free Alliance release the Zerg, Beast, Abyss, and even Human from the special space they carry with them, and gather in the central square. Looking at these alien races whose hands and feet are controlled or whose cultivation is abolished, piled together like they are at the mercy of others, the 5 tyrants' faces are still a little dissatisfied. Not enough, these energies are not enough to call down the god. The erratic spirit tyrant made a chi-chi sound and said so. Jean Ba, whose body was a huge golden sphere, shook his seemingly bulky body. I think it's almost done. Not enough. Enough? Not enough. Enough? Not enough. Enough? Not enough. The Sky Demon boss suddenly spoke, and the 2 sides of the dispute immediately stopped, looked over, and heard him say, then use the citizens of the city to make up. Don't waste time, it will take time to summon that adult. Right here, let that adult tell the god of disaster that he is nothing. Chapter 381. After the expedition flattened the city, the expeditionary army returned to a life of idleness, and every day they opened their eyes to rush on the road. The gods are very strong, and do not need cannon fodder. The gods' followers are also very strong, and do not need support. So on the 8th day of the expedition, the goblins and dwarves, the craftsmen, jointly requested that they could play a very limited role on this battlefield, and hoped to go back to build human cities. As craftsmen, that is where they should stay. The craftsmen rely on their craftsmanship to make a living. Face to face with the enemy is not their battlefield. The reason they came here was because they did not accurately assess the situation at the time, and did not know enough about the disaster god. They were afraid of violating his orders and being punished. It can be said that they walked here in a daze. Now they are finally awake. We, the dwarves, swear to be forever loyal to the Lord of Death, and do our best to create the best magic weapons. We, the goblins, swear to follow the Lord of Death forever, build human towns, and create an ideal home for the human race. The artisans also have some other miscellaneous tribes, but the overall focus is on dwarves and goblins. These 2 tribes came to see Mu Zhong as representatives, and Mu Zhong agreed to their request. Go back, the gods have agreed to your request. There are still fog and undead to accompany you on the way back. They will escort you to the city gate. Thank you for the gift of my god. The departure of the artisans was not small. The key is that the escort of this team of only 1,000 people, but more than 100,000 dead undead emerged from the gray fog. These dead undead are different from the undead in the city that has just been conquered. They are the first batch of transformed undead when Wei Huan first descended into the 9th level world. After a month, their strength has become much stronger, and more than 10 high-level undead have appeared. Just like in Wei Huan's tomb, the undead nurtured by the filth will grow into higher-level undead over time. The same is true for the dead undead. As time goes by, they will become more powerful undead according to the difference in their original strength and talents. There are 3 types of undead in Wei Huan's current summoning system. One is called the Tomb Undead, which is the core recruitment ability of his Gravekeeper sequence. They are the group of Dark Beast undead that are constantly recruited from the tomb as his level increases. These undead can enter the professional training ground for training, and can be strengthened by absorbing souls. The strongest ones, such as the Point Beast and the Crow's Sister, have become Wei Huan's normal halo after entering the god level, a necessary means of war, and the strongest war ability. The only weakness is that it is limited by Wei Huan's summoning range. After advancing to Sequence 8, Natural Disaster, his summoning diameter reached 1,000 kilometers. This is a very scary summoning distance. Within 1,000 kilometers, he can move his fingers and have absolute control. But because 1,000 kilometers is limited after all, this ability has defects. The second kind of undead is the Dirty Earth Undead. It is a kind of intermediate law that Wei Huan comprehended on his own on the basis of the Great Tomb. As his comprehension of the law improves, more than 99% of the Dark Beast undead on the Great Tomb continent, which are not recruited by him personally, will wake up and fight for Wei Huan once they are wrapped in dirty earth. They are huge in number. Every time Wei Huan summons them, it can be described as overflowing, just like the seawater pouring back from the broken sky. The number is immeasurable and can't be killed. Moreover, it will be affected by the level of dirty earth, and the highest level of Dirty Earth Undead is level 5. Unfortunately, the law of Dirty Earth is an intermediate law, and it is difficult to make progress. Wei Huan had to turn to the lower level law of death after he reached a bottleneck in this law. As a result, after all these years, the law of Dirty Earth has not made any progress, and is still stuck at the 5th level and cannot be upgraded. Dead Undead is naturally the core ability of the law of death that Wei Huan comprehended after becoming a god. The dead air of the perfect law will spread endlessly, with terrible pollution and devouring properties. As long as the divinity in it is still there, it will spread endlessly, polluting all living energy bodies such as flesh and blood, spirits, including plants, and transforming them into undead creatures. After all, it is the core ability of becoming a god. As long as the dead undead is given a period of time, they will become stronger from the most basic undead under the nourishment of divinity, and may even surpass their original strength when they were alive. After all, the time Wei Huan spent on becoming a god was still short, less than a month, and these high-level dead undead were the best ones that grew up on their own during this period. Tietue recognized 2 of them. They were enemies who had appeared in the powerful team that attacked their human city, killed countless humans, and even killed one of his sons. Now these enemies appeared at the front of the dead spirits. Their breath was much weaker than when they were alive. Their eyes were dull, and their faces were stiff. They perfectly and loyally executed the orders of the gods, and guarded the circle of their team returning to the city. He just felt relieved. The enemy was dead, but it still felt not enough. There was nothing more satisfying than continuing to control its body when it died, and doing things it would never do in the past. On the way back, after being away from the expeditionary army where the gods were, one day during the rest period, Tietue came to the enemy, looked at its dull eyes, touched his chest, closed his eyes, and prayed to the gods in his heart, begging for forgiveness. Then he finally couldn't bear it anymore, took out his big iron hammer, and hit the enemy's head with one hammer. Puff! Just like hammering a watermelon, he smashed the guy into a pile of black water. Iron hammer! The elder of the tribe screamed in fear. After failing to stop it, he looked at the sky in fear, fearing that the gods would be angry. But after waiting for a minute or two, everything was calm, but the guy who was smashed crawled out of a ball of dirty blood and recovered his original appearance bit by bit. Ah! Tietue swung his iron hammer, and slapped the enemy's face again. Puff! Half of the enemy's body exploded again. Iron hammer! The elders of the tribe looked up at the sky nervously again, but after waiting for a long time, the imagined divine punishment did not appear. Instead, the guy who was flattened came directly to Iron Hammer after recovering from the distortion. His eyes, which seemed to be dull and straight, seemed to be saying silently, "Come and kill me to vent your anger, don't be too sad." Iron Hammer stared at this enemy, thinking of his beloved son, and finally raised his hand to cover his eyes, and cried silently. The trembling body, the choking breath, and the iron hammer that fell from his hand fell to the ground with a dong. The ground trembled slightly. The dwarf elder felt the gentleness of the god at this moment. Obviously, he was the god of disaster that everyone feared and was terrified, but he was so tolerant of his believers. He raised his hand to his chest and bowed deeply to the sky. The dwarves behind him also felt the warmth that the elders felt. They were shocked at first, but now they are truly convinced and sincerely want to follow the gods and dedicate everything to them. Jean now, and his tribe also watched this scene. Their feelings were the same as the dwarves. You know, gods don't always protect their families. Many gods raise a large number of families, but they are just tools and cannon fodder when necessary. They have never cared about them at all. In fact, no matter whether Wei Huan cares about them or not, and whether he responds to the prayer of the hammer this time, the craftsmen have only one way to be loyal to him. After all, Wei Huan is the only god who can protect humans. But loyalty without choice and loyalty after being moved are two concepts. Wei Huan just does it from the heart. He walks his own way. A firm way will make him stronger. Tietue stopped venting his anger. He wiped away his tears and started again. He already had the prototype of the artifact in his mind. He couldn't wait to return to the furnace and offer the first artifact he made to the gods. Wei Huan felt the firmness of Tietue's faith and said to Mu Zhong, "We can give the artifact materials we have saved to Tietue." Okay. Mu Zhong nodded, not knowing what happened. Anyway, it didn't matter. Wei Huan thought Tietue was reliable, so he must be reliable. The expeditionary team continued to move forward, and the craftsmen returned to the human territory and joined in the reconstruction of the city. With the help of the craftsmen, Titan City's recovery speed was more than 10 times faster. A large number of craftsmen came out of the 8th level world where they once retreated, and even brought a large amount of their treasured supplies. The goblins and dwarves joined forces to refine a large number of city weapons. The combat defense capabilities of these weapons are more advanced than the weapons rewarded by the challenge world, and they are real weapons with extremely amazing lethality. In the past, a human city could only be equipped with no more than 10 superstar destroyers, but now there are 50 of them in this city where the gods temporarily live. After seeing the number of superstar destroyers equipped, Titan was silent for a few seconds, and then smiled. The destruction of the human race means that humans have lost their foothold in the 9th level world from now on. When the various races saw no hope of winning, they all chose to retreat back to the 8th level world, reproduce, and wait for the opportunity. Now, after seeing the hope of prosperity, these races naturally have to come up with some real things. Titan is a kind-hearted Titan. After thinking it through, he did not blame the selfishness of the various races, but just thought that his leadership was too bad, so he could not get the trust of the various races. God level and gods are two completely different systems. Isn't it normal that I am not as good as gods? The reconstruction of human cities is in full swing. 3 days later, news from the front line came again. The expeditionary force destroyed the second important city of the Free Alliance and won easily. Under the guidance of the gods, the human race was invincible. However, after the expeditionary force destroyed 2 important cities of the Free Alliance in succession, the other 3 tribes were ready to move, especially the Beast Man. The reconnaissance team has been spreading in the black fog. One of the teams is coming to our side, and the other 2 teams think they are secretive, but they can't hide from the great gods. The Blue Star clan told us that they went to the direction of the Abyss clan and the Zerg clan. That is, while they want to contact us and make peace, they are teaming up with other tribes to continue to try to besiege us. Yes, the Beast God tribe is very cunning. Their Beast God is the tribe with the most Beast Gods, second only to the Free Alliance, with a total of 5 Beast Gods. In other words, if we exclude the so-called Alliance and only talk about tribes, the Beast God tribe should be the strongest, but they are the most cunning, like to take advantage of the fire and bet on both sides, never show up, and also preserve the most strength. What is the will of the gods? A large number of dead spirits are moving towards the border walls of the other 3 tribes, and there are no more actions. It seems that the Demon Lord is determined to overthrow the Free Alliance. Speaking of which, the expeditionary force is about to reach the 3rd important city, right? Do you remember the 3rd important city? What city? It's the lair of the Sky Demon Tyrant. The Sky Demon is a cosmic alien species, born as a 7th level life, and can reach the 9th level when it grows up. Moreover, its inherited memory is extremely powerful, and its physical fitness is also extremely special. It can easily crush the same level at the same level of the 9th level, especially the Sky Demon boss, who is half a step away from being a god. It can be said to be invincible under the gods. Yes, it is invincible under the gods, but we have real gods, and we are not afraid of how strong it is. The reason why we think that the 3rd city may be difficult to attack this time is because it is the lair of the Sky Demon, and it is also the place where the Sky Demon God walks out. Yes, once we fight there, the Sky Demon God who flew to the gods' domain 200,000 years ago, and is still active today, will never stand by and watch. At the same time, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were also talking about this god. The human race is not lacking in understanding of the gods, and with the information collected by Ironheart these days, their control over the information of the 9th level world is not inferior to that of the Titans, who have been entrenched in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Ironheart also has a very high opinion of the important city they are about to attack. That's the nest of the Sky Demon clan. The Sky Demon clan is not just the 9 we saw in the memories of the survivors. In the long history of cosmic evolution, there are more or less hundreds of Sky Demon clan. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan were browsing the information sent by the Ironheart. The Sky Demon clan is a group that is very good at practicing the law of flesh and blood. The gods in their history also practiced the law of bones to ascend. In their inherited memories, there is even a complete set of law practice exercises. Relying on their ability to make holes in space, they can temporarily get rid of the control of the challenge world, go to the real world to practice, dominate the creatures of the real world, gather their spiritual power, and build the invincible body of the Sky Demon. Yes, it's their snail shell. Every Sky Demon has been practicing the law of bones since birth to build its own invincible body. Seeing this, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong understood why the Sky Demon's shell was so hard. If Wei Huan hadn't had a god-level point beast at the time, and had the attack of poison, he probably wouldn't have been able to break the shell and really attack the Sky Demon. Heart of Steel continued, It is also worth mentioning that the law of bone, the law of flesh, and the law of blood are one of the three major laws of the law of flesh and blood, and are mid-level laws. In other words, although the Sky Demon clan is restricted by the heavenly Tao, and cannot achieve a second bone godhood when there is a bone god, it also means that their clan will always have a mid-level god guarding them. In other words, if they go to attack the lair of the Sky Demon clan in the 9th level world, will this middle-level god definitely appear? Steelheart said. More than 95% of the time, the skeleton god will send down a projection of his will. His strength? Fighting style? How to kill him? Unkillable. Steelheart said, the skeleton god is a very active god. The human race has very detailed information about him. The law of flesh and blood is a terrible law that requires the body to be cultivated to the extreme. After the cultivation reaches the end, even if there is a fragment, a drop of blood, or a grain of flesh left, it will be reborn. Facing the projection of the will of this middle-level god, our only way is to kill him back. But once you ascend to the divine realm, the battle with him is inevitable. Wei Huan frowned. It is impossible to be unkillable. You said that the Sky Demon clan always occupies the godhood of the skeleton god, and you also said that the skeleton god has a lifespan of only 200,000 years. So what about the skeleton god before it? Ironheart said, of course, it was killed by a higher level god. No matter how strong its shell is, no matter how terrible its ability to resurrect is, it cannot be resurrected in the face of the infinite power of a high-level god. The power of the god can penetrate deep into its cells, and destroy every universe in its cells. As long as all are destroyed, it will have no chance of resurrection. Mu Zhong sighed. Little heart, you can kill it. Why do you say you can't kill it? Ironheart was angry. Don't call me that. I am the great challenge brain. I am the strongest brain after the main brain, and I am the strongest brain in this challenge world. Little heart, but you also said that you are set by permissions, and cannot talk to anyone except me. Why can you talk now? The little mecha man on the virtual screen of Ironheart was obviously stunned for a moment, and said with a guilty conscience, God is not within the authority. So, Mu Zhong smiled, don't always speak so absolutely. What can't be discussed casually? Always speaking so firmly, be careful that the program will be confused. Humph. You are really annoying. Chatting with you is so annoying. You always trap me. I blame you for the confusion of my program. The little mecha man stomped his feet with his hands on his waist in anger. Wei Huan smiled, as he watched from the side. Ironheart is also an old friend, but in the past, he could only see the black cube floating on Mu Zhong's shoulder. It was not until he was promoted to god that Ironheart quietly entered his intelligence system. At first, he wanted to pretend to be his AI butler, but it was exposed by Mu Zhong not long after. Now, he has completely restored his true colors, and turned into a white palm-sized mecha man, often appearing on the shoulders of both of them. Others still couldn't see Ironheart. It just used screen projection technology to directly simulate its mecha form on their retinas. Super AI is indeed very powerful. Ironheart is just like a normal living person. It has emotions and quarrels with Mu Zhong every day. Of course, it is also very useful in terms of technology. After Ironheart and Mu Zhong finished quarreling, they returned to Wei Huan and continued. In short, if his body cannot come, even if you have the power of God, you can't kill him, but he may kill his family. In addition, there are a total of 7 gods in the Free Alliance. Although they are all lower gods, they must be on guard against them appearing at the same time to surround and kill. At that time, you will be distracted, and there will inevitably be casualties that you don't want to see. What is my chance of winning against them alone? Wei Huan said. Mu Zhong turned his head to look at Wei Huan, and just as he was about to speak quickly, Wei Huan raised his hand to interrupt him. I'm just asking. Mu Zhong could only shut up again. Heart of Steel said, if you don't consider other factors, your ability in the world is enough to mediate with a middle-level god and 6 lower-level gods. The strength of the projection of the will of the gods is 100 times worse than your own. You don't need to worry about their threats to you. Wei Huan thought for a moment. You said you don't consider other factors? The mecha nodded. That's right. Don't consider that they will work together to implement strategies, so that you will be distracted, and there are other tribes that will launch a new round of attacks on human cities when you start a war. There is another possibility, which is very likely in my calculations. Mu Zhong held his forehead. Don't keep me in suspense, Xiao Xinqin, speak quickly. The mecha glanced at him, and said to Wei Huan respectfully, sacrifice. Sacrifice? Mu Zhong was puzzled. Sacrifice. Wei Huan seemed to be thinking. The mecha man said, by gathering a large amount of energy in a short period of time and temporarily breaking through the world barrier, part of the god's power can truly descend into the world, reaching 70% to 80% of its own strength. If it's 70% to 80%. Mu Zhong calculated it in his mind, and still thought that Wei Huan was not sure about the upper middle god now. He thought again, the sacrifice you mentioned, gathering a large amount of energy, is it what I think? The Mecha Man said, yes, any communication with the gods, and breaking the world barrier, requires a huge price. You are a shaman priest. You should know that it is not without cost for you to cross the long river of time to find your ancestors. It was the first time that Wei Huan knew. The price? Isn't this a skill? Mu Zhong explained. Communicating with ancestors and communicating with gods are two different things. It is much easier for a shaman to go to the long river of time than to open the world barrier. The price is to consume my spiritual power. And the ancestors are very happy to respond to my call. This two-way rush does not cause any damage to my body. The Iron Man also said, the more you communicate with the spirits of your ancestors, the deeper the connection you establish. Not only will the cost of summoning become smaller, but the ability you gain will also be stronger. This is why the punishment for the bloodthirsty blessing of the 8th level god's descent is only 1 day, and there are other things that have no punishment, but more attribute blessings. God's blessing. Wei Huan was very concerned. If I go to the god's domain, can Mu Zhong find me through communication with God? The robot scratched his chin and said while thinking, if he wants a war, communicating your will is indeed the first choice. Just war. Yes, this is the origin of God's will. Facing the prayers of believers, you can only grant a will to execute, and you can't achieve the purpose of communication and companionship as expected now. Unless it is a sacrifice, your true will be led to this world, but the time of existence is also limited. Once the energy of the sacrifice dissipates, you must go back. Wei Huan frowned. He is not a love-brain person, and Mu Zhong is not either, but the fact that he went to the god's domain 10 years later has indeed become a thorn in the hearts of both of them. If Mu Zhong cannot become a god, they will be separated forever. After hundreds or thousands of years, if Mu Zhong is gone, he will face eternal loneliness. But it is too difficult to become a god. Wei Huan, I don't think this is something we need to worry about right now. Mu Zhong waved his hand in front of Wei Huan, asking him to look outside the car, and said, look, we have arrived at the third important city of the Free Alliance. What do you think it looks like? Wei Huan looked around. Not far ahead, a huge veloute shell with a white jade-like and silver-brushed pattern stood in front of him. The veloute shell was larger than any building Wei Huan had seen so far, but it was so high that it seemed to touch the sky when it lay flat on the ground. Chapter 382. What is this? A snail shell? It's too big. Just lying flat like this, it's more than 10,000 meters high, and you can't see the end of it horizontally. And you see, this city doesn't need a bone wall for defense. This snail shell can easily block the attack of the undead scourge. Is this the body of a god? All the Blue Star generals who saw this scene were shocked. They were all well informed, but this was the first time they had seen such a huge snail shell. And the aura of a god coming from the snail shell made people particularly afraid, as if they were being watched and suppressed by a god, and it was difficult to breathe. When Wei Huan saw it for the first time, he said with certainty, this is the remains of a god. The Iron Man nodded. Yes, this is the body of the previous skeleton god. It has fallen for 200,000 years, but it is still full of energy. The snail shell of the previous dead god is used as a city. The current middle-level god protects the tribe, and there is an heir who can take over at any time and wait to become a god. This tribe has achieved the ultimate inheritance. Mu Zhong sighed. No wonder they can monopolize the godhood of the skeleton god for generations. This is the second generation of gods, the third generation of gods, and the nth generation of gods. They are born at the peak. Let alone the inheritance of gods. As a short-lived species, the Blue Star human beings can give birth to a Wei Huan, which may have consumed the good fortune accumulated by the Blue Star for 1 billion years. It is unprecedented for a short-lived species to become a god, and it is also unprecedented for a short-lived species to become a law practitioner. If it were not for challenging the world, the Blue Star humans would be like ants living underground, and would never know the vastness of the world. It was a challenge that destroyed half of the human race, but it also gave the Blue Star humans a chance to break out of their innate limitations. But when it comes to inheritance, the Blue Star civilization and the Sky Continent civilization are both a group of country bumpkins from the mountains and villages. How to deal with this? Wei Huan instinctively felt that the snail shell was a bit tricky. The Mecha Man said, if you don't consider destroying this snail shell, just attack along its passage, but it will be very disadvantageous for you in the easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack environment of the continuous purification of the power of the gods. Geographical advantage, human harmony. Wave 1 murmured, in such an environment, as long as there is a good time, it is indeed the best place to stop me and cut my edge. Having said that, Wave 1's tone was very firm. Then fight. Let's see whether your shell is hard or my natural disaster is endless. As Wave 1 spoke, 15 dark and deep gates appeared in the sky, and a thick death aura poured out of the gates, revealing a very ominous feeling. Then, like rain, the filthy undead poured down from inside, gathered with the dead undead, and rushed towards the snail city. There were so many undead that they could be seen within 1,000 miles. Under Wave 1's command, they rushed up and climbed the snail without fear of life and death. More of them poured into the huge entrance of the snail, and fought fiercely with the defense system deployed there. Boom! Bang! Bang! Swish! Bang! The war instantly entered a white-hot stage, and the intensity of this war was even more terrifying than when several important cities of the human race were destroyed. After all, in a way, this was also a war of gods. Wave 1 sent out the Facehugger squad, carrying Hellfire bombs, across the entire front line, and came to the outside of the snail shell to carry out the first explosion. After the roar, it must be said that the shell is a bit too hard. Inside the snail shell, the 5 tyrants of the Free Alliance gathered here, and there were also many law practitioners behind them. The fire element, who came to report, took a look at the pile of corpses in front of him, and the blood that had already covered the back of his feet. Even if it was just an elemental life, it still felt a sense of panic. It said to the Sky Demon boss, "The god of disaster blasted the city, and the city shell is solid and immortal, without any damage. At the entrance of the city, there are divine instruments piled up by you and the elders, and the undead disaster is blocked at the door, and cannot enter." Fu Ba, Ling Ba, Hua Ba and Jin Ba were all happy at the same time. Hua Ba also said, "Then should the sacrifice continue?" Tian Yao Ba's human-like face was always indifferent, saying, "The means of the god of disaster are more than this. He has not even exerted 1/10 of his power. Don't be happy too early." Jin Ba was lucky. "Are we overestimating the ability of the god of disaster?" Tian Yao Ba looked at him coldly. "No, you can estimate it higher. Don't hesitate. Continue the sacrifice. You must open the world barrier as soon as possible, otherwise the city will be lost." Yes, boss." The filthy undead and the dead undead piled up in a circle of the snail city, and even the sky above the closed city was filled with undead. The body of the god will continue to purify the undead, but in such an overwhelming attack, most of them cannot be purified. These undead launched a crazy attack on the snail. The strength of individual undead may not be strong, but ants can kill elephants. When the sharp claws and teeth rubbed sparks densely on the white and silky shell, the energy left in the body of the god was vast, but it was indeed disappearing bit by bit. Wave 1 never thought that he could not deal with a dead god, even if he was a middle-level god. But the living gods can produce divine power endlessly, and countless undeads besiege this mere shell. Therefore, the front entrance of the passage is nothing more than the dead undead that can be produced infinitely. After all, these god artifacts can really purify the undead completely, and cannot be resurrected. Wave 1 has plenty of cannon fodder. "Boss, should we take action?" Captain Shui and Jacques came to ask at the same time. After Su Qingqiang became a ball and retreated, the work of commanding the war was handed over to Captain Shui and Jacques. One of them was responsible for the melee group, and the other for the long-range group. Wave 1's eyes fell on Jacques' face, and said, "Long-range attack is enough." "Yes." Jacques saluted with his eyes shining. Finally, there was another combat mission. Then Wave 1 looked at Mu Zhong again. "Let all the chariots also attack remotely." "Yes." Mu Zhong nodded, and turned to Ironheart, "Issue the task." At the same time, in the depths of the dark clouds above the chariots, an extremely huge bird flew by, with its long tail feathers dragging 500 or 600 meters away. With a cry so loud that it froze the soul, the first gray snow fell from the sky. Roar, roar, roar! Ah! The army of the undead became visibly stronger, and the offensive suddenly became fierce. The remaining divine power on the snail shell began to weaken rapidly after Wave 1 showed some strength. Do you think you are safe hiding in the snail shell? If you can only be a turtle, you will be blown up sooner or later. 2 hours after the war, the 5 tyrants of the heavenly demon received the latest battle situation. The undead cannot break through the restrictions we set at the entrance of the passage. A large number of undead have been purified by us. They can't even break through the range of 100 meters. Our defense line is as solid as a rock. Hearing this report, Huaba first looked at the pile of corpses and blood, a body made of flames jumping, and said, "Do you want to continue the sacrifice?" This time Fu Ba also stood on Huaba's side. Pay such a high price to invite that statue. If the opponent is vulnerable, I am afraid he will also be condemned, right? Jin Ba and Ling Ba remained silent, but judging from their positions, they obviously supported the heavenly demon boss. The heavenly demon boss closed his eyes and pondered, repeatedly recalling the contents of the intelligence. It seemed that the situation was very good. Why was he so uneasy? This should not be the strength of a god, let alone a god of disaster. Continue. Since I can't understand it for the time being, I will continue to make arrangements that can make me feel at ease. It is not too vigilant to fight against the gods. Mu Zhong looked at the passage that was arranged so that even mosquitoes could not fly through. The white sacred light filled a distance of 100 meters in front of the door. Even if a level 5 undead rushed through, it would be purified into a cloud of gray smoke before half the distance. It is not difficult to deal with the attack of the death god. Collecting sacred weapons can achieve the effect. Although the power of the gods will never be exhausted, it is not too difficult to achieve the achievement of survival by using weapons that counteract each other in the vast undead disaster. It's just... Mu Zhong looked at the battlefield where many undead gathered at the entrance of the passage, but more undead gathered on the snail shell, and said uncertainly, "Have they forgotten? The biggest weakness has been exposed long ago." Wei Huan asked Ironheart, "How much god energy is left?" 81% left. Wei Huan said, "Under the attack of the gods, there is still 81% of the god energy after fighting for so long, which is why they are in the dark." Mu Zhong nodded. "This snail shell is too strong. If they can only defend passively, they will build fortifications on the snail shell, and I'm afraid we will cause less damage. Such a hard thing, I'm afraid they can't destroy it themselves." "What now? Just grind it down like this." "I'm waiting." Wei Huan said, "Do you remember the analysis of Ironheart? We must save all our strength to deal with the real war." "Yes." Mu nodded, thought about it, and said, "They will definitely do this. This is the only way to deal with the attack of the gods, but those sacrifices. It's too late. I have smelled the blood a long time ago. The energy retained in the body is being condensed, and the world barrier is being opened. Can't stop it? No, there is no need to stop it." Wei Huan looked at the sky above the snail city. Perhaps only the gods can see the huge vortex, and said, "It doesn't matter if it is a siege by gods or a mid-level god. They want to attack me, and I just want to meet them. This is a rare opportunity to understand the true gods in advance." Another hour passed, and the entrance of the passage was not breached. The remaining energy of the snail shell was still 75%. In terms of defense alone, this city has indeed achieved the extreme, and it is terribly hard even under the attack of the gods. But none of this matters. As the space barrier was gradually opened, sand and rocks flew between heaven and earth, and dark clouds made of death formed a vortex in the sky, so that even Mu Zhong could see it. From the depths of the vortex, the terrifying power of the gods was released, which made even those who reached the god level breathless. The Moon Elves never left, but they never took action. Their beliefs could not allow them to join the army of the god of death, but they knew that this god would be the future of mankind. They followed awkwardly until now, until this moment. The elder of the Moon Elves said, "Let's retreat." "No retreat," Turnus said sharply. A total of 6 elders, whose strength was only slightly weaker than Turnus, stood up at the same time and said to Turnus, "Our clan precepts do not allow us to join any war of gods. As of now, the gods from outside the domain have descended, and we must leave." Turnus said anxiously, "The ancestral precepts are hundreds of thousands of years old. Are you going to kill our Moon Elves by evacuating at this time? Turnus, you are the one who wants to kill our clan." The great elder's eyes flickered in the confrontation with Turnus, and explained, "No matter what this demon god thinks, all his actions so far have touched the bottom line of our Moon Elves. We do not want to be enemies with the demon god, but we cannot violate our beliefs. I can swear that our Moon Elves will return to the 8th level world, and never return until the day when the god of life returns. Great elder, you made the wrong choice. Even if it is wrong, I will not regret it." Turnus opened and closed his mouth several times, unable to express his doubts about the Blue Star civilization. Why are there 3 seeds of the Tree of Life, and 2 of them are in the hands of this civilization that believes in death? Life is the opposite of death, and the relics of the god of life fell into the hands of the god of death. This is too bizarre. Looking at the elder, who always insisted, and was about to draw his sword to kill himself, Turnus finally gave in. She sighed. "Okay, you go back, Don't come back again. Your actions today have angered the gods. Don't bring disaster to my tribe again. The elder breathed a sigh of relief. I will stay. Turnus looked at the big vortex in the sky until I find the answer. The Moon Elves evacuated. As one of the 3 most powerful races of the human race in the 9th level world, the departure of the Moon Elves made some small human forces, who decided to follow Wave 1 waver. But whether it was the Titans' firm following, or the Blue Star Civilization and the Sky Civilization, 2 short-lived species, who were not familiar with the situation and therefore did not care, the Moon Elves' withdrawal was silent, and had no impact on Wave 1's camp. Turnus was unable to keep his people. When he came back, he saw the Moon Elves' guards, who were also persuading Duo to leave, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Are you going too? Turnus was no longer the queen of the Moon Elves. When she decided to act alone and find the truth in her heart, she was just a 9th level adventurer. Duo flew to Turnus, and the one who came around her timidly poked his head behind her and looked at the captain of the guards sent by her father. As the princess of the Life Elves, she did lack the aura of the Queen Turnus, but after having a support, she still nodded. Everyone in the Blue Star Civilization has a faint breath of life. You should feel it. They are the same as us. They are all tribes that grew up on the world tree. Although the Lord Demon was born, they certainly don't want to be like this. They cherish life and understand the preciousness of life. The guards of the Life Elf Princess wanted to say something, but suddenly a devastating pressure came. Everyone turned their heads in horror and looked at the whirlpool in the sky. A huge golden palm was slowly reaching out from the whirlpool. The palm was even bigger than this magnificent snail shell, as if the sky was pressing down boundless. The 2 sides who were attacking seemed to have pressed the pause button. The hideous undead, the roaring Free Alliance, the high-jumping figure, the blood-splattering arm, everything stopped with the appearance of the golden palm. This is... The Life Elf Guard captain, who was about to speak, had his pupils trembling and his body stiff as if petrified. Dong Tan and others also identified this god at the first time, and their expressions changed from eager to try to fear. Even the elders of the Moon Elves, who had just left the expeditionary force, and vowed not to return, all looked up with despair. The great elder murmured, "Still, it's too late." Under the divine power that frightened him, Mu Xiong spoke with difficulty. Is this the divine power of the lower gods? As a family member of the gods, or as a partner of the gods, he has never really felt the pressure brought by the divine power. He even said that Wei Huan always told him in various ways that the gods are just stronger strong men. They also have their own desires, greed, ignorance, anger, arrogance, suspicion. Nothing is missing. The so-called divine power is just a power deliberately displayed to achieve a certain purpose. But even so, when the real God appeared and released his divine power to everything in the world without restraint, he still felt great pressure. But soon, a familiar warm breath wrapped around him, separating him from the pressure of the god, and his breathing also slowed down. Mu Xiong stood up again, and found that Wei Huan's divine domain was spreading visibly, and the most obvious thing was that the Titans and the Sky Monks outside the chariot were all free from pain. What kind of god is this? Mu Xiong asked. Ironheart sent the data to the communication equipment worn by all the high-level generals of the expeditionary force, including Hao Ba and Dong Tan. Lower god. Law, heavy. Godhood descends. Godhood index. 5,000. As the golden palm continued to press down, a golden figure fell, stirring up the wind and clouds, and the gray fog avoided it. A huge monster taller than the sky appeared in front of him. This is a creature with a body like an ox, a face like a human, 2 feet supporting the ground, but the soles of the feet are like human hands, and the soles of the feet are huge. His single eye opens and closes, emitting a faint golden light. His body looks strange, but because of the abnormally huge feet, it gives people a heavy feeling. Or, this is the law of his cultivation. Heavy? Hao Ba looked at the data transmitted to him. It was the second time he saw a god, and he looked at this god with curiosity because he lacked inheritance information. In fact, gods have names, but that is obviously not something that mortals like them can call, so they usually call gods according to the law of their cultivation. For example, this god, after Hao Ba took a deep breath, said again, God of. The god of thickness and heaviness. This is a lower-level god under the gold element. There are the god of sharpness, the god of hardness, the god of extension, etc., and the god of thickness and heaviness, which represents one of the attributes of the gold element. These gods' names may be strange, but being able to achieve godhood through this can only mean that he has cultivated the thickness and heaviness of the gold element to the extreme. In the 3,000 worlds and the endless universe, There is no god who can comprehend it more deeply than he can, reaching the origin directly. His existence itself represents thickness and heaviness. Once the law of thickness and heaviness is exerted, unless the same divine power is used to resist, any law will be crushed by this power. His big feet like human palms tried to suppress Wei Huan and his family army as soon as he descended. But before he could make a move, Wei Huan's divine power unfolded, easily sheltering his family, including the undead who were attacking the city. It looked like a simple confrontation, but in fact, for mortals, it was already a life and death contest. Ah! Puff! The lowest ranked elves of the Moon Elves, who had just left a few minutes ago, exploded into blood mist on the spot under the pressure of the gods, and the 6 elders held up the protective shield with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. It turned out that Wei Huan's divine power protected all his clansmen, even the first-level undead, but bypassed the Moon Elves who had just shouted to leave. The retribution came too quickly. Turnus couldn't bear it after all. My god. Wei Huan responded. Although the power of the gods spread to the top of the Moon Elves, helping them to block the divine power of the god of thickness, it also pushed them away at the same time, no longer giving them the opportunity to repeat. Turnus. Wei Huan's voice echoed above Turnus' head. The favor of the World Tree has been repaid, and my tribe and the Moon Elves are even. Turnus looked at the 500 tribesmen who left in embarrassment, sighed, and knelt on one knee. Turnus thanks the Demon Lord on behalf of the Moon Elves. The favor of the Tree of Life could have allowed the Moon Elves to reach a higher level, but it was unexpectedly offset here. The Moon Elves had been dragged down by their own arrogance and conceit. Didora, who was standing aside, felt the eyes of the gods falling on her, and hurriedly waved her hands. No, 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 I'm just a princess. It doesn't matter if I die, but I will firmly follow you, the Demon Lord, and you will protect your family who deeply worship you, right? The gods looked away. This time, the equally aloof Life Elves didn't say a word. Obviously, it is not that difficult to change beliefs under the threat of life. Wei Huan didn't want to be distracted by this little thing. Dealing with the clan was just a casual matter. His main attention was still on the open world barrier. The vortex did not disappear with the arrival of the god of thickness. What followed was a cold air that turned into frost and fell from the big vortex. Suddenly, the big vortex was caught by 2 claws. The next second, a ferocious dragon head poked down, and the ice-blue eyes rolled around. Finally, it suddenly looked at Wei Huan and roared. Roar, roar, roar! He squeezed his body in little by little, but not slowly. As more and more people came, the temperature began to drop rapidly. In a blink of an eye, snow fell for 10 miles, and the ground was frozen. In the weaker places protected by Wei Huan's divine power, even the level 5 undead were quickly frozen and turned into ice sculptures. The coldness made it unable to move, unable to die, and naturally unable to revive. Freezing is obviously also an extremely effective means to deal with Wei Huan, a god who is good at resurrection. Lower god. Law, extreme cold. Goddess descends. Goddess index. 5000. The lower god of extreme cold, it is the goddess descending again, not the consciousness projection. The goddess descending from the 2 lower gods cannot be underestimated. Boss, be careful. Steelheart issued a warning, and Wei Huan's eyes were red. It is rare in history that 2 gods descended from their goddess at the same time. The number of sacrifices required to summon them is huge. This time, the Free Alliance has invested a lot. The goddess of 2 gods descended? A titan muttered to himself, can we beat them? Winter Tank bulged his eyeballs, bloodshot all over his eyeballs, and said with trembling teeth, no, no, not 2, there is. Chapter 383. The arrival of 2 gods in the 9th level world in the form of divine descent was shocking. When a new god's aura appeared, some people's feet were already shaking. Especially the immortal species who knew the greatness of the gods, and the titans who were passed down by human civilization as the race of creation, were already scared to the point of bulging their eyes. 3-3, this aura is... Yes. He really came. It's him. The titans were so scared that their legs went weak, and they couldn't help but step back 2 steps, forcing the chariot behind him to move to the sides. However, before he could step back further, a chariot directly hit his back, blocking his steps. In the chariot, Brother Hammer stood in the cab with his hands behind his back, his eyes shining sharply, looking at the heavy god. The domain that Brother Hammer cultivated was called Instrument Domain, which involved a heavy law under the Law of Gold. The level of the law he was involved in was too high, and he had no road long ago. Now he is re-understanding the heavy law. For all practitioners who practice the thick and heavy law, this thick and heavy god is their common enemy. There is only one godhood of the thick and heavy law in the world, and there is only one way to reach the end. As long as this thick and heavy god is still there, Brother Hammer will not be able to achieve the status of a god. Of course, achieving godhood is a very distant thing, and killing gods is not something that a mortal like him can do. Therefore, what he really needs to do now is to learn, comprehend, and grow until the day when he can hit the ceiling comes. If there is really no way ahead, he will cut a way out. Brother Hammer, who is full of fighting spirit, can no longer hide his existence, and even the chariot he is in has become more noticeable. The retreating titans were forced back to their original positions. Seeing that the chariot was still pressing against him, he could only move aside, completely exposing the camouflaged chariot hidden behind him. In the chariot, Hammer's eyes lit up, and he saw a piece of sky and a boundless giant shadow that really covered the sky. The sky blocked by Wei Huan's death aura was just gray, like a cloudy day without sunlight. But now, under the cover of this black shadow, it seemed like the eternal night had fallen. Only a pair of white eyes penetrated and fell from the sky like a laser light. The power of the gods even made the world squeak. A set of data popped up in front of Wei Huan. Middle God. Law, skeleton. Godhood descends. Godhood index. 8,000. Sure enough, it was the god of the legendary Tianyao clan, one of the three middle gods under the name of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, the god of skeletons. The snail shells of the celestial demons are innate, but the experience from the inherited memory allows them to sacrifice their snail shells from the day they are born. In the natural evolution, humans hide their bones and wrap them with flesh and blood, but the skeletons of the celestial demons protect their fragile internal organs outside their bodies, so they cultivate bones and become the hardest objects in the world to protect themselves. God of skeletons, god of extreme cold, god of thickness. One middle-level god, two lower-level gods, what a big deal. The Mecha Man jumped back and forth in front of Wei Huan. It seems that this free alliance knows a lot, and they want to take advantage of your unstable godhood to eliminate you directly in the world. Mu Xiong was nervous. Is it possible? If we only look at the data comparison, we really lost. What data? Mu Xiong was puzzled. Darkness control, the boss's dark control is only 16,000 points, and the three of them have more than 18,000 points in total. Mu Xiong frowned. Wei Huan said, real battles cannot be calculated with such simple addition and subtraction. The Mecha Man also nodded. That's right, as long as the laws of the three of them don't have a mutually beneficial effect, they will be mutually restrained. Combining them will only greatly reduce the effect. Mu Xiong was surprised. Wei Huan, you have 16,000 points of dark control? I thought that as long as the control of the power of the law reaches 10,000 points, you could become a god. I only have 600 points. Wei Huan nodded, opened the attribute panel, and let Mu Xiong see it directly. Wei Huan. Lower god. Blue star human race. Law, death. Darkness control, 16100. Number of summoned creatures, 53 billion, core undead, 180 million, impure undead, 16 billion, dead undead, 36.92 billion. After seeing this data panel, Mu Xiong took a breath, and then he was a little confused. Is the data panel after becoming a god so simple? The Mecha Man put his hands on his hips. This is a god, a god. I can get such a detailed panel with the boss's permission. For the three gods on the opposite side, I can only make a rough estimate based on the god's level, the way he descended, and the pressure generated by the god's power. Wei Huan frowned when he heard it. How much is the error? The Mecha Man immediately said respectfully, unless they have an artifact with hidden power, the error will not be greater than 1,000. Mu Xiong looked at the number of summons a few more times before closing the data panel. This number of summons is 9 times the current total population of Blue Star. No wonder Wei Huan, while attacking the Free Alliance, also launched continuous attacks on the other 3 ethnic groups, blocking their army behind the border wall, unable to send troops to the human race, avoiding the problem of being unable to take care of both. This number of summons is more than enough to divide into 4 routes. As for the 16,000 points of dark control, Mu Xiong has his own ideas. You said that the law control number of lower gods generally reaches 10,000, which is the limit, and the middle gods are 20,000. What is the situation with this 16,000? Can the boss compare with other gods? Why is he called the god of disaster? It is because he has the power to end an era. The god of destruction, of course, cannot be inferred by common sense. The boss's 16,000 dark control is only the value of his becoming a god. After 10 years, when the godhood is stable, it will be even higher. Explaining this, the Mecha Man proudly put his hands on his waist and raised his chin, very proud. Mu Zhong nodded, understood. Okay, then blow them up. It is meaningless to discuss the matter of the god of disaster destroying the world now. Since we are destined to stand on the opposite side of the gods, and become the so-called villains, we might as well use our powerful strength to kill the enemies directly. At the critical moment, Mu Zhong is also a decisive person. The advent of the third middle-level god completely silenced the battlefield. Even Wei Huan's divine power could not completely block the power of these three gods. The undead, who were closest to the front line of the battlefield, were turned into meat paste under the pressure of the gods, and were suppressed, and could not be resurrected. The death energy was separated in this area, fighting with the might of the three gods, and then being consumed, constantly pushing the death of the undead army to disappear. Until the front line was pushed back more than 10 miles, the death energy barely held on, and was not offset. The sky that had besieged the 9th level world for more than a month finally cleared up. The towering bodies of the three gods broke the thick clouds in the sky, revealing the long-lost blue sky and white clouds, and the warm sunshine fell on the huge volute wall in front, emitting a sacred glow. The figures of the three gods also became clear. A strange-looking heavy god with a pair of big feet, a cold god in the shape of an ice dragon, and the endless huge skeleton god hanging upside down in the sky, of which only half of the body can be seen so far. Their aura and faces do not look kind, and are even full of malicious hatred, as well as a sense of contempt from a high position. The real gods are completely different from the kindness and salvation imagined by humans. The gods of non-human races are full of evil thoughts. But even so, the sacred breath that has mastered the origin of the law still makes it impossible for people to resist. Dead air, a mere lower-level god, you deserve to die. The thick god made a buzzing sound, and the language that others did not understand sounded like the gods mumbling in the ears of others. They could not understand or hear it clearly, and they just felt a splitting headache. This sound alone contained the power of the thick origin law. Only Wei Huan could understand what this guy was shouting. Wei Huan opened and closed his eyes, and countless face huggers emerged from the belly of the point beast, connected by long legs, and in an instant built a white bone throne that was thousands of feet high. On the throne, a surging black mist gathered and gradually formed a god's image gathered by the death godhead, which was exactly Wei Huan's face. On Wei Huan's pale face, gray divine patterns appeared in the middle of his eyebrows, and on both sides of his eyes. The divine pattern in the center of his eyebrows was only a simple bunch, with sharp ends and wide in the middle, and was pitch black. The divine patterns on both sides of the outer corners of his eyes were gray, like falling tears, sliding from the corners of his eyes to his jaw. When he looked up at the three gods opposite, under the black crown of thorns, there was a face full of the glory of the law, with sharp black cold eyes and light and transparent thin gold lips. The moment people saw him, they felt the fear of death and the crushing of evil. The law of the origin of death turned into countless dark souls with fangs and claws, entangled in his body and unable to escape, and finally turned into crazy evil spirits, emitting a roar that penetrated the soul. Damn it, it's you. The voice came out of Wei Huan's divine form, and turned into layers of evil voices through the roar of evil spirits. The clansmen just felt palpitations, but the whispers of the god of death fell into the ears of the Free Alliance guards, as if the god of death directly swung his scythe and harvested their lives. Not long ago, the guards who were still resisting the army of undead at the gate had a number of more than 200,000, and more than 10,000 guards fell to the ground on the spot, and their companions were already dead. The power of the gods is so terrifying that the sound alone can kill mortals. That's not the case. The Mecha Man explained to Mu Zhong, the voice of the gods does have divine power, but it is impossible to kill the 9th level warriors with it, not to mention that the group of guards are also under the protection of the three gods on the opposite side. They died because they were more or less infected with death in the battle not long ago. Now the boss is like pressing the fuse of a bomb, and they exploded. The three gods who descended knew this, but they were still angry. Even under their protection, believers died because of the unreasonableness of this disaster god. After being gods for a long time, they can't tolerate any disrespect. The era has not ended yet. Disaster should not be born, and they should not be born in our race. The god of extreme cold roared, and the cold air between heaven and earth rose sharply. The undead, who were struggling to resist on the front line, froze instantly, and the front line was pushed back 2 kilometers. All along the way, there were ice sculptures. The death energy was cut off, and they were frozen forever and could not be resurrected. In the battle of gods, low-level fragile undead are the real cannon fodder, and they are the kind that cannot be resurrected after death. The god of thickness also spoke, the gods mumbling, disaster reincarnation. As his voice fell, two gods rushed towards Wei Huan at the same time. The killing intent was boiling. Disaster reincarnation? Wei Huan frowned slightly, but it was too late to think about it. With a thought, the god-level two-headed hidden demon, the god-level zombie violent bear, the god-level Shiroman black dragon, the god-level ghost crow sister, and the god-level skeleton wolf digging brother jumped out of the portal and rushed towards the two gods. The undead recruited by Wei Huan are his skills. After being promoted to gods, these core undead also have the breath of gods. It may be difficult to fight against gods, and Wei Huan needs to go all out to win. But that is a real god, not a god who has descended to this world with only half of his ability. As soon as the two sides collided in the sky, the god of extreme cold was knocked away by the big bear. The big bear was frozen, and most of its body turned into an ice sculpture, unable to move for a while. But the Shiroma black dragon behind it leaped out and pounced on the flying god of extreme cold with Sister Crow. The black dragon used 6 arms to press down the wings of the god of extreme cold, and Sister Crow flew down from the sky, like a beam of black aurora passing through the head of the god of extreme cold. No matter what god it is, the head is where the spiritual soul sea is located, and the godhood is also located. Except for a very small number of alien species, attacking the brain is always the best choice. Puff! Sister Crow penetrated with one blow, and everyone held their breath nervously looking at the black light in the sky. Did it work? Kill the god with one blow? Unfortunately, it didn't. The wings of the god of extreme cold were still waving, and looking at his head again, only a piece was missing. It turned out that he avoided Sister Crow's attack at the last moment and protected his godhood. He was injured as soon as he touched him, and his godhood was almost damaged. The face of the dragon of the god of extreme cold was visibly panicked. But the killing move against him was not over yet. The 6 arms of Shiroma were still holding his wings tightly, and even though he had been frozen into an ice sculpture, he could not move. At this time, the much slower army of running wolves finally arrived under the leadership of Brother Diaogong. Under the leadership of hundreds of level 9 running wolf leaders, a group of level 7, 8, or even level 6 dogs, like fleas, pounced on the body of the god of extreme cold and bit him. The god of extreme cold was almost laughing with anger. He was a god. Not to mention these level 6 and 7 dogs, even the level 9 running wolf leader could not even touch him on weekdays. The cold air released by himself was enough to freeze them to death easily. Now they are biting him. What a shame! The god of extreme cold launched a law attack, and the extreme cold was violently released outward, turning into a series of ice halos, freezing all the running wolves that were approaching or not approaching. The Shiroma black dragon, that controlled his body, even turned into smoke and dissipated directly under this explosive attack. The god of extreme cold, who had regained his freedom, looked through the ice sculpture and looked at Wei Huan, who was still sitting on the throne in the distance, with his dragon eyes extremely contemptuous. What made him most unhappy was that there were some mice hiding among these dogs, sneaking around and not knowing what they were doing. But it didn't matter. Under his law of extreme cold, unless the gods came down to fight him personally, they could not stay by his side for more than 10 seconds. Even if his godhood came to this world, he could only exert half of his strength, and he would not be able to get close to such a petty thing. But just as the god of extreme cold was thinking this, he suddenly felt a warning, and the skin on the back of his head tightened as if it was pricked by needles. He turned his head to look, and just as he turned his head a little, a terrible force appeared from the back of his head. Puff! Another black beam of light, countless times more terrible than the attack launched by Sister Crow. The light between heaven and earth was sucked away by this beam of light, and the eyes were dark. When everyone's eyes could see again, although the god of extreme cold was still floating in the sky, his entire dragon head was gone, and his body was still emitting bursts of black smoke. When the sight moved away from him, I saw a huge eyeball with 5 pairs of wings flying in the sky only a mile away, and the terrifying power had not completely disappeared from the eyeball. Above the eyeball stood a wretched creature that was only the size of a palm, with a rat body and a dog head, with his hands hooked, smiling in a devilish way. Time stopped at this moment. Everyone looked at the dog-headed man, the Lord of the Magic Eye, and finally at the headless god of extreme cold. Such a huge body, with the terrible ability to freeze everything, just without a head. Can he still survive? After all, he is a god. Unfortunately, when the Free Alliance was praying, the accident did not happen. The god of extreme cold had not appeared for even 3 minutes, and his descending body collapsed. During the falling process, his body continued to become empty, and finally turned into an oval stone with endless divine patterns on it, emitting the power of the origin of extreme cold. This is the godhead, The Blue Star Legion, which has seen many godheads, identified it at a glance. This is the godhead of the god of extreme cold. If I get it now? Unfortunately, before I could think more, this godhead with some cracks on it suddenly jumped into the sky, and flew to the passage on the world barrier at a speed that Wei Huan could not stop even if he tried, and disappeared in an instant. It seems that this has returned to the body of the original body. But now that the godhead is damaged, the strength of the god of extreme cold will also plummet. It is unknown how long it will take to recover from the injury. It is a pity that Wei Huan cannot go to the god's domain in the world, otherwise he will definitely kill them all. Of course, these 10 years are a rare opportunity for him to consolidate his godhead. He will not waste this time. When he really goes to the god's domain, he will definitely be stronger. Wei Huan retracted his regretful gaze. He, in the form of a god, raised the corners of his golden mouth with evil spirit and looked at another heavy god who had rushed to him but was stopped. Wei Huan knew from the beginning that he had to concentrate his efforts and kill one of the gods in order to break the siege. So all his core summoned undead were sent to the god of extreme cold. He succeeded after 2 consecutive attacks, which was not the limit he set. As the one who was not chosen, the god of thickness rushed to Wei Huan, but was entangled by the enlarged point beast. The point beast is a higher level than other undead leaders. Although it cannot become a god, as a summoned creature with stronger strength, it can accommodate more divine power. In order to descend, the god of thickness, whose divine power was cut in half, has limited strength. Even if the point beast cannot defeat him, it is more than enough to stop him. The god of thickness was entangled by the point beast, and the jellyfish-like tentacles were thick and thin, wrapped around his body again and again. At the same time, more small crypt beasts and face huggers attached to the body of the god of thickness and exploded. Although these injuries could not directly kill the god of thickness and heaviness, the attacks that could break his defense made him extremely uncomfortable. His body had faint cracks, which meant that his divine body was being damaged bit by bit. If it continued, he might really hurt his divine body. Moreover, the scene of the divine body of the god of extreme cold being killed instantly frightened the god of thickness and heaviness. The next second, the law of thickness and heaviness, which had just been slow, was released suddenly, as if it was not willing to die. The core power of the law of thickness and heaviness is heaviness. In the battle in the outer world, the weight of the body is often changed by the amount of heaviness released, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, which often makes the opponent unprepared and unable to cope. Fighting in the inner world, you can change the law and achieve the change of gravity. The law of thickness belongs to the law of gold, one of the 3 laws, one of gravity. In other words, the application of this gravity change is not as free and powerful as mastering the law of gravity itself, and can only happen under specific circumstances. The face huggers that blew up the body of the god of thickness and tried to drill into his body to continue to explode felt a huge pressure in the next second, and the terrible force exploded their bodies, and with a puff, even the power of the explosion was submerged by gravity. And the point beast of the god of thickness that was entangled outside the body also felt like a rope wrapped around steel. If you want to twist the steel with force, it may be the rope itself that breaks first. The quality is completely different. The god of thickness, who has fully opened his ability and exerted the power of all the laws in the present, feels at ease. Looking at the human god of disaster, who is close at hand, his lips open. Disaster reincarnation. Wei Huan understood the god's mumbling. This sentence again, what does it mean? Wei Huan thought of a possibility, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. The god of thickness has a strange appearance, and is definitely a different species in the eyes of humans, but he has an extremely honest face. When his thick lips open and close, revealing a contemptuous smile, he actually looks honest. But in the next second, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, and with a huge point beast, he directly grabbed Wei Huan's divine form. Wei Huan is a summoner. With such a large number of summons, it is destined that no matter how high his divine power is, it will be diluted, and the divine power left for the main body is very limited. Once he is approached, especially by an enemy like the god of thickness, who is more adept at close combat, it is not difficult to destroy his divine nature. As for Wei Huan, he was a warrior in his previous life, and now he also attaches great importance to tempering his body, and he also has the means of strengthening his body with the thought beast, but he is still far behind the gods, who really fight in close combat. The god of thickness rushed towards Wei Huan regardless of everything, and descended with terrible gravity. Wei Huan was still sitting on the throne, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the scene of his golden lips tightly pursed was like an extremely magnificent picture, imprinted in everyone's eyes. Time seemed to be stretched to the limit, and everything slowed down. The sharp claws of the god of thickness almost reached the tip of Wei Huan's nose. At this moment, the god of thickness saw Wei Huan's tightly pursed golden mouth corners and slightly hooked them upwards. Chapter 384. Then, before he could react, a tearing force came from the wound in his abdomen that had once been blown open, causing the life force to leak out, but also blocking the face hugger from entering. Deep in the wound, a face hugger with a dark body and a strong aura of death exploded. The terrible explosion force was like all the divine power that the god Wei Huan could mobilize was concentrated at one point, compressed again, and finally exploded violently. In an instant, the abdomen of the god of thickness was torn apart, and his body was almost broken into two. At the same time, he was also hit by a huge force and flew backwards. This was not over yet. The dot beast was still tightly wrapped around his body and pressed against his chest. On the abdomen that was covered with circles of teeth and seemed to lead directly to another dimension, a small dog-headed man with shifty eyes stood there with his mouth open. A huge eye emerged from his small mouth, and 5 pairs of wings were entangled with muscles, emitting a strong aura of death. Then a black beam of light shot up from his chest, all the way up, breaking through his lungs, neck, and reaching his head. Bang! Finally, the heavy god had his eyes bulged, and his head was blown off. The body of the godhead disappeared in the next second. The cracked godhead was protected by the way of heaven and escaped like a stray dog. The scene was very quiet for a while. After the 3 gods came, Wei Huan beat back 2 of them in less than 5 minutes. Even if they descended from outside the domain, they would be blocked by the space barrier, and could not descend in full, causing their strength to be cut in half. But they are gods after all. Just like that, they were defeated in one blow, and both were killed. The bald sky demon god, who fell from the sky with great deterrence, the originally oppressive god of skeletons, suddenly had clear eyes. The body that was still pressing down and trying to squeeze out of the world barrier was just hanging in the air. Then he stared at Wei Huan for more than half a minute. Wei Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, and several upgraded summoning leaders surrounded him, forming an oppressive battle. Then Wei Huan leaned forward slightly and asked, "What does the cycle of disaster mean?" Skeletons. The tone was of course very impolite. The god of skeletons did not speak, but he had no intention of retreating, and of course he no longer squeezed into the world. After a brief confrontation, the god of skeletons said, "If you kill my people, you will surely die in the divine realm." Wei Huan looked at the guy who fell in the sky, crossed his legs, gently rested his forehead on his hands and smiled. "In fact, even if you don't say it, I can guess it. I'm afraid that more than one of the gods of disasters in the past were killed by you. As long as the gods of disasters are not born from the tribes you recognize, they are not allowed to appear in this world, right? Under the disaster, only the gods of disasters and the tribes they protect can survive and start the next era." The skeleton narrowed his eyes. Even if only half of his body was exposed, his divine appearance was larger than Wei Huan's divine appearance. Finally, he crossed his arms across his chest and said, "What can I do if I know? You are the disaster of world destruction and the public enemy of the gods. Don't think that you are invincible just because you killed 2 lower-level gods. The stupidest thing about you is that you exposed your existence too early." Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. The god of skeletons covered his eyes and laughed distortedly, but the civilization that gave birth to the god of disaster was stupid and backward. So how could it know the existence of hidden gods? Finally, he pointed at Wei Huan and said, "You will fall into the endless pursuit of the gods, and you and your family will fall into endless pain because of your existence itself. Disaster, see you next time, it won't be so easy." As the last sentence was finished, the body of the skeleton began to shrink back, and it was about to leave. Ancestor of the clan. The snail's feet were numb with fear when the ancestor of the clan left. Seeing the ancestor of the clan leave, it flew out in a hurry. "Please save my clan. This disaster has killed 5 of our clansmen." The god of skeletons looked at the boss of the sky demon, and then a force of gods poured into the bodies of all the living sky demons. The boss of the sky demon sensed the power, and finally looked at Wei Huan, and transmitted through the spirit, "Go!" The next second, the remaining 4 sky demons borrowed the power of gods, and rushed in the opposite direction at the same time. They disappeared into the black fog. They were wrapped in the power of the gods, and Wei Huan could not find their traces. Gods only protect their own tribes, and tribes without gods panicked all of a sudden. With the retreat of the god of skeletons, all the civilizations of the Free Alliance in the snail shell began to flee. It was not safe to rush into the black fog, but staying in the snail shell city would definitely lead to death. The defeat of the gods easily shattered the fragile will of this alliance. When they fled in all directions, It was obvious that there was no friendship between different tribes, and those who blocked the way were even killed on the spot. For a moment, the number of members who died at the hands of their own people was more than the number that Wei Huan had killed in the past half a day. The God of Bones didn't bother to care about those members, who were not his own clan members. His eyes had already moved away from Wei Huan, and it seemed that he was leaving. But just as he was slowly leaving, suddenly, the half of his body that had disappeared suddenly jumped out a lot, opened his hands, and flew towards the earth. This move that had been planned for a long time was to hug the snail shell city, and pull it up violently. Hua la la. The earth shook, and smoke and dust rose. He wanted to take the snail shell. Such a snail shell full of divine power would indeed make even gods tempted. Did I let you take it? But just as he pulled the snail shell out of the ground, a voice from the sky sounded. The dot beast turned into a body 10 times its size just now, even larger than the God of Bones, and suddenly threw out its long legs with poisonous stings, wrapping around the arms of the God of Bones. The dot beast grabbed him, and pulled him down with the opposite force. At the same time, the cave beast in his abdomen rushed out crazily, like a robot transforming, and a white bone fortress was built with the dot beast as the core, standing on the ground, rooting it deeply in the ground. And this is not the end. The army of running wolves followed closely behind, rushing forward from all directions, also adhering to the shell of the white bone fortress, making it more solid. Big Bear, Big Head, and Sister Crow rushed up to attack the God of Skeletons. The God of Skeletons, who originally wanted to fight, hesitated when he saw the dog-headed man with his hands hooked on the top of the big bear's head, and the big eyeballs that were about to spit out when it opened its mouth. The heavy and cold air that was originally used to assist the battle killed the useless creature instantly, causing him to fight alone. In addition, the advent of the godhead greatly limited his strength, so it was not suitable to fight at this time. As expected of the God of Disaster that appeared at the end of the era, he was indeed stronger than every previous God of Disaster. I was no match for him alone. If I fought head-on, I might not be able to take the snail shell away, and it might even damage my godhead. After struggling for a while, I saw that the big eyeball was spit out, and it had already shaken off 5 pairs of wings, accumulating the power to attack. Finally, the God of Skeletons let go. Let the poisonous stings on the long legs of the beast leave scars on his skin, and his body shrank and became thinner, and finally retracted into the sky like a silver stream of light. This speed was tens of millions of times faster than his previous shrinkage, and it could not be stopped at all. Boom! The snail shell city finally fell to the ground, and the earth shook violently. I don't know how many members of the Free Alliance in the snail shell were killed in a short time. Before the dust settled, the skeleton returned to the sky, and Wei Huan's death energy gathered again, quickly filling every inch of the space that had been driven away before. The skeleton did not leave directly, but revealed a pair of white beam-like eyes in the sky, staring at Wei Huan. It took a long time before it completely dissipated. Darkness returned to the earth, and the undead spread again. Where the death energy swept through, countless corpses were melted and reappeared as dead undead. When? Oh my god! 2 dead and 1 escaped. It's hard to imagine that I can experience all this in person. Wei Huan's divine appearance has not disappeared. In the eyes of countless worshippers, he sat on his white bone throne, seemingly despising everything great, but in fact his consciousness has returned to the tomb. The next thing that needs the most attention is whether the Black Dragon can be resurrected. The Black Dragon is the Zayuroma, who absorbed the soul power of the Black Dragon. After Moji officially became the Dark Beast King, the Black Dragon became the leader of Zayuroma. Now it has long been promoted to the God level with the improvement of Wei Huan's strength. The God level here is not the professional level. After all, Wei Huan himself is only sequence 8, and he can only cultivate the summoned undead of level 8. But the core undead can be cultivated in various ways. That is, elite level ordinary hero, epic hero, legendary hero, pseudo god, this cultivation tree. During Wei Huan's retreat to practice the law, the undead in the tomb also evolved by themselves. After he became a god, his core summons all became god level. These god level leaders are Wei Huan's most powerful means of attack, and they are also the only effective force against powerful enemies. Their strength comes from how much god power they can withstand. Once Wei Huan loses one, it is equivalent to losing a core skill. It will take time to cultivate it again. In the last battle between gods, the Black Dragon was frozen to death by the law of extreme cold, and now it has not been resurrected directly in the tomb. This is not good news. It means that the power of gods can defeat him, not just a single element, but all the power of gods seems to defeat him. If he really can fight, As long as he concentrates his strength to kill his summoned creature, he will be nothing? This weakness must be made up. Wei Huan's consciousness descended into the tomb and searched for the soul of the black dragon. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. Found it. The soul of the black dragon was extracted from the dead god's body, and it was recondensed in the tomb, and its strength was restored to its original state. It seems that the power of the gods cannot destroy his core summons. It's just that the black dragon is his core skill, and it consumes his divine power to recover. He now has 16,100 points of divine power, and reviving the black dragon directly consumed 500 points. That is to say, in the course of the battle, he can only revive the core summons 32 times. And this is still an ordinary core summon. Wei Huan also learned about the resurrection of the point beast, which actually requires 5,000 points. The point beast is now beyond the god level. As the core combat method of Wei Huan's core, the cost of resurrection after death is too high, which is 10 times that of other summons. In a battle, the point beast cannot die more than 3 times, otherwise it will not be able to be resurrected in the short term. Gods are not omnipotent after all. Or, it is precisely because of the greater power that there are more restrictions. In the past, the core summons could be summoned at random after they died, but now they have to count the number of times. Wei Huan was very glad that this battle of gods made him realize his shortcomings. After resurrecting the black dragon, Wei Huan looked at his slowly recovering divine power, and then turned his attention away from the tomb and looked at the outside world. His family members were celebrating the victory of the battle of gods, and those faith points were the source of their divine power recovery. Of course, his divine power would slowly recover without faith, but the influx of a large number of faiths did make his divine power recover much faster. No wonder gods and faith are tied together in reality and myths and legends. He personally experienced that the power of gods is indeed closely related to faith. Then, when dealing with those humans who retreated to the 8th level world, he could not use the attitude that he had always thought was indifferent. More faith could be the means to win and save lives at a critical moment. After receiving the influx of faith for a while, and waiting until the power of the gods was fully restored, Wei Huan looked at the snail shell city after the smoke fell. The things that the middle-level gods want to take away must be treasures. The defense of this snail shell, from his own experience, is also extraordinary. In short, although such a big treasure is unknown, it will not be taken away by the enemy. Just leave it, and study it slowly. As for taking it away, Wei Huan does not have such a powerful space means now, so he can only leave it in the dead air fog. In short, the area covered by the dead air is his territory. Let the iron hammer and the golden brain come over to see if they can refine some good things. At this moment, his death energy field has spread to the inside of the snail. This snail has the breath of gods, which is very lethal to the undead. Even without the members of the Free Alliance, they have been purifying the undead, so it took until now to enter its interior. But soon Wei Huan frowned. 2/3 of the area in this snail is piled with corpses from various races, including many human races. Sacrifice. Sure enough, it was exactly as they thought at the beginning. The Free Alliance sacrificed countless lives to open the world barrier and usher in the 3 gods. It was a huge killing to receive 1 god, not to mention 3, with a middle-level god in the middle. This number of slaughters was equivalent to a world. The energy contained in these corpses had disappeared, and was used to open the world barrier, but Wei Huan's death energy transformation did not require energy. He devoured these corpses, and soon those corpses recondensed into their pre-birth appearance and merged into the middle of the dead spirits. Although the bodies were preserved, the souls were no longer there, and were driven by Wei Huan. Wei Huan also knew how many sacrifices had died here. 7 billion. This number is equivalent to the current total population of Blue Star. It is so huge that if you kill one by one, it will take more than 8,000 days to kill one per second. Such killings made Wei Huan, the god who spread death, murderous. After the transformation of this batch of dead spirits, they searched for hidden enemies everywhere in the city, and after the transformation was completed, the total number of Wei Huan's summons reached 60 billion. The terrible number of summons once again expanded his power. When this power was completely absorbed and digested by him, his divine power also increased to 16,600 points. As expected, death is the source of his strength. Wei Huan wiped out the kindness in his heart, and kept his original intention of becoming stronger. He also had everything he needed to protect, and kindness to the enemy should not exist in his mind. Killing. Spreading. Transformation. The Free Alliance's arrangement in the 3rd heavy city failed to stop the human expeditionary force, and the undead disaster continued. This time, the other tribes were completely nervous, and used various methods to contact their own gods to find ways to resist the disaster. As for surrendering to the gods, they don't accept surrender. The door of humanity is closed, and we are rejected. The messenger of the beast god complained in despair, he is the god of disaster. He is destined to destroy everything. Why is the god of disaster not the god of the beast tribe? Who still remembers the last god of disaster? Our lifespan is too short for the gods. I can only get a vague picture from the memory of my ancestors. It was a group of insect plagues that could devour everything. Yes, the terrible insect race, even now people are afraid of it, but that god of disaster still fell. It's a pity that I don't have this inherited memory in my mind. Me neither. We don't have it. If we knew how to kill the god of disaster, we can use the same method again. A golden body with wings on its back, the giant dragon with horns on its head made a rumbling sound and said, "The gods are thinking of a solution. Before that, we just need to persist." It sounds good, but how can we persist? After the god of disaster wipes out the Free Alliance, he will attack us. Then find a way to make him attack us in the end. No matter what method is used to delay, as long as other tribes are destroyed before us, our gods will definitely find a solution. Report. Intelligence from the front line of the Beast God King. Speak. The Zerg army left the border wall and launched a counterattack against the undead scourge. Ha ha ha, good. The more stupid things like this, the better. You all, hold back, secretly prepare sacrifices and weapons, and other irrelevant tribes return to the 8th level world for refuge. Yes. The 9th level world is completely in chaos. The news that the three gods came and not only failed to repel the god of disaster, but also fled with their godhead damaged in a short period of time spread quickly like a spark of a prairie fire. The tribes that were watching felt the coming of the end of the world and began to make their own plans. For example, the calculations of the Beastmen, the direct dispatch of the Zerg, the direct defeat of the Free Alliance, the Abyss tribe chose to stay indoors, and there were other scattered tribes. Those who were capable would consider saving their territory, at least to keep a teleportation gate, and those who were not capable would directly return to the 8th level city. Once the tribe gave up guarding the teleportation gate and chose to return to the 8th level world, it would be regarded as a defeated tribe by the challenge world after a period of time, and would eventually be suppressed and sealed like other survivors. In comparison, the Moon Elves, who also chose to return to the 8th level world, although they could not believe in the death god in name, would not be reduced to a survivor because the gate of the human race was still there, and the human race flourished in the 9th level world. When Wei Huan had to go to the kingdom of God 10 years later, they would no longer have to violate their beliefs, and could return to the 9th level world. Wei Huan did not intend to force people, especially those of different faiths. Forcing them to change their faith was no less than forcing people who were disgusted by the smell of coriander to eat it in big mouthfuls, and say it was delicious. This was his tolerance. But for some races that were still on the sidelines, and whose faith was not firm, Wei Huan was not so easy to talk to. In order to gain faith, he had to spread his name throughout the human race. Mu Zhong did the work of spreading faith. Wei Huan's current task was still to start a war. Whether as a god of disaster, starting a war to destroy the world and strengthen his own combat effectiveness, or avenging the human race for the near extinction of the race, he could not stop. The Zerg army also took action, launching a counterattack against his undead scourge. In his dead energy domain, no movement could hide from him. When other races reacted and the spies of the human race had not yet sent the latest intelligence, Wei Huan had already shifted his attention from the Free Alliance's expedition route to the Zerg. The Zerg's territory is located to the north of the human race and occupies the largest area. Their border wall is filled with a material that looks like rotten objects or some kind of excrement. Unlike the sacred aura emitted by the Free Alliance's bone wall, this border wall that stretches for thousands of miles emits toxins rich in the laws of gods. The undead have always been immune to toxins, but they are not immune to the laws of toxins from gods. The law of toxins is a kind of toxin under the law of the abyss, which is a comprehensive toxin involving the law of origin, and is also a mid-level law. Even if the undead are infected, they will turn into pus in a short time and cannot be resurrected. These toxins block the way of the undead scourge. Within the 1 kilometer range of their existence, no undead scourge could get close. Wei Huan's first target was the Free Alliance. He didn't want to cause any trouble, so he just let the undead scourge surround the Zerg territory without attacking it. But just when Wei Huan noticed something unusual, his dead undead wandering a mile outside the border wall was attacked by the Zerg. The sudden decrease in the number of undead allowed Wei Huan to lock the direction of the Zerg at the first time. One by one, the black insects spread from the other side of the border wall, and took the initiative to attack the undead scourge. The Zerg had different appearances and races, including crustaceans, foot segments, and mollusks. Among them, there were many Zerg warriors, who were extremely agile, and had very high attacks. Once they appeared, they were overwhelming and dark, and their momentum was not inferior to that of the undead scourge. The two fronts collided with each other, and on the battlefield with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, there was a fight that would never retreat. For a long time, Wei Huan focused his eyes on the front line filled with undead and Zerg. More than 10,000 deaths per second filled the battlefield with a pleasant atmosphere. He even had no time to pursue the victory of the Free Alliance. It was not until Mu Zhong received the news that his camera flew to the vicinity of the battlefield that the scene of the war, which was so huge that everyone held their breath, spread among the high-level people of the human race. Too many. After seeing the terrifying number of undead natural disasters, Mu Zhong thought he would no longer be shocked by the number of wars, but at this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. In the video, the tens of thousands of unmanned cameras he threw out could only capture less than 1,000th of the entire battlefield. Tens of thousands of Zerg and undead died all the time, accompanied by the blood of broken limbs. Mu Zhong could almost smell the strong smell of blood in the air. Chapter 385. Mu Zhong. Wei Huan also saw the picture sent back, but said, the pursuit of the Free Alliance is still going on, and it will take a long time for the Zerg war to decide the outcome. I need to save my strength to deal with the gods that may come next. I need more faith. Do you have any ideas? Mu Zhong thought about it, and nodded quickly. It is not difficult to promote faith in the current clan and root it in the original world of each civilization. I have the confidence to do it. Then leave the battlefield to me, and you will help me with faith. No problem, I will rush back now. Mu Zhong was about to leave after saying that, but Wei Huan grabbed his wrist, pulled him back, and kissed his forehead. Mu Zhong hugged Wei Huan tightly with his backhand, and suddenly said in his ear, "Your god's appearance is very handsome. Can he be smaller?" "Yes." Mu Zhong smiled, and whispered in Wei Huan's ear in a lower voice. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows, and finally said speechlessly, "Wait for you to come back, you will be satisfied." Mu Zhong is very satisfied now. Mu Zhong rode on the chariot of Team Shui, escorted by a large number of high-level undead, and disappeared in the gray fog. When Wei Huan retracted his gaze, he saw the expeditionary army that had been following him everywhere, but had no chance to participate in the war. Whether it was the Titans, the Sky Monks, or the Blue Star Legion, they all seemed to be doing nothing. Wei Huan always believed that when you are weak, you should hide your strength, and when you are strong, you should intimidate. Now that he has shown his strength, not only intimidating other tribes, including the gods, it is time to stop. He is willing to protect his family, but he cannot be a full-time Nani, and he should fight for better treatment himself. Wei Huan met with Dong Tan and Hao Ba, as well as several military commanders of the Blue Star Legion, and issued the latest orders to them. The leaders of the two major ethnic groups, who met the gods for the first time, were so excited and nervous that they even breathed very lightly. Wei Huan felt their fanatical faith, which made him very satisfied. If their faith was high enough, they would not rebel, and they would go all out in both work and war. Wei Huan issued his first clear oracle since the start of the war: cooperate with the undead, attack with all the troops, and destroy the entire Free Alliance. Yes. Received. The Free Alliance has already sacrificed a god to descend, and there will be no second godhood in the short term. If it is just a projection of the will of the gods, it will no longer be a threat to this legion. It is time to let go temporarily, and let them fight for military merits. The civilization leaders who received the orders from the gods left excitedly, and hurried to prepare for the next battle. Although they were grateful for the protection of the gods, they also wanted to show their strength to the gods and gain more favor. Only Hammer and Jacques were left in the commander's room. Unlike other clansmen, they dared to ask the gods when they had questions. "I heard that the Zerg took the initiative to attack us. You handed over the battlefield here to us. Are you planning to go to the Zerg side? Do you need us to allocate some troops to assist you?" Jacques from Asham has a culture of faith, and has a fanatical worship of Wei Huan that others do not have. Feeling Jacques' huge faith value, Wei Huan has no doubt that if he gave an order for Jacques to die at this moment, he would execute it without hesitation. Hammer rarely speaks, but if it is Wei Huan's order, he will execute it without hesitation. However, compared with Jacques' fanaticism, Hammer's face is much calmer. Only he is not inferior to Jacques in faith value, and can feel his mood at the moment. Wei Huan glanced at the two men and said, "Su Qingqiang is in seclusion. Captain Shui will send Mu Zhong back to the city, and protect him throughout the journey. The battlefield here will be handed over to you too." Yes. The two stood at attention and responded in unison. Soon, Wei Huan's chariot broke away from the main force, flew high into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds, and disappeared in an instant. The human army was now officially divided into two groups. Wei Huan was in charge of one side, which was also the strongest enemy, the Zerg front, and the others were in charge of the other side. As time passed, the intelligence about the Zerg became more and more accurate. The Zerg mother nests from different worlds did not fight for dominance in the 9th level world, just because there were 9 absolute mother nests in the 9th level world, all of which were half-step gods, who mastered the power of the law. In addition to the long life of the Zerg queen, their 9 absolute mother nests controlled all the Zerg. The Zerg were not only hatched in the 9th level world, but in fact, all the challenge worlds of the Zerg civilization became the hatchery of the Zerg. Starting from the 1st level world, this kind of thing is everywhere in the world, all the way to the 8th level world, plus countless civilizations. Once a war breaks out, it is endless and the number is infinite. Hundreds of billions of Zerg are just the number of a Zerg civilization. The Zerg can completely afford to fight with Wei Huan. After all, they have also found a way to deal with Wei Huan. That is, not to kill the undead, but to eat the undead. The undead cannot be easily nourished by the dead air in the stomach, and cannot be easily resurrected. Moreover, the terrible mutation ability of the Zerg has also allowed them to evolve continuously in the war, becoming gradually adapted to the damage of the dead air. From the beginning, they would die if they were touched, to now the advanced Zerg in the tribe can already slaughter the undead natural disaster. The evolution of the Zerg is so rapid that it can be seen with the naked eye. The war with the Zerg lasted for a month. Mu Zhong had a rare chance to finish his work temporarily. When he went to the front line to meet up with Wei Huan, he saw those Zerg warriors, who were like mantises and exuded death, killing in the army of undead, and one Zerg warrior could often kill thousands of undead. Is it okay? Mu Zhong was a little worried. I just heard a piece of news that the Zerg was the birth of the last god of disaster, and their 9 absolute nests have treasures left by the god of disaster. I didn't care at first, but now I see that their evolutionary ability is really strong. If this continues, will it be? No. Wei Huan said with certainty, with a calm smile on his face. I show you something. As Wei Huan's voice fell, the front of the chariot was blocked by a black shadow, and the terrible and fierce aura accompanied by the power of death appeared in front of Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong walked out of the commander's room, came to the balcony, and squinted at the behemoth. Then he saw a Zerg warrior exuding a strong aura of death, more than 10 meters tall, exactly the same as the evolved Zerg in the video, appearing outside the chariot. But unlike that Zerg warrior, this Zerg warrior had green flames in his eyes, and was very respectful to Wei Huan. What is this? Mu Zhong thought of something, and looked back at Wei Huan in surprise. Wei Huan nodded. Yes, just like breeding, I slaughtered them when they were fat. I used worthless low-level undead to feed high-level Zerg warriors through the insect nest, and then killed them and transformed them. You see, I got a level 9 Zerg warrior undead just like that. When Mu Zhong looked at this Zerg warrior with a terrible aura and a hideous face again, his eyes narrowed and his mouth corners raised, revealing great love. So cool. How did you come up with this idea? Wei Huan smiled but said nothing. In fact, at the beginning, he was also a little anxious about the terrible evolutionary ability of the Zerg. Not only were there endless numbers, but the undead that ate him could not be resurrected. As long as he thought that as an existing active god, he would be forced to use a backup plan by a group of insects, he felt humiliated. But the change of mind came very quickly. After all, when the Zerg evolved into the Zerg, he also got the news at the first time. The dead high-level Zerg transformed into the Zerg undead, and because they devoured a large number of undead in their lives, and had too much dead air in their bodies, they almost lost energy after the transformation. What level of Zerg they were in their lives, they retained 100% of their strength after the transformation. It was just like Wei Huan was cultivating the undead through the undead ranch. At present, the only undead that Wei Huan can actively cultivate are his core recruited undead. These undead were his core summons. With his current strength, he could easily recruit 10 billion Dark Beast undead in a tomb. But that was meaningless because the number of undead that could be cultivated in the undead ranch was very limited, especially after cultivating level 8 undead. The number that could be cultivated at the same time was reduced to only 100, and it took 40 days to cultivate each one. Since he achieved godhood and upgraded to sequence 8 at the same time, he only had 100 level 8 undead until now, and they were all used to upgrade leaders and elites. This kind of output efficiency made Wei Huan very dissatisfied. As for the filthy earth undead and the dead air undead, the former is limited by the level of the filthy earth and can only produce level 5 undead at most, while the dead air undead is born too short, and the highest level is only level 3 until now. Of course, as he controls the law of the source of dead air, he will not be limited by the filthy earth undead. As long as he is given enough time to grow, he can also give birth to full-level dead air undead through the nourishment of dead air. But all these require a long wait, whereas the method of borrowing a womb to give birth to a child. After Wei Huan figured out the key in the middle, he immediately became interested and watched the process of his Zerg undead becoming stronger every day with great interest. Every time a Zerg warrior with potential for promotion and higher level appeared, he would take the initiative to send the undead over to let it eat enough. Finally, just 2 days ago, the first level 8 Zerg warrior was born. In order to understand the strength of this Zerg warrior, Wei Huan slaughtered it without hesitation and transformed it into his own summon with dead air. The result was very satisfying. He simply used low-level undead to exchange for an 8th level Zerg warrior undead that could be called a war weapon. Its combat effectiveness was not bad, and it was stronger than the captains of the main combat undead such as the wolf, the Roman, and the two-headed hidden demon. Wei Huan looked at the 6 and 7 level Zerg warriors wreaking havoc in the undead army, as if he saw a bunch of buds about to bloom. He was in a very good mood. Mu Zhong quickly figured out the key and exclaimed, "The Zerg is really a treasure." Then he said to Wei Huan, "It just so happened that Iron Hammer and Golden Brain just came back from the snail shell before I came here. They managed to take some snail shell materials, so they asked me to collect some Zerg materials, saying that they were all precious materials for making weapons and equipment." Wei Huan nodded. "I have collected them a long time ago. The power of the gods is terrible. The law of death will kill anyone who touches it, but occasionally some special materials will appear, which may be the claws, teeth, or bones of the Zerg, which cannot be eroded by death. These things were left on the battlefield, and were collected by Wei Huan. At that time, he didn't know what they were used for, but in line with the habit of thrift and frugality, he didn't let these rags be thrown away casually. Now it seems that they are not rags at all, but real treasures." Mu Zhong got the supplies and visited Wei Huan. Although there were still many things that needed him to preside over in the rear, he stayed with Wei Huan for 2 days before leaving. During this period, Mu Zhong made it very clear that he didn't like Wei Huan's Dharma image. The Dharma image condensed by death was icy and piercing. No matter how you cover it, it can't be warmed up. It feels like eating a large piece of ice. In the end, Wei Huan hugged Mu Zhong with his own body to warm him up, and he started to cry again. "It's not good to be cold, and it's not good to be hot. Tell me, how can I satisfy you?" Wei Huan sighed in Mu Zhong's ear. Mu Zhong didn't say anything, but just looked at him with tears in his eyes. His cheeks, which were covered with red, were wet with sweat. It was really hot. 2 days later, Mu Zhong left, and Wei Huan continued his training plan. It has been more than a month, and no level 9 Zerg has been born. He has to keep a close eye on it, and can't let his level 9 undead run away. The Zerg obviously didn't notice Wei Huan's plan, and continued to send troops to the battlefield. But the Zerg that Wei Huan focused on training had long been separated by his undead. If they planned to return to the nest, they would be killed in advance. Therefore, the information that the mother nest could get was a group of undead spirits that had been upgraded to level 3 or 4. They seemed very satisfied and didn't know that their real Zerg warriors had been fed by Wei Huan and turned into killing weapons, and would become a knife to slaughter the mother nest in the future. Wei Huan played this trick for a year, and it became an assembly line operation very smoothly. Not only did his level 9 Zerg warriors increase in number, but in order to cope with the more intense and complex battlefields in the future, he also cultivated level 9 beetles of the defense system, level 9 soft worms of the long-range system, and brain worms of the mental attack system. The number of these level 9 Zerg troops has exceeded 10,000. Compared with Wei Huan's core undead spirits, their combat effectiveness is not weaker, not counting the god-level leader undead spirits. The only weakness is the weakness of the unified dead undead spirits. Once purified by the power of the gods, they cannot be resurrected. However, in front of their powerful combat effectiveness, this weakness can be ignored. After all, there is no war without a little loss ratio, and the stolen combat effectiveness will give people a very pleasant feeling. That evening, before it was completely dark, the vision was dim. A group of more than 10,000 untransformed level 9 Zerg warriors flew out from behind the Zerg front. They obviously knew where Wei Huan was, and completely ignored the thousands of miles of battle lines. As soon as they appeared, they gathered into a group and rushed straight towards Wei Huan like a heavy punch. Although Wei Huan was 500 kilometers away, and there were countless dead spirits in front of him, these dead spirits, whose highest level was not even level 4, were obviously unable to stop the Zerg's long-awaited attack. The undead in front of Wei Huan was torn apart easily. The 9th level Zerg was like the sharpest bloody knife, swinging a powerful blow at the gods. Wei Huan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. It turned out that, when he secretly cultivated the 9th level Zerg, the Zerg also cultivated 9th level Zerg warriors. It seems that those low-level insects ate his undead and returned to the mother nest to feed him, allowing the mother nest to have the ability to create 9th level Zerg warriors. And they are Zerg warriors with rich death energy laws. Isn't this delivered to the door? It would be useless to change to any other law. Only the death energy law is the law that Wei Huan has reached the extreme and mastered the source. In these 3,000 universes, is there anyone who is better at controlling the death energy law than him? Looking at these dishes delivered to the door, Wei Huan had a bolder idea in his mind. So, although these high-level Zergs have a considerable increase in combat power after transformation, it is not time to harvest them yet. Now, let's avoid them first. Wei Huan ordered the chariot to retreat, and the two-headed hidden demon was summoned by him to cover the rear, and easily escape the pursuit of the high-level Zerg. Change the place to continue. Wei Huan, who came again, wondered why Wei Huan changed the place. After listening to Wei Huan's ideas, his eyes also lit up. That's right, I will use the Zerg mother nest to help you create more level 9 Zergs, which will definitely be faster than you can create them yourself. Mu Zhong finished excitedly, and then a little worried, but if there are too many level 9 Zergs, it may be impossible to grasp the weight of them. What if? Wei Huan sighed. Don't underestimate the power of the gods. I will grasp the degree of it. I know, I just want to say a few more words, will you? Mu Zhong stared. How could Wei Huan say no? Of course he nodded and coaxed his wife, of course, you care about me. Mu Zhong laughed, and he knew that it was really funny to worry about a god, but just like Wei Huan said, he was worried about him. The two chatted for a while, and Mu Zhong turned to talk about the situation of another legion. The last time the will of the gods came, nearly 3,000 monks of the sky sacrificed, and the Titans also had 3 wounded and 1 dead. Hundreds of our chariots were destroyed, and 900 people died, which is a very sad number. The only comforting thing is that this time, the power of the human race alone pushed down the 4th city of the Free Alliance. The Free Alliance was completely broken up, and a large number of Free Alliance races were forced to withdraw to the 8th level world. Between death and becoming the survivors of the challenge world, they chose the latter. This is not good news. Every warrior who has grown to this day has spent a lot of time and resources, and behind them are family and friends who need them to protect. But Wei Huan can't protect them forever. When he has to enter the god's domain, the human race will have to face a situation that may be even more tragic than the current one. They need to maintain their war state and constantly improve themselves through war, whether it is war awareness or resource cultivation. Mu Zhong sighed and continued. In fact, the difference between retreating to the 8th level world and staying in the 9th level world to fight to the end is just the difference between suspended death sentence and death penalty. We think we have gained freedom by controlling the 9th level world, but in fact we are still under the control of the challenging world. Only by becoming a god can we be truly liberated. 1 upper god, 2 middle gods, and 10 lower gods. Wei Huan recalled, this is already difficult. Becoming a god is a gap that mortals cannot cross, but we have to have 13 gods, including 1 upper god. Mu Zhong said, you forgot one thing. The world level of the challenge civilization must also reach the god level. Yes. Wei Huan nodded, we have come to the 9th level world, but our blue star world level is only 7th. Steelheart gave me the world level standard, not only our development level of the current world, but also our advanced civilization buildings, the 7th level challengers we have, and in order to reach the 8th level, the genes of our entire blue star human race must be improved. Gene-enhancing potions can be purchased in the challenge mall. I know that the Legion has been trying to earn challenge points, and buy a large number of gene potions to send back to Blue Star. However, the gene potion can only strengthen the body for adults, and cannot achieve the purpose of changing genes. Children under 12 years old can improve their gene level, but they still cannot exert the maximum effect of the gene potion. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan and said, we have tested it. The best way is for the 2nd generation born by 2 genetically modified couples to remarry, and give birth to 3 generations. Only then can we truly change the human genes and reach the minimum standard, from short-lived species to goblins and dwarves with a lifespan of more than 300 years. 3 generations? It's just the minimum standard. Wei Huan thought, and to become a god, the genes of the Blue Star human race must reach the level of the elves at the worst, and ordinary people also have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Mu Zhong said, yes, it will take more generations to accumulate, and we will have to buy more expensive genetic drugs. But these are not problems. As long as we are still here, we will firmly promote the evolution of the Blue Star human race. Even if this process takes 10 or 100 times longer than expected, as long as we keep going, we will succeed. Wei Huan nodded, yes, keep going. As long as we stick to the original goal and don't waver, we will succeed. Although it will be a very long time, and we will say goodbye to many acquaintances during this period, as long as they don't give up, and the Blue Star human race doesn't give up, we will succeed. However, there is one thing that Wei Huan can't take lightly no matter what. He shook Mu Zhong's hand and said, the faith thing is almost done. Titan is responsible for building the city. The other army also has enough cohesion and cooperation. You are almost done with your work. It's time to concentrate on cultivation, right? Before Mu Zhong wanted to say something, Wei Huan interrupted him first. And you are not allowed to practice the 4 seasons law this time. You must practice the backtracking law under the time law. Mu Zhong was looked at by Wei Huan's serious eyes and laughed. Is it so strict? Asking by name directly? Backtracking must be suitable for me. Wei Huan didn't say anything, but his eyes suddenly burst out with divinity. Under the eyes of the gods, everyone's affinity for the law was clear at a glance. There is no doubt that the backtracking law will be the law that Mu Zhong is best at practicing. The backtracking law is a lower-level law of the time law and belongs to the time law together with the 4 seasons law. Mu Zhong was originally more skilled in the backtracking law. Now he just put aside the 4 seasons law and practiced the new law. It doesn't take too much time to get started. On the contrary, although Mu Zhong has some talent for this 4 seasons law, as a mid-level law, he cannot practice it directly. It has been more than a year since Wei Huan achieved godhood. Mu Zhong has been running around to collect faith for Wei Huan, but his 4 seasons law has not improved at all. He doesn't care, but Wei Huan can't. He pinched Mu Zhong's chin, stopped his playful smile, and said seriously, there are still 9 years. You must go back to the Tao before I leave. When I arrive in the kingdom of God, I will kill the god of backtracking first, and leave the throne for you. Chapter 386. Mu Zhong said, the god of time seems to belong to the human camp. That's right. But they all fell, and the gods of the human race are missing. Are you the only god who forgot? I heard that the god of time disappeared with the god of life. Unlike the missing ancient gods such as Titan, their divine fire has been extinguished. You don't have to be a bad guy. I will try my best to take back the throne that belongs to our human race. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong for a while before retracting his hand and said, this time, go back and hand over the work in your hands as soon as possible. I will only wait for you for 10 days. You must practice in seclusion. Okay. Anyway, he couldn't refuse, and Mu Zhong knew that this was indeed the best long-term plan, so he accepted it. When Wei Huan heard this, the corners of his mouth relaxed. For Mu Zhong, who attaches great importance to power control and has the Nani attribute, giving up the overwhelming power and giving up not paying attention to every major decision of the human race, how difficult it is to take this step back, he knows very well. Fortunately, Mu Zhong agreed. Mu Zhong leaned on Wei Huan's shoulder, watching the fierce battle with the Zerg ahead, and didn't speak for a long time. Finally he sighed, turned around and hugged Wei Huan, like holding the last rope that could allow him to breathe tightly without letting go. Mu Zhong returned on time after 10 days away, and stayed in seclusion next to the butt of the Tree of Life in Wei Huan's chariot, concentrating on enlightenment. Wei Huan continued to pay attention to Mu Zhong for a few days, before shifting his attention away from him, and looking at the high-level Zerg outside, who were chasing him relentlessly. Had the number of level 9 Zerg warriors reached 16,000, that is to say, the productivity of the Zerg hive has reached 12,000 per month. Although this speed is dozens or hundreds of times faster than Wei Huan's own cultivation, it is far from what Wei Huan requires. 12,000 per month is still too little, and more hives need to be contaminated to achieve higher production. But before that, Wei Huan must ensure 2 things, that these level 9 Zergs can be transformed into his own undead summons after death, and that the Zerg hive can still produce Zerg after being transformed. If he wants to borrow a womb to give birth to a child, he must investigate whether the other party can give birth, and whether he can borrow one. So the next thing is very simple. Wei Huan left the undead to continue fighting the Zerg. Under his command, the chariot flew high into the sky, crossed a large number of battle lines, and finally came to the forefront of the battlefield. The appearance of the divine chariot stimulated the Zerg to have a stress response. Before he could get closer, a large number of Zerg flew out from behind the wall of dirt. Among them, there were even Zerg warriors at level 9, emitting a strong aura of death. It seemed that the Zerg had kept a hand to prevent any eventuality, and the Zerg warriors at level 9 sent to hunt him down were not all of them. This was a good thing. Wei Huan was not afraid of its strong production capacity, but rather of its low production. For the death gods whose summons were calculated in tens of billions by the undead, even tens of thousands, let alone tens of millions, were extremely small for him. A large number of Zerg swarmed in, and Wei Huan's mind moved, and 15 portals opened behind him. The Point Beast took the lead, and with all the core race leaders, they came out of the portals to fight the Zerg. Compared with the huge number of opponents, the core undead that Wei Huan temporarily released was obviously too few, and each one had to fight one against 10,000. But even with such a ratio, the Zerg still couldn't do anything about a god's personal attack. That's right, if only the dead undead were attacking, it was just the passive skill of Wei Huan, the god of disaster. If Wei Huan was a little interested in joining the battle, he would send out the dirty undead. But if his several god-level leaders appeared, it would be equivalent to the gods taking action personally. No matter how many races there are, what's the use? Not in any case. Quantitative changes can produce qualitative changes. If there are no Zerg that can withstand a certain amount of divine power, these low-level Zerg, including the 9th-level Zerg that Wei Huan has been cultivating, are like meaningless moths in front of him, and can kill billions of them in an instant. And after being transformed by the power of the gods, the 9th-level Zerg that becomes the summoned creature of the gods, because the body is endowed with the power of the gods, the combat effectiveness is another matter. Wei Huan did not reveal the secret that he was collecting level 9 Zerg warriors, but chose to use the god-level leader to kill them directly. Big Bear, Black Dragon and Brother Digging Anal cooperated to take charge of the ground Zerg. With their own powerful abilities, and the cooperation of the tribe's younger brothers, they easily killed a large passage. The Point Beast summoned the dog, the great-grandson, etc., and then they summoned more crypt beasts and face huggers, and then cooperated with the aerial combat ability of the two-headed hidden demon, killing the Zerg in the sky like rain. The demon Eye Monarch descended into Wei Huan's vision, and did not take any action, but just flew forward slowly as the front line pressed forward. The front line, that was pushed back nearly 100 miles by the Zerg these days, was easily pushed back by Wei Huan, and it took less than 10 minutes to reach the wall of dirt. The filthy wall still exudes the law of poison, continuously polluting the atmosphere within 10 miles around. Even the dead air with the power of Wei Huan's law cannot cross this wall. Therefore, a large amount of sticky black water that cannot be recondensed and transformed is left under the wall. At this time, the leader of the Demon Eye Monarch of Wei Huan's vision has come to the front of the wall. If he orders the Demon Eye Monarch to take action now, this god-level Demon Eye Monarch will surely tear down the wall easily. Just like the bone wall of the Free Alliance, it is just an item left by the gods. Although it contains divine power, and is comparable to a divine weapon in the War of Mortals, it is already invincible. But how can it compare with the real gods? However, Wei Huan shifted his gaze to other directions until it fell on a face hugger with a black body. This should be the last face hugger of the lineage of the Point Beast. It is the great-grandson of the 4th generation. It was born by the blood-red great-grandson of the 3rd generation. When it was born, it was like compressing the death power cultivated by Wei Huan into one body, as terrible as a black hole. It was this 4th generation great-grandson who, in the battle with the thick god a year ago, easily tore open the abdomen of the thick god, who had exerted the power of the law, and blew up almost his entire belly. In terms of power, it was even more powerful than the black beam of the Demon Eye Monarch, and it was the most important ability for Wei Huan to break through the defense. The 4th generation great-grandson completely ignored the poison law that was dissipating in the atmosphere, and flew to the edge of the dirty wall in a leisurely manner, emitting black smoke that was hundreds of times thicker than the poison gas law. It was pitch black, as if it could swallow light, and only the 8 eyes on the back shell were emitting green flames. The next second, a black hole-like collapsed space appeared in front of Wei Huan's eyes. There was no external power, just like a big mouth in the void biting down, and the entire 10-kilometer diameter dirty wall, along with the underground soil, disappeared. If the 10-kilometer wide pit was on the blue star, the magma would probably have exploded. But in the 9th level world, what was seen was the underground nest dug by the Zerg deep in the mud and sand. The underground nest was different from the open space on the ground. There were countless insects living underground. Wei Huan's attack also killed countless insects, and gnawed off half of a Zerg mother nest. The Zergs at the entrance of the cave were a little confused. They were almost swallowed by the black hole. They were standing at the entrance of the cave, and were blinded by the sudden light. Until the order issued directly by the Zerg Queen in the brain appeared, these Zergs spread their wings without hesitation and rushed towards the god. Faced with this useless attack, Wei Huan just handed over the war order to the undead, and at the same time his eyes fell on the Zerg mother nest that was gnawed halfway. It's just right, let's take this Zerg mother nest as an experiment to see if my second idea can be realized. After the Black Fourth Generation great-grandson consumed Wei Huan's 500 points of divine power to revive, he reappeared on the battlefield. But now Wei Huan couldn't wait for it to fly slowly to the front line. He ordered the Demon Eye Monarch, who possessed his vision, to attack. A black beam of light shot out, as if it had passed through time and space, and instantly penetrated the Zerg nest. The beam went straight to the nest deeper underground. The Zerg that had just flown out of the nest suddenly fell into madness, opened its mouth, and rushed towards Wei Huan with bulging eyes, wanting revenge to the death. But it was useless to Wei Huan. With a casual blow, their nest was destroyed. The 9th level Zerg was just a type of soldier he deliberately cultivated. What was this ordinary Zerg? In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. After several consecutive attacks, the defense gap of the Zerg was completely opened. Wei Huan controlled the death energy, and drilled into the Zerg mother nest. Soon, the huge Zerg mother nest turned into dripping black water, and a staggering insect flew out. Its wings full of holes were recondensed under the transformation of the death energy. After coming to Wei Huan, it could fly normally. Is this the Zerg Queen? Wei Huan looked at this Zerg Queen, who was different from the Queen Bee and Queen Ant in his imagination. The real Zerg Queen obviously does not need to use her belly to breed Zerg, so her figure is slender and elegant. Her triangular face is a bit like the head of a mantis. It is ferocious and beautiful. It is difficult to describe her temperament. However, when Wei Huan looked at this Zerg Queen, his sight was uncontrollably attracted by the pair of overly huge eyes. The grid-like compound eyes were filled with a kind of captivating power. Although it was useless to Wei Huan, all mortals except him would be mentally affected by the eyes of the Zerg Queen. Each Zerg Queen needed to control hundreds of millions of Zergs to serve her, just like Wei Huan needed to master a large amount of dark power to summon the undead. Obviously, the Zerg Queens were all spiritual summoners. Thinking in this way, Wei Huan gave the Zerg Queen an order to reproduce, but he did not get any feedback from the order. Instead, under his new order, the Zerg undead that had just died in the destruction of the mother nest, and were then transformed, obeyed the order of the Zerg Queen, and gathered around. Wei Huan frowned. This was different from what he thought. What he needed was the ability to create Zerg. After pondering for a while, Wei Huan set his eyes on the flesh tissues transformed from a large area of black water. The Demon Eye Lord flew into the underground pit under his command. After being swept by the death aura, the Zerg mother nest used to support the underground space turned into black water, forming a large area of collapse. The Demon Eye Lord was small in size, and easily got into the ruins. Wei Huan felt more summons buried there. The face hugger turned into a construction worker, and began to clean up the ruins. It took 3 hours. During this period, a large number of Zerg came to attack Wei Huan. Finally, just when Wei Huan gradually doubted his idea, the Zerg Queen brought back a triangular flesh and blood tissue under Wei Huan's command. Is this the transformed Zerg mother nest? Wei Huan looked at the pyramid-shaped, dark red tissue composed of muscles, and recalled that the Zerg mother nests scattered throughout the Zerg territory were mostly heads growing from the ground. It seems that the lower half of the triangle is buried under the soil, constantly producing and cultivating Zerg. Now, the Zerg hive, which replaced the Queen's breeding function, has turned into pure undead life. Undead cannot rely on gestation to reproduce. Whether it is the Zerg hive or the Zerg Queen, has her plan to give birth to a child completely shattered. Fortunately, before Wei Huan could feel lost for too long, the transformed Zerg Queen ate the hive in her hand in front of Wei Huan after receiving Wei Huan's orders to reproduce. Wei Huan frowned and didn't understand. After all, they were completely different life forms. The Zerg Queen couldn't explain her behavior, but she would faithfully execute Wei Huan's orders, so while Wei Huan was confused, she ate the Zerg hive and fell to the ground. It crouched on the ground, its feet began to drill into the ground, and its body began to gradually expand until it turned into an indescribable mass of black rotten meat in front of Wei Huan's eyes. It looked disgusting, but Wei Huan had fully understood the intention of the Zerg Queen. He released more core summoned undead here, and while surrounding the Zerg Queen, he continued to attack the Zerg with dead undead, thus blocking the Zerg's vision and preventing those insects from knowing his intentions. As time went on, Wei Huan's invasion war against the Zerg never stopped, and the Zerg mother nest protected by his undead in the center also reached a diameter of 30 meters deep underground 3 days later. That morning, Wei Huan saw with his own eyes that a first-level Zerg full of dead air flew out from the top of the mother nest exposed on the ground. Just like the face hugger and crypt beast controlled by the point beast, Wei Huan also felt his soul mark in the depths of the soul sea of this undead Zerg, and was absolutely controlled by himself. Wei Huan looked at this first-level Zerg and smiled with interest. He drove away the transformed dead spirits, and gave them to the Zerg mother nest to devour. This method was indeed correct. The Zerg mother nest grew rapidly, 100 times more than before. However, in just one day, the diameter of the mother nest reached 300 meters, and the Zerg born were also third level. The income was not equal to Wei Huan's investment, but fortunately, the Zergs he fed were also transformed from the Zergs he killed, which was equivalent to free nutrition. If these nutrients nourished a mother nest that could give birth to level 9 Zergs, he would make a lot of money. Wei Huan was obsessed with cultivating the Zerg mother nest, and the fun of creating level 9 Zergs for a long time. Whether it was the spies of various races or the Zerg themselves, all the outside world knew was that the legendary god of disaster was so great that he was stopped by the Zerg in his conquest. I don't believe it. This can't be the strength of the god of disaster. The Golden Horn Dragon King of the Beast God clan made a rumbling sound. Keep exploring. There must be something we don't know that stopped it. The 1,000-mile area where the god of disaster is located is full of undead. The spies we sent out can't get close. What about the Zerg? The Zerg's territory adjacent to ours is also separated by the undead. We can't contact the Zerg queen who once cooperated with us, and we don't know what's going on inside. The Golden Horn Dragon King pondered for a long time, still not believing that the legendary god of disaster would be so weak that he could be stopped by a group of Zerg. Perhaps this abnormal Zerg also noticed it? But what exactly is it? The Golden Horn Dragon King remembered that in order to kill humans, except for the Abyss clan, the three major forces once joined forces. During this period, the Free Alliance conspired to talk and mentioned that after destroying humans, they would join forces with the Beast God clan to eliminate the Zerg. The reason for destroying the human race is that the human race is too weak without gods, and it is easy to kill. The attack on the Zerg was the will of the gods of both sides. At that time, they all believed that the god of disaster would appear again in the Zerg. The Zerg also always likes to be chosen by the god of disaster. Therefore, the attached tyrant of the Free Alliance, as a parasitic plant, secretly parasitized many Zergs, intending to succeed in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, the god of disaster was born in the human race for the first time and turned the tide. Find the attached tyrant, it may have what we need. The Golden Horn Dragon King said. Just 1.5 years after Wei Huan used his troops against the Zerg, the outside world became increasingly restless, and the Zerg began to gradually become restless. Wei Huan finally cultivated the first level 9 Zerg undead warrior from the fallen Zerg mother nest. Compared with the level 9 race warriors that he fed and then killed and transformed, these Zerg warriors that he carefully cultivated through the mother nest actually showed a characteristic that they could be upgraded. It was not an upgrade from level 9 to level 10, but elite attributes appeared when they reached level 9, and they could fight 10 warriors of the same level. If they continue to cultivate, there may be hero levels, or even god levels. In other words, these Zergs born through the fallen Zerg mother nest are equivalent to giving Wei Huan a new ability. Once they are cultivated to the god level, he will add another core skill. But how to cultivate the fallen Zerg to the god level? Wei Huan looked at the 12 fallen Zerg queens that he transformed from his leisurely invasion of the Zerg territory in the past 6 months, and the scarlet triangle of the original form of the Zerg mother nest held in their hands. Compared to the directly converted level 9 warriors, the fallen level 9 Zerg warriors he cultivated were better, but compared to cultivating a god level Zerg, these fallen level 9 Zerg were not taken seriously by Wei Huan. In his current perspective, those below the god level were cannon fodder. Only the god level could arouse his real interest. After thinking for a few seconds, Wei Huan gave an order in his mind, and the queen carried their mother nest and threw it into the mouthparts of the fallen mother nest that had grown to 30 kilometers, and was larger than the ordinary Zerg mother nest, becoming the new nutrients of this mother nest. As expected, after devouring the same mother nest, this fallen mother nest was obviously expanding and evolving at a faster speed. The most obvious thing was that a scarlet muscle tube grew on its triangular edge, which was visibly larger. In just a few days, the tube was as thick as 100 meters. The flesh tube twitched and spit out a level 9 fallen Zerg warrior from it. This fallen mother nest has 3 tubes, which means that 3 level 9 fallen Zerg warriors can be born at the same time. As long as the nutrition can keep up, it can not only produce rapidly, but also continuously, which is 3 times the previous one. In addition, At the top of the triangular mother nest, there is also a worm egg, which is still stronger than the level 9 fallen Zerg warrior in the worm egg stage. Wei Huan was full of expectations. He ate 12 Zerg mother nests and queens in one breath. He should have the ability to cultivate a hero level, right? That is to say, his idea is correct. Just like the point beast, it also evolves through devouring. This may be a necessary way for the Zerg queen to maintain her absolute dominance. Then, if you want to achieve a god-level fallen hive, you need more hives to feed. And the hive needs more nutrition to breed Zerg. As expected, I am the disaster that started the war, and I really can't stop it all. Peaceful development is simply a luxury. Wei Huan ordered the chariot that had been hovering in the sky for half a year to move forward again. At the same time, as his chariot circled, the undead turned into a sharp knife that cut through the thorns and chopped deeper into the Zerg territory. The Zerg nests buried thousands of kilometers underground were all dug out by Wei Huan. In addition to the transformed 9th level Zerg warriors, all the transformed Zerg, including the hive and the queen, were all thrown into the original fallen hive. In just 10 days, the diameter of the fallen nest buried deep underground exceeded 1,000 kilometers. The ground under Wei Huan's feet was basically hollowed out, and it was full of various organs for cultivating Zerg, entangled muscles, and blood vessels, and Zerg egg chambers. At the same time, outside the fallen nest, there were 9 more reproductive tubes, and every half an hour or so, 12 elite level 9 Zerg warriors could be born at the same time. In addition, in its top mouthparts, there was an epic hero level Zerg, which was spreading its wings and about to break out of its shell. Mass production of elite level 9 warriors, focusing on cultivating epic heroes 2 levels higher. Every 3 days Wei Huan can get about 1,700 level 9 Zerg warriors and an epic Zerg hero. These numbers may not be much compared to the number of undead summons Wei Huan has now, but in the long run, there will inevitably be a qualitative change. The most important thing is that its nest can continue to upgrade. The hives are graded like undead summons, divided into level 1 hives, level 2 elite hives, level 3 hero hives, and level 4 epic hero hives. The next level to be upgraded is the level 5 legendary hero hive, and then the level 6 pseudo-god hero hive, and level 7 god level hive. I don't know if I can get a level 7 god level hive after destroying the entire Zerg. By then, he will have the ability to directly create god level Zerg, and the legendary Zerg warriors will be born in the 21 breeding tubes of the level 7 hive on a daily basis. His strength will also be greatly improved, and breeding Zerg may one day become another important ability of his after the core skills. Wei Huan pushed all the way to the depths of 5,000 kilometers in the Zerg territory, and found a hive that was obviously higher than other hives. Could this be the legendary absolute hive? The exposed part alone is extremely huge, and the deep red color looks like an ancient product from billions of years ago. It is much larger than his fallen hive, with 21 breeding tubes alone, towering into the clouds. Chapter 387. It seems that these are the 9 absolute nests that the Zerg used to settle down in the 9th level world. 21 reproductive tubes, which means that this is the highest level nest, and the main 9th level Zerg warriors, who attacked Wei Huan were born here. If nothing unexpected happens, the queen in the nest may be a half-step god who involves the power of law. I wonder if my own fallen nest can evolve and improve by 1 level after taking down this absolute nest. With almost no hesitation, Wei Huan ordered the undead army to attack the absolute nest with all their strength. In addition to the Zerg that he transformed and hid, the god-level undead leaders were also sent out. In the past, Wei Huan used all his strength. Buzz buzz buzz. The absolute nest was obviously prepared for war. The Zerg flew into the sky like thick smoke from a chimney, turning into a hurricane that filled the field of vision, and fearlessly faced the undead disaster. The terrifying thing about the Zerg is the number, and the second is the fearlessness of absolutely executing orders. Even if it is fighting against gods, the Zerg has not retreated at all until today. 2 tornadoes collided fiercely in the sky and on the ground, and the number of undead deaths was even higher than that of Zerg. But the undead that fell to the ground, as well as the Zerg that were contaminated by the aura of death, soon rejoined the battle after resurrection, and reversed the situation in an instant. Several god-level leaders were the most courageous bayonets on the battlefield. Wherever they passed, Zerg fell in large numbers. Even the 9th level Zerg could not stop them for a moment. The 9 absolute hives were the most powerful foundation of the Zerg, but they still looked as fragile as children in front of Wei Huan's undead disaster. In less than an hour, the war had only taken place inside the hive. The queen who resisted stubbornly retreated to the last line of defense in the hive with the remaining Zerg guards, but was still easily strangled by the big head. In just 1 hour, one of the 9 absolute nests disappeared. This nest was not destroyed in the last disaster, and it was better than paper in front of Wei Huan. When the killed queen was transformed and resurrected, its nest also melted quickly under the pollution of death, and finally became a fallen nest in the queen's arms the next day. Wei Huan hesitated a little. Should he continue to cultivate the previous fallen nest, or try to cultivate this fallen nest with a better foundation, which would give him more? Wei Huan had not decided for a while, but the news of the destruction of the 9 nests completely panicked the Zerg. The Zerg is a group that firmly executes orders, has no fear, has a large number and evolves quickly, and only the queen and a small number of high-level Zerg in their group have wisdom. Since they have wisdom, they will definitely be afraid when facing gods that they cannot defeat. In the past, Wei Huan stopped attacking for a long time to study the Zerg, which somewhat affected the Zerg's judgment. Or, they did not doubt that the god of disaster had stayed at the border of their territory for a year and a half, and must be doing something they could not accept. They could not defeat him. Even if they organized the strongest force, it was only slightly stronger than the breeze for the god, and they had no way to deal with the god. The 1.5 years of truce even gave the Zerg Queen some lucky thoughts. Is it possible to just drag it out until the god of disaster leaves? Today these expectations were completely shattered. From the time that the god decided to launch the attack to today, only 2 days, one of the 9 mother nests was gone, and the queen, whose strength had reached the law cultivation level, also fell. At least he is a half-step god, but he is so vulnerable in front of the real god. Ask the gods for help? The Zerg queens had a conversation thousands of miles away through the complex nest nerves buried deep underground. It takes a lot of sacrifices to summon the gods. I have confirmed before that if we gather all our stored food, the number of gods who can respond to us is about the same as the Free Alliance. Yes, if we can only get a response from 3 gods, then since the disaster can deal with the gods of the Free Alliance last time, it is not a crisis for him this time either. As long as we are willing to sacrifice our people, we only need 2 middle-level gods to deal with this disaster god. But it is not an absolute victory. A year and a half has passed, and the disaster has grown. The disaster has grown. Yes, the most terrifying thing about the disaster god is that he is growing all the time. From a new god, to a little bit of stable godhood, from a legion of only 100 million or 200 million to the current undead disaster of more than 100 billion. The battles in the Free Alliance territory constantly nourished the Calamity God and their Zerg warriors. A large number of them were killed and resurrected. They knew they shouldn't continue, but in order to stop the invasion of the Calamity God, they still had to send out soldiers. The fact that the Calamity God was getting stronger every day made them have nightmares. After the suffocating silence, one of the queens who survived the longest among them said, "Everyone, my inherited memory tells me that if our tribe encounters a crisis of extinction one day, as long as we sacrifice enough Zerg blood, the ancient ancestor god may respond." Ancient god. Ah, it's the ancient god. I have it in my memory too. I have it too. Can you really summon the ancient god? I don't know, maybe. At least you should try it. Do you want to surrender and return to the 8th level world and become a remnant that will always be controlled by the challenge world? I think you can try it. No, you must do it. Yes, I agree to sacrifice the ancient god. If the god of law cannot kill this god of disaster, let the ancient god repel him. Agree. Agree. I agree too. Wei Huan decided that he was a god who had a beginning and an end. Since he decided to cultivate the fallen mother nest, he should not always waver and hesitate. He turned around and sacrificed this Zerg mother nest that had existed for an unknown period of time. There was no response when the mother nest was first fed to the fallen mother nest, but soon the fallen mother nest evolved at a faster speed than any previous time. Like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, the corrupted nest was only about 400 meters high when it was exposed to the ground, but now it is growing. As the part of the nest exposed to the ground grew to 500 meters, Wei Huan thought it would stop, but it was still growing. The epic hero corrupted nest was 400 meters high, so the legendary hero corrupted nest after the upgrade should be 500 meters. This should be the rule, but it soon exceeded 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, and stopped only when it was close to 800 meters. With such a growth height, it is no longer possible to use the previous rules to explore its level. Wei Huan only knew that it had eaten an absolute nest, and the Zerg Queen who was half a step to God in the nest, and the size of this corrupted nest was almost doubled. Because of the rapid growth, the scene has cracks that arch upwards, and the slight ups and downs are like something deep underground is still breathing. The color of the fallen mother nest has become darker, showing large and small oval spots. This feeling is like it has aged spots, But unlike the weakness of old humans, it shows a strong breath after the evolution of bloodline. Then, the part of the fallen mother nest exposed on the ground, the top of the place that was originally used as the elite cultivation chamber, has grown a lot of granulation, and the granulation continues to grow, which looks very much like the anemones on the bottom of the sea of the blue planet. Some granulation is short and fat, spreading outward a little bit, while some granulation begins to grow and gradually becomes a reproductive tube, and then the wall grows downward. One end is connected to the part of the cultivation chamber, and the other end hangs on the ground, and it slowly creeps like the previous 12 reproductive tubes. There are also 12 new reproductive tubes, which allows Wei Huan to have the ability to create 24 Zerg warriors at the same time. Looking at those short and fat buds, when Wei Huan was paying attention to the reproductive tubes, the bud pressure expanded to 3 times the previous one. After pushing aside the buds and looking down, he could see 2 more elite cultivation chambers. As Wei Huan was watching, the reproductive openings of the 3 elite cultivation chambers bulged upwards and spit out 3 translucent insect eggs. The embryos inside were active, and the breath was stronger than the previous epic hero-level insect eggs. Wei Huan therefore judged that these 3 insect eggs were legendary hero level, and they were also stronger varieties of the same level. Seeing this in one breath, Wei Huan was able to determine that the fallen mother nest was not just upgraded because it swallowed the absolute mother nest, but also had obvious mutations. Both the cultivation level and the number of cultivation were different from the normal Zerg mother nest. Now Wei Huan can get about 2,500 heroic level 9 Zergs every 3 days, and also get 3 legendary heroic leaders. In a month, if it is changed to the standard of Blue Star, this is a military level organization, and it is an elite military organization. The characteristics of the Zerg give them the instinct to fight at birth, so each Zerg army is very powerful, enough to become a new core skill that is no less than Wei Huan's core skill. Strong. Really strong. No wonder the Zerg has always been a headache for other races. The previous god of disaster also came from the Zerg. Once such a group grows stronger, they will quickly snowball and become an existence that other groups cannot contend with in a short time. Now this ability is also controlled by him. Then Wei Huan came out of the chariot and came to the fallen nest in person. Then, there was a very important thing to confirm. Can he take this fallen nest away? If he can't take it away, it's meaningless to him. After all, his main battlefield is not here, but in the god's domain. In this world, even if he cultivates a stronger nest, it is meaningless if he can't take it away. Wei Huan tried to take it back by taking back the undead. Many hands of the undead appeared in the void, wrapping the fallen nest layer by layer like silk. Huge cracks appeared in the void, which were cracks leading directly to the 9 netherworlds. They were filled with a strong breath of death, as if terrible evil spirits would come out of it at any time. The earth was shaking, and Wei Huan felt some pressure. It was more difficult than taking back any undead. After all, it was such a big object. But fortunately, the law of death is one of the constituent laws of the law of dirty land. Although Wei Huan's is not a god of dirty land, and the level of dirty land is not high, it contains the law of death. Finally, as the 1,000-mile land collapsed and turned into an endless pit, a similar fallen nest also appeared on the dirty land. Perhaps it was the dense death or Ahir, or Wei Huan's big move, that disturbed the Zerg queen sleeping in the fallen nest. This queen, who was black all over, had a mantis-like triangular face and huge compound eyes, spread her 6 pairs of wings and flew out of the nest. In the past few days, Wei Huan had never seen this Zerg queen, but he could sense its existence. The normal operation of the fallen nest also depends on the management of the Zerg queen. Wei Huan was only responsible for giving orders and feeding food to the nest. As for the distribution of food and the reproduction of Zerg, the Zerg queen must be responsible. Just like the point beast, the first controller of the Zerg born from this fallen nest is Wei Huan, and the second controller is the Zerg queen. As a spiritual controller and a highly intelligent creature, the Zerg queen has her own emotions even after being transformed. Especially after eating the absolute mother nest, her emotions have been improved a lot. At this moment, because she felt the changes in the external environment, she flew out of the nest where she had been hiding. After leaving the mother nest, the Zerg queen looked at the world filled with thick death and full of undead in front of her, and she accepted her new environment without any resistance, and even felt comfortable because of it. The dirty earth is a higher level law. Wei Huan has also walked out on this road and successfully entered the Tao. The dirty earth law will naturally nourish the mother nest transformed from the death energy. Even if the level is not high now, it still has the effect of improving the mother nest. Right on the land where the Zerg mother nest is located, there is a stream flowing like a golden belt next to it. This is the yellow spring that has just taken shape. Huangquan is the existence of the netherworld that nourishes all things. Even if there is only a small stream, the place near Huangquan still has the thickest netherworld aura. Wei Huan attaches great importance to this Zerg mother nest and places it in the best position, hoping that its evolution will not disappoint him. So since it has been prepared to this extent, the natural evolution must continue. Absolute mother nests. I heard there are 9, right? After staying at the border of the Zerg for a year and a half, the god of disaster finally launched an offensive, advancing 1,000 miles in one day, and destroying an absolute mother nest that had stood in this world for who knows how many tens of thousands of years the next day. In the past, even if the Zerg was surrounded by the other 4 tribes, and the gods descended to kill the Zerg god of disaster, these 9 absolute mother nests had never fallen, becoming the foundation for the Zerg to settle down in the 9th level world. But when the other tribes got the news more than 10 days later, Wei Huan had already pulled out 3 more absolute mother nests. And the third time, he thought the time was ripe, and sent out the Zerg army he had accumulated for a long time. Whether it was the destruction of 4 of the 9 Zerg hives in a short time, or the more than 100,000 level 9 Zerg warriors that Wei Huan brought out, whose combat power crushed hundreds of millions of Zerg, all broke the Zerg's defense. The remaining Zerg queens started a second meeting in a short time. The queens who originally did not want to sacrifice their own people, and just wanted to delay, it had to discuss how many Zergs each hive had to sacrifice in order for the ancient god to respond. The ancient gods were gods before the contemporary gods. They were often born at the beginning of the universe. They were powerful creatures born and raised by nature, or a grass that absorbed the aura of the universe, or a star beast that used the planet as an egg to hatch, or a huge insect with an infinitely large body that could carry the world. Ancient gods are also strong and weak, but with their strong physical strength, their strength can often reach the level of the main god of the god of law. An unknown number of epochs ago, the ancient gods and the god of law broke out in an unprecedented war, and the number of gods who fell was terrible. Many of the tombs of gods opened by Wei Huan in the challenge world came from that war. After both sides were injured, both sides had to remain silent, but it must be said that the ancient gods who survived were all strong. The current dispute between the emperors of heaven is because an ancient god fell, and the dispute over the master's position arose. The 4 emperors of heaven were achieved by 2 ancient gods, and 2 gods of law before. After one of the ancient gods fell, all the masters went crazy, and many dormant ancient gods began to gradually emerge. The ancient gods were born and raised, and could not practice. The gods of law became the only channel for ascension today. There are also many gods of law in the Zerg, who practice the laws of the dark system. Only enough sacrifices are needed to bring down these Zerg gods. But the question is useless. The human race's disaster god is extremely ferocious. After more than a year of growth, it is no longer as powerful as before. Therefore, instead of increasing the sacrifices and praying for more mid-level gods to come, it is better to pray to the ancient god of the Zerg with blood sacrifice. For any leader of a civilization, the blood sacrifice of the people of the tribe to sacrifice to the ancient god is no less than cutting off their hands and feet. Even the Zerg are cutting themselves. But in the face of the threat of genocide, these seem not so important. Wei Huan is looking for the 5th absolute mother nest. The Zerg territory is too vast, and the time he spent on searching is the main reason why he took 10 days to overthrow 3 absolute mother nests. In order to consolidate their rule, the Zerg separated the absolute nests as much as possible, and placed advanced nests, intermediate nests, and ordinary nests between the absolute nests according to the size of the coverage area. This also forced Wei Huan to search and fight all the way, and occasionally go in the wrong direction. This time, Wei Huan spent 2 days to find the 5th absolute nest. This nest may be located in the center of the territory. Compared with other absolute nests, it is more majestic, with a height of more than 3,000 meters, like a mountain towering into the clouds. The mountain is dark red, with large and small round spots, with obvious breathing fluctuations, full of traces of time. As long as this nest is taken down and transformed, his fallen nest will definitely reach the pseudogod level. In fact, after the fallen nest was upgraded to the legendary hero level, he fed 3 absolute nests in a row, and it was only a step away from being upgraded to the pseudogod level. According to the information conveyed by the queen of the fallen nest, even if it is not fed, the nest is allowed to digest the nutrients that have not been absorbed before, and it will soon break through to the pseudogod level. Wei Huan would not wait. After all, he had no shortage of means to fight. It would not be of much use to him if the fallen mother nest was not cultivated to the god level. The current level was enough in the 9th level world, but his real enemy was the group of gods in the god realm, and the god level was the minimum standard for participating in the war. And wouldn't it be nice to take down all the absolute mother nests, eat them first, and then digest them slowly? Now seeing this largest absolute mother nest, Wei Huan confirmed that as long as he swallowed it, his fallen mother nest would not only be close to becoming a pseudo-god level, but also take a big step towards the god level. Without hesitation, Wei Huan ordered the undead to charge forward. His 100,000 level 9 Zerg warriors also rushed out, the highest of which had reached the legendary hero level, which was already a general level existence in the level 9 world. They were very rare, and each could fight one against 100. Just watching the undead scourge rushing forward, the absolute mother nest opposite was too quiet. Wei Huan smelled the bloody smell in the air, and temporarily suspended the attack of the undead scourge. He flew out of the chariot, and felt it silently for a moment, confirming that the Zerg was offering sacrifices, and praying for the arrival of the gods. So is it the same old routine again? Call daddy if you can't beat him. It's just that the facts have proved that 2 lower gods, and 1 middle god can't do anything to him. Do they have to pray for more than 3 middle gods to respond? Wei Huan already has a good idea of the strength of the middle gods after they come. He may not be able to defeat the 3 middle gods, but it is impossible for the other side to suppress him. He could just leave if he couldn't win. It wouldn't take long for the energy of the sacrifice to run out. Before the gap in the world barrier closed, the gods would have to leave the world. He could come back at any time and come and go freely. It was almost impossible to pray to the upper gods for a response. The upper law gods were the main gods, and they would not respond to the prayers of believers in a world. After all, there were still 3,000 universes outside this challenge world, and I don't know how many gods were praying for a response day and night. Moreover, the power of the main gods was too great, which would cause the collapse of the challenge world. They were rejected by the world consciousness, and they could not descend as gods. As for the threat of the gods' will, it was not even enough to tickle Wei Huan. After thinking about it, Wei Huan couldn't think of anything else in the world that could really threaten him. But the Zerg still sacrificed. Is it a desperate decision, or is it really stubborn? Wei Huan kept the god-level leaders, who were about to leave by his side, and asked the point beast to protect the chariot under its belly just in case. The most important person to him is in this chariot, and he must not lose it. And Wei Huan himself came to the back shell of the point beast. He sat on the bone throne made of face huggers, looking at the sky of the absolute mother nest in the distance. Around him, the demon I monarch floated above his head, with 5 pairs of wings spread out, and his eyes rolling around. The thought beast was attached to his shoulders, like a cloak. On the left were the big bear and the running wolf, and on the right were the black dragon and the big head. Above the throne stood the flying monkey, and the crow's sister. The big dog-headed man who had grown to 5 meters tall was behind the throne with his hands hooked and smiled sinisterly. The last one summoned was a Zerg queen with 6 pairs of transparent wings, 3 pairs of legs, an inverted triangle face, and a pair of huge compound eyes. The Zerg queen, who participated in this high-end game for the first time, obviously realized her difference. She flew slowly in front of these big guys helplessly, and finally found her place behind the throne. The big dog-headed man on the right side behind the throne glanced at the Zerg queen, moved out half a step, and gave this latecomer some space. The Zerg queen, who successfully squatted in the pit, breathed a sigh of relief, and soon integrated into the group, looking up at the sky with a common hatred of the enemy. Chapter 388. Wei Huan did not interfere with this series of changes. He was surprised that the undead leaders around him would have a sense of intimacy and distance and strength gap, especially the anal digger and flying monkey that Wei Huan favored, who were obviously closer to him. In addition, although the point beast carried them, it sent the dog with its pink grandchildren. They were also very close to Wei Huan. The dog's tentacles even entangled the white bone throne, and it floated like a balloon. Although these leader-level undead were all his summons, they also had their own cognition and wisdom after evolution, and they would compete for favor. Wei Huan did not care about these. As the god who controlled death, as long as he wanted to explore, any thoughts of these summons could not be concealed from him, and they would be completely annihilated as soon as he thought. So as a leader-level undead, it is a good thing to have some wisdom. Many times, the war does not need his attention, and the leaders will solve the problem themselves. At this moment, all the leaders gathered around him, looking at the sky above the mother nest like Wei Huan. The scourge was attacking the hive. It seemed that the Zerg inside had accelerated the speed of sacrifice. A familiar vortex appeared in the sky, expelling Wei Huan's death aura and revealing the blue sky. The sun was shining. In the center of the sky, a passage was forming rapidly. The dark passage was deep and led directly to the outside of the world. This was an uninterrupted formation, involving the laws of the world. Even if Wei Huan didn't want to fight with the gods, he couldn't interfere. However, Wei Huan didn't want to stop the gods from coming, and it would be best if the gods were created by sacrifice. This is also the experience Wei Huan gained after fighting with the gods, who descended with the divine nature last time. After the divine nature descended and was blown up, it would not only return to the divine domain immediately, but the divine nature would also be damaged. This is equivalent to the god being seriously injured, and the strength cannot be restored in a short time. And Wei Huan will go to the divine domain in 10 years. If he can seriously injure a few more, why not? Wei Huan almost looked at the space channel in the sky with anticipation. The Zerg mainly cultivates the Dark Law. I heard that the Zerg still has 4 gods in the divine domain. I don't know which gods will descend this time. Oh, by the way, the Zerg has only one middle-level god, so even if all 4 Zerg gods descend, the threat to him is very limited. Blow them up, blow them all up. Be careful this time, don't let them run away. As the vortex grew larger and larger, a divine power descended with a black shadow that covered the sky. Wei Huan silently analyzed who this divine breath was, but only halfway through the analysis, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Why is this breath so familiar? Dark, savage, bloodthirsty, ancient, and with a decaying and lonely breath, it was like a glance from billions of light years away. Because it was too far away, it made people see the formation and destruction of the world, and the powerlessness between life and death. Wei Huan was silent for a few seconds, then stood up from the bone throne. As he moved, the undead leaders also moved, but after sensing that their master had no intention of killing, their expressions showed a vigilant and slightly relaxed posture. Wei Huan did not even gather into his divine form, but just kept his human size and looked up at the sky. In the absolute mother nest, the Zerg queen looked at her people being slaughtered all over the ground, almost filling up the mother nest. There were also many high-level Zergs among them, and every death was like cutting flesh from its body. The Zerg would never betray the queen, but the queen could not ignore this scene without feeling guilty. When the god of disaster arrived, the 5 Zerg queens were deeply depressed until the overflowing energy of these sacrificed people was attracted and flew into the sky. The ancient god has responded to us. The queens cheered up. Although 4 of them could not leave their nests, each mother nest contributed a huge number of insects. Facing the ancient god who finally responded at the last moment, if the queens could shed tears, they would definitely cry with joy. The ancient god responded. Once it received these sacrifices, it must fulfill the wishes of the believers. The Zerg queen stood in front of the bloody altar and made a wish to the great ancient god. Great being, you who have come from endless years and are immortal, please respond to the wishes of believers and kill the abominable god of disaster. The god who listened to the wishes lowered his gaze and looked at the so-called god of disaster in the world. For an ancient god whose strength is comparable to that of the main god, although he is no longer as powerful as before after being suppressed by the challenge world, it would not be a big problem to kill a new god who has just been born and has not left the challenge world, even if it is the god of disaster. And he could not refuse the energy of this rare sacrifice in billions of years. Since the god of law established the system that as long as it is energy, they, the ancient gods who need the blood of their own race to hear the voice, have not received sacrifices for a long time. He urgently needs this batch of sacrifices to help him recover a certain amount of strength in order to fulfill the contract he signed with that weak human. 3 full-strength attacks may be his only chance to get rid of the challenge to the world's control. He doesn't want to die while fulfilling the contract. So this time, he must take the sacrifice. Then, where is the little guy of the god of disaster? The ancient god's sight fell on the world. Before he could see further, he first saw a creature with a pair of wings, a dragon head, and a snake tail. Hee, such an ugly thing, with a snake head on its tail, this weird and ugly aesthetic, I actually have a similar one, hey! The sight was wrong again. A life with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a human head, and a horse body also came into view. The ancient god looked at it twice more, and realized something. After all, in the world he carried on his back, the race that had mixed into the challenge of civilization, the current king seemed to be this thing. The ancient god was on the huge body outside the world, and the 5 pairs of eyes on his head closed and opened one by one. His confused eyes swept over the demon-eye monarch, the flying monkeys, and the dog-headed man, until he saw the human standing on the back of the crypt beast at the end of the trace of the source of the undead disaster. 5 pairs of 10 eyes suddenly opened wide, round and round. Ah! Is it this guy? Not only did he defeat his civilized race in the challenge world, but he also usurped the kingship of the Dark Beast civilization, causing himself to be taken as a trophy and packed up and sent to some blue planet. He became a god? No, 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 he actually became the god of disaster? When was the last time I saw him? It seemed to be before I took a nap. He became a god in the blink of an eye? The believer's voice rang in his ears. Great existence, please accept the sacrifice and kill this disaster god. It was like holding a big elbow in front of a hungry person. The fragrance wafting in, along with the prayer, filled his entire perception. He was really hungry. The sweet taste of the sacrifice almost drove him crazy. But let him kill this human. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if he fulfilled his promise and fought with all his strength, what would he do then? Would he kill himself? As an ancient god who had lived for countless epochs, he would never step into this kind of prayer trap. The ancient god shook his head at the prayer, clearly refusing. The praying Zerg queen received the god's refusal. She looked at the piles of Zerg corpses in front of her in confusion. Was it because the sacrifices were not enough? But the god of doom had already entered the mother nest, and they had no time. The queen was panicked. Great existence, please accept these sacrifices and fight with the disaster god with all your strength. The god refused. The queen was even more flustered. After you accept these sacrifices, can you expel the god of disaster from the Zerg's territory and stop committing crimes? The god refused. The queen was extremely flustered. Then expel the god of disaster from the Zerg's territory? This time, the god was silent for a few seconds and still refused. The queen's body softened, looking at the dead tribe, and finally said, "Since you have come, at least come to let him know your greatness? The Zerg territory should not be a weak tribe that can kill and take it at will. Under your care, our tribe should be the most powerful existence. God, please protect your believers." This time, the god was silent for a long time. At the same time, black tear marks appeared on Wei Huan's face, a divine pattern flashed between his eyebrows, and his lips turned golden. This was not his divine appearance, but his divine body. Because he didn't like this appearance, he transformed into a human for a long time, and only revealed it at this moment. The pale golden lips opened slightly, and the god's muttering uttered, "Hey, long time no see." The huge existence outside the sky, after a moment of silence, replied, "You became a god?" Wei Huan looked up and smiled. "Becoming a god cannot change our contract." The ancient god sighed. Of course he knew. Then Wei Huan asked, "Do you want to accept the sacrifice?" No. The ancient god did not want to fight himself, nor did he want to offend this human. Don't rush to make a decision. Before that, I want to know, you are a great ancient god, a powerful existence at the level of the main god. Why would you respond to the sacrifice of a believer in a small world? Is it because you are weak? That's right. The ancient god did not hide it. Gods are higher-level existences, and his situation cannot be hidden from him. Wei Huan nodded and analyzed. That is to say, when your strength is less than 10%, even if you go all out to fulfill the contract, you can only exert 10% of your ability, right? Yes. The ancient god responded a little embarrassedly, and all his little thoughts were seen through. Wei Huan sighed and said, "If you just attack me, instead of killing me, you can accept the sacrifice." Huh? The ancient god's 10 eyes opened wide, and were very clear. Wei Huan said, "For your body, I am willing to cooperate with you. Those Zerg are already dead, and it is shameful to waste." The ancient god leaned his head close to the world, and looked deeply at Wei Huan. "Really? Really? I knew you were good." Wei Huan smiled, and motioned the ancient god to come down. He was not afraid of the ancient god attacking him. He and the ancient god had made a heavenly oath, and would never break the oath. Moreover, this was also a challenge to the rules of the world. At the same time, when the two of them reached an agreement, the Zerg queen received a response from the gods. The excited Zerg queen watched the energy that suddenly gathered like a substance being devoured by the gods outside the sky. If the gods accepted the sacrifice, they would definitely satisfy the wishes of the sacrificer. The god of disaster. The cold Zerg language came out of the queen's black and red mouth, and the pair of large pincers on her mouth opened and closed, as if she was laughing. As the ancient god ate more sacrifices, the vortex in the sky became larger, and the body of the god pressed down little by little, and the dark shell pressed into the world and fell towards Wei Huan, like the sky falling. This earth-shattering movement attracted the attention of all tribes, and they all used the power of the gods to guess which great being was the god that descended this time. What is this? The breath is terrible. A projection screen popped up in front of Wei Huan, and Mu Zhong's face appeared in front of him. The arrival of the ancient god interrupted Mu Zhong's practice. Wei Huan said, "The ancient god who responded to the Zerg sacrifice is a god comparable to the main god level." The main god? Isn't it true that the main god cannot descend to the small world? Only the law gods can't. Their bodies contain too many original laws. Entering the world will cause the world to collapse, but the ancient gods don't matter. Their bodies can enter part of the world, which is already invincible. What about you? Mu Zhong was very worried. Wei Huan didn't want to keep him in suspense, and told Mu Zhong directly, "We are old acquaintances, nothing will happen." Mu Zhong thought, "Mafati, and you are mortal enemies, is that the dark beast ancient god? I remember you said that he is an orderly ancient god." "Yes, that's right, it's him." While the two were talking, they looked at the long legs in the sky that were stirring the world. The ancient god's body is so big that it is difficult to describe. It is only known that the land as big as the dark beast world is not the whole picture on the ancient god, but only occupies a small part of its back shell. It can be seen that if the huge body of the ancient god descends in full, even this ninth-level world cannot bear it. The ancient god dare not provoke the challenge world, and the challenge world will not allow him to really descend in this way. The final result is that the ancient god has extended one of his legs into the world. When Wei Huan came into contact with the ancient god before, he had not yet become a god, and was forcibly infused with a large amount of the ancient god's memory, so that he knew that he was a black beetle. It has a round body and 6 legs. If the shell on its back is spread out to both sides, 10 pairs of wings can be revealed behind it. The wings are transparent and long. When they are waved, they look like a long and graceful yarn. They contain a primitive law and can drag a colorful aurora that stretches across a galaxy behind it. He has no gender, but is very beautiful like a female Zerg. As one of the oldest gods of the Zerg and the origin of the maternal society, he is more female. After entering, the overly large long leg pressed down in the direction of Wei Huan. Although it is only 1 foot, it still gives people a feeling of the sky falling and the earth collapsing. Just 1 foot completely fills the field of vision. The process of pressing down looks terrifying, just like using Mount Everest to press down an ant. Even at a distance of tens of thousands of miles, you can still clearly see the moment when the leg descends. Now there is no need for spies. All tribes know that the ancient god has descended. Affected by the limitations of the world, the god of law can only descend with the power of the godhead, and use the power of the godhead to condense a temporary body in the world. This is also the main reason why the power of the gods will be greatly reduced when they descend. The more powerful the god of law, the stronger their divine body will be, and the more it will be weakened after descending. The ancient gods are born and raised by nature, and become gods in the flesh. Among the god of law, the gods of flesh and blood follow the path of the ancient gods, which means that when they descend, only part of their bodies can enter the world. The skeleton god that the demon achieved can only enter half of his body, and the ancient god can enter with 1 leg, for the same reason. Almost all the scholars in the tribe who saw this scene were imparting knowledge to the younger generation. An elder of the Titans was also at the front line at this moment, telling his tribesmen, as well as leaders such as Hammer and Jacques, and Hao Ba of the Sky Monk, all the secrets of the true highest life in the world that he knew. However, this elder of the Titans did not know the whole truth, and said with great concern, "Don't look at it as just a leg, but the ancient god has the strength of the main god level. Even if it is just a small part of the body, the strength is very terrifying. The most important thing is that as beings of that supreme level, the distribution of their body strength cannot be inferred by common sense. The Lord Demon is in danger this time." Jacques, Hammer, Captain Shui and others looked at each other worriedly, and they didn't know the truth either. Only Wei Huan and Mu Zhong knew about the deal between Wei Huan and the Dark Beast ancient god. After all, they gave up the opportunity to revive the spiritual energy of Blue Star, and chose the Dark Beast ancient god to attack 3 times. In the eyes of most people, this deal was really a loss. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong thought that this choice was not wrong. The humans of Blue Star relied on challenging the world. It didn't matter whether they had spiritual energy or not. They could also practice and become stronger. But if they lacked the ability to stand firm in the supreme power, they would fall miserably even if they climbed high now. At that time, they didn't know that they would become disasters. Now facing this bad situation, they are even more grateful for their original choice. Naturally, the various tribes of the enemy forces of this alliance didn't know even more. Whether it was the leader of the Free Alliance in exile, or the Beast God clan who had always been watching the war situation here, after seeing that the Zerg actually summoned the ancient god and attacked the disaster god, their faces all showed twisted and excited expressions of expectation. The Zerg queen was even below the landing of the giant foot. She was so excited that her wings behind her were all spread out. The pair of large pincers in her mouth split to the sides, revealing her black and red mouth. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" The murmuring sound came out of her mouth like a curse. The strong will spread throughout the mother nest through her powerful brain waves. The Zerg warriors also looked up at the sky and uttered Zerg screams. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Closer, closer. The ancient god pressed down, as if he wanted to flatten the world, and pressed in front of Wei Huan's face. Then it stopped. Wei Huan looked at this huge guy who was less than 10 meters away from him, and covered the entire sky. It was obviously just one leg, but inexplicably, he could see some of his embarrassment and hesitation. Wei Huan thought for a moment, and ordered the point beast to fly up until he came to the front of the leg. He raised his hand and knocked. Dong dong dong. The black hard shell is probably the hardest substance in the world, but it makes a crisp sound when knocked. Then, Wei Huan let the point beast fly back to the ground. The ancient god also waited for a few seconds, and slowly retracted the leg. That's right, they fought it. Although the Zerg Queen no longer forced the ancient god to kill Wei Huan or drive him away, there are two things that must be done. One is the arrival of the divine body. The second is to fight with Wei Huan. Although this was obviously perfunctory, who can say that the ancient god did not descend in his divine body, and did not fight with Wei Huan? Didn't Wei Huan hit him with his fist? The ancient god's huge body blocked the Zerg Queen's vision. She didn't know what happened during this period, but when the ancient god left, the intact god of disaster made the Zerg Queen's feet go soft and fall into deep despair. Useless? Useless? Even if you do your best to stop it, you can't stop the pace of the natural disaster. The Zerg is going to be exterminated. Wait, are you leaving? Wei Huan looked at the sky and his legs were being retracted bit by bit, and asked. The ancient god hesitated. Are you going to fight for real? I have some strength now. No need. Wei Huan smiled bitterly, and said something else. Thank you for your concession. I also promise not to exterminate the Zerg. I only want the remaining 5 absolute mother nests. If the other Zerg mother nests don't attack me, I won't attack them either. The ancient god was silent for a few seconds. As the vortex disappeared, his voice became empty and distant. Very good. The vortex completely disappeared, and the law of death once again filled the sky that was rarely broken. Even the arrival of the ancient gods could not stop this terrible natural disaster. The Divine Beast clan, the Abyss clan, and the Free Alliance all fell into a long silence. The Zerg did not have the opportunity to be depressed. Wei Huan did not wait for the aftermath of the departure of the ancient gods to completely disappear, and sent all the god-level leaders to quickly resolve the battle. But he also did what he said, and only attacked the absolute mother nest and the Zerg that actively attacked him on the route, and did not kill them all. Only the human race celebrated because of the victory they had once again ushered in. After all, this is the arrival of the ancient gods with the combat power of the main gods. If the ancient gods can't stop them, does it mean that they, humans, are really invincible in the 9th level world? After that, Mu Zhong accompanied Wei Huan for 3 days, and went back to retreat again. Wei Huan continued to search for the location of the absolute nest in the Zerg territory. The Zerg did not know about his deal with the ancient god, and attacked Wei Huan like he was committing suicide. Wei Huan killed them all without mercy, but he spared the Zerg and the queen hiding in the nest. Why? Maybe he was injured in the battle with the ancient god. His goal is only the absolute nest. We have decided to defend the nest and never give up, but as long as you stay in your own nest, he will not attack you. At least you can retain some strength. Don't let our tribe become a remnant. Persistence is the unyielding will of the Zerg. As the survivors of the defeated, re-strengthening the tribe is also a goal you need to stick to forever. The queens of the absolute nest issued a Zerg order, ordering all the Zerg on the route to retreat back to the nest and preserve their strength. But they have made up their minds not to give up even if they fight to the last soldier. The absolute mother nest is the pride of the Zerg, and the foundation of the Zerg's foothold in the 9th level world. Without the absolute mother nest, the Zerg's strength will be reduced to less than 10%, and it will be extremely difficult for the Zerg to rise again. So even though they know that they are like moths flying into the fire, the Zerg still decides to burn their last drop of blood. Chapter 389. Wei Huan is indeed a cold and terrible natural disaster. He can feel the will of the Zerg that is different from that of the Free Alliance. This spirit of fighting for the tribe at all costs makes him feel very involved. But even so, it will not change his idea of becoming stronger, because he will never forget what he is fighting for. It took only 5 days to knock down the last absolute mother nest, and the arrival of the ancient god. In the first 2 days, he had to kill all the Wei. In the next 2 days, all the Zerg retreated back to the mother nest. Wei Huan searched in the Zerg territory unimpeded, and soon found the remaining absolute mother nests. After the transformation, he fed his own fallen mother nest. After eating the remaining 5 absolute mother nests, his own fallen mother nest rose to the pseudo-god level and was still evolving. But after this evolution reached the highest level of the 6th level, it could not break through the god level. Wave 1 realized that this world did not allow such a thing to happen. The world will suppress the evolution of the fallen mother nest. After all, once Wave 1 possessed the god-level fallen nest, he could create 3 god-level Zergs every few days, which was simply a cheating device at the plug-in level. The challenge world was the inner world of a dominant god. That great being had been challenging civilizations for countless billions of years in order to achieve the throne. Wave 1's strength was already beyond the standard, and if he had the god-level fallen nest, it would probably have some impact on this great master. Since the fallen nest could not be upgraded to the god level, there was nothing wrong with Wave 1 staying in the Zerg territory. He turned his eyes to other places, looking for the next target. He only has 10 years, and almost 2 years have passed. In the remaining 8 years, he must help humans solve more powerful enemies. The Zerg is no longer a threat, but the Beast God and the Abyss are still intact. The leaders of the Free Alliance, who are still alive, cannot be underestimated. If these guys are still alive, they will be powerful enemies of humans after he leaves. He doesn't have much time, and fighting to support fighting is also his way of cultivation. What should be his goal next? The tribes swept by Wave 1, even if they are thousands of miles apart, all have a cold breath from the bones. Why haven't the Zerg been destroyed? 3 of their 10 gates are still preserved. The Zerg can return to occupy the land at any time. Those Zerg that have been sentenced to death can return at any time. The Beast God is very nervous. After the God of Disaster successively destroyed 2 tribes, only they and the Abyss are left. The Abyss is a relatively powerful tribe. The number is not very large, but each Abyss can fight more than 10 of the same level. It is a natural fighting race. Facing the threat of the God of Disaster, the best way for the Abyss clan is to split up into smaller groups. The powerful beings in the group wander in the 9th level world. As long as the Disaster leaves, they can take back the territory and open the gate at any time with their strong fighting power. In comparison, the Beast God clan relies more on overall strength. If they choose the same strategy as the Abyss clan, they may not be able to return smoothly in 10 years. Once faced with the joint encirclement and suppression of other tribes, they will have a much greater probability of failure than the Abyss clan. But if enough Beast God clan are left, facing the encirclement and suppression of the God of Disaster, they will only become a burden to the strong. The Golden Horn Dragon King has been going crazy these days. It frantically analyzed the situation on the battlefield. The Free Alliance only had one last important city left, but the leader of the Free Alliance had already wandered off. It was obvious that he wanted to temporarily avoid the confrontation with the God of Disaster and only plan for the future. The strange situation of the Zerg is incomprehensible. Why didn't the God of Disaster completely destroy the Zerg? At least at the last step, the Beast God clan can face fewer enemies. The Golden Horn Dragon King couldn't understand it, and the beasts below couldn't understand it even more. Maybe it's because he is injured? That's an ancient god. A burly beast crawling on the ground said, "King, we should seize the opportunity. This may be our last chance to kill him." The Golden Horn Dragon King looked at the beast, who made the suggestion in silence, waiting for its next words. The giant beast was encouraged and said excitedly, "We can't retreat. Once we leave this territory that we have managed for billions of years, it will be more difficult to come back than other tribes. Instead of retreating, we practice the fearless spirit of the beast gods and fight to the end." Beasts are indeed a kind of brave life. In the wars of the past billions of years, the beast gods also fought their way to the throne. The Golden Horn Dragon King is also warlike and bloodthirsty in his bones, but the premise is that he does not bear the prosperity of the entire tribe. As a Golden Horn Dragon, he will definitely choose to fight. But now, he can no longer be a simple him. This inference has no result. Some beasts support fighting to the end, and naturally there are beasts who think that they should temporarily avoid the edge, but the largest part of the beasts think that they can't make a decision on such a matter. That is a disaster that even gods are not opponents of. We can't be enemies with it. An old dragon with atrophied muscles and loose skin that looked like bark falling off said, "The real decision is made by our great gods. King, why don't you ask the gods? Then decide whether we should draw our swords." That's right, why not ask the beast gods? The news that Disaster was injured in the battle with the ancient gods must be told to the beast gods. That's right, the beast gods can decide everything. The Golden Horn Beast King listened to the voices of the beasts, and thought this was the best way. But before that, the Golden Horn Beast King said, The envoys said to the human race this time will bring some divine artifacts to try to delay his attack on our race. Even if the beast gods make a decision, our sacrifices are not enough. By the way, don't let the hunting team go to the human race. Don't provoke him in advance. Go further away. The Free Alliance has collapsed, and no one will speak for those guys anymore. To catch them, prepare more sacrifices. At the end of the speech, the Golden Horned Dragon roared, and in its roaring airflow, countless beasts flew into the sky and left the territory. At the same time, on the border between the Beast Tribe and the Abyss Tribe, there are strange rocks and mountains. Even though the terrifying death aura is blocked on the other side of the border wall, it is still full of thick miasma that can kill 9th level strongmen. In this thick fog, a group of dark red abyss demons with faces like evil spirits, sometimes standing upright and sometimes running on all fours, are sneaking into the territory of the Beast Tribe. These demons have hideous faces and cruel eyes. Their long nails fall on the stones as easily as cutting tofu. They are all 9th level big demons. These big demons crossed the border and soon dispersed in groups of 3 or 5, heading to different directions of the Beast Tribe. One of the 5 demon teams ran for a day and a night, and saw the Beast Tribe flying to the territory of the Abyss Tribe many times, but finally gave up intercepting. They ran day and night like this until a humming sound of the demon sounded, and a blood ball suddenly bulged out of the shoulder of one of the demons, and the blood ball quickly turned into a small demon with a height of only 30 centimeters and a complete body with hands and feet. After the small demon was completely formed, it jumped off the big demon, which was equivalent to taking away a lot of flesh and blood of the big demon, and a lot of scarlet blood spurted out of the wound. The little demon floated in the air, collected the blood, and formed a blood ball that was 100 times larger than him, which was easily held in his palm. At this time, the big demon behind him had fallen to the ground, with only a layer of skin left, but neither the little demon nor the big demon, who was traveling with him, had any expression on their faces. Hirolilu. The little demon made a sound again. Open it. The little demon pointed at the mountain in front and ordered. Although it looked young, its eyes were already full of vicissitudes. The remaining 3 demons followed the order and dug a downward passage in the mountain with their sharp claws, until they came to a cave 1,000 meters deep underground. In this huge underground cave, there were more than 10 demons digging here. With their sharp claws, it was unknown how long they had been digging, and they had formed an underground space with a width and height of more than 1,000 meters. In the darkness, the demons' eyes emitted an ominous dark golden light, and their innate ability allowed them to easily see in the dark. At this moment, the little demon holding the blood ball and floating in the air came to the center of the cave, muttering something, and the power of the law of the abyss flowed out of it. I didn't expect that this little demon was actually a demon leader with a law domain. As the leader of the tribe, it took the risk to go deep into the territory of the beast god tribe. Of course, there was something very important. As it muttered something, black magic patterns appeared on the blood ball it held in its hand, and the magic patterns flowed into the blood-colored silk threads that flew out and flew to every corner of the cave. Looking at the cave again at this time, you will find that the walls of the cave are covered with magic patterns, like dried bloodstains, revealing an ominous atmosphere. The blood ball in the little demon's hand disappeared quickly, but it did not end. Instead, it hooked its finger, and the demons that were arranged to dig the cave were drained of their vitality and blood like the big demon before, and turned into a skin lying on the ground in the blink of an eye. In the end, the 3 big demons that came with it were left alive, sitting with him in the magic pattern array, and then stopped moving. Similar situations occurred in many places in the territory of the Beast God clan. Deep underground where they would not be discovered, they drew magic patterns one by one, and then stayed in place, waiting for something. At this moment, the Golden Horned Dragon King was killing more than 10 big demons, using their blood to condense energy to break the world, and had a brief connection with the Beast God in the God's domain. After listening to the voice of the believer, the Beast God quickly gave an answer. Prepare the sacrifice, we are coming. After receiving the response, the last stone in the heart of the Golden Horned Dragon King fell. It was the most difficult when you could neither advance nor retreat. Now that the gods have issued an oracle, you have a direction, and you just need to execute it firmly. After coming out of the temple, the Golden Horned Dragon King issued a new order. It's too late. Let the hunting team go to the abyss. Then, the Golden Horned Dragon King asked again, did the human race receive the gods' items sent? Yes. Oh. The Golden Horned Dragon King was very surprised. Why? I don't know. The human race's city is protected by disasters, and the messengers we sent cannot enter. I only know that the existence returned to the human race after leaving the Zerg territory, and never left the temple again. What is he going to do? Wei Huan was just observing Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang's meatball moved a few days ago, and released a strong breath of blood law. The breath was condensed, and gradually showed sacred power. Wei Huan was very familiar with this feeling. It was the process of condensing the godhead. Did Su Qingqiang cultivate the godhood? Su Qingqiang was originally a genius, and in the past few years, his upgrade speed could be said to be closely following Wei Huan. If Wei Huan upgraded today, Su Qingqiang might upgrade tomorrow. Now he has received the help of Wei Huan, who has achieved godhood, and after stripping away the death power that existed in his body in the past, he has completely embarked on the road to the abyss. Now, in just 2 years, he has obtained the blood source, and is about to achieve godhood. But while Wei Huan was waiting expectantly, Su Qingqiang difficult labor for more than 10 days. Not only did the god's aura dissipate, but even the vitality of the meat ball began to weaken. Wei Huan then realized an important problem. Su Qingqiang failed. If he hadn't gone astray, there would be another possibility, that is, the god of blood is still alive. In this world, there is only one godhead that can master the original law and condense each law. The setting of one carrot in one pit, if the previous one does not die, the person who practices the law later has only the only choice of killing the god. Generally speaking, failure to become a god is just a failed attempt, at most giving up in helplessness, and it will not endanger life like Su Qingqiang. But Su Qingqiang is different after all. He was recondensed from a pile of rotten meat. If he can't become a god through this, he can't be born at all. If he can't be born, he will naturally suffocate to death. Wei Huan, who was originally planning to continue his conquest, stopped at this point, and hurriedly drove back to the heartland of the human race. In his temple, he used the purest power of the gods to keep Su Qingqiang from dying. But if Su Qingqiang cannot become a god, he will die, and Wei Huan cannot continue to input the power of the gods into him forever. This incident alarmed all the high-level people of the human race. Good news, the human race seems to have a second god. Bad news, if the current god of blood is not killed, the second god of the human race will fall directly. Elder Titan hurried back from the front line, asked for instructions, and met the god and said, "The god of blood is indeed still alive, and is one of the 4 guardian gods of the beast god clan." Wei Huan sat on the throne, and Su Qingqiang's meat ball was next to him. In order to continue to inject the power of the gods, he had to maintain the body of the gods. Just a casual look at it almost made Elder Titan kneel to the ground. The voice of the god sounded in the ears of the Titan Elder. Even if he descends as a god, I cannot kill him on the spot. The laws of the world will protect him. The Titan Elder said respectfully, "It's not that there is no way. In the long history, there have been precedents of gods being killed when they descended." Wei Huan leaned forward slightly. As expected, an old man in the family is like a treasure. This Titan Elder has lived for a long time, and is simply a treasure book of all races. Elder Titan said slowly, "The fall of the gods in the world was the battle in which the gods surrounded and killed the Zerg disaster. After the Zerg disaster was born, it launched a disaster. The Zerg army swept the entire level 9 world in the shortest time, forcing other races to join forces to fight and spend difficult years together. During the past 10 years, the gods of the divine realm attacked the Zerg disaster several times, but failed to kill it. After that, the Zerg disaster ascended to the divine realm, fell into a siege, and successfully killed it." Wei Huan frowned. "The god who died in the world. Great god, I'm going to say." Elder Titan bowed and said, "During the 10 years of the existence of the Zerg disaster, the Zerg gave birth to the second god, and under the cultivation of the Zerg disaster, it showed amazing strength. If he and the Zerg disaster were to join forces to go to the god's domain, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of the Zerg disaster. Therefore, the gods calculated the time and sent gods to descend to hunt down the second Zerg god at the same time as the Zerg disaster went to the god's domain. It was during this descent that a god with a divine personality descended and fell in the world. How did you do it?" This is what Wei Huan was most concerned about. Who knows that Elder Titan shook his head. "We don't know what secrets the Zerg has, but according to the situation at the time, we think it is more likely that it came from the Zerg disaster in the god's domain. Perhaps it did something that caused the damaged godhead to be unable to return immediately, resulting in it being killed in the world." Wei Huan nodded. "Anything else?" The Titan Elder said, "That's all." "Okay, I got it." Waiting for the Titan Elder to leave and not see him anymore, Wei Huan glanced at the meatball at hand, and a worried look returned to his face again. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, and when he opened his eyes again, he had made a decision. Let Do Lin come to see me. 3 days later. Level 7 Mountain and Sea Monster World. In the past nearly 40 years, humans have steadily built a solid city in the Level 7 world, attracting many challengers to go here to take risks and make money. In the depths of the forest far away from the city, an enclave was built here, which is an adventure area specially provided for adventurers. This enclave is a treasure chest-rich area, and it is also a fixed refresh area of 5 ruins, attracting many challengers to form an adventure mercenary group and stay here for a long time. Probably because too many teams had come to this enclave recently to adventure, and the number of people gathered exceeded 1,000, resulting in a wave of beast tides, among which there was even a general-level wandering monster beast. The garrison of the enclave immediately applied to the whole department for troop deployment, and mobilized the adventure teams in the garrison to resist. The official contribution points are extremely valuable, and can be exchanged for real good things, so the adventure teams naturally responded actively. Moreover, the captain of the garrison corps in this enclave is a strong man of sequence 8 and level 8 chariots, so everyone stayed and chose to fight the beast tide. However, the beast tide was unexpectedly strong, and the huge number of beast tides pressed their defense line again, and pressed them all the way to the square in front of the enclave, and everyone realized that it was not good. One of them was very young, only about 20 years old, holding a staff in his hand, standing breathlessly at the back of the team, watching the monsters raging outside the shield. The buildings of the enclave were almost all destroyed, the 2-headed flying lion that spit fire, the big bird that made a golden cry, and the black-scaled python that spewed green venom. All of them made the 7th level magician feel that they were difficult to deal with. But the combined power of these guys was far less terrible than the giant ape that was madly hammering the shield. The energy of the shield was rapidly decreasing. Looking at the terrifying giant face that was so close, in this short time, the 7th level magician had already thought of what name he would be called after his death and reincarnation. Bang, bang, bang. The demon ape hit the shield, and the huge sound made people see stars. The 7th level magician was squeezed to the side of the stone statue by the adventurers, who were constantly retreating in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was the statue of Marshal Wei. Marshal Wei became a god and could never come back. His powerful guards also went to the 9th level world to fight for humanity and turn the tide. They were great. But today, he just wanted to live. This violent ape was more than a general. In the process of fighting with the captain of the enclave, it showed strength close to the king level. The captain was seriously injured, and the chariot was damaged. In the shrinking defense line, they even lost the gate in the end. They will die here, and no one will save them. Let's go! Let's go out together. If we go on like this, we will die sooner or later. We will die faster if we leave the protective shield. This is a 7th level king level leader. The beast tide surrounded this place. Let alone fighting. Even if we flee separately, I'm afraid we can't escape. What should I do? My attack can't even break its defense. Are we all going to die here today? Despair spread among the 400 people who were still alive. The absolute suppression of the monster's strength made them lose the courage to fight. Many people were preparing for the worst. The shield is broken, just run east, don't worry about me. What are you going to do? This grandson killed my wife. If I can't kill it, I will die here. Don't be impulsive. The Legion will find a way. The nearest boundary gate is only 1,000 miles away from here. There will be reinforcements within 5 minutes. It's impossible. This shield can't last that long. Listen to me, run east and don't look back. Yu Wu. The 7th level mage listened to the conversation next to him, and he had already pinched the teleportation pattern in his hand. Random teleportation within a 10-kilometer range. I hope I won't fall into the monster pile. It's terrible. I'm still so young. I've reached the 7th level only 2 years after my challenge career. Everyone says I'm a genius. His biggest wish was to go to the 9th level world, join the royal guards before Marshal Wei left, see the marshal with his own eyes, and follow him forever. Why is reality so cruel to him, if he were alive, if... Crack! Crack! Finally, under the crazy attack of the demon ape, the protective shield could no longer withstand it, and huge cracks appeared. Someone around the 7th level mage had already used means to escape. But with this chaotic magnetic field, and the beast tide that spread to who knows how far, can he really escape? He saw with his own eyes a 7th level mage, who was randomly thrown into a pile of monsters, and died instantly. This made him even more afraid to leave. Bang! The shield was completely broken. The 7th level mage shuddered, and the bloody mouth of the demon ape fell on his wide-open eyes. He clearly smelled the stench in its mouth. A two-headed demon lion flew out from behind the demon ape, spitting out hot flames. The 7th level mage knew that it would be too late if he didn't leave now. Even if he might randomly get into a pile of monsters, he could always fight for a chance to survive. Flash. The magic words and magic patterns were sent out at the same time, and the 7th level mage felt his body lighten, and the familiar feeling of teleportation was about to come. Suddenly, everything in the world seemed to be stretched. He kept flying forward into space, and even though he could feel the extreme speed of the teleportation, he couldn't fly out of this space. Everyone around him seemed to be trapped in this strange space, keeping the posture of either turning around and running away, or fighting to the death, but no matter how they walked or in which direction they went, they did not leave this area. The strange thing is that although they can't get away, they are getting farther and farther away from the monsters that pounced on them. He and the demon ape's bloody mouth were like paper torn apart by an invisible big hand, and in an instant, a world was separated. And between the world, a man was walking with his hands behind his back. Every step he took, a planet was born under his feet, and the dazzling galaxy was like a cloak behind him. The universe was expanding rapidly, and the nebula was magnificent and varied. At the same time, it seemed that something was hidden in the depths of the universe, giving people a terrifying atmosphere, but also a desire to worship. Chapter 390. The man strolled in the heaven of the universe, with the stars under his feet. In an instant, it seemed as if he had crossed endless light years and danced on the longitude and latitude of time and space. He did not belong to this space, so he was like a meteor across the sky, and disappeared in an instant. The vast universe came to an end in the blink of an eye, and the dots of nebulae disappeared into nothingness in the extreme nothingness. When he came back to his senses, where was the universe? And what man came from the stars? It seemed like an illusion, but it left an eternal mark in the heart of the 7th level magician, just like the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. Ah! We are saved. The monster is gone. Really saved. Great, no need to die. The 7th level magician turned back in surprise when he heard the voice, only to find that the monsters that had just been raging in front of him were now invisible, disappearing silently. If it weren't for the ruins in front of him, it would be as if they had never existed. It was that man who did it. What man? You don't even know Marshall Doe? What? He's Dolin Marshall Doe? That's right. You wouldn't fail to recognize him in such an iconic star field, right? He's the current commander-in-chief of the Challenge Reclamation Army, the successor of Marshall Wei. When the 7th level mage heard this, he looked at the direction where Marshall Doe disappeared. His mind exhausted all the information about this Marshall Doe, and his heart was pounding with excitement. That's right, it was Marshall Doe, a man who was born in the Challenge world, was almost used by bad guys, and was later rescued and raised by Marshall Wei. He grew up and fought in the Challenge world since he was a child. He was called the darling of the Challenge world, and a brilliant genius. It is said that when Marshall Wei achieved the realm of law, this Marshall Doe also had his own star domain, when he was only 19 years old. Now 37 years have passed. After Marshall Wei went to the 9th level world, Marshall Doe was called the first person on Blue Star, and his force value reached the current ceiling of mankind. Before this, it was hard to imagine what kind of combat power the human ceiling was, but after today, everyone here understood. He just walked over here, and with a casual move, the beast eye that looked like the end of the world in their eyes was destroyed. The king-level demon ape monster was killed in the hands of Marshall Doe without even a second. This terrifying fighting power is the pillar of mankind, and the beacon of challengers like them. I wish I were as strong as Marshall Doe. Marshall Doe is the most talented person after Marshall Wei and General Su. I don't say I can be as strong as him, but it's enough to reach the elite level to get on that chariot. Well, I don't even dare to think about getting on that chariot. I'm just thinking about earning more points here and accumulating enough to go to the blessed land cave heaven of the 6th level world to practice. 1 year is equivalent to my 2 or 3 years of hard practice outside. Yes, I think so too. Instead of thinking about that unrealistic wish, it's enough for me to get stronger every day. Let's go. Let's see if there are any alive. This time it's too tragic. Most of the people died. If it weren't for Marshall Doe, we would have to die here. But who knows, why did Marshall Doe appear here? Did he come to save us on purpose? No one knows why Marshall Doe appeared. His appearance and departure were so fast that people couldn't react. Even the local garrison didn't know. About 3 minutes later, more than 10 chariots arrived here, all of which were level 8 chariots, including 2 level 9 chariots. After the chariots circled overhead, they stopped on the enclave, and the soldiers in the chariots landed to carry out post-disaster rescue and cleanup work. Part of the truth about Marshall Doe's appearance here was revealed. Although I don't know why, Marshall Doe has been walking from the first level world to the advanced world 3 days ago, without using a boundary gate or a chariot. He walked alone to the 7th level world today, and it seems that he will soon reach the 8th level world. His walk through 7 worlds. Marshall Doe's star field is very special, and it is very fast to travel, faster than a chariot. It is only because he walks purely without a boundary gate that he has been able to walk all the way to today. Although I don't understand why, I always feel that there must be a reason. That's right, that's Marshall Doe, there must be a reason for doing this. The 7th level mage was fascinated by what he heard, and he also gained a lot of knowledge, but it sounded. He didn't hear any of them, so he couldn't help asking, "Boss, why does Marshall Doe's starfield have a terrifying sense of suppression? It's like there's some terrible monster locked up. Or is the field such a terrifying existence?" The people around him looked at each other, and finally shook their heads. "Ah? A terrifying sense of suppression? Locking up monsters? What are you talking about? I didn't feel anything. You must have been scared when you saw the field for the first time. After all, the field involves the power of the law, and it is indeed extremely powerful." "Is that so?" The 7th level magician felt that it was wrong, but he finally accepted this answer. "The field is really powerful. I wish I could cultivate the field. It has been more than 10 years since a new domain master appeared. Domains involve the power of laws, which is said to be extremely difficult to comprehend. If you have an idea, then work hard." "Yes." Level 9 World. Human Clan City. In front of the boundary gate. In just 2 years, the human race has restored 5 boundary gates. The human civilization that was once forced to return to the 8th level world has returned after the boundary gate was opened. During these 2 years, a new human civilization won the civilization challenge and got the opportunity to enter the 9th level world. Under the protection of the gods, the 5 cities of the human race are thriving and exuding the vitality of youth and enthusiasm. But even so, the number of people going to the core city, where the gods are located, is still the largest. The figures in front of the boundary gate are constantly flashing, and there are more than 1,000 people flowing every second. However, as an important city of the human race in the battlefield of all races, such a flow has not reached the peak of the human race. Titan, who has management experience, uses the previous system and has order in chaos. Among them, route planning is one, and the other is the restriction of the ability of each race, which is also crucial. Whether it is the first time for challengers to come to the 9th level world or they often travel back and forth to this important city, after being teleported to the city where gods exist, even the most vicious villains will restrain their abilities and walk in the city like ordinary people. True respect exists in words and deeds, obeying the laws of the city, restraining one's temper, and doing everything according to the rules. This is also the reason why this city runs well. But on this afternoon, when the sun was just slanting, a short-lived human challenger stepped out of the teleportation portal. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Not only was he wearing the uniform of the God's family, the Blue Star Army, but the most important thing was that he actually opened his domain. The terrifying power of the domain tore the space apart, as if it had been forcibly integrated into a piece of cosmic starry sky. The man walked in the starry sky, and every step he took, a planet appeared under his feet. The entire universe was magnificent with nebulae and beautiful star clusters. The faint starlight wove a dreamy and dazzling cloak behind him, dragging for who knows how many light years. All of this was different, not only making him a dazzling existence, but also making him so different. The rule-abiding challenger avoided him, and just looked curiously. But there were also some born angry young people who questioned on the spot, "This is a heavy city, aren't the rules very strict? Can the clan be so unscrupulous?" Unexpectedly, someone around him whispered to him, "Clans also have to abide by the rules, but clans are indeed different, and they don't have to be so abiding by the rules." The angry young man became even more angry. "Is it great to have a domain? Release it so ostentatiously. Who are you trying to scare?" The person who answered him said, "It is indeed great to have a domain. Now there are more than 20 billion human beings in the 9th level world, and there are only 23 domain masters in total." The angry young man's eyebrows were burning with fire. "But he can't be like this, so ostentatious." The person around him smiled gently. "He is both a domain and a clan. Look, he has the clan leader badge on his shoulder. He should be different like this." The angry young man finally couldn't stand it anymore, turned his head, and glared at the people around him. But all his words were stuck in his throat. There was no other reason. The person who spoke to him was also from the family of gods, and judging from the shoulder straps on his uniform, He was of a high rank. He looked chubby and smiling, and seemed friendly, but his identity alone was enough to make people dare not underestimate him. The fat man bowed with a smile, and then shouted to the man in the sky, "Do Lin, pull me up." The mighty young man lowered his head, and a smile appeared on his serious face. In the expression of the angry young man next to him with his jaw dropped, he pulled the fat man up with his domain, and shouted respectfully, "Hello, brother Orange Juice." "Hey, good, very good. How come you have time to come to the 9th level world?" "Brother Juan asked me to do something." "It's related to your brother Su?" "Yes. Whether brother Su can be rescued, maybe this is the only way." "What are you waiting for? Go quickly." Do Lin looked embarrassed. "There was a little accident. I need to expand the domain to the temple, and the area around the temple may have to be cleared for 10 miles, and martial law will be imposed." "Ah, let me ask this for you." Lu Qingji knew that the matter was urgent and life-threatening, so he turned on the screen projection and was about to call Wei Huan, who knew that before he could dial the number, the projection screen popped up first, revealing Wei Huan's face. In order to maintain Su Qingqiang's vitality, he has been maintaining the appearance of a god these days. The tear marks at the corners of his eyes, the divine pattern between his eyebrows, and the light golden lips all make him look divine and difficult to approach, but this does not include the important relatives and friends around him. "Boss, Do Lin is back," Lu Qingji said. Wei Huan nodded. "I know, I have arranged it along the way, come over." "Hey, I be right here," Lu Qingji responded with a smile. "Got it," Do Lin responded seriously. "I go and see it too, can I?" Lu Qingji was very curious. "Come on." After Wei Huan finished speaking, he closed the communication. Do Lin led Lu Qingji forward. Titan, who had received the news, had already rushed over. The city guard she brought with her separated the avenue, and in a short time, an unmanned avenue leading directly to the temple was formed. Do Lin nodded to Titan, then stepped on the planet, and disappeared in a flash. With his departure, the front of the boundary gate was once again bustling. But this bustle was even more intense than before, and everyone was discussing this domain powerhouse, who had never appeared before. The star domain seems to be an extremely powerful law. Yes, the space power involving the star domain will be very powerful once it becomes a god. But the more powerful the domain, the harder it is to become a god. This is only for us. There are countless geniuses in the Blue Star clan. Under the protection of the demon god, it is only a matter of time for this lord to become a god. But did you hear what they said just now? Do Lin led Lu Qingji all the way to the temple without stopping. Everyone along the way looked at his unfolding domain with awe and envy, and also envy the fat man who could only be in the domain with the strength of sequence 7. This fat man is a person who is extremely favored by the gods. He usually follows him around. Although he is only sequence 7, he is surrounded by strong people in the god domain. However, he is low-key and humble. It is said that he has a very good reputation and can cook delicious food. When they arrived near the temple, the irrelevant people had been sent away. The Blue Star Army soldiers who stayed behind stood at the door. Seeing Do Lin, they did not need to salute, but just opened the wide door of the temple. The death aura was so thick that it could be seen inside the door. The pollution of the death aura would form a terrifying scene in the eyes of the enemy, but for the family, what they saw were handsome or beautiful dead souls standing on both sides, bowing to them and welcoming them all the way to the gods. Wei Huan was standing in front of the statue in the temple. Now the statue has changed from a stone ball to a statue of him, and it really has his breath, as if the god really exists. "What did you bring back?" Wei Huan turned his head to look at the two people who came in front of him, but his eyes had already fallen on the depths of the Dolin star field, looking at the secrets in the depths inquisitively. "What did you bring back?" Lu Qingji followed Wei Huan's gaze, and turned back curiously. Then he saw a dark beetle slowly flying out from the depths of the star field. The beetle was not big, but it was amazing, with the breath of the god in its body, but it was far inferior to the power of the god. There were 10 golden eyes on his dark and round back. When he opened the sheath, the transparent wings inside spread out like a graceful veil, dragging out the length of a galaxy. After showing up, it said, "Death, we meet again." "Ah, what is this?" Lu Qingji didn't expect such a scary bug to appear behind him. He was so scared that his legs went weak. It was not until Wei Huan's breath wrapped him that he stood firm under the pressure of the god. "Ancient god, dark beast ancient god," Wei Huan said. "Dark beast ancient god is just a small stage in my long years." "Then how should I call you?" "My name is Bug." "That's right, the oldest ancestor of the Zerg, the first bug at the beginning of the universe. Bug is indeed its name. So the Zerg calls itself that. Hello, ancient god bug, I didn't expect you to come here in person. The years of being suppressed by the challenge world are too long. I haven't been out for a long time. The Zerg sacrifice gave me some power, allowing me to create an avatar, and finally enter the challenge world through the channel of the blue star. I also have to thank his star field for helping me shield the rules of the challenge world, but... After a pause, Chong said with some worry, in a certain world, a little guy in the gap of space seems to have discovered my existence. Once he describes me, the challenge world will send me away. I don't have much time. Do Lin looked at the captain of the guard. Go check it out. Yes. Wei Huan continued to talk with Chong. He handed the meatball in his hand forward. Take a look. Chong's tentacles shook, and his 10 eyes opened and closed in sequence, staring at the meatball, and said, It is the power of the origin law, but the most original part cannot be obtained, causing his power to dissipate little by little. Wei Huan frowned tightly. Yes, this is why I came to you. Does this count as a move? Yes, please do your best. Yes. As the conversation between the two gods ended, the war that had been temporarily suspended started again. This time, the target of the undead disaster was the Beast God clan. After learning the intelligence from the front, the Golden Horn Dragon King roared angrily. Why is it my Beast God clan? Damn humans. Damn disaster. Hurry. Hurry up. Ignore the Free Alliance. Go to the Abyss clan. Ask for a large number of Abyss clan sacrifices, and make sure that my Beast God can descend smoothly. And later, the demons hiding deep underground in the Beast clan territory also received this information one after another. They don't seem to have changed much. These demon leaders just killed the demons who came to report the intelligence, and used their blood to consolidate the magic pattern of the magic circle in the cave again. The devil's muttering echoed in the cave. In order to save Su Qingqiang, Wei Huan sent troops quickly, but when he arrived at the Beast God clan's territory, he slowed down his offensive and took steady steps. It took 5 days to destroy the boundary wall of the Beast God clan in the territory, and then he pressed forward calmly. His purpose was simple, that is, he was afraid that the Beast God clan would not sacrifice to summon the gods, so he gave them enough time to prepare, and wait for the God of Blood to come. The slowness of the God of Disaster obviously gave the Beast God clan the wrong signal. In the combat meeting convened by the Golden Horn Dragon King, the Beast clan strongman said with certainty, the Disaster must have been injured in the last battle with the ancient god. This is our chance to kill him. The insect is an ancient creature that has existed since the birth of the universe. Its strength far exceeds that of ordinary main gods. When he was dominating the world, the blue-starred human race had not yet been born. The newborn god of disaster cannot be stronger than the ancient god worm. In that battle that stopped at a touch, it was inevitable that the disaster would be injured. But what I care more about is why many ancient gods disappeared. Even the creation ancient god of my clan, the beast, has hundreds of millions of people. I haven't heard from him for years. The Golden Horn Dragon King said, yes, finding the traces of the beast is the mission of our tribe from generation to generation, but now this matter can be put aside for the time being. Killing the disaster is more important. After speaking, the Golden Horn Dragon King looked around and said, we must seize the sacrifices, and our warriors are also ready to fight. This time we must win. As long as we kill the disaster, we and our tribe can not only survive, but perhaps the next disaster will be born in our tribe. Yes, kill the disaster will be reincarnated. The disaster will be reincarnated. The disaster will be reincarnated. The shouts in the Beast King Hall were deafening, and Wei Huan frowned thousands of miles away. He looked at the meatball that he nourished with his divine power day and night, but he still couldn't stop his increasingly fading breath. If he doesn't hurry up, Su Qingqiang will really die. Moreover, if he dies in the process of seeking the truth, even if he can condense Su Qingqiang's soul, he will become a spirit from then on and lose the qualification to challenge the gods. Every day, Wei Huan's face becomes more and more tense as he feels Su Qingqiang's increasingly weak breath. Do Lin is in awe of Wei Huan. He feels Wei Huan's pressure these days, and feels very stressed and anxious. As a domain expert, who has cultivated to the 9th level, he even has a blister in his mouth due to being angry these days. He wrapped the blood bubbles in his mouth and heard the ancient god's clone, Chong, who he had brought here secretly, say in the unfolding field, he is dying. What are you waiting for? Wei Huan said, wait for more sacrifices. If the blood god cannot come, everything is in vain. Wei Huan looked into the distance. A faint light flashed in his dark eyes, and his brows relaxed a little. They are too slow. I have set a large number of sacrifices on the way, and they will arrive soon. Although the momentum in the Beast King Hall is good, When it comes to fighting against the god of disaster, every leader is worried. Even the golden horned beast king is in a place where other beasts can't see, with a sad face. In the past 2 days, the Abyss clan has discovered their actions. Because they don't want to get involved in the battle with the god of disaster, they didn't settle accounts with them, but they also moved the demons away from every area bordering their territory. The sacrifices are not enough. The god of disaster was getting closer and closer, and would arrive at the royal city in a few days. Even though they had decided to fight the god of disaster to the death in the royal city, the Beast God clan still sacrificed a large number of warriors in order to stop the god of disaster. The increasing number of warriors drew scarlet bloodshot in its eyes every day and every moment. But the sacrifices are not enough. Report: a flying dragon soldier flew in from outside the hall. When he landed, he was too fast to stand steady. He fell and rolled all the way to the front of the Golden Horned Dragon King. In the end, he was bruised and swollen. In the eyes of the Golden Horned Dragon King, who wanted to swallow him, he said excitedly, "A huge number of Free Alliance wanderers appeared in our territory. The number exceeded 1 billion. What?" The Golden Horned Dragon King was excited for a moment, and then forced himself to calm down. "What's the situation? Tell me in detail." "They are all wanderers from the Free Alliance. In order to avoid the encirclement of humans, they went around and entered our territory from the back. It's a pie in the sky." The Golden Horned Dragon King didn't expect that such a good thing would happen at this critical moment. It's not that he didn't think about whether this coincidence would be a trap, but after thinking about it, who would benefit in the end if it was a trap? The more sacrifices, the more gods he can summon to descend, the stronger the power of the descending god, and the higher the chance of killing this disaster god. The pie that fell from the sky also fed the Beast God clan. It was obvious that the Lord of Heaven was on the side of the Beast God clan. "Go, catch them, don't let any of them go, there's hope for victory this time." The Golden Horned Dragon King gave the order with a cruel smile on his face. Chapter 391. Soon, countless warriors of the Beast God clan flew out of the beast nest and flew in the opposite direction of Wei Huan's attack. The organized Beast God clan warriors easily captured the exhausted members of the Free Alliance, who were trapped by the death aura, and fled all the way here. They were tied together, like a pile of cabbage squeezed in a basket, and were transported to the Beast God clan's royal city overnight, and filled into the horrifying pit of blood and flesh. The Beast God clan warriors, who have always adhered to the law of the jungle and regarded all non-people as food, drooled and worked hard, and finally completed the preparation of the sacrifice before the disaster god soldiers arrived at the city. It was a familiar scene again. Wei Huan sat on the throne, and a huge god's Dharma image appeared in the air, looking at the vortex in the sky expectantly. After more contact, he could already confirm the number of sacrifices through the bloody smell, and therefore determined that the passage opened this time should meet his requirements. "That's good." Wei Huan looked at the meat ball that the god's body had been holding in his hand, and said to the insect that had been hiding in the Doulin star field, "This is done, and I will ask you to do the next thing." The insect said, "This is exactly why I came here. Only if I can master the situation here can I fully cooperate with you." Wei Huan nodded and looked at the sky again. There was another long silence. The vortex in the sky expanded rapidly, driving the dead air between heaven and earth to the edge, and the magnificent breath of the god surged from the middle of the vortex. The bloodline of the Beast God clan is mixed, and the laws they are good at and master are also different, so their gods are also different. The first god to descend was a red three-headed lion that mastered the law of heat under the law of fire. Although its appearance can barely be described as a lion, it is actually a bright beast, a species of heaven and earth, and in some tribes, it is described as the existence of the sun. When he just appeared, it was as if the sun was pressing down, and the temperature between heaven and earth suddenly increased by hundreds of degrees. Some low-level beast god warriors, or low-level undead recruited by Wei Huan, were extremely painful just to stay in such a temperature. This bright beast that mastered the law of heat did not rush to attack Wei Huan after it appeared. It just floated in the air and looked at Wei Huan, the new disaster, with full vigilance in its eyes. Behind the god of heat, another gust of wind blew by. The already excessively high temperature, the heat wave rolled up in this gust of wind rose higher, and spread farther. The hurricane that rose out of thin air continued to send high temperature to the direction of the undead army. Some low-level undead that had just been transformed by death suddenly burned themselves in such a high temperature, and soon burned into charcoal. This was a deprivation of energy by the power of the gods. The burned undead could not be transformed and resurrected. Then, a tiger with wings on its back descended from the sky and stood side by side with the bright beast. The two gods' images each occupied half of the sky, almost filling Wei Huan's entire field of vision. One wind and one fire, which creates fire. The two gods that descended this time are a rare relationship of mutual generation, and they will exert greater power if they cooperate with each other. It will also be a threat to Wei Huan if they fight. Chong also said, the gods of the wind and fire laws. When they join hands, their combat power is close to that of a complete god. I didn't expect that at the end of the era, when the gods fell, they could still gather gods that cooperate with each other. You have to be careful. However, Wei Huan could not care about these two difficult opponents at the moment. He just stared at the whirlpool that was still spinning until a breath of blood came out. The heart that was hanging in the air finally let go. Chong said, the breath of blood is him. The whirlpool turned red, and a group of bat-like lives flew out of it. There were hundreds of millions of them. Their bodies had no fixed shape. They circled in the sky, sometimes turning into scarlet blood clouds, sometimes turning into tall beasts, and finally hovering behind the wind and fire gods. The scarlet color was like a divine ring, which made them look extremely ferocious. After Wei Huan saw the form of the blood god clearly, he frowned and asked, Senior Chong, what is this blood god? Chong said, the law god is invisible. When you become a god, you have already become the law itself. The reason why you still retain the form of a tribe is because of your subconscious self-cognition. I understand, thank you, Senior Chong. In other words, no matter whether the blood god is a group or a single one, just remember that his unit is one. Wei Huan wants to lure the blood god to come and seize his godhood. Such a calculation can be described as audacious. Now with the help of the ancient godworm, it must succeed. For a while, Wei Huan had thought a lot about how to kill this blood god. Until a more powerful divine power came, Wei Huan's thinking was interrupted, and he looked over. At first glance, there was only a dazzling light, and a power that made him feel palpitating. This power contained an energy that restrained him extremely. It was not the restraint of divine power, but the restraint of attribute restraint. It is the breath of the law of light. It is specifically designed to overcome the law of death. Wei Huan felt a sense of fear just by being illuminated by the light, as if he was being stared at by a natural enemy. The middle-level law god of the light system is very threatening to you. The voice of the insect came from behind, the middle-level light system, the lower-level god of fire and wind, plus the blood god. In this battle, let alone seizing the godhood, if you fight and don't retreat, you may even be in danger of falling. Wei Huan understood, but still shook his head. Don't say anything, Senior Chong. I can only advance and not retreat in this battle, and please keep your previous promise and help me suppress the godhood of the blood god and prevent him from escaping back to the divine domain. The ancient god insect said no more, just said, yes. At this time, the middle-level god had completed his descent and revealed his full appearance. Unexpectedly, unlike other gods who still maintained their beast form, he was actually a pentagram. It was not some kind of flesh and blood life, but a ball of light. Seeing him was like really seeing the law itself. Disaster. This middle-level god uttered the god's mumbling, whispering in Wei Huan's ear, it's not time yet, you shouldn't show up, disaster reincarnation is our mission. Disaster reincarnation. Wind and fire spoke. Disaster reincarnation. The blood god also spoke. Before the voice fell, the four gods who were summoned moved at the same time. The strong killing intent, the consistent action, the crushing force almost tore Wei Huan apart. Wei Huan ordered the god-level leader to meet the enemy, but before the undead rushed out, they were blown away by the powerful law of light in the next second. Even the big bear with the strongest defense could not resist the force that restrained it and fell backwards. The light did not stop, and flew straight to Wei Huan, passing through the divine image and heading straight for his divine body. Wei Huan looked at the light that grew bigger in an instant. So fast. Puff. The light passed through Wei Huan, like a spear stabbing down diagonally, almost nailing Wei Huan to death on the spot. Brother Huan. Dou Lin, the only one present, spoke nervously, almost rushing out. But the next second, Wei Huan's divine body turned into black smoke and sank to the ground, and then recondensed into his own body 1 meter away. Seemingly unharmed, the gold on his lips was a little thicker. Did you dodge? The middle-level god whispered in his ear. The buzzing sound was like the devil's chanting, full of killing breath. You have to be able to dodge next time. Swish. 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 In an instant, countless beams of light came from all directions, all passing through Wei Huan's body. The light remained on the retina, almost burning Dou Lin's eyes. But even though he was shaking all over and the veins on his forehead were stretched out, He still tried to hide behind the throne and didn't move. The light didn't disappear. This time, Wei Huan's body was stiff under the beam for 3 full seconds, and then it flowed down like a melted candle, and finally gathered a new body shape slowly on the side. He opened his dazzling golden lips, looked at the 5-pointed star still flashing in the sky with a pale face, and then slightly curled his lips. The calculation of the remaining energy finally took the first step successfully. All the tribes in the 9th level world know that the Divine Beast clan has an extremely powerful middle-level god, who is the controller of the light law under the light system. The middle-level laws under the light system are light, and light heat. The most fortunate thing is that the middle-level god of the Beast God clan is not the controller of the light law, and the light law contains the sacred system, which is the most powerful law against Wei Huan. If the Beast God clan was the god of light in this battle, Wei Huan would have no chance of winning, and would even have to take a detour when he saw him. Although the light law also restrained Wei Huan, because he focused more on speed and single combat power, Wei Huan had a chance to maneuver. At this moment, he risked being killed by the light god twice in a row, and finally completed his plan. Wei Huan, covering his chest, looked at the 5-pointed star in the sky, and his eyes moved away slightly. I saw that the other 3 lower gods had been surrounded by the undead leaders. You want to contain me, just for this moment? But the light god didn't care. It was just a group of god-level undead, who wanted to fight against 3 gods. Even if the gods who descended had no divine body, and less than half of their combat power, they could not be killed by a group of gods. The light god murmured, "Disaster reincarnation." At the same time, the light of his body shone again, and he was about to attack again. As long as he killed this disaster directly, all problems would be solved. The light arrived in an instant, and in an instant it reached Wei Huan again. This time it was more powerful, and in an instant, thousands of beams of light would fall on him. This level was already the strongest blow of the god of light, after being suppressed by the will of the world. But at the same time, the black cloak that had been floating behind Wei Huan disappeared, turning into a smoke like undead, drilling into Wei Huan's body and attaching to him. Wei Huan's aura instantly became stronger, and the beam of light fell on him, but did not penetrate, but only broke through the surface and stopped. This feeling was like starting a combo, but was stopped at the first move. The body of the god of light flashed quickly in the sky, and the light surged for several seconds before it calmed down. You? This time, the god of light no longer looked superior, and stared at Wei Huan with some displeasure. He could feel that he was being fooled. If this disaster could resist his beam, why didn't he block it at the beginning? Because it couldn't be blocked. The ancient god worm stopped Do Lin, who was about to rush out, and said, "Not only can it not be blocked, but it must be made to think that the disaster is easy to kill, otherwise it will join forces with the other 3 lower gods, and it will be difficult to kill the god of blood alone." The ancient god worm explained this, looking at the 2 waves of gods in the sky that had been separated by the god-level undead without knowing it, and there were also undead trying to squeeze in between the fire and wind god and the blood god. And it was almost successful. The wind and fire gods cooperated tacitly, and the wind helped the fire. Countless wind groups wrapped in flames, like fireworks exploding in the sky, killing the undead like rain. They were so excited about killing that they killed all the way to the area full of undeads, and unknowingly separated from the god of blood. The body of the god of blood was composed of countless small creatures, like bats, which sometimes condensed and sometimes dispersed. The blood of the undeads was easily absorbed wherever they passed, and they fell to the ground shrunkenly, and they were also killing very happily. The ancient god judged the situation. It's almost done. Wei Huan also thought silently in his heart, it's almost done. The 4 gods were separated, and the attention of the god of light was attracted by him. It was almost time to close the net. Among the undead surrounding the gods, the 6 eyes behind all the crypt beasts were full of death. It was also in this way that it was discovered that the undead surrounding the wind and fire gods were all fast-moving god-level undeads, including Sister Crow and Big Head, and Brother Doug Anus performed hurricane technique, with hundreds of high-level running wolves constantly interspersed in groups to attract the attention of the wind and fire gods, so that their attacks would not all fall on the big bear with a lot of buffs. It seems that there are a huge number of undead on the side of the wind and fire gods, but in fact the whole tactic is to move and contain them. In comparison, the blood god side seems to be full of burrow beasts and face huggers, and only the black dragon occasionally drops 2 thunderbolts to kill a few bats on the edge, but in the overall battle, the face huggers fall like rain, which is not at the same level at all. But those who don't know Wei Huan can't imagine that this seemingly easy to break out of the encirclement is actually Wei Huan's trap, As Wei Huan issued an order in his mind, green silk nets appeared on the back shells of the burrow beasts. The net of heaven and earth. All the bats were trapped in the middle layer by layer, and tens of thousands of face huggers were also trapped in the middle. It's useless. The blood god was so excited about killing that all the bats made sounds from their mouths. The sounds gathered together, like a sound wave attack, which made people's heads split. That's right, it was useless. Under the blood law, the green net, which was far lower than the law god, could not cover him at all. The bats just tore it casually, just like tearing off a layer of spider web, and they could easily break free. The light god, who just wanted to remind the blood god to be careful, turned his eyes back and looked at Wei Huan. The thought beast that was promoted to the god level was the first time to possess Wei Huan, and directly improved Wei Huan's physical fitness by 100 times. Of course, as a summoner, his physical fitness of 100 times may not be stronger than the physical body of some war gods, but this defense is enough to stop the attack of the middle-level god who descended from the godhood. This time, the light god's idea of killing Wei Huan in one fell swoop failed. Looking at the injured Wei Huan, how could he stop? Since the scattered arrows are useless, let's use the condensed light. Let's see whether your body is stronger or my attack is stronger. The god of light condensed his strength. The gods of wind and fire killed happily. No one saw that the blood god, although the green net seemed to be easily torn, had unknowingly spit out more on the periphery, so much that even if you raised your hand, you could tear the green net, but it would take some effort to break free. The blood god, who was surrounded by the face huggers, did not realize the crisis. Until the first terrible explosion energy, with a huge sound, resounded in the center of the green net. Almost at the same time, the bats incarnated by the blood god were attacked by more than a dozen face huggers that were still biting the hellfire bombs. Boom! 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 The deafening explosion, and the sudden dazzling light in the sky instantly attracted the attention of all the gods. The wind and fire gods stopped and rushed back, but were blocked by the god-level leader, who had always avoided them before. The power that the god of light had just gathered almost dispersed. But soon, he saw the blood god who was in the green ball, although it was blown up with great momentum, but in fact it was almost unharmed. But dozens of bat clones died, and he couldn't help laughing. A group of level 8 undead, even if they were contaminated with the power of gods, and had the attribute of destroying gods, that little damage could only tickle the gods even if they exhausted all calculations. No, wait! This god of disaster still has a real killer that he hasn't used. The black bugs and eyeballs that can even tear apart the bodies of gods haven't appeared yet. Be careful. The god of light was about to warn. At this moment, a white bug flew to the center of the bat group. Its slightly gray body, if you observe carefully, you will find its uniqueness and the terrifying power hidden deep in its body. Unfortunately, the god of light reacted too late. With the help of the ancient gods, Wave 1 almost calculated everything, and naturally would not give them time to react. The black face hugger exploded. This is a god-level face hugger that condenses a lot of Wei Huan's death power. It is the most powerful trump card in his hand. When it exploded, at that moment, even the temperature of the wind and fire, and the brightness of the light were eclipsed. In the green cage, the bodies of countless bats were torn into pieces. The rapidly annihilated bodies were accompanied by bloody screams, which made the three gods, who descended at the same time in chaos. This bad luck is even stronger. 2 years ago, when he fought against the three gods of the sky demon, it was also this black bug that exploded, but he needed another eye to make up for it. Now, it only takes one bug to beat a god to the point that his divine nature is unstable. The energy that descended quickly disappears, and he has to return. You? The starlight of the god of light flickered violently, as if he was angry, and he was a little angry. The light that had been condensed for a long time was completely released at this moment, attacking Wei Huan directly. This was a fatal blow with a certain rule of cause and effect. From the moment it was released, it locked the target and was extremely difficult to dodge. Besides, Wei Huan didn't plan to dodge. After all, if he didn't take this blow, the god of light would have turned back to save the god of blood. If he intervened, all his plans so far would have failed. He can be injured, but the blood must die. If the blood does not die, Su Qingqiang cannot save it. Besides, this attack may not really hurt him. The undead poured out from the portal behind him, turning into a thick meat shield in front of Wei Huan, especially the hundreds of heroic zombie bears that have been waiting until now as meat shields, blocking the light. It's useless. The god of light roared. His light penetrated the zombie bears, just like stabbing through thin paper with a dagger. Even if the stack is thick enough, it hardly affects the speed of the light. Straight all the way, it came to Wei Huan. But at this time, Wei Huan's hand had a shield-like mirror for the first time. This was not an ordinary mirror, but a weapon made by the dwarf craftsman master using the snail shell of the sky demon god and the god-level materials in the challenge world. It is equipment specially made for light. If you want to say what the nemesis of light is, it is undoubtedly the mirror, which is the refraction of light. Of course, an ordinary mirror cannot defend against the charged attack of a middle-level god. Even an ordinary artifact cannot. This beam of light fell on the mirror shield, and part of it was refracted out, and the beam of light scattered all over the sky, killing a large number of undead in an instant. But most of it still fell on the mirror shield, and the unbearable attack power, like tearing a thin piece of iron, finally fell on Wei Huan. Wei Huan's body was full of demonic flames, and he gritted his teeth to take the blow. Puff! Unlike the previous penetration, this time Wei Huan was knocked out, smashed the bone throne and flew down. The body of the point beast quickly grew larger, turned into thousands of feet, and gently lifted Wei Huan up. Dou Lin finally couldn't help but rush out, rushing to the fallen Wei Huan. Brother Huan. Brother Huan. Wei Huan lay on the ground, golden blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Dou Lin's eyes were red, and he was heartbroken. Brother Huan, wake up. Nothing. Wei Huan finally dissipated the power that almost shook his soul apart, and sat up with difficulty holding Dou Lin's wrist, looking at the god of light in the sky. The god of light saw that he was not dead, and was regretful. Suddenly, the next second, he felt a terrible breath from the field behind Dou Lin. What is that? Although the five-pointed star has no eyes, he can still feel his eyes staring at the depths of the field with fear. Did you find it? Wei Huan smiled with his lips curled, golden blood dripping on his clothes, and a hint of madness appeared in his dark eyes. But it's too late. Although he said this without knowing the beginning or the end, the three gods seemed to understand, and stared at the things hidden in Dou Lin's domain. Dark, barbaric, bloodthirsty, ancient, and with a kind of decayed and lonely atmosphere. What is this? It is the breath of the ancient gods. Why are the ancient gods here? But obviously no one will give them any answers. Just when they were looking at the depths of the star field with great fear, they heard Wei Huan say, "Please, Senior Chong." As soon as the voice fell, a sound came from the top of his head, extremely deep and extremely ancient, like the sound of Huema from the vast grassland, solemn and evil, making people feel fear from the bones. Look up. The sky, I don't know when it got dark. The boundless and huge body, even if it was pressed down from countless spaces, still cast its majestic figure between the layers. At the same time, the ancient god's aura, which was expanded countless times compared to the existence in the star field, pressed down on the head. Chapter 392. Ancient God. Is this a bug? Why is the bug here? Wait, not long ago, the bug was here, and he fought against the disaster. Aren't they enemies? The gods in the sky and the soldiers of the beast god clan all screamed their souls, and then realized a fact. They seem to have fallen into a trap. The bug is not only not the enemy of the disaster, but also his ally. How could it be? Under the pressure of the ancient god, the light god and the wind and fire gods, almost all the gods' brilliance dimmed. Only when you truly become a god will you understand how huge the gap between each other is, which cannot be crossed. Fight, or go, looking at the disaster that couldn't even stand up, the god of light struggled very unwillingly, his body flashing with light, almost roaring. What if the ancient god comes? He can't enter the world without sacrifice. How can you win? Just rely on the clone hiding in the field, and not even daring to show his head. Wei Huan smiled, his eyes revealing mockery and fierceness. Yes, you all have to stay here today. Arrogant. The god of light refuted and quickly accepted his own words. That's right. What if the ancient god appears? The disaster must die here today. Wind and fire, take action. Yes. The two gods of wind and fire also reacted at this time. Compared to the five-pointed star god of light, their faces, one tiger and one lion, can see their anger and shame. They opened their mouths wide, and the power of wind and fire increased dramatically, which should not be underestimated. But the disaster is still laughing. The laughter made the gods feel scared. Even the small area around him seemed to be not paying attention to them, but looking at other places. He looked along the line of sight in confusion. What? Even the god of light did not expect that what he saw was that, after the god of blood was severely injured, the godhead that should have returned to the god's domain could not enter the transmission channel. He was tightly confined to this world. It was a bug. It was the ancient god bug. His appearance suppressed the transmission channel of the world, making the godhead unable to leave. This disaster, he wanted to kill the gods. He wanted to kill the gods in the world. The three gods figured it out at this moment, but it was too late. The demon eye monarch, who had been gathering strength for a long time, released the power that had been accumulated for a long time towards the godhead. For this attack, Wave 1 did not use it even if he was seriously injured. And all the arrangements and patience had results at this moment. The black beam flew across a large area of the sky, as if cutting off a section of the sky, and finally hit the godhead straight. The shrill screams echoed in the world. The biggest weakness of the godhead was exposed. That's right, only the godhead descended, but there was no body to protect it. Even if the strong in the small world tried their best, they couldn't fight against the gods. But what if the one who wanted to kill them was a disaster god, who was trying his best? The disaster god was already stronger than normal, and with his painstaking efforts, he finally completed this world-shaking fire chestnut. The godhead of the blood god was completely shattered in this terrible attack. Nothing, just like flying white ash, a dignified god fell without leaving any trace. There was silence between heaven and earth. The three gods' souls were shaken, and they fell into a blank silence. He fell. The god of blood fell. Until a certain moment, an inexplicably familiar breath appeared again in a corner. Is this the law of the god of blood? The god of blood is not dead? The three gods looked over excitedly, but what they saw was a meatball held in the hand of the disaster, which was emitting pure blood law. At this moment, there was no need for words, and everything was clear. This was a trap, but it was not to kill them, but a trap only to seize the godhood. Right under their noses, this abominable disaster killed their gods, and created a new god for itself. Ah! Damn it! We can't let him succeed. However, what people didn't expect was that the great disaster, who had just shouted "You all must die," turned around and ran. The undead, who had been accumulated for who knows how long, suddenly jumped out of the huge jellyfish that turned into 10,000 meters, and rushed towards them like a wave. At the same time, the jellyfish quickly shrank, and then turned into a beam of light, carrying the god of disaster, and disappeared in an instant. The three gods easily wiped out the existence of these undead with a raise of their hands, but the disaster had already run away without a trace. Chase! The three gods suffered such a big loss, so they were unwilling to give up, and they also turned into three beams of light and chased out. One chase and one escape. It was thousands of miles, the light was extremely fast, and the wind and fire also had the speed advantage, and finally saw the figure of the disaster from a distance. The light was about to explode. Damn disaster, you deserve to die. The god of light jumped high and jumped in front of the disaster, just about to stop him. But at the same time, the wild breath of the ancient god, and the breath of the blood godhead rushed towards him. The god of light was so scared that his body moved back and forth, and jumped back to the side of the wind and fire gods. At that moment, he deeply realized a possibility. If he stopped there, he would face the joint efforts of three gods. Even if one was just the clone of the ancient god, and the other was still condensing the godhead, even if it was just a faint premonition of death, it still made him shudder, and dared not fight again. My lord! The wind and fire gods looked at the god of light, who stopped them in surprise, and their beast eyes were full of confusion. The god of light looked at the disaster that was far away in an instant, gnashing his teeth. I can't kill him. I used up a lot of energy with my full strength attack, and I can't stay in this world for a long time. But blood. The eyes of the god of fire widened. It was plotted against this revenge. Wait until he reaches the god's domain. The god of light looked at the sky, and as they stopped chasing, the figure of the ancient god also left at the same time, and said unwillingly, return to the god's domain. Wave 1 had already run thousands of miles away, but even so, he could still see the vortex above the sky disappearing quickly. When the death energy covered the sky again, Wave 1 breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down slowly, and looked at Su Qingqiang, who was growing out of the meatball. The blood godhead had already condensed in Su Qingqiang's soul sea, and he was trying to create his own body. After all, it was a process from nothing to something, which was much slower. He had just released his breath to scare off the god of light, and he had done his best at that time, which made it difficult for his body to condense now. Countless buds twisted and grew, and were still struggling with himself. Wei Huan no longer looked at him. His divine body was also badly damaged at this moment, and he needed to recuperate. But before recuperating, he had one more thing to do. Thank you, Senior Chong. You have contributed to our success this time. I will let Do Lin send you back now. I don't want to go back. It's too boring to go back. Chong's voice sounded like this. Wei Huan's eyebrows were tightly knitted. He knew that it was easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away. He couldn't concentrate on recuperating if he kept an ancient god, who was not completely devoted by his side. Then he heard Chong say, "My ancient god source, which you regard as the material for forging weapons, is actually the best for healing the gods. I brought some this time. You can use it all. It can make you recover in a short time." Wei Huan stood up. "Thank you, senior." After getting the ancient god source again, Wei Huan realized that he had mistaken the pearl for a stone before. Even if the equipment forged with the ancient god source can be equipped to the pseudo-god level, this is obviously not the most valuable use of the ancient god source. It contains a strong divine power. Because it comes from the ancient gods, there is no distinction between laws, so any god of law can absorb the divine power in it to heal himself. The body of the god of law is composed of laws. As long as the divine power is sufficient, the laws will continue to grow, and recovery is only a matter of a short time. Therefore, all the ancient gods below the level of the main god are gone. It is very scary to think about it. It is hard to say whether there is any hidden secret. At least now Wei Huan has significantly improved his injuries after using the ancient god source given by the ancient god. Before, it was difficult for him to even stand up. The golden lips seemed to be covered with blood, but now they are much lighter. He was not completely healed because his injuries were too severe. In order to achieve his real goal, he did not dodge or avoid, and even deliberately got hit by the god of light. Although he did not really die, he also lost half his life. Now he has recovered 70% to 80%. The insect took the initiative to show his value, and Wei Huan also received his favor. Now it is not easy to mention his departure. Wei Huan eased his injuries, and simply shifted his gaze to look at Su Qingqiang again. At this moment, Su Qingqiang was lying on the ground, smiling at himself with a twisted body. The terrifying posture was indescribable, like a demon in a nightmare. However, the origin of the blood law was quickly helping him to condense his divine body. As his divine aura became more and more rich and pure, he was gradually taking shape from a puddle of mud, until he slowly stood up. The two smiled at each other. Su Qingqiang said, "Thank you, boss." Wei Huan shook his head. "We have a good relationship, so don't be polite." Su Qingqiang said, "My life has long been yours. You can arrange me to plug the bullet hole at any time. There is really nothing to say, but I will always remember your kindness in my heart." Wei Huan did not say more. He looked at Su Qingqiang happily and said, "At this time, the blood source law is covering the earth. All parties should be guessing who the new god is. Let's go back together. I'm afraid that the god-pleasing people will come soon. Let's celebrate." "Okay." Su Qingqiang smiled and said, and then he began to touch his trouser pocket. He touched it, and found that he was not wearing any clothes. He grew out of the meat ball, and had nothing on his body. He was not shy either. He put his hands on his waist and shook it, and smiled. "Boss, is my storage warehouse at your place?" Wei Huan threw a cube to him and said, "Except for artifacts, all clothes can be transformed by divine power, and your current body is a recondensation of divine power, so your addiction to smoking has long been gone." Su Qingqiang took over the storage warehouse, and the first thing he did was not to put on his clothes, but to light a cigarette and put it on his mouth. He put on his clothes while puffing and said, "It's hard to quit the addiction. When I was at sequence 7, I could control brain cells and curb my dependence on nicotine, but this is the only hobby I have. If I have to quit this, no matter how powerful my cultivation is, what's the point of living?" Wei Huan smiled. He was not his father, so he didn't bother to care about him. After Su Qingqiang put on his clothes and finished smoking a cigarette, he stretched comfortably and came to Wei Huan and said, "Is this the feeling of becoming a god?" Wei Huan nodded. "Are you a little disappointed?" "Yes, I thought that after becoming a god, all 7 emotions and 6 desires would be gone, and I could only sit high in the hall. Well, it's not that you are still very worldly. In short, except for the feeling of having endless energy, it seems that there is no difference from before, Brother Chong." However, a hoarse and difficult voice came from behind. "Please put away your magic power." Wei Huan heard it, smiled, and covered Dou Lin with his own magic power. Dou Lin, who was half kneeling on the ground under the pressure of the new god, slowly exhaled in one breath. "Wow!" Su Qingqiang laughed maliciously. "So when I show my domineering aura, the little guy can't stand it. He kneels down just because I glare at him?" Wei Huan said, "I'm afraid that in his eyes, you are not what you are now. Without permission, the gods that mortals can observe are only a form of his law power. What will I look like?" Su Qingqiang was very curious, and then he said, "What should I do?" "You will know how to do it after you feel it." Su Qingqiang closed his eyes and felt it. Soon Dou Lin's ugly face completely disappeared. Then, As if he had just seen Su Qingqiang's appearance, he looked at Su Qingqiang, who had truly become a god, and his face was full of sincere joy that was difficult to conceal. Congratulations, Brother Chang. I feel the incomparable divine aura in you. Congratulations on becoming the god of blood. Su Qingqiang used the hand holding the cigarette to comb his hair, and finally couldn't help but put his hands on his waist and laughed happily. Hee, good, hee, ha ha ha. Finally, he couldn't hold back his ecstasy, and changed his shape on the spot. Su Qingqiang was happy for a long time. He caught Dou Lin and asked him what his law form looked like before, and asked him if he was handsome now. After that, he took the cigarette handed over by Dou Lin, and talked to him about how he felt after becoming a god. Dou Lin was envious, and murmured, "When can I take that crucial step like Brother Huan and Brother Chang?" The insect said, "You have touched the core of the law, but it is also the most difficult step. Maybe in the next second, maybe forever." Dou Lin bowed respectfully to the ancient god insect. "Thank you for your guidance." The insect said, "Guidance is not considered. You law gods are all like this when they become gods. Becoming gods is difficult, but falling is easy, and because they are cultivated by all races, they love war. In the past hundreds of millions of years, I don't know how many law gods have fallen in internal and external battles. If they don't become emperors, they will never be able to rest assured." Su Qingqiang's mouth, which was just laughing arrogantly, drooped down, and he said, "How come you, a dignified ancient god, were suppressed by the world of challenge?" The ancient god obviously didn't care about Su Qingqiang's unreasonableness. Instead, he said, as if he had found someone to talk to, "The challenge world is also known as the Lord of Life. He has achieved the dominance of the law for endless years. Not only is he powerful, but he also has the Lord of the Abyss, the Lord of Space, and the Lord of Time. He has countless gods under him. He used his divine power to build this challenge cage, just to compete for the last throne. The ancient gods have always been independent, and it is normal that their strength is not as good as these law gods. They suppressed the ancient gods and extracted their divine power to maintain the operation of the challenge world, so we are so weak." Su Qingqiang didn't expect the ancient god to be so honest and good-tempered. Seeing that he replied seriously, he was embarrassed to control his temper and said, "The god of life has always been a decent character. Why is he doing such an evil thing?" The ancient god nodded. "Yes, the ancient god likes to act alone. He is no match for these law gods who form gangs, so he is treated like this by them." Su Qingqiang blinked. "So you stay? Do you want to join them?" I didn't expect that the seemingly honest and simple ancient god actually acquiesced. It turns out that he really has such thoughts. Wei Huan was also surprised. "Are you going to join us?" The ancient god was silent for a few seconds and said, "I still have 2 more moves, and then I can answer you." Su Qingqiang pointed out, "He is still observing us." Wei Huan thought it was normal. "Okay, after 2 times, I will ask your decision." Su Qingqiang nodded, and then asked the ancient god, "Boss, let me ask you something. I heard from the elves that the god of life has not responded to the believers' prayers for a long time. Is he dead?" The ancient god looked at the sky and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed, wondering, "The taste of sacrifice?" Su Qingqiang sniffed, with a confused look on his face, wanting to say something about the smell of sacrifice, until he also smelled the breath that only gods could smell, and murmured, "It's the smell of sacrifice." Wei Huan has been very familiar with the smell of sacrifice over the years, and immediately identified the direction, and then was surprised. Is this the direction of the Divine Beast clan? In order to summon the 4 gods to descend, the Divine Beast clan sacrificed almost all the lives that could be sacrificed, and some of them came from Wei Huan's arrangement. He didn't think that the Divine Beast clan, which had just completed the sacrifice, could perform a second sacrifice. And it would be useless to sacrifice again. If he could kill one of the same gods, he could kill the second one. Would the gods who responded and descended at this time be crazy? That's why it was shocking that the direction of the sacrifice came from the Beast God clan. "Go and have a look." Su Qingqiang, who had just been deified, was eager to try. Wei Huan nodded. No matter what the situation was, he had to understand it clearly. After all the abnormalities at this time must be means against him. The point beast that had just left flew back again. The closer the distance, the clearer the feeling of sacrifice, and the strong surging energy made Wei Huan frown. "How can the energy of sacrifice be so much?" he said in confusion. Su Qingqiang asked, "Is there any difference, boss?" Wei Huan said, "The energy of this sacrifice, if compared with the energy of the previous sacrifice of the Beast God tribe, is hundreds of times that. The Beast God tribe cannot have so much energy to sacrifice. And what do they want to summon with this level of sacrifice? As Wei Huan was talking, he saw a group of beasts fleeing in panic from the territory of the beast god tribe. Most of them were thin, as if they had used some way to sacrifice their own essence to escape, and they didn't even care that the oncoming gods were just fleeing. But they often didn't fly too far, and turned into a piece of skin and fell to the ground. Looking carefully at the ground, similar skin bags were piled up thickly on the ground, and pairs of eyes with holes looked at the sky, which was extremely scary. But in the eyes of Wei Huan and others, they could clearly see that these beasts were wrapped with energy, like a chain that bound their bodies tightly. Although they could escape, their energy was still sucked away until they became a piece of skin as thin as paper scraps, and naturally they were dead. This is... Su Qingqiang stared, his eyeballs turned red, and he looked at it with a complicated expression. Their energy was absorbed for sacrifice. Going further, there were more animal skins on the ground, and some were as thick as a small hill. Su Qingqiang frowned. Could it be that the old dragon has gone crazy and wants revenge even if he doesn't want his own tribe? Or is that star not convinced and wants to fight? Wei Huan saw the smell of conspiracy in this and said, "There is a third possibility." Su Qingqiang said, "Are you saying that the beast god tribe has been calculated?" Wei Huan nodded. "These chains are not just for sacrifice, but even if they escape, they will be sacrificed in a more vicious magic array." Who did it? The Free Alliance? The Zerg? Or the Abyss clan, the only intact tribe now? Then magic patterns appeared on Su Qingqiang's body, and the body of the god appeared faintly on his transformed human body. His red eyes looked up at the sky. "I smell a fragrance." Darkness, frenzy and bloodthirstiness, this disordered and crazy feeling, is the smell of the Abyss. Wei Huan frowned slightly. He did not underestimate the Abyss clan. Initially, after he solved the problem of the Zerg, he wanted to solve the Abyss clan first. Although this tribe did not participate in the encirclement and suppression of the human race, it is even more terrifying because their overall strength is enough to easily stand firm in the battlefield of all races. Even if they do not form gangs, other races dare not easily trouble them. This tribe does not have the law god to ascend, but only believes in the ancient gods and practices the ancient god law. However, the current world does not allow the birth of ancient gods, so they have not become the ancestors of the ancient gods. But in the countless years in the past, no matter what kind of disaster they experienced, they existed on the battlefield of all races. Even the Titans did not know the depth of the Abyss. It was only from some occasional signs that this tribe might be more terrible than imagined. They might have demons that are beyond the limits of this world, and even not inferior to the level of gods. Wei Huan wanted to explore the bottom of the Abyss clan first. The undead army had already quietly gathered at the border of the Abyss clan, but changed its target because of Su Qingqiang. This change in the Beast God clan made people alert. Perhaps if he sent troops to conquer the Abyss clan as planned, there would be no such change. Unfortunately, if he came 10,000 times, he would only have one choice. Wei Huan turned to look at Su Qingqiang, and then looked at the ancient god insect that poked its head out of Do Lin's star field and said, "Senior, do you feel anything?" The insect said, "They are offering sacrifices like this crazily, in order to summon an ancient god, a complete ancient god. Isn't it you? Sacrificing to the ancient god requires the blood of the same race. I am an insect, and the insects of the 3,000 worlds respect me as their master. What is the ancient god of the beast? There are many. Some have fallen, some have hidden, and some have been suppressed like me. Billions of years have passed, and things have changed." The insect's words gradually faded. As an ancient god, he should not have such a sense of loneliness, but he did. Perhaps it was because the guillotine of the god of death had already fallen on his head, and he was always a little sentimental, or maybe it was just a clone. Wei Huan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened his eyes, and said, "I know what it is, old friend." Su Qingqiang showed his shark-like serrations, and licked his lips with his scarlet tongue. He, it's him. Chapter 393. The Abyss clan played a big game. The sacrificial array they set up almost covered 2/3 of the area of the Beast God clan. They just flew to the border of the Beast God clan, and saw so many beasts that died under the sacrificial array. There were more if they went further. But it was obvious that although the Divine Beast clan was plotted against, they were unwilling to be killed. Apart from those ordinary beasts that died or tried to escape, almost all the beast warriors rose up to resist. Going further, they saw not only the beasts who died in vain, but also many beast warriors, who were also captured by the sacrificial array, but still fought hard and fought with the Abyss clan. They tried to rush into the underground that was strictly guarded by the Abyss clan and destroy the array. The Abyss clan naturally would not allow it, and the two sides fought madly. Chong said, "It is useless to destroy several saturated sacrificial arrays." Su Qingqiang heard it and said, "The beast tribe is really stupid. They have been pierced like a sieve, but they didn't notice it at all. It's not that they didn't notice it, but they had no time to care about it under the threat of the god of disaster. Or it can be said that compared with the crazy Abyss clan, the Divine Beast clan has more or less blood and emotions, thinking that they have the same enemy, so they should have the same position. Even if they have calculations against each other, they can't do such a thing as exterminating the other party. It's a pity that the Abyss clan thought differently." The Golden Horn Dragon King was going crazy. It and the 11 law practitioners of the Beast God clan easily got rid of the entanglement of the array, but they couldn't get rid of it. It was the entire Divine Beast clan that was tied to their necks. Seeing the people of the Beast God tribe falling one after another, and seeing the soldiers who had followed him for many years die before his eyes, the Golden Horn Dragon King swept his eyes over this group of powerful demons with hatred. He hated them, hating them 10,000 times more than he hated the god of disaster. It fought frantically, biting one demon after another to death, but the 11 law beasts following it also died one after another. Ha ha ha. It let out a crazy dragon roar. Without the god of disaster taking action, let this world be destroyed, just destroy it directly. The law beasts, who also hated to the extreme, crashed into the mountain like planes bombing the earth in the crazy roar of the king. The big demon couldn't stop it, and the mountain was flattened, revealing the huge magic circle hidden under the mountain. Such a large magic circle was built in the center of the beast god's territory, almost under the feet of the Golden Horn Dragon King, but it was able to build such a magic circle core. How could the Golden Horn Dragon King not hate it? The first time the magic circle was opened, the 1 billion beasts in the king's city were directly sucked into thin skin, and so many beasts died in front of it. Roar, roar, roar! It roared, and finally crashed into the magic circle, destroying the sacrificial magic circle in a golden flame. This was what Wei Huan saw when he rushed over. He came here to destroy the core magic circle, but unfortunately, he was a step too late. Even though the magic circle was destroyed by the Golden Horn Dragon King, the sacrificial ceremony had been successful. The surging sacrificial energy broke through the sky, and in the huge vortex, black tentacles were reaching in. The suction cups on the tentacles were attached to the vortex, pulling out with force, tearing it to the point where the god of law could descend into divinity, but he was still exerting force. Until it seemed to split the sky in two, a thicker tentacle came in. 1, 2, 3, more than 10 tentacles squeezed down, gurgling, and a drop of mucus fell to the ground, smashing a mountain and crushing it to the ground. When all 33 large tentacles finally squeezed in, the sky had been occupied by this terrifying existence. A golden eye appeared in the middle of the tentacles, gurgling around, and finally looked straight at Wei Huan. A soul-piercing cry came from the monster's mouth, and the world trembled. Then it actually fell from the sky, with an infinitely huge and twisted face, biting towards Wei Huan. Mafati! Wei Huan did not hate this ancient god, who accompanied him throughout the upgrade process, and gave him a divine weapon. He even felt a little sympathy for him. Unfortunately, the other party obviously did not think so. The hatred was full from the beginning, and he wanted to kill him every time they met. The tentacles that fell from the sky had no intention of handshaking at all, and were going to smash him on the spot. Hee. Su Qingqiang's strange laughter sounded, and he rushed up first. After finally achieving godhood, he was worried about the opportunity to take action. No matter whether he was an ancient god with strength comparable to the main god, even if the master came at this time, Su Qingqiang, who was full of excitement, would go up and scratch him. Paw! The next second, Su Qingqiang was slapped down by the tentacles at a speed faster than rushing up, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Not worrying Wei Huan, Su Qingqiang jumped out from the bottom of the pit the next second. Although his lips were blackened by the slap, he was holding a piece of black meat that exuded a strong ancient god's breath. He actually grabbed a piece of meat from the body of the ancient god. But the time just now, when he touched it, could not stop the heart of a foodie. As a god achieved by the law of blood, Su Qingqiang absorbs the energy of the opponent to maintain himself, which is the core of his law. In fact, he doesn't need to eat. His god domain can instantly absorb the energy of the opponent, which is faster than eating directly. But he obviously has no interest in changing his fine tradition. Just under Mafati's angry eyes, he bit off a piece of meat. Hee. Then he rushed up with a strange laugh. But this time, Su Qingqiang is no longer alone. Wei Huan's undead army is already in place, and the god-level leader cooperates tacitly with Su Qingqiang and rushes up with him. Bang! The black face hugger exploded, breaking off one of Mafati's tentacles. Even the smallest tentacle can break a mountain range when it falls to the ground. More tentacles of Mafati fell, killing Wei Huan's undead in large numbers like chasing flies. Gun smoke rose from the vast land, and the undead fell like rain. The earth cracked into thousands of miles of cracks, the mountains were flattened, and the ocean was tidal. The raging wind could easily blow people away even if they were thousands of miles away. The 9th level world was about to be destroyed in just a few minutes. Terrible, too terrible, this is the real war of gods. Every time the godhood descended, the god of law was like a child in front of the ancient god, who really used his body. Wei Huan was chased by countless tentacles. The point beast moved flexibly, but it was difficult to escape the cage of the tentacles. With Wei Huan's current state of the divine body, he didn't need to take too many such attacks, and he was afraid that he would die here. Magic Eye Beam. The black beam landed on the tentacles, successfully breaking a hole in the cage. The body of the point beast suddenly shrank and took Wei Huan out of it. Black Bomb. Just when he was out of danger, the next second, the tentacles bang 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 fell from the sky again, trying to trap him. The black face hugger bang broke 2 tentacles, just revealing an exit. Without waiting for the point beast to move, more tentacles bang 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 fell, wrapping Wei Huan tightly inside and outside. Then it suddenly tightened. Buzz! The tentacle ball that was taller than a mountain instantly shrank smaller than a building. Boss! Su Qingqiang was still fighting with the tentacles in the sky, and suddenly turned back and shouted. Mafati deliberately spoke incomprehensible ancient divine language, with obvious pride and arrogance in his tone. However, this kind of pride did not last for more than a second. Su Qingqiang, who had just been full of grief and indignation, raised his mouth and said 2 words, "Here it comes." Before he finished speaking, a slender and powerful hand with distinct joints suddenly stretched out from his shoulder. Looking more carefully, it turned out that there was a puppy hanging on his body. At the last moment of being surrounded, Wei Huan used the last resort and teleported out with the puppy-headed man. He chose to come to Su Qingqiang's side, and chose to face Mafati directly. 15 portals were opened almost close to the roots of Mafati's tentacles, and countless undead poured out from them. He knew very well that facing Mafati, who was at the level of the main god, he and his undead, who only had the laws of the lower gods, could not resist at all, so he tried his best as soon as he came. All the god-level leaders came forward to attack suicidal style, and all the face huggers exploded when they were attached. The most effective ones are the Black Bomb and the god-level Demon Eye Monarch. Under such a close range and dazzling attack, Wei Huan finally succeeded in blowing off a thick tentacle amid a roar. "Let's go!" Wei Huan was not happy at all. He grabbed the collar of Su Qingqiang, who was about to jump into the battle, and threw it into the mouth of the dog man. The next second, the dog-headed man was blown up by the tentacles. Fortunately, Wei Huan made a quick decision and teleported the 2 away at the critical moment. When they appeared again, they were thousands of miles away, in the territory of the Zerg. Wei Huan has always been thorough in doing things, and it is impossible for him not to have a backup plan. And the god-level dog-headed man is his last backup plan. All his undead are limited by the summoning distance, and cannot exceed his distance of 1,000 kilometers. Only the dog-headed man, who has been cultivated to the god level by him, can exceed this distance, and arrange a life-saving backup plan within a range of 10,000 miles. If possible, Wei Huan does not want to use this trick. He always reminded himself that his main battlefield was not in the 9th level world, but in the gods' domain. As the god of disaster, he was destined to be the enemy of all gods. Even Wei Huan did not dare to say that he was fearless, or that this journey to the gods' domain was extremely dangerous. Therefore, this teleportation beyond the distance was his life-saving trick for the gods' domain. He never expected that the Abyss clan was cruel enough to sacrifice the entire Beast God clan and summon Mafati down. One Beast God clan was enough for most of Mafati's true body to enter the world. During this period, with the difference in their strength, it would not be difficult to kill Su Qingqiang and then Wei Huan, and destroy the human race by the way. In this case, Wei Huan naturally could not leave any tricks. When it was time to run, he did not hesitate at all. He teleported thousands of miles away in one breath, but the Zerg territory did not completely escape from Mafati's landing area. He was too big. As soon as the 3 people and 1 insect appeared, they were seen by Mafati. One of Mafati's 33 main tentacles broke, and he screamed madly in anger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless tentacles fell from the sky and rolled towards Wei Huan. Wei Huan did not hesitate and immediately ordered the point beast to run fast, but neither he nor Su Qingqiang was really a law god with good speed, and soon the first tentacle fell down. Wei Huan turned around and threw another black bomb. The tentacles were blown off, but for Ma Fadi, who was covered with tentacles, it was just like a person having a dozen hairs pulled out. It only made him painful and angry, but it could not kill him. It was still early for Ma Fadi to be repelled by the world's power. Wei Huan gnashed his teeth as he watched the tentacles following closely behind him. "Senior, is there any way?" He had to ask the bug. The ancient god bug did not answer. He had been silent since the beginning. Wei Huan consumed his divine power and revived the black bomb again. At the same time, the demon Eye Monarch floated above his head, emitting black light like a machine gun. The dot beast left countless face hugger bombs along the way, roaring all the way. Su Qingqiang turned into a meat grinder, jumped up and rushed towards the thickest tentacle, spiraling up. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacle was spun countless times in an instant, and finally broke in the middle, and fell to the ground in countless sections. Wei Huan's face looked better. It seemed that the strategy worked. Although most of Ma Fadi's true body had descended, it was still affected by the passage in and out of the world, and could not really attack Wei Huan freely. Wei Huan fled to the edge of one side of it, which made it unable to form a more thorough siege on Wei Huan, giving Wei Huan enough time to maneuver. So why did he descend for no reason? This is a dominant world after all, and the mere ancient gods have to be affected by the rules. Even if they sacrificed the whole world, they still could not really exert their full strength. For Wei Huan, since he could maneuver, he would continue to fight. Wei Huan did not suffer any loss. Su Qingqiang was even less likely to suffer any loss. He was so embarrassed when he was chased just now. As long as they could fight back, they could bite off a piece of meat. It's time to fight back. Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang cooperated well. Although they were only two lower gods, they had the advantage of time and place, and with the added strength of the god of disaster, they had the courage to resist the descending Ma Fadi. But in Dou Lin's eyes, this was not the case. He was still a mortal, unable to control the overall situation, and had a very limited understanding of the power of gods. From the beginning, he had been trying to join this battle, even if it was a tiny influence. Starry Universe Domain. The domain was arranged outside the point beast, but Ma Fadi's tentacles simply ignored the distance of his space and directly tore through his domain. The divine power that passed by almost crushed his brain. He stood up with all his strength and swallowed the blood in his mouth. Judgment. The scale in the universe was lit up, and he stood on the scale, looking at the high scale and his empty hands, and bit his teeth. Above the gods, all his predictions are invalid. He cannot predict the future of the gods, and naturally cannot judge the victory or defeat. In front of the great power of the gods, he is as weak as a baby. Dou Lin, who was hit by the backlash of the power, half knelt on the ground, looking at the two people fighting desperately in front of him with red eyes. The past scenes emerged in front of him. From childhood to adulthood, he was taken care of by his brothers. They always protected him, as a matter of course, and protected him behind them. No matter how old he was, no matter when, they were protecting him. But his biggest wish is to catch up with his brothers, and become a comrade in arms, who fight side by side with them. But why can't he catch up? Even at this critical moment of life and death, he is like a useless waste. Can he only watch helplessly like this? Calm down and look carefully. The voice of the insect came from the field behind him. Everyone, even the gods, have the thread of destiny, which is intertwined and woven into the big net between heaven and earth. Dou Lin opened his eyes wide, but he could not see anything. He only saw Su Qingqiang's back, gasping for breath, holding his chest and retreating, and the huge tentacles that came towards him, like a battle axe of heaven and earth with great malice, to split them in two. Dou Lin subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, and forced himself to open his eyes to see. "Senior, I can't see." However, the giant axe fell, and he still couldn't see anything. Not only could he not see the whole picture of Ma Fadi, but he also couldn't see the crisis around him. He was like a blind man, and could only wait for the severe pain to fall on his body before he realized it. It's not like that. That's not the case. Dou Lin covered his eyes, and gritted his teeth. No, that's not right. If I'm blind, it doesn't mean I can't see anything. As long as I can sense the slightest movement around me in advance, I can deduce the changes bit by bit, just like weaving a big net around me. Yes. That's right, it's a net. Dou Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and a big net was woven in the void. On this side, he was holding himself, Brother Huan and Brother Chang, and on the other side, he was holding Ma Fadi's tentacles, 1, 2, 3 or 5. As long as he was entangled with each one, he would know which one was coming. The net is bigger and bigger. As long as it is woven big enough, everything in the world can't escape his eyes. Huh? Do Lin finally found that the rhythm of the battle that seemed to be fleeing in a panic was actually controlled by his side, and he was shocked. So that's how it is. Yes, that's right, that's Brother Huan. The strongest of mankind, the savior of the human race, the god of disaster that the gods fear. How could he let himself fall into a dilemma of certain death? This was clearly a carefully calculated counterattack, but it was ridiculous that I only saw the embarrassed escape. Ha ha, it turns out that the god of victory has been on our side for a long time. The thought suddenly became open-minded. Judgment. As a ray of light fell on the scale in the void, the adult Do Lin stood on the side of the scale piled high with stars, and raised his hand towards the side of the scale that was tilted high. The stars flickered, the scale pressed down, and after shaking back and forth, it was flat. Buzz! The bright starlight fell from the sky, and came to Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang. The two felt the sudden surge of divine power, and looked at Do Lin in surprise. Then, Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang both felt a trace of the breath of the Source Law on Do Lin's body. This trace of Source Law is equivalent to Do Lin having half a foot on the throne of God. This terrible understanding. Boy, you are awesome. Su Qingqiang felt that he had suddenly become twice as powerful, and laughed strangely. I treat you to squid. He jumped up suddenly, and the tentacles that had just been broken with great effort were now broken one after another under Su Qingqiang's claws. Wei Huan just silently threw out the black face hugger that had just been resurrected, aiming directly at the thick tentacles that had caused him countless troubles from the beginning. This time, the explosive power of the black face hugger easily blew the thick tentacles into two pieces, and also blew off 3 or 5 small tentacles. Although Do Lin's judgment ability still doubled the strength, for the two people who had difficulty breaking the defense just now, as long as they exceeded the defense line, the attack would not be as simple as just doubling. Break it for me. Cut. Kill. Su Qingqiang was killing like crazy. Wei Huan silently threw out the black bomb, and continued to release the undead. At the same time, the god-level and hero-level magic eye lords were neatly arranged above his head, like a row of long laser cannons, swoosh, 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 and firing continuously. In just a blink of an eye, Mafati broke 3 large tentacles, and hundreds of small tentacles. Mafati was caught off guard, and screamed in pain. The tentacles that had just been chasing Wei Huan and others were subconsciously retracted, and hesitant to move forward. Grandma's legs, come on! Su Qingqiang was still unsatisfied, and felt that he had endless strength. Wei Huan was also hesitating whether he should go up and take the initiative to fight. Plop! At this time, there was a sound of fainting behind him. Wei Huan turned around and saw Do Lin collapsed on the ground. Do Lin. Su Qingqiang didn't care about provoking him and jumped over in a hurry. Wei Huan frowned and looked at the ancient god insect that had to expose its existence because the domain dissipated. However, the black insect, which was the size of a person, pierced into Mafati's golden eyes like a nail in the next second. The ancient god's muttering echoed between heaven and earth, and it was a more shrill sound than having 3 hands cut off. The clone of the ancient god insect just looked at Wei Huan and sighed. It's time for me to leave. I wanted to wait for you to be killed by Mafati, or let me take action for the second time. It's a pity that I didn't wait, but I helped you solve a big crisis. After the ancient god insect finished speaking bluntly, he murmured a sentence in the ancient god language, but Wei Huan could inexplicably understand that the meaning of this sentence was that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Soon, Wei Huan understood what it meant to be that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Suddenly, a vast breath came from the sky. It was not the power of gods, nor was it some kind of external power, but a breath from the origin of the world, descending in a mighty manner. Wei Huan understood almost instantly that this was the will to challenge the world, or the heavenly way of this world. Because the masters of life are absolutely powerful, and they are in this world, they are forced to follow a certain rule to exist. This is the heavenly way. For example, to become a god, you must practice, and if you want to fly, you must master the ability to fly. The Zerg mother nest that cannot achieve god level is also a kind of heavenly constraint. Similarly, this world does not allow the ancient god to enter in this way, so when he feels that the rules are touched, he will come down in person to correct the rules. Almost instantly, before the clone of the ancient god insect could say the second sentence, it was wiped out directly in front of Wei Huan. Yes, it was wiped out. It was not killed, nor did it dissipate, but an invisible force swept over, and the clone of the ancient god insect no longer existed. At the same time, this law force also discovered the existence of Mafati. The challenge world does not allow the existence of foreign gods. All the sacrificial energy is like a layer of invisible cloak to protect foreign gods from invading the world. It may not be discovered when the heavenly Tao operates on its own, but once it takes the initiative, any invisible cloak cannot cover up the fact that this ancient god is about to drill into the world. Naturally, the heavenly Tao also wiped out the part of Mafati that should not exist in this world. That's right. It's the kind of imagination. The tentacles that drilled in, one by one, no matter how thick or thin, just disappeared. Wei Huan looked up. In the big hole in the sky, you can see Mafati's back, running away like a lost dog. Then, even the big hole in the sky was wiped out. Finally, the energy gathered around Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang, like a kind of scrutiny. Su Qingqiang and Wei Huan had no doubt that if they were treated the same, they would not be able to struggle for a second and would die on the spot. Fortunately, this terrible energy finally dissipated. Su Qingqiang sat on the ground exhausted, and lit a cigarette for himself with shaking hands. After a long time, he said, "What a poor and perverted master." Chapter 394. After the battle, Wei Huan went to the Beast God clan, and finally rushed into the abyss with great momentum. This group of abyss demons did a good thing. In order to summon Mafati, they used an extremely vicious sacrificial array. His law of death could not transform these completely drained animal skins, which simply caused him to lose a lot of troops. In the past 2 days, he has fought against the gods in succession, and he has suffered heavy losses. He urgently needs a large number of dead spirits to fill. Since the Beast God clan can no longer be counted on, he can only ask the Abyss clan for it. Facing the invasion of the gods, even if it is like a moth to a flame, the Abyss clan did not give up resistance. They fought from the edge of the territory to the center of the territory. There is nothing to praise about the enemy's desperate resistance. Who doesn't fight for their own tribe? Wei Huan has come to this day to protect his family and friends and his fellow countrymen on Blue Star. Now the only thing Wei Huan can do is to kill more cleanly. He doesn't have the hobby of torturing people. Wei Huan came here to garrison troops, so Su Qingqiang was not convenient to take action, so he consolidated his godhood on the side and took care of the unconscious Dou Lin. Dou Lin used the power of the origin law, which caused his human body to be unable to withstand the huge power of the gods, and eventually fell into a coma. With Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang, it won't take long for him to wake up. By then, as long as he settles and consolidates his understanding, it won't take too long to completely cross that threshold. Dou Lin was an unexpected surprise, and Su Qingqiang's deification was a happy event that could be celebrated now. Wei Huan planned the godhood of the god of blood in order to make Su Qingqiang a god, that is, to save his life. It was extremely bold to say. For gods, including a middle-level god, finally succeeded. Now, if Dou Lin can become a god in the remaining 8 years, then there will be 3 gods on his side, and the probability of victory will be greatly increased. You can live well, no one wants to die. Another thing is about the ancient godworm. Although he said those words before being erased, Wei Huan did not hate it because it was true. If it were Wei Huan, he would have all kinds of plans, and even become more vicious in order to get rid of control. The ancient godworm just thought about it, and did not do anything that violated their alliance. In addition, he gave Dou Lin a word of advice at the critical moment, which allowed Dou Lin to grasp the thread of fate. Moreover, such a frank and straightforward ancient godworm can make people trust it. It must be able to keep its promise in the remaining 2 shots. Just thinking about it, 3 demons flew out of the core royal city of the Abyss clan in front. Each of them had a strong aura, and could barely fight against Wei Huan's god-level leader. Their strength is not in their comprehension of the law, but in their physical breath. The abundant blood and chi evaporated in the battle, and every attack seemed to break the space. This rich blood and chi power made Su Qingqiang, who was nurturing the godhood, open his eyes. He looked at the 3 big demons, as if he saw delicious food, and said to Wei Huan, "Give me these 3, it will be good for my body." Wei Huan nodded. There was no reason not to let him. Su Qingqiang took action, and the battle ended easily. No matter how strong the hidden backhand of the Abyss clan is, it will not be stronger than the gods themselves. Su Qingqiang pinched the neck of a big demon with one hand, swallowing the blood energy from them, and tempered the big demon whose every cell contained a lot of energy. It became Su Qingqiang's best tonic pill, quickly replenishing the large amount of energy that his body had been lacking since the birth of the meatball. After sucking the 3 big demons, he still felt unsatisfied. He rushed into the demon city like a world-destroying demon, searching for powerful demons to hunt. Su Qingqiang's killing spree completely revealed his demonic posture, and his ferocious appearance was more like a demon than a demon. I don't know if it was because they were afraid of being killed, or because of the strong breath of the Abyss Law on Su Qingqiang. The Abyss demons, who had been resisting, gradually gave up resistance and knelt down to worship. Some were still resisting, and some had already knelt down. Even the killing mad Su Qingqiang knew how to choose. When more and more demons who resisted were sucked into black ash by Su Qingqiang, and the breath of the Abyss Law on Su Qingqiang became heavier, more and more demons knelt down. After all the demons knelt on the ground, Su Qingqiang jumped back to Wei Huan with a cigarette in his mouth and asked him, "What should we do?" Wei Huan pondered for a few seconds and said, "The elders of the Titans once said that the abyss is also the seat of disaster." Su Qingqiang pointed at his nose and raised his eyebrows. Wei Huan nodded. Since it can become a disaster, it must not be a single force. Perhaps these abyss tribes are waiting for your arrival. Su Qingqiang was silent for a few seconds, and finally slapped his thigh, pointing at the hundreds of millions of demons and undeads transformed by Wei Huan, and said with grief, "My soldiers? It is not certain whether the abyss gods will definitely become disaster gods. In addition, how the abyss becomes a disaster is also a question mark. Now Su Qingqiang's biggest problem is how to rectify these surrendered demons, or whether they can be used. How to use them most reasonably? Wei Huan handed this matter to Su Qingqiang. He was too lazy to think about it. There were many things to do at the moment, and he needed to go back to the human territory. I will see to it that things here are solved. You can go about your business. I will report to you as soon as there is any progress." Su Qingqiang waved at Wei Huan while standing in the demon pile, and kicked over a demon that tried to climb up and lick his feet, with a look of disgust on his face. Wei Huan nodded, stopped looking at those eye-catching demons, and ordered the beast to go back. Since then, the 4 major tribes in the 9th-level world have been pushed clean by him, and the development of the human race will flourish, and will no longer be restrained by other tribes. When Wei Huan returned to the human race's main city, the news of victory had already been passed back. Jacques, Captain Shui, Brother Chui and others, along with Titan, Dodo and Haoba, were waiting at the city gate early to welcome the return of the gods. The god-pleasing one was eager to try and asked for a grand ceremony. Wei Huan agreed. The singing and dancing god-pleasing people paraded in the city. The power of the gods was transformed into special effects by them. The sea of souls of ordinary people was nourished, and their bodies were strengthened, and their consciousness was strengthened. In the waves of gratitude and the tide of faith, the city was filled with joy. The only regret was that I didn't see the second god. It was unimaginable that the Blue Star General, who was also a law practitioner 2 years ago, actually became a god. At the moment of achieving godhood, the vast breath of law surged between heaven and earth, which was equivalent to announcing to the world that even people hiding in the corners could understand at that moment that another god was born. However, when Wei Huan picked up the unconscious Do Lin, many law practitioners who noticed the abnormality had their eyes bulged. This. The elder of the Titan tribe felt the breath of the source law that was about to burst out from Do Lin, and his face flushed with excitement. "The third one, this is the third one. Too crazy, this civilization is too crazy. Having 13 law practitioners is already very exaggerated, and the birth of a disaster god is even more unimaginable. But they don't just have these now, they actually have a second god, and even the third god is about to be born. Unprecedented. Even if it is a genius civilization, it is impossible to have such a number of gods. What secrets does this race have? Is there a problem?" Jacques discovered the abnormality of the Titan Elder, and asked directly. The Titan Elder shook his head. "I am just very happy. The third god is about to be born, and he is still the god of our human race. Not only can our human race be protected by him, and stand again among all races, but it is also very good for Lord Demon God to go to the Divine Realm 8 years later." Jacques nodded, and took Do Lin from Wei Huan's hands. His expression was a little complicated. He was happy for him, and couldn't hide his envy. Wei Huan saw it, and didn't say much. He just said, "The celebration will last for 3 days. I wish our human race will get another god, and sweep the 4 directions." "Yes." Jacques sorted out his emotions, and left with a smile. "That's right, the whole family should celebrate now, and as for cultivating to become a god, that's something he should work hard on." Wei Huan handed over Do Lin, and went directly into the temple. He was not interested in the excitement outside. Now he wanted to see Mu Zhong the most. This time, in order to plot the blood godhood, Wei Huan took a big risk, so naturally he would not bring Mu Zhong with him. Mu Zhong was awakened by the arrival of the ancient god insect last time, which interrupted his retreat. Therefore, after Mu Zhong went back to retreat, for various reasons, Wei Huan set up a magic circle outside the chariot to prevent the noise caused by this battle from waking Mu Zhong up again. Wei Huan quietly got on the car. There were still many logistics personnel in the tank to maintain the basic operation and maintenance of the tank. Wei Huan sealed the car, and they were also sealed inside, isolated from the outside world, and everything was calm. Wei Huan went to Mu Zhong's retreat room, feeling a little guilty for some reason. When he met some crew members on the way and greeted them, they were all very respectful, not knowing that Wei Huan's trip had given humans another half-god. When he arrived at the door, Wei Huan didn't wait to push the door, and the door slid open to one side. Da la la. The mecha man turned around and threw flowers. Congratulations to the boss. Congratulations to the boss for the victory. Your small step is a big step for mankind. From now on, we humans will stand at the top of all races. Wei Huan's fingertips twitched, and he took a deep breath to suppress his guilty conscience. What does the victory of mankind have to do with your intelligent AI? Besides, Ironheart is challenging the world system, so it's a bit hostile, right? How is Mu Zhong's progress? Wei Huan asked softly. The Iron Man said, it's not that easy to become a god. He will first cultivate to sequence 9, Great Vortex, and then he will have a further understanding of the law after reaching the Great Vortex. What does Great Vortex mean? Sequence 9 of the Dancer sequence. So? Huh? Oh. The Dancer sequence mainly involves the law of life and the law of time, and the Great Vortex is a very clear form of description of the law of time. By traveling through time, the purpose of shuttle is achieved, and then the foundation of controlling the law of time is obtained. The professions given to you by the challenge world on Blue Star are all the avenues that lead directly to the origin of the law. As long as you practice according to the guidance of the professional temple, you will have a shallow understanding of the law from sequence 8. When you reach sequence 9, you will have half a foot in the door of law practice, and sooner or later you will have a domain. But speaking of it, the potential of your Blue Star civilization is a bit abnormal. You, the old smoker, and the child, such a large group of people, have entered the realm at sequence 8. This is simply skipping a level, which is very abnormal. When Wei Huan heard this, he remembered something. I have no clue about the comprehension of the law of the dirty land for the time being, but I haven't practiced to sequence 9 yet. Maybe I can break through the current bottleneck by improving my profession. The mecha man wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and said, so you are so strong, but your professional level is not even full. Wei Huan shook his head. The cultivation of professional level needs to be carried out step by step, but as long as the law can be understood, it will be a step to heaven. Who comes first, and who comes later is not a problem. The mecha man spread his hands. Yes, you are right, no problem. While Wei Huan was speaking, his eyes were always fixed on the room with the closed door, and he said, is the godhead of the god of backtracking? The mecha man saw the murderous intent in Wei Huan's eyes, and shook his head hurriedly. I don't know, at least there is no information about the god of backtracking in the information collected so far. Is it possible that the god of retrospection is still alive, just inactive? Is there any way to know if the god is still alive? I'm afraid you can only get the news after you go to the god's domain? Of course, the clan can also seek answers from the gods through sacrifice. But who do you plan to sacrifice? After Wei Huan became a god, he leveled the entire 9th level world in 2 years, killed 1 god, beat away 6 gods, and fought with the real body of the ancient god. He made enemies everywhere. Although the ancient god insect cooperated with him temporarily, no one knew whether it would turn around and destroy him once the contract was completed. In short, he had no allies, and was surrounded by enemies. Wei Huan frowned. He would not feel at ease until he could trace the life and death of the gods. It seemed that it was not time to completely relax and practice in seclusion. Before leaving, Wei Huan told Ironheart, don't disturb him. Come to me first if you have any problem. I know. The mecha man waved his hand, waiting for Wei Huan to leave. He raised his hand and wiped open a set of screens, which showed the surging blood above the main city of the Abyss clan, the bright stars outside the sky above the city, and of course the dead black fog that has enveloped the entire world. Sure enough, there is a big problem with this civilization. 3 gods came out in one breath. What the hell is this? The mecha man turned over, and when he came out again, he wore a black triangular mask on his face, and a pair of black framed glasses in front of his smart big eyes. It has to look, check, and think carefully, what is the trick here? When Wei Huan left, he also thought about the conversation with Ironheart. Although the other party did not say it directly, it vaguely revealed the meaning. After thinking for a few seconds, he gave up decisively. Rather than thinking about these things, it is better to think about Mu Zhong. After experiencing Su Qingqiang's crisis, Wave 1 is more aware of the risks of becoming a god. The god of blood can still be calculated, but this kind of thing can only be done once and not twice. What's more, if the god of backtracking is a home god and a lone wolf who does not form gangs, it will be difficult for him to hunt him. At the moment, it is better to find out the details of the god of backtracking. Wave 1 is the public enemy of the god of law. He knows that it will be difficult for him to get more information about the gods before going to the god's domain. Just when he planned to save the country in a roundabout way, support an alien force, and find a way to get the truth through their mouths, Su Qingqiang, who has been in the Abyss clan, sent a message. Su Qingqiang told him, "The Abyss tribe only believes in the ancient gods. I found a lot of information about the ancient gods in a secret hall. Do you want to come and take a look?" "Of course I do." The celebration had already ended, and Wei Huan left directly. However, this time he left with Jacques and others, as well as the elders of the Titan tribe. The former was to increase their knowledge, and the latter was because Wei Huan had a lot to learn from the elders. Flying all the way to the Abyss tribe's territory, the border wall on the land bordering the human race had long been destroyed into ruins. But Wei Huan's undead still stopped outside the border wall, and did not invade the interior again. They even saw the active Abyss tribe on the border. Among the 4 major races, the Abyss tribe retained the most strength, but Wei Huan also remained the most vigilant against the Abyss tribe. This tribe has always been very special. The Titan elder said, they claim to be the descendants of the ancient gods, cultivate their bloodline, worship the ancient gods, and never practice the laws, but their individual strength is the strongest. If they have the idea of invading the outside world, perhaps one tribe can defeat all other tribes. The Titan elder looked at the Abyss tribe that flashed in the ruins, revealing its tail and pointed horns on its head, and said, "Fortunately, they are not very aggressive, and do not like racial diplomacy. We guess this is related to their extreme fanaticism for the ancient gods, so they hate our tribe of law gods." Team Shui asked curiously, "Has the Abyss tribe never been able to cultivate into an ancient god?" The Titan elder nodded. "We call the extremely powerful creatures born naturally from the beginning of the universe the ancient gods. The prerequisites can never be met. I seem to have heard of the term descendants of the ancient gods. Yes, the Zerg are very typical descendants of the ancient gods, but their tribe has long known that they cannot rely on bloodline to become ancient gods, so they turn to practicing the law. I think the reason why they cannot become ancient gods is that they were not born early enough, and they are also restricted by bloodline. Their descendants can never surpass their ancestors, right? Yes, ancient gods cannot be created later, but it is still possible to achieve a body that is infinitely close to the ancient gods through various means." The Titan elder said, "With the same half-step law, the combat power is far less than that of a half-step ancient god. I remember that the Beast God clan once tried to annex the Abyss clan, but the Abyss clan beat them to the king city of the Beast God clan in just 3 days. If they hadn't sacrificed and summoned the gods, I'm afraid the Beast God clan would have been exterminated at that time. No wonder the Abyss clan was not polite when they plotted against the Beast God clan this time, and the old Dragon King was so angry that he crashed to death on the spot. I didn't expect there was such a source." Captain Shui said with a look of eating melons, "You are really a living dictionary of our human race." Elder Titan was very happy to be praised. This Blue Star civilization not only has gods and strong combat power, but also respects the elderly and loves the young, and the key is that they speak well. He has lived with the elves for thousands of years in the past. He is indeed a bit stubborn, but the elves are also arrogant and annoying. If he had no choice, would he want to work with those pointy ears? Captain Shui took the lead in praising. Bigfoot was the sweetest. When he saw the field he was good at, the rainbow fart flattered Elder Titan, and he couldn't stop laughing. Elder Titan laughed all the way to the depths of the Abyss clan's territory, until the terrifying breath of the gods appeared on the opposite side. He came back to his senses. He was still beside the gods. How could he be so proud? Wei Huan didn't care about it. Blue Star pays attention to respecting the elderly and loving the young, and he personally respects people with both moral integrity and talent. The old bureau has taught him all the way until now, which has given him the current thinking pattern. Now the old bureau is still his good teacher, and there should be more such teachers. Elder Titan, who usually dares not breathe in front of him, can now relax, and he is also happy. Su Qingqiang got the news. As a new god, Su Qingqiang is naturally a natural relative of the humans on Blue Star, but for other tribes, it takes a process like Wei Huan. The surging blood and qi are so thick that they want to drown people, and the body's energy will be deprived unintentionally. Almost in the next second, Elder Titan and several other foreign elders, who accompanied him all had weak legs and could not stand. Wei Huan covered them with the power of the gods, so that they could resist the passive aura of the gods, but they could not escape the pressure of the gods. In their eyes, Su Qingqiang was like a huge blood sun, blocking the whole world. They couldn't even see the true appearance of the tower. But in the eyes of the people on Blue Star, Su Qingqiang's appearance was clearly visible. But the body of the god made a drop of blood on his forehead, and there were red blood lines on his face. Unlike Wei Huan's divine ring that swallowed the light, Su Qingqiang's divine ring was like a round blood moon hanging in his mind. Even the clan, when staring at the god for a long time, still had the illusion that the blood moon sucked their whole body dry. Captain Su, Captain Shui, Jacques, Hammer Brother, Big Head and others knelt down on one knee excitedly under Su Qingqiang's gaze. Su Qingqiang came down with a smile and looked at them one by one. Get up, get up. I haven't seen you for 2 years. You have all made progress. I miss you. This business is over. Let's not go home until we are drunk. Everyone got up with a smile and nodded. They were sincerely happy for Su Qingqiang's achievement of godhood, envious but not jealous. Team Su's today is their tomorrow, and they believe that as long as they continue to work hard, they will definitely achieve this supreme status. Wei Huan waited patiently for them to finish greeting, and when his mood eased a little, Wei Huan looked at Su Qingqiang. Lead the way. Su Qingqiang stopped smiling and nodded seriously. This way. The place Su Qingqiang said was not in the king's city of the Abyss clan, but in their so-called ancestral land, a deep mountain where no creatures were allowed to live. The bare mountain was almost barren, with black rocks exposed, steep mountains, and peaks as sharp as knives, like canine teeth pointing outward, circling around. Extremely strange. For mortals, there is a special magnetic field here. Even those who live in the realm of laws will be affected by the magnetic field and cannot fly in. Machines here will also be completely ineffective. Su Qingqiang has been here, and has studied this place thoroughly. He said, there is a secret path in and out of this mountain, and every time you enter, you need a person in the realm of laws to clear the way. They brought me here, but this place has no effect on us. Wei Huan nodded. It is the power of the gods that is affecting this place, but it is not the means of the gods of laws, but more like the ancient gods. The ancient gods fought against all laws, and became saints in the flesh. The magnetic field formed after death must be different. Only gods can resist this power. So they flew over. Wrap everyone with the power of the gods, and easily enter this circular canine mountain range. The mountains are full of the breath of the law of blood, which shows that Su Qingqiang has been lingering here for a long time, which makes the Titan elders, who have not yet been regarded as the clan, very uncomfortable. They flew into the deepest part of the valley, which is also the place with the strongest blood breath, and finally came to a hidden cave. A group of hideous Abyss clan wandered here. Their forms were not exactly the same. Some had 2 hands and 2 heads, some had 1 head and 6 arms, and some had 3 heads and 6 arms. This is related to their strength. The stronger the strength, the more heads and arms there will be. The 3-headed and 6-armed demon is a level 9 demon. Above the level 9 demon is called Law Demon, or Ancient God Demon, which is equivalent to the level of Captain Shui, Shock and others. Ancient God Demon is much stronger than the law practitioners of the same level. With just one glance, Wei Huan saw that the 5 ancient god demons among this group of demons were stronger than the ancient god demons that died in the battle. There is an indescribable aura on their bodies, but it does feel very close to the ancient gods. At this level, an ancient god demon can easily beat Jacques and Shui. Wei Huan thought of something and became a little interested. Could it be that the ancient gods can really be created through cultivation? Then. Chapter 395. These Abyss tribes were obviously very unfriendly. When they saw Wei Huan and his men, even though they were extremely afraid of Wei Huan's divine power, they still showed strong hostility, either climbing on the mountain wall or hanging on the tree, baring their teeth at Wei Huan and his men. Wei Huan admired these demons for this point. Even though their strength was far inferior to that of the gods, they dared to directly oppose them. In comparison, the Freedom Alliance was really worse than shit. Su Qingqiang walked in front, and drove these ferocious demons away. They obviously didn't want Wei Huan and his men to enter, but Su Qingqiang's orders were above all else, so they could only roar in dissatisfaction. Entering the cave, it was a tunnel winding all the way down. The tunnel was steep and had no stairs, only traces suitable for the demons to climb. After walking for more than an hour, as if reaching the depths of the earth, Su Qingqiang said, "We're here." He pointed to the underground space below and said, "You can take a look here, but the real fun is deeper." What is this? Wei Huan looked at the huge underground space, and his consciousness swept to the end. The space, which was larger than a large city, was full of ruins. There seemed to be something in the broken walls. The ancestral land of the demons. They walked out from here, and unlike us who have experienced challenges and layers of assessments, the demons seem to be born here. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Indigenous people? Yes, the Abyss clan is the indigenous people of the 9th level world. Wei Huan thought of something, and he turned around and said to Captain Shui, Jacques and others, including the Titan Elder, look here to see if there is anything unusual. Then Wei Huan asked Su Qingqiang to lead the way and go deeper. Although he had become a god, he found that he only knew a little about the real world, or becoming a god was the beginning of his seeing the truth clearly. Leaving the underground space and going deeper underground, Wei Huan also felt a palpitation as he went deeper and deeper. Not long after, they came to a much smaller underground space, where the stones were red and a faint energy crystal was flowing. Wei Huan raised his hand to touch it, and then said in surprise, "It turns out that there is a barrier. No wonder I just feel something is wrong." Su Qingqiang nodded, put his palm on the wall, and pressed down with force. His nails pierced into the barrier with difficulty. When he took it back, he grabbed a piece of red energy crystal in his palm. The barrier on the wall was instantly repaired, and this energy crystal, without the cover of the barrier, exuded a very familiar breath to Wei Huan. Ancient God Crystal? Wei Huan took the red energy crystal, and confirmed what it was without feeling it specially. Not long ago, he discussed the use of the Ancient God Crystal with the Ancient God Insect. As the most original energy, it is a top-quality material for the gods to heal their wounds, practice, and refine equipment. With such a treasure, it is no wonder that the ancient gods are becoming increasingly rare. This is a crime of possessing a treasure. Su Qingqiang said, those ancient god demons are in seclusion here for a long time, absorbing the free ancient god crystals here, tempering their bodies, and gradually achieving the ancient god body. They can't break the seal here, but we have no problem, boss. I want to practice the ancient method at the same time. The so-called practice the ancient method at the same time means practicing the ancient god body, and the law of God. Wei Huan understands. Do you think it can work? Wei Huan thought for a moment. This was a good idea, but since there was no precedent, it was hard to say whether they would go astray because of it. After becoming a god of law, our bodies are made of divine power, while the ancient gods are made of flesh and blood. This is completely opposite, and I'm afraid the laws of heaven and earth will not allow it. Su Qingqiang said seriously, I thought so at first, until I saw the secret method of cultivation of the Abyss clan. Maybe it can really work. Wei Huan frowned. The cultivation method of the demons? Yes, it is very feasible. They have been exploring this path for generations over the past billions of years, and now it seems to have been done. Those ancient god demons are examples. I have checked their bodies, and each cell is like a small world. In terms of physical fitness, they have almost reached the divine body of the god of law. And I found that each of them has amazing potential. If it weren't for the lack of ancient god crystals, they would have broken through the void and reached the ancient god body. Wei Huan did not disbelieve Su Qingqiang's statement. At least in terms of the strength of those ancient god demons, Su Qingqiang must have made a rigorous data comparison. The only thing that puzzled him was that everyone had been telling him that the ancient gods could not be copied, and that only those born and raised by nature were called ancient gods. But now, this absolute was broken. Was it really broken? Or was it just a false happiness? Have you explored it? What is behind this seal? I have explored it, and it is still the crystal of the ancient gods when you go 30 meters deeper, and the quality is better, but the deeper you go, the stronger the seal is, and I can't go any deeper. That means this seal is at least set by a mid-level god? I think it's at least the main god level. The middle-level gods can't reach this level. Wei Huan thought. A great existence at the dominant level in order to compete for the throne, set up a challenge world, gathered all the worlds in one place, gave them resources, practiced skills, helped them become 9th level practitioners, and finally cultivated gods in the 9th level world like raising poison. Wei Huan looked at the wall made of ancient god crystals in front of him, and said seriously, I thought that after becoming a god, we would serve under the master, but the fact is that we were neither recruited by the master nor classified into any camp, and we were even fighting each other. Have you ever thought about what the deep meaning is? What does it mean? Su Qingqiang thought for a while, and looked at Wei Huan with clear eyes. Wei Huan, He and Mu Zhong were used to analyzing like this. No matter whether the guess was right or wrong, they could always continue to talk and finally get the most likely answer. But this method obviously did not apply to Su Qingqiang. Even if you become a god, you still can't figure it out if you don't have enough brains. Gods may also have different IQs. Wei Huan could only continue to say, this is the first point. What does the Lord of Life want to do? Where did the Lord of Life go? Yeah. Su Qingqiang understood and nodded. We know what he is going to do when we find him. Wei Huan was silent for a moment. This logic was not wrong. Then he continued, the second point is that from the first level world to the 8th level world, it is a combination of indigenous people and survivors. The indigenous people will be refreshed as wandering monsters, and will also appear in low-level treasure chests. The survivors are deep in the ruins, which is a foreshadowing of the next world. In the past, I always thought that the 9th level world was just a battlefield for all races, and there were no natives. Now that the natives have appeared, will there be ruins? What is in the ruins? Su Qingqiang nodded. He understood this. Do you suspect that this is a ruin? Wei Huan smiled. Yes, this is a ruin specially prepared for the advancement of gods. Su Qingqiang frowned. Even the path of advancement of gods has to be arranged. This master has great ambitions. Well, I guess he doesn't want low-level gods, but stronger gods. He wants more than just the god of law. It seems that his purpose of leaving the Abyss Demon from the beginning is to let this race try to evolve the path of cultivation of the ancient gods. Yes, in that supreme battlefield, ordinary main gods are probably cannon fodder, so what he needs is a stronger god, a true subordinate, who integrates the ancient gods and the god of law. After Su Qingqiang finished speaking, he smiled with sharp teeth. Isn't he afraid that we will become stronger and destroy him too? Wei Huan fell silent after hearing this, and thought for a long time before looking up and saying, let me see the cultivation method you highly recommend. If it is feasible, we can walk sideways to the god's domain. Okay. The two returned to the larger underground space above, where it was as bright as day. A large number of suspended starlights floated above the city, truly illuminating the demon ancestral land buried underground for endless years. The amazing thing is that after so many years, the demon's civilized habits have not improved at all. They have never been able to build buildings, nor have they formed a written heritage, and are not good at communication. Wei Huan looked at the ruins that were almost the same as the ground. He couldn't tell what was strange, but there was a strange sense of disharmony. Shock came over and said, there are no words or graphics left here. They always maintain the most primitive way of life. They don't even know how to make fire. I don't mean that the raw meat and blood-drinking demons need to make fire. What I want to express is that they don't seem to have the ability to create. However, they can create a cultivation method that even Su Qingqiang was amazed by. This is simply too contradictory. Wei Huan looked at Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang hooked his finger, and the 5 ancient god demons that followed them came out of the darkness. They came to Wei Huan, still in that unintelligent and barbaric posture, like real beasts, just living by instinct. But in front of Su Qingqiang, they knew something, put their 3 heads and 6 arms straight, sat cross-legged in front of Wei Huan in a row, and closed their eyes to practice. Wei Huan opened and closed his eyes. His sight fell on their bodies. He thought he would see the so-called meridian map, but he didn't expect that what he saw was a cell breathing, rising and falling, faint and solid. What surprised Wei Huan was that the mass of each cell was comparable to a 100-ton boulder. There are so many cells in the human body. How terrible are the physiques of these guys? He stared for a long time, observing the details, including every rotation and shaking of the cells when breathing, and gradually a cultivation map appeared in Wei Huan's mind. Wei Huan subconsciously followed this cultivation map to operate, but in a few breaths, a few thin bubbles appeared in his body that seemed to be broken by a poke. Is this a cell membrane? In his godly body, which is completely composed of laws, substances that shouldn't exist appeared in just a few breaths. It's too outrageous. Su Qingqiang looked at the shock on Wei Huan's face and said, do you feel it? I tried for a longer time before you came here. Now my body is filled with more power. It feels great to get stronger every moment. Boss, why don't you let me try it first? If this road is really feasible, we won't be afraid when we reach the god's domain. Wei Huan thought about it and nodded. My professional level has not reached sequence 9 yet. I will stay here to practice during this period. I will be by your side. If there are any problems, I can intervene in time. You should also be careful. Once you find a problem, you must stop immediately. Okay. The two have been brothers for many years, and have tacit cooperation. After a few words, they decided that this set of skills was settled. In addition, Wei Huan discovered that this set of skills can only be practiced by gods at present, because the Abyss demons cannot communicate, and can only be demonstrated by operating the skills. However, practitioners below the gods, even the microscopic abilities of the law practitioners, cannot see through the true operation of the skills. Of course, after they mastered this set of skills, they could simplify and compile it according to the situation, and they could also pass it on. But not now. The people who followed them left soon, and only Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang stayed here. In addition, there were the 5 ancient gods and demons, who always wanted to fight against Wei Huan as a living skill to show them how to practice at all times. Wei Huan stayed to practice with Su Qingqiang for a few days, and seeing that he was doing well, he found another place to retreat and strive for sequence 9. This time, he was cultivating from a high place back, and the progress was extremely fast. In less than 2 years, a force of death surged out of the deep and vast underground space, and quickly filled this space. In the darkness, ghosts cried and gods howled, the netherworld danced wildly, and hideous and twisted spirits crawled in the dark, turning this world into a ghost den. But soon, this force was all taken back until it completely disappeared. Wei Huan, who was sitting cross-legged in the cave, slowly opened his eyes. He successfully reached the 9th sequence of the Great Keeper, Death God, and achieved great perfection in this cultivation method. In his tomb world, 9 circles of tombs have been connected, becoming a continent that is hundreds of times larger than a world, reaching the edge of the world. It was not until this moment that Wei Huan knew that the so-called tomb world, was actually his own soul. The challenge world has been using this method to teach them how to cultivate the soul, and develop the soul to the extreme. And this vast tomb continent is the size of his own soul. Compared to farmers, gamblers, and other combat professions whose soul capacity is no more than the size of a large tomb, my soul is billions of times larger than theirs. It is also 1,000,000 times larger than professions such as astrologers, and wise men who focus on spiritual power. This may be the reason why I am so powerful. The challenge of the world determines a person's profession. Perhaps it is determined by the size of the soul. And so far, only I have appeared in the Great Keeper sequence. Maybe it is because I am the only one who has reached the standard. The soul is not impossible to cultivate, but the innate gap is indeed difficult to make up, and it is even more difficult to catch up with Wei Huan's level. Wei Huan has now cultivated to sequence 9, which is equivalent to eating up all his talent potential and developing his soul to the extreme. If he wants to continue to expand his soul, he may need some special skills or special treasures. Now that the tombs in Wei Huan's professional temple have all been connected to form a continent, he has the ability to cultivate core undead to level 9. For the god-level leader undead, who already have the power of gods, this improvement is not obvious. The more obvious improvement is for other non-leader level hero undead. Especially the worst, after ordinary core undead are promoted to level 9, their combat power is equivalent to more than doubled. If they meet Mafati's level again, it is estimated that if they catch them with all their strength, they will leave a white mark like a fingernail mark, right? It is also worth mentioning that dead undead, when Wei Huan has achieved godhood and mastered the law of the source of dead air, before he improves his god level, the dead undead will not change at all because of his professional upgrade. Filthy undead is another law system. Wei Huan did not practice this law specifically, so there is almost no change. The shortest board is the best way to fill a wooden barrel with water. The improvement of the strength of ordinary core undeads is equivalent to raising Wei Huan's lower limit, and Wei Huan is quite satisfied with this. After all, it is already very good to have such an improvement in 2 years. Wei Huan left the cave where he was in seclusion, and went deep underground where the ancient god crystals were piled up. Wei Huan has walked this road countless times in the past 2 years. As he gradually felt the palpitating power, and the faint breath of the ancient god crystals, he could still detect a subtle sense of disharmony. Wei Huan paused as he thought of something. He paused for a moment, then walked forward again. When he arrived at Su Qingqiang's retreat, the entrance was sealed by a breath of blood. Wei Huan did not force his way in. It seemed that Su Qingqiang was still concentrating on his cultivation, and the questions in his heart might not be answered. Wei Huan, who thought he had walked in vain, suddenly looked up at the ancient god demon hanging upside down in the cave. The 5 ancient god demons had been here from the beginning, guarding Su Qingqiang closely. After so many years, they were still extremely vicious to him, with consistent loyalty and unchanging hostility. It was like an AI with core conditions set from the beginning. They were so stubborn and stupid that they didn't seem like a life that could survive in the 9th level world. Driven by the doubts at his heart, Wei Huan raised his hand and clenched it lightly. An ancient god demon was pulled in from the void, and its neck fell directly into his palm. He tightened his palm. This ancient god demon had no fear of the gods at all, and actually opened its mouth to bite him. Its nails even left a mark on Wei Huan's arm. Although the mark healed in the next second, it was able to attack the gods and hurt them. Wei Huan thought of something, and suddenly black flames burst out of his body. The power of his hands increased, and at the same time, The death energy descended, quickly filling the space and swallowing the ancient god demon. However, something surprised Wei Huan again. This ancient god demon was not only not affected by his divine power, but also not polluted by the law of death energy. It could also attack Wei Huan, like a mad cat, and its claws left golden marks on Wei Huan's arm. What is this? I hadn't noticed before that they were actually fearless of gods. Suddenly, Wei Huan felt a sense of danger, and the black magic flames flowed, and he jumped back. It turned out that the other 4 ancient gods and demons attacked him at the same time. The aura on them quickly became stronger, and they joined forces to have the strength of lower gods with divine power. Wei Huan had to release the point beast. After all, close combat in a small space was not his forte. The point beast, which was beyond the god level, waved its tentacles, puff puff puff, and slapped the 4 ancient god demons on the wall, tightly entangled them, and finally trapped them completely. Looking at the ancient god demon that was caught in his hand, and was also tightly entangled by the tentacles of the point beast, he felt that it was fearless of divine power, fearless of laws, and its fighting power was still getting stronger. There were originally 8 such things. Is it possible that they could really kill even gods? Otherwise, how could the legend of the Titan spread that the Abyss clan had demons with the fighting power of gods? Everything has a trace. Wei Huan thought about it, and found that this was not the limit of the strength of this group of ancient gods and demons. They were still struggling and roaring when they were suppressed by the beast. The tentacles of the beast could not completely control them, and the rocks on the ground were smashed and flew, and it seemed that they were about to collapse. Their strength was stronger than before. This level was completely able to suppress the level of the lower gods of the law of the advent of the godhead. And ordinary newly promoted gods were not much stronger than the gods who descended. So his guess was completely reasonable. They did have the ability to kill the newly promoted gods. Boss! The blood mist at the entrance of the cave was removed, and Su Qingqiang walked out from inside. He was obviously awakened by the sound of the battle, and came out in a hurry. He saw the movement clearly and was shocked. Are they attacking you? Those who devour their masters must be killed. As he spoke, the nails on his hands had already sprouted, and he had a strong killing intent towards the 5 ancient god demons. I start with my hands. Wei Huan let the point beast loosen its tentacles, and looked at the ancient god demons, who immediately became obedient because of Su Qingqiang's appearance, and the doubts in his heart became more and more intense. Tell me again, how did you find this place? Su Qingqiang naturally answered every question, pointing to several ancient demons, and said, They brought me here. Wei Huan asked, including this underground? Yes. Did they take the initiative to show you the skills? That's right. Su Qingqiang smiled happily when he said this. Maybe I am the destiny they are waiting for. I am recognized as the boss because of my domineering attitude. You can see that I have practiced for the past 2 years. My physical strength and laws have improved at the same time. If you ask me, my combat power is more than 3 times that of before. Wei Huan nodded. Indeed, he had been thinking since just now that these ancient gods and demons are not so much the trump cards of the demon clan, but rather the guardians of this secret ancestral land. Only the gods recognized by them will be brought to know this secret. Is this Su Qingqiang's chance? But he can also get this chance, so it should be said that it is their chance. I have successfully made up for my shortcomings. Next, I will try to practice this ancient god body. You and I have different laws, so there may be a gap when practicing. You have to help me protect the law. Wei Huan summoned the face hugger and excavated a smaller, but more exquisite practice room next to this treasure in another direction. He said this to Su Qingqiang before sitting down in the middle of the room. Wei Huan knew that there were still many questions that had not been answered, and the conclusion he finally reached might not be correct, but since he couldn't see through it anyway, he might as well stop thinking about it, and just keep getting stronger. If it was really a trap, as long as he was strong enough, he could break through the prison of heaven and earth and fight for freedom. He has always been like this, and he should be like this. Okay, I will protect you. Su Qingqiang, who had lit a cigarette for himself at some point, hooked his fingers at the 5 ancient gods and demons. Come here, show me yourselves. Who are you going to be mean to if you keep showing your teeth? I pull out your teeth. Chapter 396. Sitting in this house full of ancient god crystals, Wei Huan sat upright on the ground, looking at the ancient god demons who were practicing in a row opposite. The divine eyes can let him see through the surface, and see the more microscopic inside, as detailed as the deep of a small cell, the law of the operation of the cell nucleus. Just because the eyes can do it, it doesn't mean that you can do it. Wei Huan tried to imitate, and then found it difficult. The thin cell membrane is just rootless duckweed. Although it can be easily condensed, the number is small and weak. As long as the skill stops working, the cell membrane will break immediately. But this is normal. These ancient god demons have practiced this skill to a very proficient level, so they can make countless cells in their bodies perform tens of thousands of cell changes at the same time. Wei Huan is not in a hurry. If Su Qingqiang can do it, he can do it too. He just needs to observe and imitate more to find the key. Wei Huan is very calm and confident. With the confidence that he will definitely have no problem, it took less than half an hour to gradually figure out the law. He did not ascend to heaven in one step. He only cultivated 10 cells at a time, letting these cells rotate and vibrate from slow to fast according to the method of the ancient god demon. This is the process of operation and consolidation. Slowly, he found that controlling their breathing rhythm is the most important. This is the foundation of the foundation, and the foundation of everything. The cells in Wei Huan's body rose and fell. During the breath, the energy of the ancient god crystal was absorbed by the cells, and gathered in the center of the cell, to form an almost invisible cell nucleus. This cell nucleus is composed of the energy of the ancient god crystal, like a nuclear reactor. Once it is completely formed, it can continuously provide energy for this cell, and grow into a cell similar to the ancient god. A cell is constantly compacted in the process of such rotation and squeezing, weighing several tons. How powerful would a fully developed ancient god body formed by billions of cells be? No wonder the ancient gods can fight the gods of laws with their physical bodies, and each of them is extremely powerful. The ancient gods alive now are all at the main god level. With such physical strength, even if some ancient gods are slightly weaker, they still have a great advantage over the upper and lower gods, right? As a summoner, Wei Huan's biggest weakness is that he is not strong enough. When he was just reborn, he could rely on his memory of being a warrior in his previous life and had a good physical quality. Later, the thought-provoking beast helped him strengthen his body, which made this weakness not very obvious in the battle between the blue-starred human race and the dark beast. Until recently fighting with the gods of laws, both physical defense and movement speed became his obvious weaknesses. After he went to the gods' domain, this weakness would definitely be targeted by the group of gods of laws. But now, as long as he cultivates this ancient god body, the weakness will not be a weakness, but will become his trump card for counterattack. Wei Huan felt that the ancient god crystal in his hand was gone, and he hooked another ancient god crystal. As soon as he cultivated, he found that the quality of this ancient god crystal was extremely high. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Qingqiang drilling a hole, digging deep, to get the ancient god crystal of better quality for him, while he only used the outer layer of the ancient god crystal. Wei Huan said, "Su Qingqiang, you also come to practice." Su Qingqiang heard it, flashed out and said, "My physical strength can reach 800,000 tons now, and I can burst out 5 million tons of damage with my full strength punch, which is 3 times the previous one, and I can also enter the deeper part of this forbidden place. I just want to see how much inventory there is here, whether it is enough for our army to practice, or whether there are better things inside." Wei Huan nodded. "Did you find anything?" Su Qingqiang said, "The quality of the ancient god crystals inside is obviously better. I just took out some. You should have felt it after using it. If we practice the same way, the good quality ancient god crystals can make us make greater progress in the same time. Yes, the difference is obvious. But this is far from the limit of this treasure. I have seen that there are better quality ancient god crystals not far ahead, but I can't take them out with my current strength. Then practice first, and then get them when you are stronger." Okay. Su Qingqiang then went back and forth again, and took out a lot of ancient god crystals that can be roughly classified as third-level quality, and piled them between the two of them. He squatted in front of the ancient god crystals, and lit a cigarette, thinking about it, and said, "Those 5 things, I suspect they are the guardians here, and they recognize me as their master. I see that they have cultivated 3 more ancient god demons, and I want to cultivate them." Wei Huan understood Su Qingqiang's meaning. He wanted to take some low-level ancient god crystals for the 8 demons to practice. But, are you sure you can take them away? Once Su Qingqiang went to the divine realm, if he couldn't take these 8 things with him, it would leave endless troubles for mankind. Su Qingqiang nodded. The ancient god body can create the world in the body, just like the master of the law god. The way is simple, and the purpose is the same. Although the methods of practice are different, it is obvious that the highest order between heaven and earth is to create the world. Wei Huan said, "Yes, it's just right for me to understand the principle of this set of exercises after reaching your level." Su Qingqiang said, "Practicing ancient god cells is only the simplest step of this set of exercises. Although we still have to continue to practice cells and continuously improve the quality, You should have thought that if we only practice cells, we will only be a cell monster in the end, and we will not be able to condense into a real ancient god body. Therefore, the second step is to use these cells to build the world in the body. I am the will, the way of heaven is running, the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon. Once the world is truly accomplished, it is equivalent to coming alive and can operate on its own. This is the initial formation of the ancient god body. Wei Huan nodded. It is true, life evolution cannot come out of nothing. There must be a complete set of operating logic, and it makes sense to use the method of creating the world to condense cells into the ancient god body. Su Qingqiang said, if you want to be stronger, I guess you have to create a second, third, countless worlds, and finally form the universe. The power of the universe condenses itself. At this point, it is either emperor level or master level. Wei Huan said, since the world is formed, it will have the ability to carry living things. Do you plan to take the ancient gods and demons away? No, if possible, I want to take all the Abyss clan away. They give me a different feeling, and they should be able to be used in future battlefields. Now is the right time to train them. In other words, you want to create an ancient god army? No, I think it is more appropriate to call them ancient demons. No matter how similar they are, they can never reach the level of ancient gods, but if they are deployed in groups, their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. This is a good idea. You can do with these ancient god crystals yourself. Su Qingqiang smiled. Don't worry, I won't need much, and the larger amount will be left for our own people. It's enough to give them some first-level crystals. Wei Huan saw Su Qingqiang take out 8 first-level ancient god crystals and throw them to the ancient demons. These ferocious guys actually showed grateful and happy expressions to Su Qingqiang. Is Su Qingqiang accepted by the ancient demons really because he is a law god from the Abyss system? It's not that there haven't been law gods from the Abyss system in these years, but the secret of the ancient god crystals has never been exposed. And the Abyss tribe worships the ancient gods, but Su Qingqiang is accepted by the Abyss tribe as a law god. I always feel that there are contradictions everywhere, and weirdness everywhere. It's not that Wei Huan doesn't want to delve into it, but he can only see these at the moment, but the benefits offered are real, and he has reasons to become stronger, so even if it's a poison, he has to swallow it first. Su Qingqiang's action of cultivating ancient demons inspired Wei Huan, and he summoned several leader-level undead leaders to see if they could also cultivate ancient god bodies. Unexpectedly, they could all cultivate ancient god bodies, including the fallen Zerg Queen. However, only the Point Beast and the fallen Zerg Queen could cultivate on their own, and all other leader-level undead needed Wei Huan's control to cultivate. Wei Huan also gave the Point Beast and the fallen Zerg Queen a piece of first-level ancient god crystal each, and let them cultivate on their own according to the method. He couldn't take care of the other leader-level undead for the time being, so he sent them all back to the tomb. He still had to improve his own strength first. After arranging these, Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang returned to the pile of third-level ancient god crystals again. Su Qingqiang sat cross-legged, his fingers clicking. Come on, practice, give those bitches a surprise, and blow their brains out when I'm there. Wei Huan just took a piece of the third-level ancient god crystal in his hand, closed his eyes, and absorbed the more refined ancient god power, nourishing the 10 cells in his body. He planned to cultivate these 10 cells to a certain degree first, and then cultivate them in a doubling way. It won't take too long before he can have a basic number of ancient god cells. At that time, he will operate billions of cells together, and he will officially enter the early stage of ancient god body cultivation. This kind of cultivation method would be difficult for ordinary people to practice. The initial cell improvement may only be in units of 1. Even for a 9th-level professional, it can only be practiced in units of 10,000 at most. But Wei Huan, with the body of a god, would be very easy to return to the early stage of practicing these exercises. In just a few months, he used up a 3rd-level ancient god crystal and cultivated hundreds of millions of primary ancient god cells. He gathered these ancient god cells that had just condensed into shape on his right arm, felt the powerful force, and reached out to the restriction that sealed the ancient god crystal. He broke the restriction that he could not easily break before without much effort, and only felt resistance when he walked 5 meters deep inside. His physical fitness was far inferior to Su Qingqiang, and he also had a strength of 100,000 tons at the moment, and his punching power reached 500,000 tons, more than double the past. However, the current physical strength is not as good as the level when the beast is possessed. Wei Huan thought about it, and tried his physical fitness in the possession state. Unexpectedly, after being possessed by the thought beast, he had 350,000 tons of strength, and his punching power reached about 1.2 million tons, more than 3 times the previous one. This test result made Wei Huan's eyes light up. The Thought Beast improved his physical fitness by 3 times, which means that as long as he can cultivate his basic qualities to a higher level, he can always obtain 3 times the attributes through the Thought Beast. It's simply amazing. It seems that he still underestimated the potential of the Thought Beast. In the past, due to the limitation of his own strength, the real ability of the Thought Beast was greatly limited. Does that mean that other God-level leaders are also underestimated? Wei Huan didn't rush to practice immediately. He left the closed-door practice room and saw the 8-headed ancient demons and 2 undead leaders, who were also practicing outside the cave. Wei Huan looked at the 8-headed ancient demons deeply, and then set his eyes on the 2 undead leaders. The first-level ancient god crystal that the point beast got was still half left, and thousands of ancient god cells had condensed in its body. It concentrated these ancient god cells on its stinger, and the hardness of the stinger was so strong that even Mafati could cut a bloody wound, and the toxicity was also enhanced. Because the Queen of the Fallen Zerg could not be promoted to the god level, she was still just an ordinary 9th level Law Zerg. Compared with the point beast, her cultivation speed was much slower. The ancient god crystals were almost not reduced. Unlike the point beast, it gathered less than 100 ancient god cells it cultivated in its abdomen. Wei Huan could not understand why it did so for the time being, but considering the characteristics of the Zerg, he could probably understand it. After observing the cultivation of the 2 undead, Wei Huan looked at the 8 ancient demons again. 3 of the ancient demons were newly selected and trained in an early stage. First of all, the number 8 confirmed Wei Huan's guess. The 8 ancient demons should be the gatekeepers of this secret. Once one of them dies, it can be retrained to keep this number. The early stage ancient demons are better at observing the cultivation of the ancient god body. Compared with watching the 5, watching these 3 is like learning from the basics, which also allows Wei Huan to discover many things that he did not notice. Wei Huan observed for a long time until he mastered it, and then returned to the cave to continue his retreat. Sure enough, after learning these, his cultivation became smoother and faster. A year later, Wei Huan woke up because the ancient god crystal in front of him was upgraded again. Su Qingqiang was digging a 4th level ancient god crystal deep in the cave. Now, Su Qingqiang's physical strength has reached a mass of 1 million tons, and his fist force is 7.8 million tons. If he does not control his body and allows himself to fall from a high altitude, he can destroy a mountain with the weight of his body landing alone, which can be said to be quite terrible. However, Wei Huan thought of the battle with Mafati. Mafati's slime from its tentacles could cause mountains to collapse, and its body was larger than this world. He realized that it was too early to practice, and there was a long way to go. As for Wei Huan's own improvement this year, his body mass reached 300,000 tons, and his punching power was 1.8 million tons. When possessed by the Thought Beast, he could have a body mass of 900,000 tons, and a punching power of 4.8 million tons. This level has caught up with the results of Su Qingqiang's 2 years of retreat. The Thought Beast is indeed a bug-like existence. As long as he continues to improve his basic qualities, sooner or later, his physical quality alone will not be lower than Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang is a real warrior who can fight with the enemy in close combat and scratch each other's faces. Wei Huan likes this feeling of becoming stronger. After contacting Captain Shui and confirming that there is nothing wrong now, the 4 Cs have returned to 1, and Mu Zhong and Dou Lin are still practicing in seclusion. Wei Huan sat in front of the 4th level ancient god crystal and continued to practice. This time, he practiced for 3 years. It has been a while since Wei Huan left this world. It was very quiet in the bright practice room. Wei Huan sat cross-legged in the middle of the room and concentrated on practicing. A black-faced hugger broke into the room, where he set up the band as if nothing happened, and gently placed the ancient god crystal held by 2 pincers next to Wei Huan. This ancient god crystal is as big as a millstone, and its color is as bright red as amber. There is also a halo flowing inside it. It is the 8th level ancient god crystal. The 8th level ancient god crystal is already the highest grade ancient god crystal in this crystal storage. If it were used by any ancient god body cultivator who is not a god, it would probably take a lifetime to use it up. But now, as soon as this 8th level ancient god crystal approached Wei Huan, the spiritual energy in it was consumed by Wei Huan's naked eyes. The ancient and mysterious ancient god aura entered Wei Huan's body, and the 8th level ancient god crystal was soon only half left. At this time, a red cave beast came in from the entrance of the cave again, carrying 3 8th level ancient god crystals on its back. With the help of the black-faced hugger, it was gently placed next to Wei Huan. Behind the red cave beast, there were pink cave beasts, white cave beasts, and Guzi, a cave beast second only to the dot beast. Each of them carried a large number of 8th-level ancient god crystals on their backs, and placed them around Wei Huan. After several rounds of this, Wei Huan was almost completely submerged. Finally, a head poked out of the barrier. It was Su Qingqiang. The magic pattern on Su Qingqiang's face was slowly receding. After seeing the situation clearly, he took a long breath and lit a cigarette for himself. Finally caught up, Guzi brought his sons, grandsons and great-grandsons out. Seeing Su Qingqiang leaning against the barrier to smoke, Guzi used his tentacles to roll Su Qingqiang out. Su Qingqiang's cigarette was still clamped on his fingers. He could only chase the cigarette with his mouth. He finally bit it and said, "Fuck, do you think I'm a dead person like you? Even if I'm a cow or a horse, I get tired. Don't you even give me time to smoke a cigarette?" Guzi kept barking and just kept pulling Su Qingqiang out. Su Qingqiang had no choice but to bite the cigarette and follow. Finally, he came to a spacious and huge underground cave. 5 years ago, this was where the ancient god crystals were piled up, but now it has been demolished. At first, every time Su Qingqiang came out of seclusion, he would try to dig higher-level ancient god crystals. He made the place a mess, and soon it became uninhabitable for cultivation. A year ago, Su Qingqiang cultivated to the initial stage of the ancient god body, but he did not expect that the ancient god crystals needed to achieve the ancient god body would be more than the total number of previous cultivation. Wei Huan was Su Qingqiang's guardian at the time. Fortunately, there were also some ancient god crystals accumulated in the storage space, and with the help of the undead to dig, Su Qingqiang finally achieved the initial stage of the ancient god body. After another year, Wei Huan also entered the next stage and formally cultivated the ancient god body. But the number of ancient god crystals he consumed was 10 times that of Su Qingqiang at the beginning. The guardian Su Qingqiang immediately turned into a special miner, and the chaos did not affect Wei Huan's advancement. Now Wei Huan's ancient god body is just beginning to take shape, and is evolving the world inside his body. It will take some time before he can succeed and come out of retreat. Su Qingqiang calculated the time and knew that they didn't have much time left in this world, and there were still very important things to do. He looked at the ancient god crystals that were left in front of him. Yes, he had to pack up all the ancient god crystals and take them away. He had to find a way to break the last barrier that blocked the 9th-level ancient god crystals. There was no reason to leave the best things behind. Su Qingqiang used the ancient god body, and the magic pattern on his face reappeared. His shark-like teeth were intertwined in his mouth, and a black horn over 1 meter long grew on his forehead. Ah! This was a blow he exerted with all his strength, as high as 108 million tons. This weight could easily penetrate a mountain range, and even penetrate thousands of miles underground. But even if such a terrifying blow fell on the seal, it was like a punch on cotton, and there was no reaction. Ah! Su Qingqiang punched left and right, bombarding madly until he was completely demonized, laughing strangely, and finally, after a long time, a crack appeared in the seal in front of him. The last punch. Break. He roared and threw the last punch. Crack. Finally, the 9th-level seal broke with a sound, falling like broken glass, revealing the more pure and larger ancient god crystal inside. Pa, pa, pa! A group of jellyfish with a small insect stood up behind him and applauded him. Su Qingqiang looked back and laughed out of anger. He sat on the ground panting, smoking, and said, "Still looking? Move all these things away, leave none behind." The cave beasts rushed up in response, and a gust of autumn wind swept the fallen leaves, taking away the last treasure in this area. Su Qingqiang thought so too, until the dog made a strange ee sound. He looked back in confusion, and then his eyes suddenly widened. What is this? 81 trillion cells have all reached the standard of ancient god cells, just like carefully tempered basic parts, now waiting for the final assembly to exert their greatest power. Because of Su Qingqiang's experience, it was not difficult for Wave 1 to condense this ancient god body. Although there was a lack of energy, and the evolution slowed down in the middle, as Su Qingqiang successfully protected the law, his cultivation returned to the right track, and soon made a breakthrough. Finally, the ancient god cells evolved to the last moment. The ancient god cells that were originally scattered throughout his body were attracted by the large vortex located in the chest, and the 81 trillion ancient god cells quickly filled the bottomless vortex. The vortex reached its limit and began to collapse downwards. The impact and explosion of energy finally caused the vortex to suddenly explode outward with a terrifying force, like a star explosion. Buzz! The powerful force filled Wei Huan's body, spreading to every part of his body, bones, lungs, muscles, skin. The flesh he lost when he became a god of laws reappeared and showed a mass, that was 1,000,000,000 times stronger than before. Wei Huan's physical defense now would not be damaged at all even if he resisted the advent of the godhood of the middle-level god of laws. He really reached the physical quality as strong as Mafati. With such a high defense, the combat power would naturally not be bad. When Wei Huan clenched his fist, he felt that he could easily smash a mountain with one punch. Very strong, but not as strong as when he used the law of death to fight. We must compare. If Wei Huan is given 100 black bombs at the same time, he should be able to blow up the earth. The ancient god body cannot do this for the time being. But Wei Huan is also very satisfied with this level now. Compared with his current physical fitness, he was just like a baby before, and now he is a strong adult. This kind of constantly surging power makes his mind much clearer. The current situation is that there is a world of the dead in his soul sea, and his body is another world. The two worlds do not interfere with each other. One is the source of his law god, and the other is the foundation for his cultivation of the ancient god body. The law god still has a lot of room for improvement, and the ancient god body also needs to continue to cultivate and improve. After comparing like this for a while, Wei Huan's eyes suddenly fell on the dog who was guarding him. With a thought, the dog disappeared on the spot. But when the dog appeared again, it was not in his great tomb continent, but in the new world opened up by his body. Everything in this world is new. There is no sky, no earth, only an endless chaos. It is not uncomfortable for the dog to float in it, but he has no place to land, and can only fly forever. Wei Huan frowned when he saw it. This world needs to evolve slowly to achieve the ultimate ideal world. But he doesn't have much time left. 10 years are about to pass, and his godhood is complete. He will go to the realm of gods. Chapter 397. In the past 6 months, Wei Huan has continued to feel his godhood gradually becoming perfect, and there is a vague rejection from the world. He knows that he has little time left in the world. Su Qingqiang, my time is up. Wei Huan decided to stop for a while, and he couldn't just practice blindly. He didn't have much time left, and there were so many people here who needed to see him. Su Qingqiang stood up. I go with you. Wei Huan nodded. They would go to the god's domain together to deal with the biggest crisis after becoming a god. But before leaving, you and I will see something. Su Qingqiang took Wei Huan to the cave opposite the ancient god crystal and said, I took away all the ancient god crystals that I could take away, and even the barrier of the 9th level ancient god crystal was broken by me, and then you see, I found this. Wei Huan's consciousness swept over. After this space was hollowed out, it was almost as large as the area above that the demons called Ancestral Land. It can be seen how many ancient god crystals are piled up here. Now, in the middle of the empty underground space, there is a huge black pillar. This black pillar is not big, it is upright, about 50 meters high, and only 5 or 6 meters in diameter. I think the ancient god crystals before were placed in a ring in order from high to low, surrounding this black pillar. The closer to the center, the higher the quality. Wei Huan was not surprised that there was something in the middle of these ancient god crystals. After all, these are obviously ancient god crystals arranged by level. At first glance, they are deliberately placed here, and there are also restrictions of different strengths. The closer to the center, the higher the requirements for breaking the restrictions. If Su Qingqiang didn't do this, he would dig in the middle when he had time. So what made Wei Huan's expression change drastically was that this black pillar gave him an unusually familiar feeling. Why did the feeling of this thing, when the divine sense fell on it, look so much like the professional training ground he got, the Undead Ranch? When he got close, he raised his hand and touched it, and the feel was exactly the same. It was indeed made of the same material. After Wei Huan became a god, this Undead Ranch was still useful to him. During the past 10 years, he was still constantly upgrading his core undead, and there were many more level 9 undead. Although at this point, the improvement of the Undead Ranch has come to an end, and there is no higher level grass to feed the undead. But as long as Wei Huan is still recruiting core undead from the Great Tomb world, he will always need the Undead Ranch, and the Undead Ranch will also help him improve his combat power. At present, he has a total of 30.32 billion summons, of which 17.6 billion are transformed from dead spirits, 12.5 billion are reincarnated from the impure world, 110 million are summoned by himself, 110 million are summoned by beasts, and the number of Zerg undead is currently only 6 million. In short, including the number of beasts summoned, Wei Huan has 220 million core undead, which can not only get the bonus of divine power, but also allow Wei Huan to infuse more divine power to improve combat effectiveness under special circumstances. As long as there are undead pastures for grazing, it is not impossible to reach the 9th level for all members. The combat effectiveness of the 9th level undead is also the pillar of the strong in the current 9-level world. Wei Huan can have this level of combat effectiveness of hundreds of millions, even billions, and tens of billions. Wei Huan may not be the strongest god fighting alone, but he must be the most powerful god in expanding territory and defending towns and mountains. And Wei Huan's methods are not limited to these. All core undead have the opportunity to improve their grades. Once they become god level under his careful cultivation, even if they are pseudo-god level, they can cause unignorable damage to gods of lower and middle levels. So although this undead ranch is a very basic function, it is also an extremely important tool that Wei Huan cannot do without. After Wei Huan became a god, this thing was taken away by him, and the humans on Blue Star lacked a professional training ground. But fortunately, the humans on Blue Star do not have a second Gravekeeper. Now in the 9th level world, one involves the ancient gods, the Abyss clan, and may also involve the Master of Life, and a deep underground that may have hidden secrets for billions of years. When Wei Huan saw an object similar to the undead ranch again, how could he not be surprised? Raise your hand to touch the black column and feel the difference carefully. Yes, it is indeed made of the same material as the undead ranch. Could there be a teleportation array leading to somewhere? Wei Huan input some of his own death energy into it, but there was no response. He turned to look at Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang said, "It was like this when I found this thing. Do you think you should leave it here or take it away? Can it be taken away? I tried it, and it can be put into the ancient god's body world." Su Qingqiang continued, "My inner world has just become land. Although there is not much that can be put in, it is enough to take away the Abyss clan. I have collected them in advance, so we can leave now." Wei Huan nodded, "Then let's go." After Su Qingqiang took this black pillar, there was nothing left in this underground world. Wei Huan swept away all the supplies here, and did not plan to leave them for future generations. After he goes to the god's domain, as long as he can stand firm, his descendants will have everything. If he can't stand firm and falls, the human race will be in great disaster. It will be useless to hide in the 8th level world, and it is easy to be guilty of holding a treasure in the hands of the hand. Mortals don't understand the benefits of the ancient god crystal, but the gods will understand. It is not a good thing for any mortal to keep such a thing in the hands of any mortal. The two returned to the ground and rushed in the direction of the human race. The Abyss clan could no longer be seen along the way. Deathchi poured into the territory of the Abyss clan to see if some dead spirits could be transformed into supplementary troops in the final stage. These undead spirits and Deathchi will disappear with Wei Huan's departure. He will take them away, and the world will return to normal. In fact, Wei Huan himself knew that although he saved mankind and made mankind a strong race, he was not suitable to stay here. The death aura polluted the world, not only killing all other low-level lives of other races and transforming them into undead, but also the polluted land was barren and the sun was blocked. During the 10 years he stayed in the world was also shrouded in darkness for 10 years. Not to mention humans, even Zerg need light, heat and plants. Wei Huan's departure is the best for this world. Me too. On the way back, the two chatted casually. After talking about this matter, Su Qingqiang said, "My god Halo not only absorbs energy, but also makes the creatures infected fall into frenzy, impulsive and irritable. It is also a passive god Halo that cannot coexist with humans. No wonder gods cannot stay in the world for too long and must go to the realm of gods within 10 years. At this point, Su Qingqiang asked curiously, "How much do you know about the realm of gods?" Wei Huan thought for a moment and said, "Not much, but to sum it up, it is a completely divine world." Su Qingqiang nodded. "I heard that gods of different levels live in different worlds." Yes, according to them, the divine realm is divided into 3 gods, 9 saints, and 4 directions. I have heard of this too. The 3 gods are the divine realms where 3 levels of gods live, corresponding to the lower gods, middle gods, and main gods. Those above the main god level are called masters. There are 9 such masters in total. They are named 9 saints, and live in their own worlds. Speaking of which, our challenge world is also considered a saint. The rules of the world and the survival are determined by the masters. When we cultivate to the god level, we must leave the world and go to the land of the 3 gods. We may not be hopeless to build our own world in the future. That's right. Wei Huan finally added, "The 4 heavenly emperors are the 4 emperors. Now that one emperor has fallen, the masters are fighting for the throne. Although I, as the god of disaster, may end this chaos in the prophecy, I also have a great chance of falling. The last god of disaster was the Zerg, and was killed by these gods together. This time, we just need to remember that we have no friends, only enemies." Su Qingqiang's face was solemn. That's right. It's difficult to be surrounded by enemies, but as long as we unite, we will be able to break through this world prison. Both of them knew very well what fate they were going to face, but they were never afraid. All along the way, they were fighting and confronting each other for their own destiny, for the future of their family and brothers, and for their hometown Blue Star. This belief in protection alone was enough to make them persevere to the end. The two gods returned to the human race at the same time. This was the first time Su Qingqiang returned after becoming a god. Although his god-pleasers were placed in the city, they had been waiting for him for 8 years, and were almost withered when they met. God-pleasers live on the favor of gods. The more they can please gods, the better they can live. Wei Huan allowed his god-pleasers to tour several times, and each tour lasted a long time. The advent of this great power of gods made these god-pleasers not only very healthy and strong now, but even their children, and their children's children in the future will grow up healthily because of the love of gods. In comparison, Su Qingqiang's 3 groups of god-pleasers, the white holy rhinoceros, the holy elephant, and the holy ape, were all listless, with dry hair. At a cold glance, they were almost the same as ordinary rhinoceroses and elephants. In their expectant eyes, Su Qingqiang frowned into the word Chuan. Why should I give them divine power? I can only absorb others' share, but no one can absorb mine. The Titan elder who came to greet him explained, Great God of blood, the relationship between God and God-pleasers is not just this. When you go to the divine realm, if you want to bless your family without sacrificing, God-pleasers will be the easiest and least depleting way for you to bless them. Is there such a saying? Su Qingqiang tsk and swept his eyes over the 3 groups of God-pleasers, waving his hands. I can't afford 3. Who can be as powerful as the boss? Just leave the monkey behind, and let the others go. The holy ape left behind looked very well behaved, a bit like the golden monkey of Blue Star, but its hair was extremely brilliant gold, a colorful gold. The long tail is like a squirrel, fluffy, soft and flexible, and there is a pair of big blue eyes. Of course, Su Qingqiang left this group of holy apes not because they are good-looking. The people of Yan country understand that this comes from the ancient feelings of Yan country. Those who were not selected left with regret, and those who were selected were excited, and then absorbed the divine power that made Su Qingqiang feel painful, and went on tour singing and dancing. Their wonderful bodies will transform these divine powers into blessings from the gods, so that every family member who watches the tour of the God Pleasant will be improved in spirit, body, or cultivation. Gods can improve their own divine power by gaining the faith of their families. They can't just take in without giving out. Consolidating faith through God Pleasant is the best way. Wei Huan has raised 5 groups of God Pleasant, and they can go on a very long tour, more than a week. However, Wei Huan said, I heard that in the past few years, our human race has just restored 5 main cities, so let these God-pleasing people go to each main city. I will bless them before leaving. The Titan elder pressed his chest. Thank you, 2 great gods. Your favor is our eternal pursuit and belief. This old man spoke to the gods in a set of ways. Su Qingqiang listened to it in one ear and flew straight to the temple. This is the first time Su Qingqiang has come back since he became a god. It won't be long before he will go with Wei Huan again. He also has very important things to do now, and has to meet many very important people. The same is true for Wei Huan. The most important person to him is Mu Zhong. He just flew to the temple, and saw the man walking out of the temple gate. Although there is no sun and moon in cultivation, and it takes several years to retreat once, but in his heart he will count the days and nights of separation, so the next meeting feels particularly long. Why did you come out of retreat? Wei Huan flashed to Mu Zhong's side, and asked after hugging him. Mu Zhong said, Ironheart knew you were back and woke me up. Did it delay your cultivation? After cultivating to sequence 9 half a year ago, I stopped retreating. I just consolidated the gains after the advancement. Didn't you come to see me? You have to deal with the god realm. I learned that you are cultivating the ancient god body. This is more important. Naturally, I can't disturb you. When you came back this time, I felt that your breath was obviously different. Why is it different? Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan's eyebrows, and felt the temperature of his body, which was boiling hot, like magma to melt him. Mu Zhong said, the breath of life. After Wei Huan achieved the god of law, he always gave people a sense of alienation. Even if he tried his best to prove that he had not changed. As a pillow man, how could Mu Zhong not feel that when the godhood was gradually complete, the indifference to the 6 desires gradually faded? After all, the law of God's body is constructed by the power of God. Strictly speaking, it is a stone filled with laws. What he sees, touches, and feels is not real no matter how similar it is. But now, The pounding heart and the high temperature that makes him hot are so real. Flesh and blood have a smell, and are hot and heavy. When the emotions are really aroused, the most real desire will be conveyed through the friction of cells and the breathing of the skin. The strong desire even robs the breath. Mu Zhong loves this real and strong sense of invasion. As a man, he knows very well that desire and love cannot be separated, at least they can't. After all, they are both people who use the same method to pursue emotions and instincts. Wei Huan's chariot, which had not been back for a long time, was a little unstable today. After all, the weight of the ancient god's body was heavier than 10 mountains, and even a full-level chariot could not withstand Wei Huan's slightly unbridled power. The reason why it was finally quiet was, of course, because Mu Zhong volunteered. He wanted to be happy but couldn't dismantle the chariot, so he had to replace someone else. What Wei Huan didn't expect was that the ancient god body, as a real flesh and blood body, was not only more real than the original law body, but even stronger in perception and demand than when he was still a human. Mu Zhong was exhausted. But Wei Huan was still far from it. Mu Zhong finally fell down exhausted and sighed. Can your ancient god body only be cultivated at the god level? This is not a species anymore. Can it go on like this? Wei Huan was also very uncomfortable. He endured it for a while, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He flew out holding Mu Zhong. In the barren mountains in the distance, there was a sudden sound of shaking the earth. Fortunately, there was no one breathing except the gray fog in the area of 1,000 miles. Later, Mu Zhong begged for mercy. No, use mental power. Wei Huan's eyes lit up. Yes, he hasn't used mental power for many years. Okay. The two foreheads touched. 5 seconds later, Mu Zhong shuddered, rolled his eyes and fainted. Wei Huan, After Mu Zhong completely fainted, Wei Huan slowly, and with difficulty calmed his boiling blood. After those primitive instinctive needs completely disappeared, Wei Huan looked down at the sleeping man in his arms. Tenderness filled his chest, like a layer of sticky and stringy honey, and the feeling of love could not be suppressed. I remember that many years ago, Mu Zhong once told him that he loved him so much that he wanted to hold him in his mouth, hold him in his palm, put him in his pocket, take him wherever he went, and never separate. At that time, he didn't understand what this sentence meant, until today he found that he was doing the same thing. In the past few years, since he found that the ancient divine body could carry living people away, he has been practicing like crazy, practicing non-stop, and there is only one thing left in his mind. He wants to take Mu Zhong away. In fact, he has never discussed this matter with Mu Zhong, and once Mu Zhong goes to the divine realm, he may never come back, and may never see his family again in this life. Moreover, Mu Zhong has a strong desire for power. He likes to control and manage a force, and from this process, he can get great satisfaction. But he ignored all of these. Even though he knew it, he still wanted to take him away. Whether it was going to the divine realm, facing encirclement and suppression, or even dying, he just wanted to take him with him and hold him in the most important place in his heart. He thought so, did so, and tried his best to do it, but when he saw Mu Zhong again today, he suddenly didn't dare to speak. Is it really right for him to do this? He worked so hard to give Mu Zhong a safe environment to live in, but in fact, he just wanted to take him to face life and death. How to speak of such a contradiction? After kissing Mu Zhong's forehead, Wei Huan laid down again, hugged the man tightly in his arms, and closed his eyes. He didn't need to sleep, but this feeling was really comfortable, making people want to close their eyes and rest for a while. So he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, Mu Zhong was still in a coma. Wei Huan set a wisp of divine consciousness into Mu Zhong's sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was very quiet, and the waves that slowly rose were like a cradle. Mu Zhong was still in a deep sleep. The sea of consciousness that was gently stirred by the power of the gods would be of great benefit to Mu Zhong. He was absorbing this power. Although it was not a regular way of cultivation, it would be very useful to improve Mu Zhong's sea of consciousness once or twice occasionally. In addition, when Wei Huan was cultivating the ancient god body, he found that the amount of ancient god crystals consumed by his ancient god body was much larger than that of Su Qingqiang when he was cultivating. Although it is not to the extent that the difference can be distinguished now, it can be determined through energy absorption that Wei Huan's ancient god body world should be stronger than Su Qingqiang's. Big, there must be benefits. Just like the difference in the size of the law world, he has dozens of times more divine power reserves and quality than Su Qingqiang, which makes him so calm when fighting against the gods, who descended from the godhood. As a new god, he can easily crush and drive them away. Presumably, The size of the ancient god body should also have the most direct relationship with the future physical strength. As for Wei Huan's ancient god body being stronger than Su Qingqiang's, Wei Huan believes that this should be directly related to his Sea of Consciousness world. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why he and Su Qingqiang are so different. Mu Zhong will definitely cultivate the ancient god body, and the bigger the Sea of Consciousness, the better. Regardless of whether he takes Mu Zhong away in the end, he will leave the cultivation method and sufficient resources to lay the best foundation for Mu Zhong. After repeatedly confirming that this method of using mental power to converge is too stimulating for Mu Zhong, it is indeed good for his Sea of Consciousness, and Wei Huan felt relieved. He let Mu Zhong continue to sleep, and after leaving the marching tent, he put the tent back into his ancient divine body world. Feeling Mu Zhong sleeping in his heart, Wei Huan couldn't help but curl up his lips, and flew into the sky with joy, about to fly towards the human city. Ironheart suddenly jumped out, and the Mecha Man flew around in front of him, looking flustered, and finally circled around Wei Huan. Where did you take Mu Zhong? Wei Huan was a little surprised. You can't find him? Yes. Why is there no signal suddenly? Did you hide him? The Mecha Man circled around Wei Huan. Speaking of which, the ancient god body you practiced in the Abyss clan is so strange. Why is my database blank? I shouldn't have something I don't know. There is always a lot of unknown information recently. I wanted to deduce the calculation from the beginning, but it crashed twice. I crashed twice. Wei Huan lowered his eyes to look at him, and his good mood made him always have a faint smile on his lips. Do you want to know? Then back up a copy. Ah? The Mecha Man was separated into two, and Wei Huan could vaguely feel that these two completely identical AI lives were connected to this world behind them. They are the order managers of the world, the database, the observer, and an important part of the world of challenge. Wei Huan didn't give the Mecha Man any time to react, and the ancient god body directly swallowed the backup Mecha Man. The Mecha Man who stayed outside had a blank face, and digital question marks flashed in his eyes. He asked Wei Huan in confusion, Huh? The backup also lost contact with me? Where did you hide them? Wei Huan got the answer, his eyebrows relaxed, and said, Don't worry, the other you will accompany him. Ah? Could it be that the other world you opened up has completely broken away from the rules of this world, and has its own operating logic? The Mecha Man screamed. No way. No way. Wei Huan is just a lower-level god, and he is still far from creating a world. How is it possible? Chapter 398. Wei Huan smiled but said nothing. It was indeed too early for him to create a real world, let alone become a 3000 universe like the challenge world, which was even further away. But the initial formation of the ancient god body was equivalent to having a brand new chaotic world, which was not affected by the rules of the challenge world or the rules of any other world. This world would determine the rules according to his will. Let humans become immortals, or let Mu Zhong become a god on the spot. As long as he was willing to consume his divine power, these could all come true. But doing so was equivalent to being blinded by a leaf, just being the king in his own small world, and not being able to face the real storms. Wei Huan would not do this. Sooner or later, Mu Zhong would stand by his side again, so he must have the ability to deal with the real world, so he also needed to follow the rules of the outside world. The formulation of the world rules was very complicated, and Wei Huan had no clue for the time being, until the Heart of Steel jumped out by itself. That's right, the Heart of Steel was the highest authority intelligence under the main consciousness of the challenge world. Since we don't know how to create a main consciousness right now, why not ask a sub-main consciousness to work for free? Standing on the shoulders of giants, we can see higher and farther. Ironheart's newly backed up body was swallowed by Wei Huan, and as soon as he entered this world, he knew what he was going to do. Wei Huan asked it to meet the sleeping Mu Zhong first, and then he kept pulling it to work. The new world certainly cannot operate completely according to the rules of the challenge world. Besides, the challenge world is a purposeful arrangement made by high-dimensional life after it controls the world. The current level of Wei Huan's world is far from reaching that level. Therefore, it is best for the primary world to operate according to the rules of Blue Star, which Wei Huan is most familiar with. After informing Ironheart of his request, Ironheart excitedly turned around. Am I going to upgrade to the main consciousness? You actually let me plan the rules of this new world? Woo, you are such a good master go. Wei Huan smiled. He thought he had kidnapped a simple child laborer to work 360 days a year without rest, but in return, he received sincere gratitude from the other party. This is the best result, and win-win and double benefits can last long. The Mecha Man turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in the world. Wei Huan felt that the lightning was spreading like a spider web. Gradually, a small blue ball appeared in the chaos. There was only a piece of sea water on the ball, but under the calculation of Ironheart, the basketball had a huge shock, and a piece of land rose from the bottom of the sea. The land was bare without plants, only moist and fertile land, and the sea water was clear. In the waves of ripples, a group of single-cell organisms were born. The world is evolving, just like the blue planet. Everything starts from the beginning. Wave 1 did not interfere with the rules set by Ironheart for the world, but only set up a restricted area on that continent. He projected his purest consciousness, without a trace of death, just the purest him, or the projection of him in the ancient god body, into this world. He walked in from the edge, and verdant green grass grew where he walked, and small flowers bloomed behind him. Saplings grew out from under the tree, and in a blink of an eye they grew into a big tree, with peach blossoms flying all over the tree. A big yellow dog jumped out from behind the tree, and pounced on the dozing white cat in front. The white cat meowed, and climbed up the tree in a few seconds. Where the white cat was sleeping soundly, a manor appeared out of thin air, with gardens in front and behind, fertile land and bright sunshine. The two-story building was very simple, and the size was just right for 2 people to live in. Mu Zhong was sleeping soundly on the bed on the second floor. Behind the manor, large patches of peach blossoms bloomed, forming a peace, swaying in the wind. This is what is called words come true. Because it is a world created by Wei Huan, he can ignore any rules that the world should have and create anything here as long as he wants. But even Wei Huan only chose a small area to make such a paradise. When Wei Huan walked to the gate of the villa, the gate was open from the inside, and a freckled boy about 10 years old appeared in front of Wei Huan. Master Mu Zhong is about to wake up. This is the clone of Ironheart. After entering this world and integrating into the world to become the main consciousness, it split a secondary consciousness and sent it here, binding Mu Zhong according to Wei Huan's order. This secondary consciousness knows many rules in the world, but is shielded from the truth that it comes from outside the world, and does not know that it is the consciousness specially split by the main consciousness. It has the same lively and cute little boy personality as Ironheart. Wei Huan flashed at the door of the second floor, and saw Mu Zhong's eyelashes trembling and slowly waking up. The sun shone in from the window lattice, and the golden dust flowed in the quiet space. Mu Zhong's face was illuminated brightly, and he could clearly see a thin layer of fine hair on Mu Zhong's face. Wei Huan stood by the bed, almost holding his breath, watching Mu Zhong until he woke up completely. Did I faint? Mu Zhong held his forehead and stood up shyly. He remembered how he fainted, and his ears felt hot. I didn't expect to be so useless now. Wei Huan sat by the bed, holding Mu Zhong's forehead, and pressed their foreheads together. Mu Zhong subconsciously dodged. I just woke up. Wei Huan said, there is not enough time, but I don't know how to say it, just watch it. What? Mu Zhong doubtfully pressed his forehead against Wei Huan's head again. This time, his consciousness without any desire rolled towards him. In just a moment, everything that happened during this period, everything Wei Huan thought about and worried about, was like an unfolded scroll, displayed in front of Mu Zhong's eyes, all at a glance. Wei Huan moved his forehead away from Mu Zhong and said, do you understand? Mu Zhong nodded, I understand. Just before Wei Huan wanted to speak, Mu Zhong grabbed Wei Huan's arm, looked at him and said, even if you don't say it, I will find a way to go with you. I didn't expect you to give me a choice. What if I choose to stay? Can you really let go? Wei Huan shook his head almost immediately, and said affirmatively no. Mu Zhong smiled, you care about me too much. I just want to say that if I stay, there must be no choice. As long as there is a choice, I will be with you forever. He hugged Wei Huan tightly, and said in his ear, Mother has father to accompany her. Cece will sooner or later have her lover and children. We have each other. Yes, we have each other. Wei Huan hugged Mu Zhong tightly. His heart was soft and warm. In fact, all the hesitation was because he cared too much. He always wanted to give the other person the best, but he didn't want to go against his true heart, so he was entangled and couldn't be decisive. Fortunately, as long as they are together, and talk openly like this, nothing can stump them. Oh, come to think of it, are you going to place me here and hide my beauty in a golden house? Just when he was halfway moved, Mu Zhong pushed Wei Huan away, and said seriously, although I will definitely go with you, you can't keep me here. Wei Huan nodded. If you have carefully read my memory, you won't ask this question. I have read it, and know what you think, but I still want to emphasize again that the evolution of this world is very important. Not to say that it exceeds the rules of the outside world, but at least it must be the same, so that people who walk out of here in the future will have the fairest starting point. Different levels correspond to different world levels. My ancient god body has just been cultivated. The level of this world is too low. It can only evolve the lowest level of soulless planets. As the initial star, it is more advanced. Wave 1 suddenly paused here and looked at Mu Zhong, who suddenly opened his eyes wide. Mu Zhong sat up and walked to the window. He pulled Wave 1's hand. The next second, this fairyland-like world faded, revealing the real world outside. Everything is still so primitive. The wild wind rolls the waves and hits the rocks. The mountains that have not been tempered by time are bare, and rocks keep falling down. Lifeless but full of vitality. In the deep sea, deep in the soil, in the strong wind, the seeds of life are brewing inside, waiting for the moment of birth. So you see, our blue planet, could it be the primitive planet? Mu Zhong said with shining eyes. No spiritual energy, short-lived species. We walked out of this most primitive planet. Wave 1 closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Yes, this is the most original planet, but it contains the most fundamental origin. It looks ordinary, but it has endless potential. Mu Zhong nodded. This makes sense. Why so many strong people came out of our blue star? Wave 1 thought, it's a pity that we can't go back now. Mu Zhong is very optimistic. As long as we get rid of the challenge world, we can take Blue Star over. At that time, we will no longer be threatened by any threat and no longer need to survive. You can study it well at that time. Wave 1 nodded. Although he didn't know how long it would take to get to this step, and what to do correctly at that time, this is indeed his goal all along. Wave 1 accompanied Mu Zhong in the inner world for more than a month, and only 3 days have passed in the outside world. It is very simple to adjust the time ratio inside and outside the world. Even if he doesn't understand the law of time, Ironheart knows. The principle is like a watch in your hand. You don't need to understand how it is made, as long as you can read the watch. Wei Huan just makes rules. If it is not feasible, Ironheart will naturally tell him. The two of them spent some time in this paradise in the world without worries. 3 days is the limit. Wei Huan is leaving soon, and Mu Zhong still has a lot of things to do, especially to say goodbye to his family. It is very likely that this departure will be a farewell forever. It is not that Wei Huan does not take Commander Mu with them, but Commander Mu refused very firmly as they guessed. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong will not force it. The reunion before the separation is very short, and they are very reluctant to leave when they leave. Mu Zhong's mother can't stop crying. Fortunately, even if Wei Huan reaches the divine realm, he can still communicate with his family through the God Pleaser, and he only needs to spend enough divine power. In this way, even if he can no longer return to the world, he will not be completely cut off from contact. Heart of Steel also said, when you really meet the requirements and let Lan Xing leave the challenge world, then it will be easy to meet them. Don't worry, if you bless them more, their cultivation will be higher and their lifespan will increase. They will definitely wait for the day of reunion. That's pretty reliable. Wei Huan let go of Mu Zhong's hand and assured Mu Dihao and Zhou Xian, I am sure of this trip to the divine realm. If he really gets into trouble, I will definitely fall first. Zhou Xian held Wei Huan's hand and said, you can't talk like that. You must all be fine. You are all my sons. No matter who gets into trouble, I will be sad. Mu Dihao also nodded, we are a family. If you are fine, we will be relieved. It doesn't matter whether we meet or not. Do your own things well, and we will take care of ourselves and wait for the day of reunion. Mu Shi nodded while crying. In order to see Wei Huan and Mu Zhong for the last time, their family entered the 9th level world for the first time. Once they entered this world, the chariot could not go back, which had a great impact on Mu Dihao, one of the current marshals of the Challenge Corps. But these were not important compared to the upcoming separation. Mu Dihao also said, I will retire at some time. Only by practicing well and living a long life can we meet again as promised. Don't worry, I still have some talent in practice. Wei Huan raised his hand and transformed into 3 strands of consciousness, which entered the foreheads of the 3 people respectively, and passed on his simplified ancient god body practice method to them. Before leaving, he also left enough ancient god crystals for practice. Practicing both the Dharma and the body is not only strong, but also can prolong life. If this time I am away for a long time, I will always leave more room. Mu Zhong reminded, the cultivation method of the ancient god body can be passed on, but the ancient god crystal must be kept secret. In addition, you must return to the 8th level world immediately after we leave, and do not stay in this world. Zhou Xian worried, will those gods really attack ordinary people? Mu Zhong said, more than that, fortunately the god of destiny is not one of them. If they follow the cause and effect, they will not be able to escape the pursuit even in the 8th level world. Don't think of these gods too noble. In order not to fall, they will do anything. Zhou Xian nodded. I know, we will go back now. After that, she reluctantly took Mu Zhong's hand. You and Wei Huan discuss everything, and you must work together. Yes, I know, Mom. Mu Zhong nodded, his eyes red. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan's consciousness escorted them out of the temple, and to the boundary gate. There was another reluctant parting at the gate. Mu Dihao and Zhou Xian entered the gate first, and returned to the 8th level world. Mu Shi fell behind and looked at Mu Zhong, wanting to say something but stopping. Mu Zhong asked, What's wrong? How is Do Lin? Mu Shi asked. You guys? Mu Zhong looked at Mu Shi expectantly. Unfortunately, Mu Shi shook his head. He is also my brother and my teacher, but since he came to the 9th level world 8 years ago, he said he was in seclusion to become a god. There has been no news until today. I just want to know, is there any danger? Do Lin is fine. The one who answered her was Wei Huan. Wei Huan was ideological at the moment. A little trick made him look less intimidating and ignored by passers-by. He didn't have such a big air when meeting his family. Mu Shi looked at Wei Huan. Will 8 years be long? General Su succeeded in just 2 years. Wei Huan said, Su Qingqiang's situation is indeed special, but he also did not succeed in 2 years. Before coming to the 9th level world, we were all perfecting the laws, and it took 30 years. Mu Shi nodded, I know. Wei Huan looked at the little girl back then, who has now grown up and become sensible. He raised his hand and rubbed her head, saying gently, After we leave, you will be asked to take care of our parents. It may take a long time, so you must hold on, and never slack off in your own cultivation. There will be a day when we will see each other again. Mu Shi's mouth shrank, and tears fell. She nodded, and said with a heavy nasal tone, You must try to come back early. I will miss you, and I will always miss you. Wei Huan nodded, and his heart was also very sour. He lived 2 lives. In the first half of his life, he laughed at himself for not having any relatives. If Wei Jihong just didn't bother to care about him, he could still deceive himself, but Wei Jihong just used him, treated him as a useful cow and horse, and even wanted to sell him for benefits. He really didn't need such a father. But the turn of things always came unexpectedly. After he felt humiliated and had to choose to marry a man, he got everything he had never thought of. Love, family, achievements. From then on he had parents and a lovely sister. He had more people to protect, but he became stronger because of this. Of course, he also had the person he loved most in his life. After sending Mu Shi away, Wei Huan accompanied Mu Zhong to stroll on the streets of the city. The streets were full of humans from different civilizations. The Titans were still rare, and the elves had all withdrawn to the 8th level world, and could no longer be seen on the streets. Now the most common humans are Godcraft humans, short-lived humans, and alien humans who have a lifespan of 100 or 200 years longer than short-lived humans. Alien humans are similar to the mermaid civilization that humans evolved to adapt to the ocean, the winged people that evolved to adapt to the sky, and so on. In the past, short-lived humans rarely won through civilization challenges, so these alien humans were the main theme of this world. Because of Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang, short-lived humans quickly gained a place in this world, and there were many humans similar to Wei Huan on the streets. They came and went, living in peace with alien humans and divine humans. The streets were bustling and lively, especially the transactions between civilizations. The sharing of resources will make civilization develop faster. Walking through the downtown, no one recognized Mu Zhong. 8 years ago, Mu Zhong resolutely put aside everything and concentrated on practicing in seclusion, just to have the ability to lead with Wei Huan today. Although he has not achieved his original goal now, fortunately Wei Huan is also working hard for it, and has found the best way. When you get to the God's domain, you have to start from the beginning. Wei Huan walked beside Mu Zhong. No one could see him. The light distorted his existence. He was like a ball of air, but even in the bustling crowd, no one would pass through his body. God is inviolable. Mu Zhong smiled. What do you want to say? Wei Huan did want to say something, but he found this kind of conversation boring. What did he want Mu Zhong to answer him? Say that he was more important than these overwhelming powers? Isn't this a very clear choice? Or is he just feeling guilty? What is he feeling guilty about? He made Mu Zhong give up too much for his own selfishness. But isn't this going back to square one? Finally, he thought, no, he just cared too much about Mu Zhong, so he was worried about gains and losses, and always hoped that he could get the best, if he never had to choose. Wei Huan took Mu Zhong's hand, but did not answer his question, but in his cunning eyes, he saw that he seemed to know everything a long time ago. Wei Huan smiled, just held Mu Zhong's hand tightly, and then said, "Since Do Lin is mentioned, let's go and see him." "Okay, I just worry about you." Mu Zhong disappeared on the spot, and the places around him were quickly filled by people coming and going. Everyone obviously did not notice that a person had just disappeared here. Everything was normal. At this moment, Mu Zhong and Wei Huan had arrived at the temple area. There could not be only one god. Any race hoped that there would be more gods in their race, so at the beginning of urban planning, a temple area would be set up, located in the center of the city, enough to accommodate a large number of temples. The war 10 years ago destroyed the human city, and this last main city also fell by half. When Wei Huan moved in, only the most central and largest temple remained intact, but it was also extremely dilapidated. 10 years have passed, and this place has already undergone earth-shaking changes. All 21 temples have been rebuilt. Not counting the temples of Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang, the other temples are the gods of the past of mankind. Although they have fallen, humans will always pay tribute to their existence. The 22nd temple was started 8 years ago, and has been completed for 7 years. It is the only temple that does not enshrine gods. It is only because this is the temple prepared for Do Lin, who is in the critical period of completing the law and breaking through to become a god. Unlike Su Qingqiang, Do Lin can become a god as long as he practices step by step. Even if the law he practices is occupied by gods, Wei Huan will be able to defeat him when he goes to the divine realm. He does not have the hidden danger of physical collapse before becoming a god like Su Qingqiang. At most, he can press the pause button before becoming a god and condense the godhood when the conditions are right. The guards outside the temple are nothing to Wei Huan. He takes Mu Zhong and easily without alarming anyone, and comes to the quiet room where Do Lin practices. The quiet room is full of space symbols, which wander around Do Lin and form a space maze. It seems that we can see him at a glance if we stand here, but if we take a step in, we will be lost in tens of thousands of universes. Every choice will take us into different dimensional subspaces. One wrong step will make us lost forever. Wei Huan said. Mu Zhong said, "I know you can break the law and get out easily, but this will disturb Do Lin's practice." Wei Huan nodded. "That's right. If you enter any field, and the other party has mastered the absolute rules, no matter how you struggle, it will be in vain. Only with equal force impact, you can get out directly. What do you think Do Lin has reached? Laws are a very subtle thing, just like picking beans. You may never pick them all, or you may pick 2 big beans, and it's over. Is this talent? Those who can cultivate into gods, and touch the most core laws have talents. I think this is more like luck. What is like excellent luck? For example, I put the complete backtracking godhood in front of you, and help you find the river of time. This should be considered luck. Yes, the feeling of being supported by a god is that even a pig can ascend." After speaking, both of them laughed. They quietly left Do Lin's quiet room, and prepared to rush to meet Su Qingqiang. All that needed to be said had been said, and all that needed to be said goodbye had been said. The time of departure was getting closer and closer. Although it was a bit regrettable that I couldn't say goodbye to Do Lin in person, I thought it wouldn't be long before they would have the chance to meet in the divine realm. Now, they were leaving. Chapter 399. There are more and more people on the street. The gate is flashing. Countless people are being teleported. Even the elves are coming. It is a big thing for the gods to ascend to the divine realm, which means that the gods have returned to their positions, and the order they belong to is completely stable. Wei Huan is a god of death. He is not suitable to stay in the human world. Everyone is waiting for his return. There is a problem with the death of the challenge world, which is a fact known to all challengers. Death has no corpse, and deceased relatives and friends may become rewards from enemies. Such wanton playing with death may be because the god of death is not in the position of god, which will turn against Tian Gang. In short, after Wei Huan went to the divine realm, he faced not only attacks from enemies, but also the reorganization of the death order in the world, which is exactly the future that billions of humans are looking forward to. The people who came to watch the ceremony surrounded the temple area tightly, and those who really couldn't get close would pray on the street or at home. For human civilization from the theocracy system, gods are indeed extremely great. Turnus and Dodora both temporarily returned to their own tribes. Even the elves who were extremely averse to the death system came to pray to the gods today. The power of these beliefs will help Wei Huan to go to the divine realm more smoothly. If the power of faith is very strong, it can even help him fight. The elves are so noble that people hate them, but they also have their own principles. Titan and Winter, the Titan Elders, etc., a total of 16 adult Titans also came. They restored their bodies to their original height of 100 meters, sat in a circle in the center of the square, and prayed in a word. The chanting sound was ancient and mysterious. When Wei Huan stood here, he felt a clear blessing of power. The Titans are the creator gods in human legends, and they have been the leaders who have maintained human civilization on the 9th level battlefield for countless years. Even if such a terrible civilization as Blue Star appears, they still have an extremely important role and status in this world. Wei Huan distinguished that this is a kind of creation power. It does not belong to a certain system, but is a special talent that the Titans are born with. This power will help him open up his own kingdom in the divine domain, allowing him to build the kingdom of God with half the effort. Hao Ba, Qichui and Jin now are a little outside the Titans. Next to them are Hammer Brother, Shui Dui and Jacques, who have red eyes. Bigfoot is sniffing and wiping tears, and can't help crying. Everyone here is a challenger with excellent talent. When they were at the 9th or 8th level, they understood the law and had a domain. But for most people, reaching this step has exhausted their talents. If they want to move forward and touch the source law they have cultivated, they must ensure that the law is not controlled by gods until they take the final step to become gods. This is an extremely difficult step. Most of them might stay here forever and can't move forward. In other words, this farewell, if they are unlucky, it will be a farewell forever. Looking at the two leaders Wei Huan and Mu Zhong standing in the middle of the field, they also hope to follow them, even if they will not become gods in this life. But they also know that the next battlefield is a battlefield where gods can participate. They are useless in the past, and may even become a burden. It is better to stay and manage human civilization well, provide more faith for the bosses, and have no worries. This is the last thing they can do. The chanting of the Titans, and the power of faith surged like starlight, lifting up the bodies of Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang. The repulsive force of the world was extremely obvious, and Wei Huan had already felt the countdown coming. Here it comes. Wei Huan seemed to be speaking bluntly, but he was speaking to Mu Zhong in his body. At this moment, Mu Zhong was in his body, looking at everything in the outside world through his eyes. This time he even left his equipment behind, only taking Mu Zhong and a few people with him. Everything else was fine. As long as Mu Zhong was by his side, he believed that he could stand up no matter what kind of harsh environment he faced next. There was light in the sky that passed through the thick clouds of death, like thick and thin rays of light, falling on the ground. This was the light that came to take Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang. Or in other words, it was the light that took Wei Huan, but only Su Qingqiang could leave with him here. It was still extremely dangerous for the two gods to face the siege of countless gods in the gods' domain. Behind this guiding light, Wei Huan felt countless glances, most of which were malicious and full of murderous intent. Wei Huan raised his hand, and the bone throne appeared out of thin air. He sat on the bone throne in one step, and flew off the ground with Su Qingqiang, who was standing on the blood cloud. The prayers became louder, and the chanting of the Titan elders echoed in the world. The elves saluted with one hand covering their chests. The soldiers of Blue Star, everyone who had fought with Wei Huan until now, burst into tears. The power of the guide gradually increased, and the complex law of the divine domain was intertwined with the increasingly strong murderous intent, like an executioner holding a big knife above his head, waiting to fall at the end. Wei Huan looked at Su Qingqiang. "Do you feel it?" Su Qingqiang laughed. "If these scum dare to come, we will deal with them. Be careful too. In the divine realm, we will face those with divine bodies, who are even stronger. Don't worry, I still have to practice the middle-level laws, and the upper-level laws to control the entire Abyss system, and become the real Abyss boss. I will not let myself die on that small battlefield. Okay, let's go." Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang relaxed, no longer resisting the suction of the guiding light, and slowly flew towards the sky. But at this moment, Wei Huan's eyes suddenly opened wide. He and Su Qingqiang lowered their heads, and looked at the 22nd temple. There was a vast breath of gods coming from there. It was Dou Lin. He achieved godhood, but why at this time? At this moment, Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang were only surprised, not happy. 10,000 years ago, the methods used by the old gods to deal with the Zerg disaster were still vivid in our minds. They created a time difference at the critical moment when the god of disaster ascended, and jointly killed the newly born Zerg gods in the world. Wei Huan still found a way to plot against the blood god and obtain the godhood for Su Qingqiang. So at this time, Dou Lin's achievement of godhood simply gave those despicable gods the opportunity to kill him. In the face of the crisis of falling, they would never show any mercy, and would definitely take action to reduce Wei Huan's power. Why not me? Su Qingqiang hesitated, wondering whether he should stay and help Dou Lin. The time when he became a god was too unfortunate. Too late. Unfortunately, reality did not give Su Qingqiang the opportunity to choose. The gate of reception was completely open, and they had begun to shuttle through the world. On the other side of the gate, Wei Huan had even seen the distorted faces of the group of law gods. The next second, the light in the space jumped, and Wei Huan felt his body being decomposed. Thinking of his ancient god body, he became nervous. What if Mu Zhong and the others are still inside, but the distortion and change of space and time blurred his cognition? As a god, Wei Huan had no way to resist this power from a higher rule. Fortunately, when he came back to his senses, all the distorted time and cut space returned to normal. He was still him. Whether it was the tomb world in his consciousness or the ancient god body world in his body, they were all intact. Mu Zhong was on the blue planet at the center of the chaotic world, standing on the second floor of the Utopia Villa, looking out curiously. Lu Qingji, Lin Su, Zhou Yong, and a total of 9 people all stood on the balcony with Mu Zhong. Some people have concerns that they can't let go of. Some people think that staying is more useful, but some people either have their only relatives gone, or the one who left is the most important person to them. So even if it may be a journey to death, they still choose to follow. Su Qingqiang had just become an ancient god body. In order to take the Abyss clan away, the inner world he evolved was only suitable for the Abyss clan to live in. So they lived with Mu Zhong in the paradise of Wei Huan's ancient god body world. At this moment, Wei Huan opened the world, and they could see everything in the outside world. Wei Huan's eyes were their eyes. Mu Zhong? After experiencing the changes in space, Wei Huan was a little worried. Well, what's wrong? Have we ascended to the god's realm? Yes. It seems that Mu Zhong did not perceive the changes in the ascension process. Wei Huan, who had calmed down, glanced in front of him and said in a deep voice, Yes, this is the god's realm. The image of God's domain is difficult to describe. In fact, there is no real geographical environment here, or a certain color or shape, because everything in front of him is changing. Whether it is the cold and hard things such as the crystal triangle and the red square flying in front of Wei Huan, or the flowing river, or the verdant mountains, they all come from his cognition and imagination. Close your eyes and feel it with your spiritual sense. In fact, this is a vast and boundless empty space. It is filled with the most primitive law breath. For example, the earth law can be a mountain, a stone, or even a planet. So when Wei Huan wants to see these, the earth law will directly show them to him. Cold and hot, hard and soft, ever-changing, rotating and jumping, the empty space is instantly constructed into a real world, and because of the changeable thinking, it collapses in the next second, presenting a weird and beautiful color. Everyone is immersed in this bizarre and magnificent scenery, and can't come back to their senses. Until the familiar law aura appeared, Wei Huan suddenly came back to his senses. Here it comes. As his voice fell, after the flowing law, a more condensed source of aura appeared. There were many, but most of them were people they had never met before. Only a few auras were familiar, and had been seen in the world before. Among them, the aura of the god of skeletons was the closest to them, almost beside them. Wei Huan, who reacted, pulled Su Qingqiang and jumped back suddenly. He saw a chain composed of the law of water suddenly came from all directions in an instant, trapping them like a spider web. Then white cold air appeared on each chain, and quickly spread out large and small ice cones, until it turned into a huge iceberg, covering Wei Huan and the other person. But this was not the end. A silver bald head poked out from the void, and as soon as he appeared, he burst out with extremely terrifying divine power. The heavenly demon god appeared. This was a middle-level god, but facing a new god like Wei Huan, he flew out his snail shell without hesitation. The snail shell was like the world of heaven and earth, boundless and huge, and easily covered the iceberg again. Buzz! This was the sound of the laws interweaving, accompanied by the formal sound of physics, vibrating in the ears. 3 layers in total, firmly suppressing Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang. The voice of the god of skeletons came from afar. Let them prepare for the sacrifice. I will go down and kill the newborn god with my own hands. Then, the breath of the law of light was strong. The light that also hit Wei Huan deliberately made a sound for the 2 sealed people to hear. This is a disaster. Don't be careless. Kill them first. The wind and fire gods, a tiger and a lion, made a sound of wind and fire thunder. Let us refine them and avenge the blood. In the iceberg, the temperature began to rise significantly, but it did not last too long. A dragon roared and the god of extreme cold roared. Stop, you idiots, guys who only know how to play with fire. Are you going to let them out? The wind and fire twins were like twins, and even spoke in complete unison. What if they are released? Can they escape from our palms? Except for the group of missing old things, all the gods who have been here for nearly 10 billion years are here today, and they must die. No! Kill the new god first, let him feel fear, and know the consequences of going against the gods. The heavy god said in a muffled voice, and at the same time, its golden feet kept slapping in the void, causing the space under its feet to collapse continuously. More gods came out from the rules where they were hiding. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 20, 22. A total of 22 lower-level gods. Wei Huan had never seen them, nor had he killed their tribes. Perhaps many of their tribes had naturally disappeared in the long river of time, and Wei Huan had no grudges against them. But the terrifying legend of the god of disaster still made them come out and kill Wei Huan. Kill him! Kill the disaster! Disaster reincarnation! The voices of the 28 gods spread rapidly to the end of countless dimensions like thunder, and finally converged on the branch of time, and finally exploded above Wei Huan's head. Su Qingqiang beside him was startled. This condensation of voices is the aggregation of the will of the gods. In a way, it seems that the heavenly Tao is shouting. Even the gods still have an irresistible force, that is, the supreme law formulated by the 4 emperors, which runs through all dimensional spaces. The suppression of the life class is a mark engraved in the depths of the soul. All gods must abide by this rule to exist. But the pressure formed by the condensation of the power of the gods, no matter how similar to the heavenly Tao, can never become the heavenly Tao. Su Qingqiang showed his fangs after he came to his senses. A bunch of old men. Scare me. Shut up. He raised his hand and punched the iceberg with iron chains as bones. The iceberg was turbulent, and faint cracks appeared. He looked up at the void and shouted, I give you one last chance. If you want to live, leave now. I count to 3, otherwise I settle accounts with you all. 3. But Su Qingqiang obviously didn't want to give the other party a chance. He counted to 3 directly. The corners of his mouth turned up, black lines climbed up from his neck, and twisted thorns quickly covered his face. 3 huge horns grew from the center of his forehead and the temples on both sides, like 3 sharp long knives. He. The breath of blood surrounded Su Qingqiang, madly corroding the chain iceberg. As his red eyes gradually lost their humanity, pieces of bulging muscles grew out of his body. It's the abyss! A god shouted, he also smells like disaster. Be careful, maybe there are 2 disasters, kill them quickly. Kill them with some of you, and the rest of you concentrate your strength. While the ascension channel is not completely closed, we must destroy the human civilization. They actually gave birth to 2 disasters. Damn it! Kill the disasters, annihilate the human race, and the disaster will be reincarnated. How dare you! Su Qingqiang, who had completed the final transformation, screamed Jijiji and swung his full-strength blow, hitting the chain iceberg heavily. Hualala! The chain iceberg, which looked extremely hard, was like a soft pile of snowflakes in front of Su Qingqiang's ancient god body. He destroyed the iceberg with one punch. The god of extreme cold shouted in surprise. What? So strong. This chain iceberg is a spell that he specially studied by using the principle of water and ice, which he had collected the laws of water for a long time in advance and used. He dared not say that he could definitely trap the disaster, but it would take a lot of effort for the disaster to come out. What could they not do by then? How could it be so easy to be blown up by this blood? Did it come out? I knew this chain iceberg was useless, just for show. The speakers were the wind and fire gods. Yes, it's not good looking and not useful. The thick god believed in his companions more. Don't worry, it's normal for the disaster to be stronger than ordinary lower gods, but they will definitely not be able to leave the palm of the skeleton god. Hurry, don't be distracted, the ascension channel is about to be closed, and it will be too late if you don't take action. The tribe that gave birth to the disaster should be completely destroyed. Bang! Another terrifying sound. Su Qingqiang's second blow landed on the snail shell. This blow was stronger than the previous one. A heavy blow hit the snail shell that was mainly for defense, and Su Qingqiang was bounced back with greater force. Su Qingqiang was injured by the recoil, his lips turned black, and his divine power surged. The gods were relieved when they saw this. As expected, no matter how strong the lower gods were, they could not fight against the middle gods. In the past countless years, every time a disaster occurred, as long as the middle gods took action, no matter how strong they were, they would be suppressed and fall. This time would be no exception. Only the god of skeletons bent down, with a distorted face, and looked at his shell. On the shell, deep in his divine body, he could clearly feel the erosion of the blood law of the lower law being quickly wiped out, but there was still a stronger force impacting him. The god of skeletons, who had not felt this kind of power for a long time, was full of confusion, until the power finally tore a crack in his body. Crack! The skeleton god, known for its defensive power, and also his most powerful shell, had 3 cracks spreading upwards. The starting point of the cracks was exactly where Su Qingqiang's fist landed. The skeleton god twisted. Is this pure physical power? The physical damage caused to himself by the absolute physical gravity that has nothing to do with any law. A name was about to come out of his mind. Ancient god? Break it. After being bounced back, the crazy Su Qingqiang immediately rushed back again, at a speed that was no less than before. The gods cast a mocking look at his ignorant behavior. No lower-level god can rebel against the middle-level god, not even the disaster. Only the skeleton god's face was still twisted, his mouth opened, revealing a big mouth like a black hole, and said, no. But he was powerless to stop it. Su Qingqiang's fist had locked all the causes and effects, and fell on his shell earlier than the sound. Hit, hit, hit. Hee. Ah. Ha ha ha. Su Qingqiang made a crazy and weird sound, and countless fists broke through the space, gathered together at the end of time, and landed the most powerful punch. Idiot. The thick god sneered disdainfully, and the law in his hand was condensing. He had to be faster, because the ascension channel was about to close. The energy hastily invested in the world may not be able to control the landing well, but it doesn't matter. Even if the 9-level world is completely destroyed, it doesn't matter. These low-level lives are like locusts. If you kill a batch, a new batch will soon appear, and they may be more obedient. But the next moment, accompanied by the sound of breaking, red blood rolled with silver fragments, like a huge wave, hitting the face of the thick god. In horror, he urgently mobilized the power that had not yet been released, covering his whole body, and the heavy law turned into a hard armor to wrap him. The blood law collided with his heavy law first, and the power of erosion and plunder was obvious. As another disaster, it was indeed stronger than him. But unfortunately, after all, the godhood was not complete. Although he was a little troublesome, he was not unable to deal with it. A mere newly promoted god. Puff! Unfortunately, before more thoughts could emerge, something pierced his body. Looking down, he saw a big hole in the body of the god, almost splitting him in two, and the blood law was passing through the middle unimpeded. The weakness of the god's body is the head. It is not a big deal to be injured. As long as his divine power is still there, it doesn't matter. Even if he told himself this, fear kept coming, and he felt death. They smashed the skeleton of the middle god. What kind of terrible power is this? Can he really resist it? If this attack is not to attack his body, but his head. No, there is no need to attack his head. The hateful blood power is devouring his divine power from the damaged parts of his body, making it extremely difficult for his body to heal. Will he be sucked to death? Help! Before the sickle of the god of death cut down, he raised his head, and wanted to ask the gods around him for help, but found that everything had changed. The huge white bone jellyfish appeared in front of him. Although it only exuded the breath of an inferior pseudogod, the power of the law came from the god of death, but it was so weak that people sneered. It was hard to imagine that such a weak creature waved his tentacles, and rolled up 8 gods at the same time. Each of these 8 gods responded to the thick god, and they were all the gods who were planning to take action against the world. Like the god of thickness, they all received the first charge gift package from the disaster. Chapter 400. These 8 gods were the closest to the god of thickness, and their strength was not inferior to his, and many of them were even stronger. However, they were all tightly entangled by the tentacles of the white-boned jellyfish, and could not break free. What made him feel even more terrified and unbelievable was that the green stings on the tentacles of the jellyfish easily pierced into the gods' bodies that should have been indestructible, paralyzing them to the point of being unable to move. In the abdominal cavity below this huge jellyfish, countless 8-legged insects and smaller jellyfish continued to rush out, like an interstellar team galloping in the universe, rushing towards every god. The power of the gods in them was much weaker than that of the white-boned jellyfish, but the gods could not kill them easily. The power of the law fell on them, but was resisted by their strong bodies, and only a few in the core area could be killed. The remaining more insects were opening and closing their hideous mouthparts, biting the bodies of the gods cruelly. The black-gray fog slowly pushed the bloody area away, spreading domineeringly to every corner. In the depths of the thick fog, the ferocious giant bear and the flexible white-boned wolf were looming. The black bird spread its huge wings and rushed forward, making a cry that made the soul tremble. A black eyeball spread its 12 wings entangled with muscles, and green flames condensed in the depths of the eyeball, until a black beam shot towards a distant god. The roaring Shiroma and the cunning two-headed hidden demon flew out of the black fog and pounced on the nearest god. There were more, and more countless undead, pouring down as if to fill this world. 2 gods, just 2 gods, they actually attacked 28 gods, declared war. Crazy, huh? Ho Chen looked down at the hole in his chest that was getting bigger and bigger, and all his thoughts froze. What on earth happened? It was a pity that reality did not give him more opportunities to explore the truth. As the strange laughter approached quickly, a black shadow came to his eyes in an instant at a speed that he could not understand, as if ignoring space and time. At the last moment, he only saw the pair of red eyes, and then everything went black. Puff! Su Qingqiang punched Ho Chen's head like a watermelon. As a thick and heavy law with an advantage in defense, it still had no way to face the ancient god body. Even though Su Qingqiang was just a nascent ancient god body, his defense, attack and speed had all been improved to an extremely terrifying degree. The god of thickness had only been a god for a longer time than him, so he had no great advantage against Su Qingqiang, who was only a law god. Moreover, he could not see Su Qingqiang, let alone defend against him. Su Qingqiang smashed the god of thickness with one punch. When the triangular earth-gold godhead was exposed, all the gods were shocked. The gods entangled by the point beast forgot to struggle, and the gods who were about to take action also slowed down their movements for a moment. There was also the god of skeletons, who couldn't help screaming because of the shock and anger of the broken snail shell, and stretched his neck and widened his eyes, shocked by the scene in front of him. Then, while all the gods were still in a daze, his body began to shrink slowly and imperceptibly. His tail drilled into the space, and quietly dug a wormhole. Damn it! The pentagram in the sky flashed rapidly, and his voice acted directly in everyone's mind. Do it, don't let them get close. At the same time, the Aurora god, who was also a middle-level god, looked at Su Qingqiang. He had already seen that this new god was strange. His speed was too bizarre, and his aggressiveness was too high. He could actually kill a lower-level god with 2 hits. Of course, these were 2 hits, but in fact, they should be hundreds of punches stacked together. There was only such damage that could kill a god. No matter how bad the body of the god of law was, it could not be destroyed casually. Watching Su Qingqiang kill the god of thickness and snatch away the complete thick godhood, he was about to take action against the next lower-level god. That was a god of heat, the lowest-level god of the light system, and the law he controlled was the heat of light. This probably comes from the god of heat of the elemental life. He is a body with a body outline like a leaping flame, with blurred boundaries, as if composed of countless scenes and red days, without a specific form, and most of the time it will spread into light fog. The light fog is loose and expands for an unknown number of miles. Its body flows in countless dimensional spaces, invisible and colorless. High temperature is only its main way of fighting, but what makes the god's most headache in the battle is that he splits his body too much. Even if the god of Aurora takes action personally, it is difficult to kill all of him. Su Qingqiang found such a difficult opponent the second time, and he will definitely hit the wall this time. It just so happens that letting the god of heat contain this abyss disaster that is biting like a mad dog will not affect his next arrangement. Thinking like this, the pentagram seemed to have eyes, and it looked straight at Wei Huan. His eyes could vaguely see the god of disaster hidden in the depths of the black fog. He admitted that the strength of the disaster was not weak, and the reserves of divine power were probably not weaker than his, and he had a bit of a smart brain, so he killed the god of blood under his nose. But that was the end. The last time he retreated, it was not because he couldn't beat the disaster, but because he never dreamed that the god of law would join hands with the ancient god to set a trap for him, which was simply a fact that would make the emperor furious. The battle between the god of law and the ancient god lasted for countless epochs, and countless gods of law fell in this battle. Each god position had at least 100 turns, and the hatred between them could never be resolved. But this idiot actually joined forces with the ancient gods. If it weren't for the fact that we have entered the end of the era, and the battle for the throne has not ended, the high-ranking gods have not taken care of other things, and the message he sent 8 years ago has not been responded to yet, otherwise they would not have to take action this time. As long as any master came, the disaster would not even be able to enter the divine domain and would fall. So in this way, the truth is very clear why the god of blood is so strong. He is a descendant of the ancient gods, so he has extraordinary combat power, and this disaster is willing to kill gods to cultivate him, and eventually become the second disaster. This disaster descended from the ancient gods is not easy to kill, but the first disaster hiding in the black fog is not difficult to kill. He can still clearly remember the feeling of piercing the body of the god of disaster, tearing him into pieces, and nailing him to the ground. I failed to kill him last time, but this time I have the body of a god. I can kill him easily with just one strike. A condensed light suddenly appeared from the middle of the pentagram. The light flashed. He was the last to attack, but his attack pierced through the black fog first and landed on the fragile body. A god who mainly summons, even if he has countless undead armies, how powerful these undead leaders are, it can never change its own fragility. Once he is surrounded, he will not be much stronger than the gods of the same level if he is not given the opportunity to display battlefield art and only attacks his god body. When the aurora beam penetrated the gray fog and came to the god of disaster, who was still sitting on the throne and at ease, the aurora god was already muttering in a smile, "Disaster reincarnation. It's all over. Let this chaotic era continue. It would be great if the next disaster could be born in the beast god clan, and it would definitely become the sharpest knife in his hand. If not, kill him and come back. In short, this disaster must die today." Swoosh. The aurora hit Wei Huan accurately. Unfortunately, reality did not give the god of aurora any time to fantasize, because Wei Huan, who was hit head-on and fell on the back of the throne, sat up slowly again. The black magic flames around him surged, and he looked down at his chest that was hit. When he looked up again, his black eyes penetrated the space and fell directly into the soul of the god of aurora. "It hurts a little." He just said this lightly. Just hurt? This is a blow after he combined with the body of the god. Even if it wasn't a long-prepared attack, it couldn't just hurt. The starlight of the pentagram flickered faintly and quickly, as if the corner of the aurora god's eye was twitching. The twitching and unbelievable eyes looked at the pair of calm black eyes. The aurora god only felt that the pair of black eyes were like a terrifying black hole, getting bigger and bigger, and about to swallow him. The attacks of many gods also reached the target. The cold flames, countless vines, meteorites falling from the sky, and countless attacks from gods of different laws arrived in front of Wei Huan at the same time. Boom! Boom! The power of the law madly tore everything apart in the collision, and the stirred gray mist kept surging, and many broken bones of the undead summons flew out. Finally, the black fog faded. In the gradually disappearing smoke, all the gods tried their best to see the situation inside clearly. Did it succeed? Nearly 20 gods, including Aurora, the middle-level god, launched attacks. The god of disaster, who was hit at the same time, would probably lose half his life even if he didn't die. However, as the gray fog gradually dissipated, the tall bone throne still stood majestically, and countless entangled face huggers opened and closed their mouthparts. Their twisted bodies seemed to have turned into skulls, spitting out gray smoke one after another, and emitting the shrill screams of the dead. On the throne, the god of disaster wore his black robe, which was a vestment woven with the water of the underworld. It was engraved with symbols of endless death, and the undead rising and falling in the underworld could still be vaguely seen. Under the black crown of thorns, a pair of extremely dark eyes opened and closed, and the biting cold descended, as if he was not careful, he would be deprived of his life and fall into purgatory. The light golden lips of the god of disaster slightly raised, causing the gods to mutter like crazy in their souls. No threat. His eyes looked around, and the 26 gods shuddered at the same time, listening to the disaster's arrogant words. If this is all you can do, then wait to be liquidated one by one. He. Just when the gods were all chilled to the bone, the second disaster with 3 horns on its head was like light, shuttling through the area covered by the heat. The scorching light was visibly shrinking rapidly. What is this? The god of Aurora quickly understood. The second disaster used absolute physical strength to break through all the spaces covered by the god of heat. During this process, his blood law was constantly absorbing the scorching divine power. Absorbing divine power, maintaining combat power, and then continuing to break through space to absorb divine power, the seemingly strange defense of the scorching heat, under such violent invasion, was like a poor and innocent underage girl, and was easily suppressed. The god of scorching heat also sensed the crisis, gave up this expanded and loose way of survival, and condensed himself and all the spaces into a ball again. Stupid. However, the god of Aurora, who saw it, only said one sentence. Sure enough, at the moment when the body of the god of scorching heat just condensed, an attack that broke through the air followed, and the space flew like a broken mirror, and a pair of red eyes were reflected in each lens. Puff! What was more terrifying than killing the god of thickness was that Su Qingqiang's ferocious claws grabbed the head of the god of scorching heat, and he just tightened his fingers and squeezed hard. Under the shattering hot law, the terrifying hand with white eyes directly grabbed the white godhead, and held it tightly in the palm of his hand. When the light completely dissipated, Su Qingqiang, who was full of blood, hunched his body, twisted and laughed hideously, licked the corner of his mouth with his scarlet tongue, and his red eyes paused on every god, as if picking a buffet. He. The gods all trembled in their hearts, and took a step back at the same time. They couldn't kill the first disaster together, but the second disaster could take the opportunity to kill them. This time was different from before. Even the middle-level gods couldn't kill these disasters. The end of the world is coming. The end of the world has come. The Aurora god roared. Attack! Don't retreat. If you don't kill them now, none of you will escape, and will be liquidated one by one. At least we are united now, and they won't get what they want. Coincidentally, Su Qingqiang aimed at another god, but as soon as he made a move, the god he had found suddenly retreated violently, and at the same time, there were 4 gods around him who approached him to protect him. This unity and cooperation did make Su Qingqiang, who was about to take action, hesitate. He was just an ancient god body, and he didn't have the abnormal ability of the boss to increase the attributes 3 times. He could deal with 2 lower gods at the same time, but now that there were more of them, he was also worried that he would be controlled by the joint efforts. After all, his godhood was not complete, and it was the lowest lower godhood. If he was trapped, it would definitely affect the boss's plan, and even let these guys attack the human race in the world. Su Qingqiang is a well-known killing god among the human race on Blue Star. As someone who has killed his way up, he will not misjudge the situation. Now they have the advantage, but they are not sure to win. If these old men really join forces wholeheartedly, they will be defeated even with the ancient god body. Su Qingqiang's heart was like lightning, but his eyes were not easy to provoke. He stared at the Aurora god, who he feared the most now, with a vicious look as if he was looking for where to bite. He was thinking about how to break the deadlock. If he hadn't rushed out by himself, the more he was afraid, the more the enemy would think he was easy to provoke. He would fight his way out regardless of anything, rush forward and ignore other things. After all, the boss was there, and it would not be so easy for him to fall. Su Qingqiang was about to move when he thought of this, but suddenly the Aurora god roared, Dead Chi, let them go. Huh? Isn't this old thing looking at me? Su Qingqiang, like all other gods, only realized after this shout that this battle had not yet entered the stage of psychological game, because Wei Huan's means had not yet been revealed. The most conspicuous point beast, as soon as it appeared, bound the 8 gods with its tentacles. The gods could have no form, and their bodies could cross dimensions and turn into countless particles, but they still could not escape from the seemingly simple tentacle. However, although the tentacle could trap the gods, it obviously did not have the ability to kill them. Now that time has passed, and they are shocked by Su Qingqiang's fighting power, many gods have forgotten that the big jellyfish is still entangled with the 8 gods. Now that the Aurora god has reminded them, the gods have realized that for such a long time, none of the 8 gods have escaped from the seemingly ordinary tentacles, but have been entangled more and more tightly, pulling them out of different spatial planes bit by bit. The power of the laws of the 8 gods had almost no effect on the tentacle. The surface of the tentacle was a textured white, as smooth and moist as carefully fired ceramics, but the hardness was unknown how many times stronger. The power of the law fell on the white porcelain shell, leaving no trace, but instead, spikes grew on the white porcelain shell, which made the gods' scalps numb, as if their souls were being stared at by the god of death. Wei Huan took the initiative to spread the gray mist. He was sitting on the bone throne. He was obviously just a lower-level god, but he obviously didn't care about his current situation. After the Aurora god roared, he just curled his lips and silently said in his heart. The 2 gods entangled by the dot beast suddenly had their eyes bulged, screamed, and melted in front of everyone. That's right. Melted. Just like snow dripping into water when it meets the warm sun, or hair and muscles meeting strong acid, melting into stinky water in a foul smell, it's all the same. Dead? How could it be? This is too fast. And what kind of toxin can kill a god? It's definitely not poison. The toxin evolved by the dot beast at the legendary hero level is far from enough to poison a god even with the power of a god now. It just injects the ancient god cells into the bodies of these gods through the stinger. Their bodies of gods can't bear these cells, each weighing countless tons, and eventually collapse. The ancient god cells are the most terrible and unsolvable poison. Wei Huan has been waiting for this moment, just to let all the gods know that he is not easy to mess with. Do you think they can fight him together, dreaming? Help! The third entangled god witnessed the fall of the 2 gods with his own eyes. His body also began to collapse in the first stage, because he could not bear the weight of the cells that were too terrible. This made his water body quickly turbid, and his body seemed to be burned, blooming with small granulation flowers. The small flowers kept blooming, expanding his body rapidly, and the flowers bloomed to the surface of his skin. His body began to ulcerate and flow out turbid liquid. He grew a handful of flowers and shouted hoarsely, "Help, save me." Puff! However, before the other gods could react, he exploded. The terrible granulation flowers were all mutated ancient god cells that absorbed the power of the gods, and they flew everywhere. The nearest god saw a granulation flower flying towards him, and finally turned around and ran away without control. "Ah! Don't come over." It was regarded as a flood and beast, fearing that if it was touched, it would also be contaminated. The movement of this god was like the first domino to fall, causing a chain reaction in an instant. All the gods retreated violently, and then turned around and fled, fearing that they would be stained with a trace of that terrible pollution. When they came, there were 28 gods at the ascension point, ambushing 2 people, but with the fall of 5 gods, the remaining gods were already scared and just wanted to hide far away. You flee, I flee, everyone flees, and when there are fewer and fewer companions around, the remaining people have no courage to fight again. Especially the god of skeletons whooshed into his wormhole and disappeared without a trace, and the god of extreme cold also ran wildly on 4 legs, like a stray dog for a long time before remembering that he could fly, spread his wings and disappeared at the end of space in an instant. There were not many gods who dared to surround Wei Huan. The wind and fire gods clung to the side of the Aurora god, as if they could feel a little safe in this way. They looked at Wei Huan fiercely, and then asked in a low voice, "Are we still fighting?" With such a tone and such a conversation, where was the majesty of the gods? After all, the law gods were just ordinary creatures who had cultivated themselves. They would naturally be afraid, and there would be times when they were so scared that they lost their composure. If the Aurora god had teeth, his teeth would probably have been broken at this moment. Other gods could not see the truth of the 2 disasters, but did he not see it? If they were really strong and could not fear the concerted efforts of the gods to kill them, they would not resort to these means to scare those idiots away. Now, they have lost the best chance to kill them. This chance may not come again in the future. The Aurora god turned his eyes away from the gods, who were still controlled by the dot beast, and screamed for help, and looked deeply at Wei Huan. Wei Huan sat on the bone throne and looked at him. Finally, he opened his lips slightly. Just as he was about to move, the Aurora god roared, "Go!" The Aurora law rolled up the wind and fire gods, and they disappeared into the horizon in a blink of an eye. "We won!" Lu Qingji was the first to cheer. "We won!" They were scared away. Lin Su nodded like pounding garlic. "Too powerful. The 2 bosses are too powerful. So many gods appeared together, I thought we were finished." Zhou Yong smiled with a cigarette in his mouth. "You idiot, I never worried when the bosses were here." Mu Zhong's eyebrows also relaxed. He looked at the sky and asked, "What are your plans for the other 5 gods?" Wei Huan did not answer immediately. He was still recovering the shaking body of the god. At this time, his lips were gradually filled with rich gold. Although the ancient god body was just formed, this was a middle-level god after all, and the attack of more than 10 lower-level gods combined caused him a lot of damage. In order to deter the enemy, he had been patient until now, revealing the fact that he was injured. "Boss, are you okay?" Mu Zhong couldn't see Wei Huan's face, but Su Qingqiang, who flew back, could see it. Hearing Su Qingqiang's question, Mu Zhong finally reacted, his eyes full of worry. "Wei Huan, are you okay?" "I'm fine." It was the most painful to suppress the injury, but it was much better to show it now. After taking 2 breaths, he looked at the 5 gods he trapped, and his black eyes seemed to reflect corpses. "Kill them all." He answered Mu Zhong's previous question lightly.